Kosaji was located in the southern region of the Paldea, a bustling coastal town. From the original owner's memories, Naoki knew the city was known for its various local festivals. For example, the Spring Festival, the Water Pokémon Rally, and the summer-only fireworks display. These unique events attracted many visitors, and combined with the flourishing agriculture and animal husbandry around the town, Kosaji had developed steadily over time. The market within the town was even more famous. Naoki walked down the street with Cyclizer, observing pedestrians with various Pokémon strolling leisurely in the sea breeze. The atmosphere was cozy and relaxed. This time, besides buying food, Naoki had other important tasks. He needed to visit the town's carpentry shop, general store, seed shop, and the store that sold ranch Pokémon and ordinary animals. It's almost 6 o'clock, Naoki thought, a little worried the shops might close soon. He paused and asked the Cyclizer, "Are you hungry?" "Gru." The Cyclizer nodded, then shook its head. It was intelligent enough to understand that Naoki had things to do, so it could wait a little longer. Seeing its response, Naoki smiled, patted its head and said, "Good boy, then let's go to the general store first." Gru. The town wasn't big. Perhaps to prevent visitors from getting lost, the locations of various shops were clearly marked on both street signs and billboards. Locating the general store on the map, Naoki headed straight for it. After crossing an intersection, a red brick building appeared before Naoki. It was evening, and the store was empty except for a bald man wearing glasses sitting behind the counter, fiddling with a fungus bag. Hearing the wind chimes jingle as the door opened, the man looked up.
"Ah, a customer. Welcome."
Naoki greeted him politely, then asked, "Do you have any seasonings here?"
"Yes."
On the innermost shelf. Naoki walked over and found a wide variety of seasonings on the shelves, just as the man had said. Oil, salt, vinegar, soy sauce, flour, spices, red bean paste, butter, sugar, pepper. Their prices were clearly marked on the shelves. For example, a bag of flour cost 200 Poké, a bottle of oil cost 100 Poké, and red bean paste cost 150 Poké. Looking at these prices, Naoki was a bit puzzled about the cost of things in the Pokémon world. A small bag of flour was the same price as a Pokeball. From that perspective, Pokeballs didn't seem that expensive. After a moment's consideration, Naoki bought one of each seasoning. When he brought his items to the counter, the shopkeeper looked surprised. He took out a bag and asked, "Did you just move to Kosaji?"
"Yes," Naoki nodded. The shopkeeper smiled.
"Then enjoy your life in Kosaji. Alright, the total comes to 2,820 Poké. Naoki didn't pay immediately. Instead he asked, "Do you have fishing rods here?"
"Fishing rods?" "Yes."
The shopkeeper turned around and retrieved a few fishing rods from a shelf, placing them on the counter. "Each fishing rod has a different price," he explained. "This one is 2,000 Poké. If you pair it with bait, you can catch Pokémon and fish anywhere there's water. This fishing rod costs 5,000 Poké. It's made of higher quality materials, so it performs better than the 2,000 Poké rod and is more durable. And this one here is 15,000 Poké. It's the newest and most powerful fishing rod, made with the most advanced materials and boasting top-notch performance." Naoki's eyes scanned the 3 fishing rods. He ultimately chose the standard 2,000 Poké rod, planning to use it for the time being. The total comes to 4,820 Poké. "Since this is your first time shopping here, I'll give you a box of bait for free.
"Please come again."
The shopkeeper smiled and handed him a tin can. "Thank you," Naoki said, taking his purchases and leaving the store. His next stop was the carpentry shop, located on the edge of town with a forest behind it. A wooden stake stood outside the shop, a saw stuck in it. Just as Naoki was about to knock, the door opened. A sturdy woman with a high pink ponytail and a headband emerged. After Naoki explained his purpose, she led him into the workshop at the back. "Are you the new ranch owner who just moved here?" she asked curiously. Naoki was slightly taken aback, then realized that Mayor Clavel had probably informed her of his arrival.
He nodded.
"My name is Naoki."
"Just call me Kelly," the woman replied.
"Yes, Miss Kelly." As they walked, Kelly explained the process of expanding the ranch house. "You haven't named the ranch yet, have you?" Naoki shook his head.
"Not yet.
I only arrived yesterday." "No worries, just making conversation," Kelly said with a smile. "Well, Mayor Clavel filled me in. You're here to learn about restoring the Pokémon shed and expanding the house, right?"
"That's right." "Then let me explain."
Repairing the Pokémon shed requires 50,000 poke dollars and 300 pieces of lumber. Once repaired, you can raise Miltank and Mareep there. Of course, that's a bit pricey for you right now. Improve the quality of milk? Exclusive to Miltank or Tauros. Naoki raised an eyebrow, surprised. He had assumed his cooking would enhance a Pokémon's strength and speed, or provide other direct benefits. But this indirect buff, this enhancement of a specific product, was a new revelation. It would be incredibly useful on the ranch. Would other dishes yield similar effects? There were so many possibilities and so many recipes to discover. It would take a lifetime, perhaps even 50 years, to explore them all. But regardless, Naoki's curiosity was piqued. He was eager to experiment and uncover the hidden potential of his culinary creations. Plenty of time for that, he mused, turning to offer the glasses of berry milk to Cyclizer and Koraidon. While neither were milk-producing Pokémon, the drink would still be a refreshing treat. Before being summoned by the time machine, Koraidon had just finished a fierce battle with another Koraidon. It had sustained minor injuries, but the urgency to return to this time and space had driven it to rush home without rest. Now, having devoured Naoki's cooking and savoring the familiar flavors, Koraidon felt rejuvenated, its injuries healing rapidly. Overcome with gratitude and affection, it approached Naoki, licking his face with its long tongue. Naoki, initially startled, remembered Koraidon's playful nature from the anime. He relaxed, a chuckle escaping his lips. But as Koraidon's saliva dripped down his face, he gently pushed the Pokémon away. Koraidon, unfazed, crouched nearby with a goofy grin, its thick tail thumping against the floor as it watched Naoki wash his face. After Cyclizer finished its meal, Naoki cleared the table, washed the dishes, and stretched his weary muscles. It had been a long day, and it was time for some much-needed rest. There was no bathroom in the ranch house, so Naoki stepped outside and rinsed himself off with the garden hose. He then retreated to bed, yawning as he flipped through the ranch encyclopedia, studying the information on spring crops. He had a lot to do tomorrow: clear the fields of unnecessary trees and rocks, till the soil, plant seeds and saplings. He also planned to try fishing, hoping to catch something he could sell to supplement his income. Until the crops matured and the Pokémon house was repaired, this was his only means of making money. As Naoki drifted to sleep, he glanced at the bedside where Cyclizer lay sprawled on the floor, yawning sleepily. Koraidon had also found a comfortable spot and closed its eyes. The familiar scent of Naoki, the comforting environment, and the lingering aroma of food created a sense of ease and security. Despite the ranch's remote location, Naoki wasn't afraid. Cyclizer's presence offered a sense of protection, and Koraidon, despite its initial aggression, seemed to have settled into a peaceful slumber. Naoki smiled, then turned off the light and surrendered to sleep. The next morning, his internal alarm clock, honed from years of corporate life, woke him at the crack of dawn. A glance at the pendulum clock on the wall told him it was only 6:15 a.m. He briefly considered going back to sleep, but the thought of the day's tasks ahead quickly dispelled any lingering drowsiness. He rubbed his eyes, got out of bed, and started preparing breakfast. The rustling sounds woke Koraidon, who, upon seeing Naoki up and about, simply rolled over and went back to sleep. Cyclizer, however, perked up immediately. Naoki chuckled as he passed by, patting the Pokémon's head. "Go back to sleep," he said softly. "I'll wake you when breakfast is ready." Cyclizer let out a soft gra, and obediently curled back up on the floor. For breakfast, Naoki decided to make a sandwich for Cyclizer. He combined toast from the Kosagi market with leftover steak, freshly sliced tomatoes and lettuce, and a generous slathering of cheese sauce. As he assembled the sandwich, the familiar information popped up in his mind. Sandwich, a combination of fresh ingredients, meat and vegetables, rich in nutrition, and ideal for breakfast. Cooking effect, minor energy increase, making Pokémon more energetic and less prone to sleepiness. Evaluation, a basic sandwich, but a great choice for breakfast. Just a minor energy boost? Naoki mused, a hint of disappointment in his voice. But then, he considered that the only ingredient he had actually cooked was the steak, and the result seemed rather impressive. After serving Cyclizer its breakfast sandwich, Naoki turned to prepare his own. He eyed the remaining pack of instant ramen, deciding against wastefulness. However, as he was about to dig in, Koraidon, ever vigilant, noticed the discrepancy. It glanced down at its own sandwich, then at Naoki's bowl of steaming noodles. With a sudden burst of energy, it switched to a bipedal stance, snatched the bowl, and began to slurp down the noodles with gusto. Naoki watched in astonishment. "You like that stuff?" For Koraidon, this bowl of ramen was a taste of home, the first meal Naoki had prepared for it, a meal with special significance. In the future, as the ranch prospered, Naoki would rarely make instant ramen again. Now, seeing it once more, nostalgia flooded over Koraidon. Greo Arushi, Koraidon exclaimed, its voice muffled by noodles. Naoki couldn't understand the exact words, but Koraidon's expression clearly conveyed its delight. It was a stark contrast to Cyclizer's indifference towards the ramen. After washing the dishes, Naoki grabbed his hoe and headed outside, ready to tackle the day's work.
By my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After exploring the ranch, Naoki had a good grasp of the layout. As he hurried back with the Cyclizer, he remembered that the old mayor had left some things for him in the utility room behind the house. Naoki rounded the wooden house and arrived at the utility room.
Oh, Cyclizer.
Opposite the utility room was a cave. Naoki ventured inside and found that the space within wasn't very large. From the original owner's childhood memories, he learned that this cave served two main purposes. One was to grow mushrooms. The dark and humid environment was perfect for mushroom cultivation. The other was to house woobat. The woobat raised here would go out after sunset, foraging for food and bringing back various berries and fruits for the rancher. This incredible Pokémon was a natural gourmand. It could emit 200,000 Hz ultrasound from its ears to locate ripe fruit to satisfy its hunger. It would then use ultrasound waves to knock down the fruit, carefully selecting only the ripest ones to eat.
Interesting, Naoki thought.
After understanding the purpose of the cave, Naoki didn't linger. He returned to the front with his tools, surveyed the weed-infested farmland, and prepared to start small, clearing a patch to plant turnips. Seeing his actions, the Cyclizer eagerly volunteered to help, chirping grew. It swung its tail, and with a powerful thud, a rock shattered as if struck by a sledgehammer. Naoki was dumbfounded. He looked down at the hammer in his hand and the rock he had struggled to break, momentarily speechless. The Cyclizer seemed delighted to be useful. Naoki sighed with a mix of amusement and relief. All right then, let's work together.
Grew.
Meanwhile, in the central Paldea region, a basin nestled amidst towering, steep mountains housed a mysterious area known as Area Zero. Beneath this area lay a modern, advanced laboratory. In the deepest part of the lab, Professor Sada, a Pokémon researcher specializing in the legends of Paldea, and her husband Professor Turo, gazed excitedly at the tall, enigmatic machine before them. "The time machine is finally complete," exclaimed Professor Sada, who wore a white coat and a necklace adorned with ancient animal teeth. "Finally, I can see the Pokémon from the future and the past mentioned in the Scarlet Book." Professor Turo was equally thrilled. The couple had spent years in the depths of Area Zero, conducting their research. One focused on the ancient past, the other on the future. With the unique properties of Area Zero, they had finally developed this device. It could teleport Pokeballs and capture Pokémon from different timelines, bringing them to the present. "Let's try it now. I want to see Pokémon from different eras with my own eyes," Professor Sada declared. Professor Turo nodded, a hint of tenderness crossing his face as he asked, "Isn't Arven's 8th birthday coming up soon?" "Perfect timing,"
Sada hummed.
"This time I can bring back Pokémon from various eras for Arven to befriend." "Let's get started." Turo echoed his wife's enthusiasm. He took a deep breath, imagining Arven's reaction to seeing those Pokémon. The child had always loved Pokémon. If he saw Pokémon from the future and the past, he would surely be overjoyed, right? Parents couldn't help but love their children. Come to think of it, they hadn't been back to spend time with Arven in a while. This was a good opportunity to return home and take some time off to be with their son. Lost in thought, Professor Turo and his wife activated the time machine using an ID code.
Buzz.
With a strange hum, the time machine silently sprang to life. The space around the laboratory warped and twisted. The walls shimmered like mirrors, emitting rhythmic red and purple lights. The two professors stared intently at the machine, both excited and nervous. Soon, the rhythmic hum slowed down. Then, a dazzling red light flashed from the center of the time machine. Tension filled the air. As the light faded, a Pokémon they had never seen before materialized beneath the machine. It was a mysterious Pokémon, tall and robust, standing on two legs. Its body was scarlet, with white markings on its face, abdomen, thick legs and tail. A thin, long tendril resembling a dragon's whisker extended from its head, with a cluster of bright blue-purple feathers beneath it, giving it a domineering and flamboyant appearance. Its golden eyes glared fiercely at the two humans before it.
Success.
Professor Sada and Professor Turo were relieved to see the Pokémon. Finally, their efforts had paid off. Let's get it into a Pokeball first. Professor Turo said calmly. Professor Sada nodded, raised her hand, and threw a pre-prepared Pokeball at the Pokémon. However, the moment the Pokémon saw the Pokeball, its golden eyes narrowed. It let out an unintelligible roar and casually swatted the Pokeball away with its right paw. The professors sensed hostility from the creature. Their expressions tightened, and they were about to release their own Pokémon. But then, the mysterious Pokémon from the past suddenly turned its head and looked around, as if confirming something. Soon, it seemed to have found its answer. In the next second, an unreadable emotion flickered in the Pokémon's eyes. It suddenly sprang forward, ignoring the two professors, and dashed out of the laboratory. It was so fast that it was gone before Professor Sada and Professor Turo could react. Then it looked upward, the feathers on its head extending and transforming into wing-like structures, and it soared into the sky. How many years had it been waiting? Koraidon couldn't remember anymore. The expression on that person's face, when it fell into the time machine, flashed through its mind. Worry, anxiety, panic, and the arm reaching out to grab it. That day, it was still a cyclizer. That day, it had fallen into a time machine and traveled back to ancient times. There, it was transformed by an unknown force into its current form. By noon, Naoki and Cyclizer had cleared a small patch of land for planting and moved the chopped wooden stones into the utility room for storage. Grew. After a busy morning, Cyclizer's stomach started rumbling. It looked down and said, Grew.
Hungry. Naoki smiled.
Just a minute, I'll make lunch.
The Cyclizer's face brightened. Grew.
They washed their hands in the outdoor sink and went back inside. Cyclizer sat under the eaves to enjoy the cool breeze while Naoki gathered ingredients and started cooking. Lunch was instant ramen again, but this time Naoki added some wild leeks he found on the ranch to enhance the flavor. Practice makes perfect, and in just a few minutes, a steaming bowl was ready. After pouring the noodles into a bowl, Naoki noticed that the grade of the instant ramen had changed from C- to C, and the cold resistance buff duration had increased by 5 minutes. So the ingredients do affect the dish's rating, he mused. He picked up the bowl and placed it in front of the Cyclizer, who was already waiting at the table. Cyclizer looked down and saw the same plain noodles as before. A pitiful expression immediately appeared on its face. Grew. Impoverished Naoki could only sigh. He thought of the little money left by the original owner and said reassuringly, just be patient. I'll take you to town to buy some delicious food this afternoon. Grew. Luckily, Cyclizer didn't seem to mind Naoki's lack of funds. It was a simple and optimistic creature, and hearing Naoki's promise, it immediately perked up, looking forward to the evening's treats. Watching Cyclizer slurp up the noodles, Naoki began to eat his own bowl with a worried expression. The remaining money will be gone soon after buying food. The land is just tilled, and the seeds can only be planted tomorrow. It'll take a month for them to mature. The weed-infested farmland had been hard and unsuitable for crop growth. This morning, Naoki had turned the soil and watered it to loosen it up. Although he didn't have any fertilizer, turnips were fortunately not picky about soil quality. I need to find another way to make money until the turnips are harvested. Naoki fell into deep thought. Ways to make money. He thought back to his ranch management game days. One option was fishing, and another was to gather mushrooms and fruits in the back mountains to get through the early stages of the game. But he didn't have a fishing rod now, so the only option was to try his luck in the back mountains and see if he could find anything valuable. No sooner said than done. After lunch, Naoki prepared to head for the mountains. Upon learning of his intention, the Cyclizer, which had been walking upright, suddenly dropped to all fours, turned around and called out, Grew. Naoki was startled for a moment, then realized that Cyclizer had switched to riding mode. Are you asking me to ride you? The Cyclizer nodded enthusiastically. Grew. Curious, Naoki climbed onto its back. As soon as he was settled, Cyclizer took off at a moderate pace, neither too fast nor too slow, carrying Naoki steadily towards the back mountains. Feeling the wind in his hair, Naoki thought, no wonder Cyclizer is used for transportation in Paldea. This feels just like riding a motorcycle. After crossing a country road, they entered a lush forest. Sunlight streamed through the leaves, creating a dappled pattern on the ground. There were green Caterpie nestled in bushes, fletchling perched on branches, rustling sounds emanating from the undergrowth, and strange, juicy fruits hanging from the trees. Life was vibrant everywhere. Naoki dismounted from Cyclizer and observed the various Pokémon around them with interest. The Pokémon, in turn, tilted their heads curiously, studying this unfamiliar human who had intruded into their forest.
Caterpie.
Evolves into Metapod at level 7, then Butterfree at level 10. A good choice for novice trainers.
Fletchling.
If I remember correctly, it's a regional bird in Kalos. Its final evolution, Talonflame, is a fire/flying type. Seems like a pretty cool Pokémon. Could that little white mouse be a Pachirisu, native to Paldea? Naoki spotted 3 small figures in the grass. 2 slightly larger white mice cautiously poked their heads out, protectively shielding a tiny white mouse behind them. A family of 3. Naoki looked around but didn't see a 4th mouse. Sensing his gaze, the 3 mice trembled, then turned and scurried into the bushes, vanishing without a trace. Naoki was momentarily disappointed, but he had to admit, Pokémon like Pachirisu were quite cute. He hadn't considered himself a fan of furry creatures before, but seeing the adorable Pachirisu and their soft white fur, he felt a certain warmth in his heart. I wonder how they feel to the touch. The forest was teeming with Pokémon, and after taking a walk with Cyclizer, Naoki was filled with excitement. If he were a trainer, he would definitely pull out Pokeballs and battle them, then capture them after earning their trust. Both the fast-growing Caterpie and the promising Fletchling would be perfect additions to his team. Unfortunately, according to the original owner's memories, a standard Pokeball cost 200 Pokedollars, which he couldn't afford right now. With a sigh, Naoki shifted his focus from the Pokémon to the wild produce growing in the forest. He walked over to a fruit-laden tree and reached out to pluck one. As he examined the fruit, information about it appeared in his mind. Pecha berry, a magical fruit that can cure poisoning. It has a sweet taste and can be used to make jam, puffins, and fruitcakes. It can also be added to yogurt to make fruit yogurt. Its unique flavor is loved by many Pokémon.
Pecha berry.
Naoki picked the berry and held it up to his nose, taking in its faint peach-like scent. He offered it to Cyclizer.
Want to eat it?
The Cyclizer took a look, then opened its mouth wide and swallowed the Pecha berry in one gulp.
Grew.
It seemed to taste pretty good. It looks like berries are a staple food for Pokémon, just like in the anime, Naoki thought, nodding to himself. He picked a few more Pecha berries from the tree, intending to take them back to the ranch.
However, he only took a small portion.
If berries were food for Pokémon, then other Pokémon in this forest also needed them. If he took all the Pecha berries, many Pokémon would likely go hungry. After gathering the Pecha berries, Naoki and Cyclizer ventured deeper into the forest. The forest was vast, and perhaps they were heading in the wrong direction, but along the way, Naoki didn't encounter any other fruit-bearing trees. Time passed unnoticed until it was evening. Tired from walking, Naoki sat down to rest under a large tree, glancing at the sky and deciding it was time to head back. Just then, the Cyclizer's nose twitched. "What's wrong?" Naoki asked, turning to look.
Grew.
The Cyclizer turned its head, sniffing the air as if trying to pinpoint a direction. After a moment, it seemed to have located something. It stood up and pointed in one direction. Naoki followed its gaze to a patch of bare ground, confused at first, but then he noticed something odd.
Black truffle.
Perhaps due to his financial struggles, Naoki's first thought upon seeing it was, this thing must be worth a lot, right? But then, he noticed the buff effect. Although it doesn't have any beneficial effects, it can significantly enhance the effect of cooking.
What was this?
Some kind of advanced ingredient? Naoki could vaguely understand its value based on his experience with similar ingredients in games from his previous life. In those games, adding such ingredients to dishes not only increased the level of effects from LV1 to LV3 but also had the potential to turn temporary buffs into permanent ones. This made black truffles incredibly valuable.
This was a good find.
Naoki carefully unearthed the entire black truffle. Seeing his actions, the Cyclizer laid down beside him, holding its breath. Only after the palm-sized truffle was safely tucked into Naoki's backpack did it look up and ask curiously, "Grew. This is great stuff that can improve our quality of life." Naoki explained to the Cyclizer with a smile. He weighed it in his hand and estimated the black truffle to be about 1 kilogram. As a layman, he didn't know the exact price of black truffles, but judging by its size and quality, he could tell it wouldn't be cheap. Glancing at the sky, Naoki saw that it was getting late, so he hopped onto the Cyclizer and let it carry him back to the ranch. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Naoki had just returned to the ranch and was about to pour himself a glass of water when he heard a whistle from outside. Ding ding ding. He walked out the door and saw a van with a Wave logo pulling up. The driver, a burly man with muscular arms and a buzz cut, leaned out the window and said enthusiastically, "You must be Naoki, the new owner of this ranch? Mayor Clavel told me about you. I'm Zach, and I'm responsible for purchasing goods from nearby ranches. Pleased to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Zach," Naoki greeted politely. Zach turned off the engine and jumped out of the van. He looked around and noticed the freshly tilled farmland. Grinning, he said, "Looks like you've got the hang of ranch life. Got anything to sell?" Zach was just making casual conversation. He knew a novice rancher wouldn't have mature crops, wool, or milk to sell yet. After all, developing a ranch took time. But the next second, he saw the new ranch owner pull out a large black object. Zach, with his extensive knowledge, instantly recognized it. His eyes widened in surprise.
A black truffle?
Wow! This size is incredibly rare. Where did you find it? "The back mountains," Naoki replied.
Can I sell it?
Zach nodded eagerly.
Of course.
This thing fetches a high price. Normal quality black truffles go for about 5,000 poke dollars per kilogram. The quality and size of the one you have are top-notch. This kind of black truffle is hard to come by in the market, and the price is around 15,000 poke dollars per kilogram. Its unique taste was sought after by many, especially the upper class among the wealthy and aristocratic families. They weren't short on money. 15,000 poke dollars per kilogram? Naoki did the math. In other words, the black truffle in his hand was worth a total of 30,000 poke dollars. Naoki was tempted by the price.
Should he sell it?
This level of rare ingredient could greatly enhance the effects of Pokémon food when cooked.
Could he?
If he sold it, he would have enough money to buy seeds, repair the ranch, and stock up on food.
For a moment, Naoki hesitated.
But then, he made a decision. He had to think long-term. Even though the black truffle could improve his cooking, exchanging it for cash would accelerate the ranch's development and ultimately generate more income. Once the ranch was thriving, he could use the money to buy other high-quality ingredients with similar effects. With that in mind, Naoki no longer hesitated and decided to sell it. Zach retrieved a scale from his van, weighed the truffle, and pointed to the reading. 2 kilogram and 200 grams. He pulled out a calculator and a small notebook, did some quick calculations, and then announced, "The total comes to 33,000 poke dollars."
Okay, Naoki nodded.
"Then I'll take this black truffle off your hands," Zach said as he pulled out a stack of bills from his wallet and handed it over. Naoki took the money, counted it carefully, and let out a sigh of relief. The first money he had earned as a rancher was now in his hands. He could finally stop eating bland instant ramen. Zach still had to visit other ranches to collect goods. Before leaving, he looked around the ranch and suggested, "Aside from growing crops and raising Pokémon, there are many other ways to make money. Haven't you been to Cascarafa yet? If you go there, remember to buy a fishing rod from the general store. While your crops are growing, you can earn some money by fishing."
But don't worry too much.
It's tough at the beginning, but it gets much easier in the summer. Then, besides growing regular crops, you can also cultivate lepa berries to make juice. Berry juice with that farm-fresh flavor is very popular in big cities.
Lepa berries?
Naoki raised an eyebrow at the familiar name. However, he wasn't thinking about brewing juice. Instead, he wondered if the berry juice he made might have some strange effects, like his cooking. Naoki nodded, keeping his thoughts to himself, and said to Zach, "I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much." Zach smiled cheerfully.
Good luck.
After seeing Zach off, Naoki returned to the cabin and eyed the small piece of black truffle left on the table, a fragment that had broken off while he was digging it up. Black truffles are so valuable. I wonder if training a diglet could help uncover more hidden underground. Naoki mused. He decided to keep this small piece, saving it to enhance a future dish when the time was right. As for now, looking at the thick stack of poke dollars in his hand, Naoki's spirits soared. It was time to go shopping in town and buy some new ingredients for cooking. Naoki hopped onto Cyclizer, pointed in the direction of town, and the Cyclizer took off. As they rode, Naoki gazed at the sunset-painted sky and hummed a tune, "Riding on my beloved little motorcycle." Inside the lit cabin, Naoki and Cyclizer stared at the Pokémon they had dragged in from the field. With a single glance, Naoki recognized the Pokémon. The guardian deity of paradise, the winged king, the ancient god. These were the names associated with this Pokémon. Originally nameless, it was dubbed Koraidon by the doctor who discovered it after it was summoned to this era. That's right, Koraidon. One of the legendary Pokémon from the game Pokémon Scarlet. According to legend, It could split the earth with its fists. There was no information about its ecology in the world yet, but some people believed it to be the ancient ancestor of Pokémon like Cyclizer. Although similar in appearance to Cyclizer, Koraidon was known for its tenacious and violent nature. Naoki looked at Koraidon, then at Cyclizer, and noticed the similarities in their appearance and skeletal structure.
So, the question was, how did Koraidon end up here? Naoki fell into deep thought.
He was recalling information about Koraidon from the game. Summoned by Professor Sada through a time machine, it fled Area Zero after losing a territorial battle with another Koraidon. It eventually collapsed from exhaustion on a beach in southern Paldea and was found by the game's protagonist.
So, what's the situation now?
Naoki was confused. He looked at the innocent-looking Cyclizer across from him, then down at Koraidon. Suddenly, Koraidon's closed eyes snapped open, its golden pupils filled with a ferocious aura, locking onto the human in front of it.
Naoki was shocked.
But then, the violent aura vanished, though Koraidon continued to stare at him. Naoki tilted his head in confusion.
Grew.
Cyclizer tilted its head as well. Hearing the third party's call, Koraidon's expression changed slightly. Upon seeing Cyclizer clearly, disbelief flashed in Koraidon's eyes, then a flicker of understanding. Memories flooded back. A long time ago, when it was still a Cyclizer, it had also encountered a Koraidon one night. Today was just like that day. However, back then, it was in the same position as the Cyclizer opposite it. It looked at the Cyclizer, slightly frightened by its aura, and suddenly realized what had happened to the Koraidon it met when it was a Cyclizer. That was itself. It had fallen through a time warp, spending 10,000 years in a distant epoch. Finally recalled, it had arrived in an even earlier time period. The Cyclizer's eyes were fixed on Koraidon, a tense energy crackling between them. Naoki, sensing the potential danger, quickly stepped in front of Cyclizer, shielding it from Koraidon's gaze. "Hey there," he said, forcing a friendly tone, "are you all right? I saw you fall from the sky, so I brought you back to my place." It was best to tread carefully with this strange, seemingly aggressive Pokémon. Koraidon's gaze shifted to Naoki, its eyes narrowing. A complex mix of emotions flickered across its face: disappointment, resentment, a tinge of jealousy. This Cyclizer was its past self, a reminder of a time before its evolution, before its journey through time and space. Naoki silently observed Koraidon, his own heart pounding with a mixture of fear and curiosity. He mirrored Koraidon's stillness, hoping to avoid provoking it. Suddenly, a loud growl erupted from Koraidon's stomach, shattering the tense silence. Naoki blinked, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He and Cyclizer had already eaten, but it seemed their unexpected guest was famished.
"Are you hungry?"
Naoki ventured, "I have some food here. Would you like some?" Koraidon's demeanor changed instantly, its aggressive posture softening. It nodded eagerly, its earlier ferocity replaced by a childlike eagerness for sustenance. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the Pokémon's sudden change of heart. He stood up, beckoning Cyclizer to follow him to the cupboard. There, he retrieved a fresh piece of pork belly he had purchased earlier that day. Pork belly, with its perfect balance of lean and fatty meat, was ideal for hardy Pokémon like Koraidon. He carefully washed and trimmed the meat, then sliced it into bite-sized pieces, placing them in a bowl. Next, Naoki gathered the seasonings he had purchased: dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, sugar, black pepper and cornstarch for thickening. He combined these in a bowl, mixing them thoroughly with the pork belly until the meat was evenly coated. Once the flavors had melded, he transferred the pork to a skillet and began to cook it slowly over medium-low heat. Soon golden fat began to sizzle, filling the room with an irresistible aroma. The marinated pork slowly turned a rich golden brown, its succulent juices bubbling enticingly. Naoki glanced back at Koraidon, who had shifted to a quadrupedal stance, its eyes glued to the pan, drool dripping from its chin. Even Cyclizer, despite having already eaten, couldn't help but salivate at the tantalizing smell. Naoki smiled to himself. He estimated the cooking time, and when the pork was done, he divided it into 2 plates. As he looked down, information about the dish materialized in his mind. Pan-seared pork belly: the ingredients, heat, seasoning, and unique cooking techniques create this popular dish. The juicy, flavorful pork belly provides unparalleled vitality to Pokémon. Cooking effects: major physical recovery, major strength increase, minor experience, and insight gain for Pokémon. Duration: 60 minutes. Comment: fresh ingredients and excellent cooking skills combine to create this delicious pan-seared pork belly, perfect for Pokémon who crave power. Ha! Naoki was surprised by the high quality of the dish. But he noticed the short duration of its effects. He recalled the black truffle he had found earlier. Could adding this rare ingredient make the effects permanent? He would have to experiment later. He brought the plates to Cyclizer and Koraidon, watching as they devoured the pork with gusto.
Then, an idea struck him.
He retrieved 2 glasses, 2 berries, and 2 bottles of moo milk. A refreshing juice would be the perfect complement to the rich meal, and he was curious to see if squeezing juice directly from the fruit would trigger his cooking ability. The berries resembled ordinary fruits, but there weren't enough to make a full serving of juice. Naoki decided to add some milk to the mix. After washing his hands, he squeezed the juice from the berries into the glasses, then added the moo milk and stirred. The milk, purchased from the Kosagi market, was a 500 milliliters bottle and had cost him 120 poke dollars. As the juice and milk blended, Naoki watched as information about the concoction appeared in his mind. Thanks to yesterday's practice, Naoki and Cyclizer had developed a good working rhythm. Cyclizer used its powerful tail to smash rocks and clear debris, while Naoki followed behind, tilling the soil with his hoe. They encountered a few large trees that were too tough for Naoki to handle alone. He handed the axe to Cyclizer, who expertly felled them with swift, precise strikes. Koraidon observed this from a distance. Suddenly, it let out a series of excited cries and then charged towards a large tree. It wrapped its arms around the trunk, muscles bulging, and with a mighty heave, uprooted the entire tree, tossing it aside as if it were a mere twig. Naoki and Cyclizer watched in stunned silence. Koraidon, seemingly energized by its feat, continued to help, clearing the land with surprising efficiency. Naoki's eyes widened. What incredible strength! Is it trying to repay the favor? Koraidon's assistance significantly reduced their workload. With the dragon-fighting type Pokémon's help, they cleared a large portion of the farmland in just one morning. Naoki wiped the sweat from his brow as he watered the newly cleared land, making it softer and more suitable for planting. A water-type Pokémon would be handy right now, he thought. After watering, the soil needed time to settle before planting could begin. Naoki wasn't in a rush to clear the entire field at once. There weren't enough seeds, and they were short on manpower. The progress they had made was more than enough to keep them busy for the foreseeable future. At noon, Naoki prepared chilled cucumber slices. The effect of this dish was to combat heat, providing a cooling sensation after consumption. Koraidon and Cyclizer, however, still enjoyed their sandwiches. It wasn't that Naoki didn't want to experiment with new recipes, but the morning's work had left him exhausted. He decided to take a break in the afternoon and try his luck at fishing by the river. Worried that Cyclizer might get bored while he was fishing, Naoki eyed the glutinous rice flour and red bean paste in the cupboard, a thought forming in his mind. Perhaps he could make a snack to enjoy while fishing? With the idea firmly planted, Naoki set to work. He mixed the glutinous rice flour with water, kneading it into a dough. He rolled it into long strips, flattened them, and filled them with a mixture of red bean paste and sugar. He then carefully rolled the strips into balls, creating snow-white dumplings. Cyclizer, intrigued by the unfamiliar creation, approached to observe. "Gra?" it inquired, tilting its head. Naoki smiled. "These are called glutinous rice dumplings. I wonder if you've ever tried them." Cyclizer shook its head. "Gra? Well, you can try them this afternoon," Naoki offered. "Though I'm not sure if you'll like the taste." Cyclizer nodded enthusiastically. "Gra?" Naoki chuckled. "You silly thing, you haven't even tasted them yet. Aren't you worried they might taste like instant ramen?" "Gra?" Cyclizer touched its head with its claws, embarrassed. Koraidon, on the other hand, found the exchange utterly baffling. Had it truly been that simple-minded before? Did Koraidon perceive it in the same way now? Naoki, observing the interaction, turned to Koraidon. "Koraidon," he began, and the legendary Pokémon immediately trotted over to stand beside him. "Graha?" Cyclizer questioned, tilting its head in confusion. Naoki paused, considering his words, then asked, "Did you come here from the Paldea crater?" He wanted to confirm if this Koraidon shared the same backstory as the one from the games, fleeing Area Zero due to a territorial dispute with another Koraidon. Koraidon nodded, its eyes filled with a mix of sadness and determination. Naoki's suspicions were confirmed. As expected, he thought to himself. He then inquired, "Were you fighting with another Koraidon before arriving here?" Koraidon looked at him in surprise. "Greo Arushi." It couldn't believe Naoki knew about the battle. Naoki smiled inwardly. Of course he knew. But he didn't want to dwell on the painful past, so he asked instead, "What are your plans for the future?" Koraidon's answer was a determined "Ga-ah." Although Naoki didn't understand the exact words, the meaning was clear. Koraidon wanted to stay here. This was exactly what Naoki had hoped for. Koraidon's strength would be an invaluable asset to the ranch. Naoki tried to maintain his composure as he replied, "You can stay, but you have to help me manage the ranch." Before he could finish, Koraidon eagerly nodded in agreement. At that moment, the last dumpling was wrapped, and Naoki placed them in the steamer to cook. He then grabbed a stool, a fishing rod and some bait, heading towards the river that bordered the ranch. Before casting his line, he turned to Koraidon and Cyclizer, "I'm going fishing. You two go have some fun." In the springtime, the ranch was dotted with dandelions and small yellow wildflowers. Cyclizer, taking Naoki's advice, wandered off to play. Its attention was caught by a butterfly, and it excitedly chased after it through the tall grass. After a while, Cyclizer came to a stop in front of a fluffy white dandelion. It lowered its head, curiously examining the delicate seed head. Suddenly, a tickle in its nose caused Cyclizer to sneeze, sending the dandelion seeds scattering into the blue sky. Cyclizer raised its head, an innocent curiosity in its eyes. Naoki turned to Koraidon, who was standing beside him, observing the scene with interest. "Aren't you going to play?" Naoki asked. "Gia," Koraidon shook its head, its gaze fixed on the flowing river and the shadows of fish darting beneath the surface. It then looked at the fishing rod in Naoki's hand, a mischievous glint in its eyes. Suddenly, a light bulb seemed to go off in Koraidon's head. Before Naoki could react, Koraidon's aura surged, and it leaped high into the air, transforming into its sprinting build form as it crashed into the river with a mighty splash. Splash! Water erupted into the air, raining down in a torrential downpour. Naoki stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene in amazement. Koraidon emerged from the water, a triumphant grin on its face. "Garia!" it exclaimed, clearly proud of its accomplishment. Naoki watched as the churning water settled, revealing several fish floating belly up, their eyes wide and unblinking. They had been stunned by Koraidon's forceful entry. Naoki was speechless for a moment. He finally managed to say, "I appreciate your enthusiasm, Koraidon, but there was no need for such a dramatic display." Koraidon's head drooped, disappointment evident in its eyes. "GAA." Naoki quickly reassured it, No, I'm not blaming you. You did a great job." Koraidon's eyes lit up. "Gagashi." Naoki sighed, shaking his head with a smile. He instructed Koraidon to gather the stunned fish and place them in a bucket filled with river water. Koraidon eagerly complied, scooping up the fish with surprising dexterity. The fish weren't very large, but for Naoki, who was just starting out, this was a good haul. He picked out 3 Magikarp that had been caught in the chaos. Koraidon looked at the 3 red fish, puzzled. "Gale." "They're not for eating," Naoki explained. He had initially intended to release them back into the river, but then he remembered the lake on his ranch. He could raise Magikarp alongside the miltank he planned to acquire. It would be a long process to get the ranch up and running, so why not raise some fish in the meantime? Not just Magikarp, but the other river fish as well. Naoki carried the bucket to the lake and gently released the 3 Magikarp. He watched them for a few moments, unsure if they were merely stunned or if Koraidon's attack had been fatal. Fortunately, the Magikarp were unharmed. After a few minutes of floating listlessly, they slowly regained consciousness. They swam off into the depths of the lake, with a dazed look on their face. New facilities added to the ranch, fish pond +1. Naoki thought with a satisfied smile as he watched the Magikarp explore their new home. His fishing plans had been derailed by Koraidon's antics, but Naoki, checking the time, decided to head back to the house and see if the dumplings were ready. As he turned to leave, bucket of fish in hand, Cyclizer bounded towards him, clutching a small yellow wildflower in its claws. "For me?" Naoki asked, surprised and touched by the gesture. Cyclizer nodded, a wide, innocent grin on its face. Naoki accepted the flower, examining the delicate petals. Perhaps this is why so many people love Pokémon, he mused. Their simple, pure kindness. Most Pokémon would remain loyal for life if treated well, even protecting their trainers with their own lives. With a warm feeling in his chest, Naoki stroked Cyclizer's head and turned to call Koraidon back. But the legendary Pokémon was nowhere to be seen. Naoki spotted Koraidon darting through a patch of colorful wildflowers, scattering butterflies in its wake. A few minutes later, it returned, clutching a bouquet of bluebells, tulips, and hyacinths. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Koraidon had a competitive streak, even when it came to gift-giving. Although it was a legendary Pokémon, its actions were more akin to those of an eager child. Koraidon presented the bouquet to Naoki. "Gia." it declared proudly. Naoki sighed good-naturedly, accepting the flowers. As he reached for the bucket, Koraidon nuzzled its head against him, seeking affection. Naoki couldn't help but laugh, patting Koraidon's head. "You're such a child," he said, shaking his head with amusement. Satisfied, Koraidon bounced away, ready to continue its exploration. "Let's go," Naoki called, and the three of them headed back to the house. He left the bucket in a shady spot to prevent the fish from overheating, planning to sell them to Zack later that evening. After confirming that the dumplings weren't quite done, he sat at the desk and pulled out the ledger and pen he had purchased from the general store. Keeping meticulous records of expenses and income was essential for a successful rancher. It would help him stay organized as the ranch grew and prevent him from making costly mistakes. Naoki began to record the day's transactions. Spring, year 198, day 5. Income, black truffle plus 33,000. Expenses, seeds, fishing rod, seasonings, ingredients minus 4,190. Remaining funds, 28,810. Spring, year 198, day 6.
Income, fish plus.
Expenses, 0. The fish hadn't been sold yet, and Naoki didn't know their value. He left a blank space, intending to fill it in later that evening after the transaction. Naoki diligently noted the estimated costs for expanding the house and repairing the Pokémon and chicken houses. This would help him track progress and maintain motivation as he worked towards these goals. Satisfied with his bookkeeping, he stood up and checked the steamer. The glutinous rice dumplings were finally ready. Enveloped in steam, they looked like plump, white babies. As Naoki peered in, their information materialized in his mind. Glutinous rice dumplings, be a springtime delicacy made with glutinous rice and red bean paste, quite popular among young people. Cooking effect, limited to bug-type Pokémon. Level 2 silk enhancement, moderately increases the toughness and strength of silk. Adding ingredients with elemental properties may cause further changes in the Pokémon that consume it. Evaluation, soft and chewy, sweet and delicate, with a hint of red bean flavor.
A delicious snack. Limited to bug-type Pokémon?
Naoki's interest was piqued. The dumplings, though identical in appearance, varied in their level of enhancement. Some were level 1, others level 2, and the best of the bunch were level 3. But what truly intrigued Naoki wasn't the bug-type Pokémon limited aspect, but the mention of ingredients with elemental properties. He couldn't recall any such ingredients in the Pokémon world, but they certainly existed in the mobile game. Ice-type berries, electric-type lemons, and so on. Could he grow them in this world? Naoki's initial skepticism was quickly replaced by a memory of a specific dish from the game, grass cake. Feeding it to the player's in-game helpers would cause them to care for crops, and these crops would then undergo mutations. Ordinary mushrooms would become armor mushrooms, regular lemons would become electric lemons, and apples would become lum apples. If he could replicate the grass cake and feed it to Pokémon, could they also gain these magical abilities? Naoki thought it was possible. However, as a programmer, not a chef, he didn't know the recipe or the ingredients for the grass cake. How does one make a cake out of grass? It seemed like something only a cartoon character could concoct. But if successful, he could potentially create dumplings with electric properties by adding electric lemons, allowing a Caterpie to produce electrified silk. The possibilities were endless. Naoki's heart raced with excitement. It seems the next step is to try and recreate the grass cake recipe. But not yet. The ranch was in its infancy, and every penny counted. With that in mind, Naoki set the dumplings aside to cool. Cyclizer eyed them curiously, while Koraidon seemed less interested. "They're hot right now," Naoki warned Cyclizer. "Wait until they cool down to eat them." Cyclizer, obedient as ever, waited patiently. Naoki set aside the majority of the dumplings for his Pokémon companions. For himself, he chose a single dumpling with level 3 silk enhancement. He remembered seeing Caterpie in the nearby forest and was eager to test the dumpling's effects on a bug-type Pokémon and see how much it strengthened their silk. At 5 in the evening, Zack arrived at the ranch in his trusty truck, right on schedule. Naoki, with the help of Koraidon and Cyclizer, was just finishing planting the last fruit tree sapling. As he watered it, Zack's booming voice came from behind him. "You did all of this? Wasn't that a bit too fast? It's been less than a day." Zack exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he took in the transformed ranch. The once overgrown fields were now cleared and meticulously organized, the soil moist from recent watering. Naoki turned around, a smile playing on his lips. "This is all thanks to them," he said, gesturing towards Koraidon and Cyclizer. Zach's jaw dropped as he noticed the second Pokémon standing beside Naoki. It was a creature he had never seen before, tall, muscular, with powerful limbs and a thick tail. What in Arceus name is that?
Zach exclaimed.
As a seasoned truck driver who had traveled extensively across the region, Zach had encountered countless Pokémon. He was familiar with every species native to Paldea. He wasn't a Pokémon trainer, but he often enjoyed battling trainers he met on his routes, especially those who had graduated from the prestigious Naranjar Academy. But this Pokémon, it was completely foreign to him. Naoki wasn't surprised by Zach's reaction. After all, besides Professor Olim, no one else had ever encountered Koraidon. After a moment's consideration, Naoki decided not to reveal Koraidon's true identity. "I'm not sure where it came from," he said honestly. "It showed up at the ranch last night with some injuries. Cyclizer and I helped it, and it seems to have decided to stay and help out in return." "I see," Zach murmured, nodding. He observed Koraidon's demeanor and added, "It seems quite fond of you. You must be destined to meet." Satisfied with the explanation, Zach turned his attention to the shipping container. "Did you find any black truffles today?" he asked, hoping to continue their profitable partnership. "No truffles today," Naoki replied, "but I did catch some fish." He stepped under the eaves, retrieved the bucket brimming with fish, and presented it to Zach. Zach squatted down, peering into the bucket. His eyes widened in surprise. "Whoa! So many." For a beginner rancher, this guy's fishing skills were impressive. "Let's see." Zach released his Pokémon, a trusty Conkeldurr, and instructed it to bring over a glass fish tank from the truck. "Bass carp, Whiscash, Finneon. Wow! There are even 2 rainbow trout. Those are rare and hard to catch. You're quite the angler, aren't you?" Zach exclaimed, his admiration evident. He stood up and gave Naoki a thumbs up. "Fantastic haul." Naoki responded with a modest smile, slightly embarrassed by the praise. Zach pulled out his ledger and began to tally up the catch. A bass is 300 Pokedollars, a carp is 120. A rainbow trout is 1,200. The total comes to 3,680 Pokedollars. After finishing his calculations, Zach put away his ledger, took out his wallet, and handed Naoki the payment. "Excellent work. I hope we can continue this successful partnership." As Naoki accepted the money, he thought to himself, "It seems that fishing is a reliable source of income in the early stages, no matter what world you're in." Zach turned to leave, his next stop being other ranches and farms to collect their goods for delivery to the market and surrounding towns. But then he paused, as if remembering something important. He turned back to Naoki and asked, "By the way, have you thought of a name for this ranch?" "Name?" Naoki was caught off guard. Zach grinned. "A good name can become the ranch's signature, you know. It'll help more people hear about it." The town also holds a harvest festival each year where all the nearby ranches compete to see who grows the best crops. The winner receives a mysterious grand prize from the town. Naoki understood. He hadn't yet settled on a name for the ranch, but he was always decisive. After a few seconds of contemplation, he declared, "Let's call it Naoki Ranch." It was simple, straightforward, and memorable. "Named after yourself? I like it. Naoki Ranch it is." Zach beamed. "I look forward to the day this name is known throughout all of Paldea." Naoki chuckled, a warm feeling spreading through him. After Zach left, Naoki turned back to survey the newly organized farmland. Upon returning from the back mountain, he had noticed the soil had settled, so he and his Pokémon companions quickly planted all the crop seeds he had purchased. There were various types of seeds, and Naoki, being a stickler for order, had divided the field into neat sections based on the crop type: potatoes, turnips, radishes, spring wheat, strawberries, cabbage, cucumbers, and tomatoes. Additionally, he had bought several fruit tree saplings: oranberries, pechaberries, sherryberries, and lepaberries. These were planted in a separate area, designated as a dedicated orchard. Common berries in this world fetched low prices. For instance, oranberries only sold for 20 Pokedollars each. Naoki didn't intend to make money from them. Instead, he planned to use them to create snacks like berry cakes, berry yogurt, and berry pies for Cyclizer and Koraidon. After hours of labor, Naoki was exhausted, but a sense of accomplishment filled him as he looked over the neatly arranged fields. "We planted quite a lot for our first time," he remarked, worried he might mix up the different crops. After a moment's thought, he decided to make some wooden signs to label each section, ensuring he could easily identify them. He remembered seeing a saw in the back shed, but it was getting late. He would make the signs tomorrow. Naoki stretched his sore muscles and kicked off his mud-caked boots, rinsing his face at the outdoor faucet. As he turned, he noticed Koraidon and Cyclizer, both covered in dirt from head to tail. He sighed good-naturedly. "Stay still, I'll hose you down." The two Pokémon obediently stood in place as Naoki sprayed them with a hose, washing away the grime. Once clean, they both shook themselves simultaneously, sending a shower of water droplets over Naoki.
He couldn't help but chuckle.
They reminded him of playful dogs, shaking off after a bath. With this amusing thought, he returned to the house, grabbed a towel, and dried off Koraidon and Cyclizer before ushering them inside. Naoki meticulously swept and mopped the wooden floors until they gleamed, ensuring no trace of dirt remained. From now on, he would be sure to change his shoes before entering the house. By this time, it was already evening. Koraidon and Cyclizer sprawled lazily on the floor, Cyclizer yawning sleepily. Koraidon glanced at its past self with a hint of amusement. The house was bathed in warm light as Naoki, clad in comfy slippers, stood at the stove preparing dinner. He wanted to try a new recipe, but the day's labor had left him drained. He decided to keep it simple, quickly frying up a steak and assembling sandwiches with toast, lettuce, and ham.
"Dinner time," he announced, setting the plates in front of the two Pokémon.
He then grabbed his own sandwich and settled at the desk, pen in hand, to complete the rest of his accounting for the day. The following morning, Naoki awoke to the sound of rain drumming against the roof. Peering out the window, he saw a gray world shrouded in a steady downpour. "Well, at least I won't have to water the crops today," Naoki thought, a small smile playing on his lips. The spring rain was a welcome sight, nourishing the newly planted seeds. With the weather being what it was, Naoki decided to stay indoors, opting to rearrange the furniture and give the old house a fresh look. He moved the desk closer to the window, allowing for a wider view while reading, and positioned the bed against the corner for a sense of security. As for the cupboard, Naoki circled it, contemplating its placement. He finally decided to move it to the opposite side of the room, creating a division between the living area and the kitchen. As he and Koraidon shifted the cupboard, Naoki was surprised to discover a dusty fireplace hidden behind it. It was dark and sooty but appeared to be in working order. With time to spare, Naoki set about cleaning out the old ashes and debris. It wasn't long before the fireplace was spotless. What a nice surprise, Naoki thought, pleased with his discovery. With a functioning fireplace, he wouldn't have to worry about freezing during the winter months. For a former office worker accustomed to modern conveniences, this was a novel and exciting find. The fireplace reminded him of the fairy tales he had read as a child, heartwarming stories of mother bears knitting by the fire while their cubs played with balls of yarn. It was a cozy image, one that he now found himself longing for. Of course, a few more Pokémon would make the picture complete. A cute EV, a warm-hearted Vulpix, a playful Pikachu, or a cuddly Skitty would be lovely additions to the ranch. This is real life. Naoki sighed, reflecting on his previous life. If he hadn't transmigrated, he would likely be rushing through the rain to catch the subway for work. But the past was the past, and there was no use dwelling on it. The present was what mattered. Naoki shook his head, clearing away the lingering thoughts. The air in the house felt stuffy, so he opened the door, letting in a cool breeze. He settled at the desk and began flipping through the ranch encyclopedia, searching for information on spring crops, their fertilization needs, growth cycles, and expected yields. Cyclizer and Koraidon didn't disturb him as he read, instead choosing to lounge by the door, listening to the rhythmic pattern of rain. Suddenly, Koraidon perked up, its head tilting to the side. "GAA." Naoki looked up, following Koraidon's gaze.
"What's wrong?" he asked.
"GAA," Koraidon responded, pointing its head towards the open door. Naoki stood up and walked towards the door, curious about what had caught Koraidon's attention. There, huddled under the eaves, was a familiar green Caterpie, its body soaked by the rain.
"Caterpie?"
Naoki questioned, a sense of surprise washing over him. As if hearing his voice, the Caterpie weakly opened its eyes and looked towards him.
Naoki's heart leaped.
Could this be the same Caterpie he had given the glutinous rice dumplings yesterday?
But why had it followed him?
Intrigued and concerned, Naoki gently picked up the Caterpie, bringing it inside. He carefully dried its tiny body with a soft cloth, then wrapped it in an old blanket.
The
Caterpie's eyes expressed gratitude as it nestled into the warmth. It followed me here yesterday, Naoki thought, observing the shivering Caterpie. It must have been a tough journey, with its slow speed and potential predators. But after eating the magical fruit, it could finally fight back. Naoki was impressed. While the Caterpie might not have been strong enough to defeat its attackers, its toughened silk had allowed it to restrain them. The Caterpie, witnessing its own newfound strength, felt immense gratitude towards the human who had helped it. It craved further growth, yearning to prove its worth to the world. That desire had driven it to seek out Naoki. However, afraid of being a burden, it had remained outside, braving the rain. Naoki fetched a plate of warm oranberry juice, known for its revitalizing properties, and placed it before the Caterpie. As it drank, Naoki wondered if the Caterpie, like Ash's Heracross in the anime, had been won over by his kindness and sought to become his Pokémon. After a moment's contemplation, Naoki asked tentatively, "Do you want me to be your trainer?" The Caterpie paused mid-sip, the warmth of the juice spreading through its body. It nodded vigorously. "Cater." Naoki spread his hands. "But I'm not a trainer. As you can see, I'm just a simple rancher. I don't know the first thing about training Pokémon." His knowledge of Pokémon training was purely theoretical, gleaned from watching the anime. He had no practical experience. The Caterpie's eyes drooped with sadness. "Cater." Naoki scratched his head, marveling at the creature's intelligence. It had journeyed here alone, seeking his guidance in its quest for strength. He couldn't simply ignore its plea. Naoki knew that while Caterpie were weak, their evolved form Butterfree was a valuable asset. They could help pollinate the ranch's crops, promoting growth and abundance. After some deliberation, Naoki spoke, "I'm not a trainer, so I can't train you in the traditional sense. But I can help you become stronger in other ways. Even so, do you still want to stay with me?" He knew that with his cooking abilities, he might one day create a dish that could enhance a Butterfree's or Caterpie's abilities. But the possibility wasn't guaranteed, hence the cautious wording. If the Caterpie agreed, he would let it stay and help out on the ranch. The Caterpie understood. It looked down at the blanket wrapped around it, then at the warm juice. This human had shown it nothing but kindness, rescuing it from the wild, and providing it with nourishment and shelter. At that moment, the Caterpie's decision was no longer solely about becoming stronger. It simply liked Naoki. With newfound resolve, the Caterpie nodded. The spring rain finally ceased in the evening, leaving the air heavy with moisture. Naoki glanced at the old clock on the wall. It was still 20 minutes before 5 o'clock. He decided to take Koraidon out for another fishing expedition, hoping to catch more fish for Zack and earn some extra income. Transparent droplets clung to the blades of grass, glistening in the fading light as they slowly trickled down into the damp earth. Naoki slipped on his rain boots, leaving Caterpie and Cyclizer at home. He didn't want to deal with the hassle of cleaning muddy Pokémon upon their return, so he opted to bring only Koraidon. Cyclizer watched longingly from the porch as Naoki and Koraidon set off towards the river. Koraidon, on the other hand, was overjoyed at being Naoki's sole companion for this outing, even though Cyclizer was technically its past self. Unaware of Koraidon's internal monologue, Naoki arrived at the riverbank and turned to the legendary Pokémon with a grin. "Koraidon, I'm counting on you." Rainy days often meant good fishing. The lower air pressure and reduced oxygen in the water drove fish to the surface, making them easier to catch. Koraidon understood immediately. "Gaa hi!" it exclaimed, confidently patting its chest. "Leave it to me." With a determined expression, Koraidon's aura intensified. It leaped into the air, its powerful scarlet body transforming into its sprinting build form. Its head frills, resembling dragon whiskers, unfurled into wing-like appendages as it crashed into the river with a mighty roar. Boom! The impact sent a massive wave rippling through the water, creating a crater in the surface. The displaced water shot upwards, raining down in a deafening torrent. Naoki stood stunned, jaw agape, as the spectacle unfolded before his eyes. Naoki, underscore? That move, was that Koraidon's signature move, Collision Course? Naoki wondered, observing the Pokémon closely. When Koraidon returned to shore in its battle form, Naoki's suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed Collision Course. In the game, Collision Course was a super powerful move exclusive to Koraidon, boasting a base power of 100 and perfect accuracy. Its power could be further amplified when hitting an opponent's weak point. Using Collision Course to catch fish seemed a bit excessive. Naoki looked out at the river, littered with stunned fish of various sizes. They had certainly borne the brunt of Koraidon's enthusiasm. Thankfully, Koraidon seemed to have restrained its power. While the display was dramatic, the fish weren't actually harmed, merely rendered unconscious by the shockwave. Gaa gaga. Koraidon chirped, clearly pleased with itself for completing Naoki's task. It gazed at the remaining fish, eagerness shining in its eyes. "Gao?" it asked, tilting its head. Although Naoki didn't understand the exact words, he grasped the meaning and quickly intervened. "That's enough.
he said firmly. A responsible rancher had to think long-term and avoid overexploiting resources. They needed to give the fish time to replenish their numbers. Naoki and Koraidon released the Magikarp and other common Pokémon they had caught, keeping only the ordinary river fish. After 10 minutes of diligent work, they had filled the bucket to the brim. Naoki was overjoyed with their bountiful catch. Carrying the bucket of fish back to the house, Naoki noticed Cyclizer still waiting expectantly under the eaves. As it caught sight of him, its eyes lit up and it rushed over, its eager demeanor reminding Naoki of a dog excitedly greeting its owner. All right, Naoki chuckled, stroking Cyclizer's head. I'll make you some grilled fish tonight. He then selected a few plump, meaty rainbow trouts from the bucket. Just as he finished, he heard the familiar sound of a truck engine starting. Looking up, he saw Zack jumping out of his vehicle, clad in rain boots. Terrible weather today, Zack complained. Rained all day. I went to several ranches and found nothing to sell. Just a few baskets of eggs and some milk. In such weather, most ranchers preferred to stay indoors, enjoying the comforts of home. Do you have anything for me? Zack asked hopefully. Naoki held up the bucket of fish. Rainy days are good for fishing, he explained with a smile. Zack's eyes widened. So many. Naoki and Koraidon exchanged a knowing glance. This is incredible. Zack exclaimed, quickly sorting and weighing the fish. The total comes to 5,210 Pokédollars. You've been busy. Here you go. He handed Naoki the payment. Thanks for your hard work. Naoki replied, pocketing the money. A light drizzle began to fall once more. Zack looked up at the sky, grabbed his bucket, and said, I better get going. It's going to pour again. All right, be safe, Naoki replied. Zack's truck disappeared into the distance, carrying its load of fresh seafood towards the market. Naoki took a deep breath, then helped Koraidon wash the mud from its body. Once clean, Koraidon instinctively shook off the water droplets, then transformed into its sprinting build form, playfully pouncing on Naoki and licking his face with affection. Caught off guard, Naoki stumbled back, sputtering, what was that for? Gaa, Koraidon chirped happily. Naoki chuckled and draped a towel over Koraidon, drying its fur. He then went back inside and added today's earnings to his ledger. Spring, year 198, day 7. Income, fish plus 5,210. Expenses, 0. Remaining funds, 37,700. I'm only about 10,000 Pokédollars short of repairing the Pokémon house, Naoki mused. Once that's done, I can start raising Wooloo and Miltank. But I don't know how much they cost, so this might not be enough. Perhaps I should consider building a chicken coop first? Unlike a Pokémon house, a chicken coop only costs 20,000 Pokédollars. And compared to Miltank and Wooloo, ordinary chickens were much more affordable. Hens were prolific egg layers, with a healthy hen producing an egg a day. He could sell the eggs, use them to hatch chicks or keep them for cooking. It would be a self-sustaining system, eliminating the need to buy eggs from the market. While chicken eggs couldn't compare to the rare delicacy of Chansey eggs, raising Chansey was simply beyond his means at the moment. Raising chickens seemed like a more practical and profitable venture. With his decision made, Naoki resolved to visit the carpenter's shop when the weather cleared and commission Kelly to build a chicken coop. He would officially enter the poultry business. The rain had made the house feel damp and chilly. Naoki looked at his 3 Pokémon companions. Are you hungry? He asked. Gaa, Koraidon shook its head. Gah. Cyclizer followed suit. Caterpie chimed in, also shaking its head. They had been relatively inactive all day, and their lunch hadn't fully digested yet. All right, I'll cook later then, Naoki said. Before it got dark, he headed to the shed out back and got to work. With Koraidon and Cyclizer's help, he chopped some of the collected wood into firewood for the fireplace, to provide warmth and combat the dampness. Next, he found some nails and wood, fashioned a makeshift workbench, and used a saw to cut the wood into planks and stakes. He then combined the pieces to create simple signs. Naoki checked the size of the signs and handed them to Cyclizer, intending to take them back to the house and paint crop names on them to label the different sections of the field. Finally, he crafted 2 more stakes and returned to the bedroom. Caterpie, can you give me some silk? Naoki asked. The Caterpie eagerly obliged, spitting out a strand of silk. Naoki wrapped it around the 2 stakes, creating a makeshift clothesline. Perfect. Now I have a place to hang my clothes. Naoki clapped his hands in satisfaction. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 7 in the evening. All right, dinner time. he announced to the 3 Pokémon. Before starting to cook, Naoki added the firewood to the fireplace and lit it. The flames danced merrily, soon warming the room. Naoki removed his jacket, remaining in his shirt as he moved to the kitchen area to prepare dinner. Tonight's menu was grilled fish, specifically rainbow trout. This type of fish was known for its tender, flavorful meat, lack of fishy smell, and minimal bones, making it ideal for grilling over charcoal. Naoki prepared the fish, brushing it with a thin layer of oil and searing it in a pan until golden brown on both sides. He then added a specially prepared sauce to the slit belly and finished cooking it over the open fire. The tantalizing aroma of grilled fish soon filled the room. Koraidon and Cyclizer, who had been dozing lazily, perked up instantly, their noses twitching as they looked towards the source of the delicious smell. Naoki placed the grilled fish onto plates, the golden oil glistening on their surface. Beneath the brown skin, the tender red flesh peeked out, its aroma mingling with the sauce to create an irresistible scent that filled the air. He glanced at the dish's information. Grilled rainbow trout, this delicacy is simply grilled over charcoal, retaining the fish's natural freshness. It's a dish you won't be able to resist. Cooking effect, major life recovery, instantly restoring physical strength and energy to optimal levels. Comment, a simple yet nutritious dish, suitable for all ages. Life recovery? Naoki thought. It was equivalent to a full restore plus a bottle of PP Max. Not bad at all. He couldn't resist taking a bite. The crispy skin gave way to the tender melt-in-your-mouth flesh. The distinct flavor was utterly delicious, leaving him wanting more. As he reached for another bite, he felt 2 intense gazes upon him. Cyclizer and Koraidon were watching him expectantly, drool pooling on the floor. Naoki chuckled and placed the remaining fish in front of them. Easy now, he chided gently, you're making a mess. Cyclizer and Koraidon eagerly devoured their meal. Naoki then turned to Caterpie, who seemed uninterested in the grilled fish. Don't you want to eat? He asked. Caterpie shook its head. Naoki realized that fish wasn't part of a Caterpie's diet. They preferred fresh leaves and juicy fruits, consuming up to 100 leaves a day. Alright then, Naoki retrieved some berries from the cupboard, carefully cutting them into small pieces to create a fruit platter for Caterpie. The Caterpie's eyes lit up as it eagerly began to munch on the fruit. As it ate, Naoki checked the information about the platter. Fruit platter, this delicacy is made from a variety of fruits, combining different flavors that some Pokémon find quite appealing. Cooking effect, skill refinement. After eating, one of the Pokémon's moves will randomly change. Comment, a basic dish, easy to make, and a good choice for home or travel. Whoa! Is parallel to. Naoki nearly choked on his own saliva. It could change a Pokémon's move. This simple fruit platter actually triggered such a special effect. Skill refinement sounded fancy, but it was a double-edged sword, a gamble on luck. In the game, when fed to a character, it would randomly alter one of their moves. The change could be positive, like increasing the move's level and power, or negative, decreasing the level and power, or even causing the character to forget the move entirely. Occasionally, it would lead to skill specialization, granting the move unique effects. In rare cases, it could even unlock a completely new move. In his previous life, the game company he worked for had been heavily criticized for this dish's unpredictable effect. Players, hoping to strengthen their characters' moves, were often dismayed to find them weakened or even forgotten. There was even a case where a player, after feeding the dish repeatedly, ended up with a character that had lost all its moves. The enraged player nearly stormed into the game developer's office with a knife. Naoki, remembering this, looked anxiously at the Caterpie, who had already consumed the fruit platter. It was too late to stop it now. After the Caterpie finished eating, Naoki asked cautiously, Caterpie, do you feel any changes in your body? In your moves, perhaps? The Caterpie seemed confused at first, then began to focus on its sensations. Suddenly, its eyes widened in realization. Caterpie! It exclaimed. It took a deep breath, its mouth forming an O shape, and then it unleashed a net of white silk. But unlike ordinary silk, this web crackled with strands of yellow electricity. Naoki gasped in astonishment. The fruit platter had taught Caterpie the move Electroweb. Comment. Electroweb. The move used electrified webbing to ensnare opponents, dealing damage and lowering their speed. The Caterpie's luck was incredible. The Caterpie itself seemed just as surprised by its newfound ability. After the experiences of the past 2 days, it had come to understand that the food it consumed played a role in its growth and development. Food could make it stronger. Eagerly, the Caterpie looked at Naoki with hopeful eyes. Not yet,
Naoki chuckled. You can't overindulge. You need to practice and master the new move you've learned. Besides, the cooking effect of the fruit platter was unpredictable. There was no guarantee what would happen if it were consumed repeatedly. While luck had been on their side this time, the next attempt could easily backfire and cause the Caterpie to forget its moves entirely. Cater. The Caterpie understood the reasoning behind Naoki's decision. It resolved to diligently practice its newfound electroweb, aiming to become stronger with each passing day. But before that, it wanted to express its deep gratitude to Naoki. Caterpie. It affectionately rubbed its antennae against Naoki's arm. Naoki smiled warmly. Go get some rest, he said. The Caterpie nodded and retreated to a corner of the room. Naoki looked down at the empty plate, a thoughtful expression on his face. I'll have to be more careful with that dish in the future, he muttered to himself. Naoki took the warning to heart, wary of accidentally turning Cyclizer and Koraidon into mindless eating machines. After their meal of grilled fish, both Pokémon appeared thoroughly satisfied, squatting contentedly and licking their chops. Naoki chuckled at their silly expressions, warmth spreading through him. The temperature had dropped with the evening rain, leaving a chill in the air. But inside, the fireplace radiated a cozy warmth that filled the room. With full bellies and a comfortable environment, the three Pokémon soon began to yawn and doze off. Naoki, however, wasn't sleepy yet. He hadn't been very active during the day. He pulled a stool in front of the fireplace and started drawing the crops he had planted on the wooden signs, referring to the illustrations in the ranch encyclopedia. He worked diligently, his shadow dancing on the wall behind him, illuminated by the flickering firelight. Caterpie was already snoring softly. Cyclizer, lying beside the bed, raised its head and looked over. Seeing that Naoki hadn't joined them for sleep, it stood up and approached him. The firelight bathed Cyclizer in a warm glow as Naoki looked up. Gra Cyclizer yawned, then curled up beside Naoki, content to keep him company as he worked. Naoki's heart swelled with affection. He smiled and was about to continue his task when he heard the heavy footsteps of Koraidon approaching. He turned to see Koraidon lumbering over, then settling down on his other side, mirroring Cyclizer's position. Koraidon gave Cyclizer a disgruntled look. Darn it, it beat me to it. Koraidon thought, feeling a pang of jealousy. Cyclizer, oblivious to Koraidon's inner turmoil, had already succumbed to sleep, nestled comfortably beside their trainer. Koraidon felt a wave of frustration. Its attempt to outdo Cyclizer had backfired. It sighed, resigning itself to its spot on the floor, hoping to catch a few winks before Naoki finally joined them in slumber. Koraidon sighed, resting its head on its paws as it delved into the past. It recalled the time, shortly after arriving at Naoki's ranch when it had encountered another Koraidon. At the time, it hadn't understood, but now it realized that the other Koraidon was its past self. Later, as a Cyclizer, it had fallen into a time machine and, influenced by a mysterious force, transformed into Koraidon. But the question remained, would this Cyclizer also evolve into Koraidon, just like it had? The thought made Koraidon's head spin. It couldn't comprehend how or why this had happened, and it struggled to distinguish past from present. Was it Koraidon or Cyclizer? The confusion was overwhelming. It felt like a swirling vortex of stars was forming in its mind. Eventually, Koraidon gave up trying to make sense of it all. No matter what, as long as it could be with Naoki, everything would be alright. Hearing the sigh, Naoki turned to Koraidon. Why the sudden sigh? He asked, concerned. Was the legendary Pokémon worried about its past defeat in the territorial battle? Recalling the game's storyline, Naoki offered words of encouragement. Don't worry, Koraidon. When you recover your full strength, you'll definitely be able to defeat that other Koraidon. Even without the secret ingredient, Naoki was confident that his cooking could help Koraidon regain its former power. Koraidon tilted its head, confused. GAA. Naoki reassured it, don't worry, we'll find a way. Crack. Koraidon's spirits lifted, and in a burst of affection, it lunged forward, showering Naoki's face with a torrent of slobber. Naoki pushed it away, wiping his face with a groan. Don't lick people randomly, he scolded. Koraidon's expression immediately turned pitiful. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle. He couldn't stay mad at the adorable Pokémon for long. The following morning, the fire in the fireplace had died out, leaving a faint scent of ash in the air. The rain had stopped, and the sky was a clear, vibrant blue. Naoki stepped outside, inhaling the crisp, fresh air. He stretched his limbs, feeling revitalized and ready to start a new day. After changing into his work boots and grabbing the newly made signs, he headed to the fields. Dewdrops clung to the leaves, sparkling in the sunlight like tiny jewels. As Naoki worked, Caterpie emerged from the house and climbed a nearby tree, munching on fresh leaves while observing Naoki, Cyclizer, and Koraidon as they tended to the crops. Determined to become stronger, not only to prove its worth to those who underestimated it but also to repay Naoki's kindness, Caterpie vowed to evolve into the strongest Butterfree it could be. It would become an asset to the ranch, helping in any way it could. After a few bites of leaves, Caterpie began practicing its newly acquired electroweb, weaving intricate patterns of electrified silk in the air. Meanwhile, Naoki, accompanied by Koraidon and Cyclizer, ventured to the western side of the ranch. This area was still untamed, a chaotic mess of weeds and trees. Naoki's plan was to clear this section of land to make space for a chicken coop. He had already saved enough money for construction, all he needed were wood and stone. Within 2 days, he hoped to visit the carpenter's shop in Kosji and ask Kelly to help him build the coop, kickstarting his poultry business. At 5 o'clock sharp, Zack arrived for his usual pickup, but today Naoki had nothing to sell. It seemed that Koraidon's fishing expeditions had drastically reduced the fish population in the nearby river. Naoki had only managed to catch 3 ordinary basculin. Zack, unfazed, offered words of comfort. "It's normal," he reassured Naoki. "Fishing is all about luck. You've been pretty lucky so far. Some folks can sit by the river all day and not catch a single thing." Naoki chuckled inwardly. He knew all about air fishing from his previous life. After selling the 3 basculin for a meager 600 $, Naoki contemplated trying his luck at the ocean west of Kosagi. The river was practically depleted, and it would take time to recover. With the crops not yet ready for harvest, fishing was his only source of income. However, Naoki wasn't in a rush. The priority was to finish the chicken coop. After rinsing himself and his Pokémon companions under the faucet, Naoki returned to the cabin and began preparing dinner. With the sea base gone, all that remained were some smoked sausage and ham, common staples from the market. They were non-perishable and ideal for situations without refrigeration. Unfortunately, sandwiches made with smoked sausage and ham wouldn't trigger any special effects. But Koraidon and Cyclizer still ate their meals with gusto. Naoki was reminded of the old saying, "A dog doesn't care if its owner is poor." In this world, Pokémon were like loyal dogs, never judging their trainers based on wealth. But Pokémon were more than just pets. They lived alongside humans, forming deep bonds. With their emotions and intelligence, Naoki felt it was more fitting to consider them family. As for Caterpie, Naoki knew it had been diligently practicing its new move in the forest all day, taking breaks to munch on leaves whenever it got tired. It hadn't returned for dinner, likely still full from its leafy feast. Naoki checked on it and found it asleep on a large tree in the pasture. It seemed the Caterpie preferred the outdoors to the confines of the house. After dinner, exhausted from the day's work, Naoki decided to retire early. Meanwhile, in the back mountains, a 10-year-old boy with blonde hair crawled out of a ditch, covered in mud. His orange academy uniform was soiled and damp, clinging to his skin with rotting leaves. The boy, Carter, a freshman at the academy, had been on a school-sponsored outdoor excursion when he'd gotten lost 2 days ago. He had hoped to find a town or settlement, but the relentless rain had forced him to take shelter in a cave. After the rain stopped, he attempted to continue his journey, only to fall into the ditch. Not only were his clothes ruined, but he had also scraped his leg. His food supplies were depleted, and he leaned against a tree, hunger gnawing at his stomach. "I hope the delibird found a town nearby," Carter muttered, tears welling up in his eyes. "Ugh, I shouldn't have signed up for this stupid field trip." In the afternoon, Carter had released his only Pokémon, a delibird, instructing it to scout the area from the air and locate any signs of civilization. Suddenly, a familiar cry echoed through the trees. Carter looked up, his face brightening with hope. The delibird landed in front of him, proudly presenting a blue berry from the pouch it carried. "You found food for me?" Carter exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. He hugged the delibird tightly. "Thank you so much, delibird." "Bibi," the Pokémon squawked, struggling to breathe in Carter's tight embrace. Thankfully, Carter quickly released delibird, took a bite of the berry, and regained his determination. "All right. Let's keep going." Delibird led the way as Carter followed closely behind. After an hour's walk, a solitary wooden house emerged from the darkness under the moonlight. "Is that a cabin?" Carter was disappointed. He had hoped for a bustling town. But at least it was a sign of human habitation, a welcome sight compared to the wilderness. Delibird nodded, confirming it had detected signs of activity there earlier. "It's better than nothing," Carter reasoned, approaching the house and knocking on the door. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Soon, Footsteps approached from inside. The lights flickered on, and the door creaked open, revealing a tall, slender young man. Naoki looked at the mud-covered boy in front of him, surprise flashing across his face. "Can I help you?" "Hello, my name is Carter," the boy introduced himself quickly. "I'm a student at the Orange Academy. I got lost in the mountains. Could you tell me, is the nearest town far from here?" Naoki assessed the situation. "About 3 hours on foot," he replied. 3 hours. Carter's face fell. His energy was depleted, and he doubted he could make it that far. Naoki noticed the academy badge on Carter's chest and raised an eyebrow. "Come inside," he offered. "You're in no shape to travel. You can stay here for the night." Carter's eyes lit up with gratitude. "Thank you so much. We won't stay for free though. I'll pay for the room." "Don't worry about it," Naoki assured him. "It's just a small favor." He knew from the original owner's memories that hotel prices in this world weren't too expensive, the cheapest being around 200 Pokédollars per night. He stepped aside, gesturing for Carter to enter. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Carter thanked him profusely. "What a kind person." He stepped inside with Delibird, taking in the cozy interior. The cabin was small but well furnished, with a single bed, a desk, a cupboard serving as a partition, and a crackling fireplace. The wooden floor was spotless, and the entire space exuded an air of warmth and cleanliness. The owner must be very tidy, Carter thought to himself. Concerned about dirtying the floor, he removed his shoes before entering, padding across the room in his socks. His eyes were drawn to the 2 Pokémon resting by the bed, a Cyclizer and a crimson-colored Pokémon he had never seen before. Though unfamiliar, his trainer's intuition told him that this Pokémon was extraordinary. Carter's attention was drawn to Koraidon, who was now yawning lazily. Naoki noticed Carter's curious gaze and explained, "Are you traveling?" He assumed, based on Carter's attire, that he was a wandering trainer, much like those he had seen in the anime. Carter nodded. "Yes, I am. By the way, what should I call you?" "Just call me Naoki," he replied. "I recently took over this abandoned ranch." Naoki understood the Orange Academy's liberal arts curriculum, which encouraged students to explore the Paldea region and challenge gyms instead of attending traditional classes. "All right, Mr. Naoki, thank you for your hospitality," Carter said, noticing the single bed and pulling out a sleeping bag from his backpack. He unfurled it on the floor, glancing at Koraidon from time to time. Finally, curiosity got the better of him. "What kind of Pokémon is that?" Naoki recalled that Koraidon's name had been given by Professor Olim, the researcher who discovered it. The name might not yet be widely known. "I'm not sure," Naoki answered truthfully. "I encountered it recently, and it doesn't seem to be in the Pokédex yet." Carter's eyes widened with excitement. "A newly discovered Pokémon. Mr. Naoki, did you catch it?" Naoki looked at Koraidon. "Catch it?" he repeated, unsure if that was the right term. "Wow!" Carter exclaimed, his voice filled with envy. "You must be a very skilled trainer, Mr. Naoki." Naoki shook his head. "No, I'm just a rancher." Carter looked unconvinced. The aura emanating from Koraidon was incredibly powerful. How could someone capture such a Pokémon without being a strong trainer? It was common knowledge that catching a Pokémon required defeating it in battle, proving one's strength and earning its respect. Only then would a Pokémon willingly enter a Pokeball. Naoki, unsure how to respond, glanced at the clock. It was getting late, so he decided to retire for the night. Carter, exhausted from his ordeal, gratefully crawled into his sleeping bag and quickly fell asleep. The night passed peacefully, and Carter awoke early the next morning. He glanced at the bed. Naoki was still asleep. Quietly, Carter slipped out of bed, grabbed Delibird's Pokeball, and headed outside. The morning light revealed the ranch in full detail. Neat rows of crops, freshly tilled earth, and signs marking each plot stretched out before him. The distance made it difficult to read the signs, so Carter walked closer to the fields. "Turnips, potatoes." He read aloud, impressed by Naoki's meticulousness. It was clear that Naoki had put a lot of care into managing the once abandoned ranch. Inspired by the sight, Carter held up Delibird's Pokeball. "We can't slack off either, Delibird." With a flash of white light, Delibird materialized in the air. "Let's get some exercise before breakfast," Carter declared, brimming with energy. This was his training routine with Delibird. Every morning, they would run laps around the schoolyard before eating. "Bibi." The bird Pokémon chirped in agreement, then took off, circling the ranch with Carter jogging below. After a few laps, they stopped to rest under a tree at the edge of the pasture. "All right, let's practice your moves. Carter said. Have you mastered Icy Wind yet? BB. Delibird nodded confidently. Just then, Carter noticed a wild Caterpie perched on a branch above them. His eyes lit up. Delibird, let's battle this Caterpie. BB. The Caterpie, hearing the commotion below, looked down with a calm gaze. Wanting to battle? The Caterpie met Delibird's gaze without a hint of fear. Seeing Caterpie's readiness, Carter issued his command, Delibird, use Icy Wind. BB. A surge of icy energy gathered around Delibird as it flapped its wings, sending a blast of frigid wind towards the Caterpie on the branch. Even though ice isn't super effective against Caterpie, Delibird has been training hard. Its Icy Wind should be much stronger now. Defeating a Caterpie shouldn't be a problem, Carter thought confidently. Everyone knew Caterpie was notoriously weak, with little defense against other Pokémon besides spitting out fragile silk threads. He watched the Icy Wind attack with anticipation. However, the next moment, the Caterpie surprised him. It calmly faced the oncoming attack and swiftly spun a web of silk in front of itself. The amount of silk was astonishing, forming a seamless shield in mere seconds. The Icy Wind collided with the web, freezing it solid. But the frozen web, now shaped like an umbrella, shielded the Caterpie behind it. What? Carter exclaimed, taken aback. Before he could react, the icy web shattered, and a large net crackling with yellow electricity shot out from behind it. The Delibird, caught off guard, was hit by the electroweb. A surge of electricity coursed through its body, causing it to cry out in pain. Its eyes rolled back, and it fainted. Carter stood frozen in shock, disbelief etched on his face. If he wasn't mistaken, the move Caterpie had just used was electroweb. But how was that possible? Is this even the same Caterpie I knew? Carter wondered aloud. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. He turned to see Naoki walking towards them. Before Carter could speak, the wild Caterpie jumped down from the tree and scurried over to Naoki's side. Carter's eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Naoki, is this Caterpie yours? Yes, Naoki nodded, glancing at the unconscious Delibird. Did you battle it just now? The state of the Delibird suggested it had been defeated by Caterpie's electroweb. Electric attacks were super effective against flying types, and the surprise factor likely played a role as well. Carter blushed, embarrassment washing over him. I'm so sorry. I thought it was a wild Pokémon. Naoki was about to respond when a brilliant white light enveloped the Caterpie. Its body began to transform rapidly. The once soft body hardened, its numerous legs disappearing, replaced by a smooth crescent-shaped form. A green bump appeared on its back, and its black eyes half closed. As the light faded, the Caterpie was gone, replaced by a brand new metapod. Carter's jaw dropped. It evolved. Naoki smiled. I suppose you helped it achieve its evolution. No, I can't take credit for that, Carter stammered, still in shock. Naoki picked up Metapod and began walking back to the cabin. Let's head back inside. Your Delibird needs some attention. Carter followed, his mind racing with questions. Naoki looked down at Metapod and said, Congratulations on your evolution. Metapod, unable to speak or move much in this stage, simply blinked its eyes in acknowledgement. In the wild, Caterpies typically sought out a safe location before evolving, hanging themselves from a branch with their silk. This Caterpie, however, had instinctively sought Naoki's protection, trusting him to provide a safe haven for its transformation. Naoki, understanding this, asked before placing Metapod down, would you like to stay inside or outside? If you want to stay outside, just blink once. Metapod blinked slowly. Naoki nodded. Alright, I'll make a box for it later. Metapod blinked gratefully, unable to express its thanks in words. Naoki placed Metapod on a soft blanket and turned his attention to Carter's Delibird. The bird Pokémon was still unconscious, its body twitching slightly from the residual electrical energy. Just mix sherry and pecha berries together and feed it to Delibird, Naoki instructed, retrieving the berries from his basket and preparing a mixture for the eye. Naoki, however, simply smiled awkwardly. That was all Caterpie's own effort. It's a very special Pokémon. This wasn't entirely untrue. Besides feeding Caterpie, Naoki hadn't provided any training. The Caterpie's growth was a result of its own determination and a bit of luck. Both hard work and fortune were necessary for a Pokémon to reach its full potential. Carter nodded knowingly, interpreting Naoki's response as a humble refusal to divulge his secret training methods. Naoki, sensing Carter's assumptions, decided to change the subject.
It's getting late, he said, rising to prepare breakfast. He kept things simple, making sandwiches with smoked sausage and tomatoes from the Mesogoza market. Koraidon and Cyclizer enjoyed their meal, as did Carter and Delibird, who expressed their gratitude with happy chirps. After breakfast, Carter prepared to leave. He needed to restock his supplies in the nearest town before returning to the Orange Academy. He stood at the edge of the ranch with Delibird, waving goodbye to Naoki. "Thank you so much for your hospitality, Mr. Naoki. I won't forget your kindness. I'll come visit again with Delibird when I have the chance." Naoki nodded with a smile. "Safe travels." Carter waved enthusiastically, then turned and ran towards Mesogoza. Naoki watched him go, feeling a sense of kinship with the many supporting characters Ash encountered in the anime. They would offer assistance to passing trainers, sharing stories of their journeys and Pokémon, before parting ways to continue their own lives. Shaking his head with a smile, Naoki waited until Carter was out of sight before turning back to the shed. It was time to build a home for Metapod. He used a saw to cut the wood into planks, then assembled them into an open-top wooden box, securing the pieces with nails. He lined the box with fresh leaves and placed 2 pecha berries inside for sustenance. Then, he gently placed Metapod inside and hung the box under the eaves, out of the rain. The open design allowed for ventilation and provided Metapod with a view of its surroundings. After evolving from Caterpie, Metapod no longer needed to battle to grow. Its entire pupal stage was dedicated to preparing for evolution. The hard shell protected its body as it underwent a transformation, constantly renewing its cells. When it reached a certain size, Metapod would break free from its shell, emerging as a Butterfree in its final form. Naoki looked forward to that day. He had fond childhood memories of Butterfree, thanks to Ash's Butterfree in the anime. "Grow up strong," Naoki whispered, gently touching Metapod's shell. As if sensing his encouragement, Metapod responded by activating Harden, a soft green glow enveloping its body. It had heard him. 2 days later, the ranch was clear of trees and rocks, leaving only a carpet of uneven grass. Cyclizer frolicked in the newly opened space while Koraidon stood beside Naoki, maintaining a respectful distance from its past self. Koraidon was still unsure how to interact with its past self, so it kept its distance. Cyclizer, on the other hand, was confused by Koraidon's occasional glares and the intimidating aura it exuded. It didn't dare approach the powerful Pokémon. Naoki, oblivious to the silent tension between the two, had been consumed by the ranch work. Now, standing beneath the eaves, he surveyed the transformed landscape with satisfaction. The removal of the trees had opened up the view, allowing him to see the entire ranch from the house. "Finally!" Naoki exclaimed, turning to count the wood stacked behind the house. There was enough to build the chicken coop. It was time to head to town and ask Kelly the carpenter for help. He mounted Cyclizer, then addressed Koraidon, "You're in charge of guarding the house while I'm gone." Koraidon's crest fell. It shot a resentful look at Cyclizer. Naoki, sensing the tension, reached out to pat Koraidon's head. "Be good," he said soothingly. "I'll take you out next time." Koraidon perked up, its tongue lolling out in a happy grin as it licked Naoki's hand. Leaving Koraidon behind, Naoki gave Cyclizer's shoulder a gentle squeeze, and they set off for town. As the ranch and Koraidon disappeared from view, Naoki couldn't help but think, not having Pokeballs is a bit inconvenient. I can't always carry my Pokémon with me. Bringing Koraidon along would be too conspicuous, and Naoki preferred to keep a low profile. Pokeballs weren't expensive, so he decided to buy a few as a backup. He could let his Pokémon roam freely on the ranch and only use the Pokeballs when traveling. As soon as he reached the town, Naoki made his way to a store specializing in trainer supplies and purchased several standard red and white Pokeballs. Afterward, Naoki visited the market to purchase ingredients for the coming days, then headed to the carpentry shop. From afar, he spotted Kelly, the shop owner, hard at work. She wore khaki overalls and a pink shirt, her pink hair tied in a high ponytail with a headband holding back her bangs. Kelly had a classic oval face, and her years of carpentry had given her a strong, capable physique. She exuded an air of warmth and competence. She was sawing wood when she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she immediately recognized the young rancher. "It's you." She greeted him with a smile. "The weather is lovely today. How's the ranch coming along?" "Almost done, Miss Kelly," Naoki replied, then explained his reason for visiting. "I'd like to ask you to build a chicken coop for me." Kelly's eyebrows rose in surprise. "So soon? It hasn't even been a week, has it? Have you saved up enough money already?" Naoki nodded, grinning. "Cyclizer has been a great help, so we've made fast progress." Kelly glanced at Cyclizer and nodded in understanding. I see. Give me a moment.
She disappeared into the house, returning with measuring tools and an adult cyclizer.
All right, let's go to your ranch, she said.
I need to survey the area and choose a suitable location. Once we decide where to build the chicken coop, I'll bring my team tomorrow morning to begin construction.
Okay, Naoki agreed, mounting cyclizer and leading the way.
Kelly followed on her cyclizer. About half an hour later, they arrived at the ranch. From a distance, Naoki spotted Koraidon waiting for him at the entrance of the ranch. The legendary Pokémon had been lying on the grass board, but upon seeing Naoki, it jumped up excitedly. Kelly also noticed the Pokémon, a creature unlike any she had seen before. Is that yours too? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Kelly wasn't a trainer, and her knowledge of Pokémon was limited to those commonly found around Kosagi and those she occasionally saw on TV. To her, Koraidon was simply an unfamiliar Pokémon, and she didn't show much surprise. Yes, it is, Naoki replied with a smile. Thanks to its help, I was able to gather enough materials so quickly. Kelly nodded, satisfied with the explanation. They dismounted from cyclizer at the entrance to the ranch. Naoki gave Koraidon a reassuring pat on the head, then led Kelly on a tour of the property. Cyclizer and Koraidon followed at a leisurely pace. Kelly was impressed by what she saw.
You've done a wonderful job here, she exclaimed. A fond memory surfaced.
I came here as a child, she reminisced. My parents brought me to experience milking Miltank. The owner back then was a very kind old man who welcomed us warmly. That was my grandfather, Naoki replied, drawing on the original owner's memories. My parents were ill and needed a better climate, so we moved to the Hoenn region when I was young.
I see.
That explains why I didn't see you then.
Kelly nodded in understanding.
Have you decided on a location for the chicken coop? Naoki pointed to a cleared area on the western side of the farmland.
Right there.
The location was close to the river, and Naoki planned to build a wooden fence around the coop so the chickens could roam freely on sunny days. Kelly surveyed the spot, nodding approvingly. That's a great location. You could even build a water wheel by the river. You could use the power of the flowing water to grind the wheat and corn you grow, creating flour and cornmeal for yourself and your Pokémon.
They reached the farmland.
Kelly squatted down, examining the soil. This soil is excellent, she remarked, perfect for growing crops. Naoki, remembering the farming game he used to play, inquired, Miss Kelly, do you have any automatic watering machines? The kind that can be inserted into the soil and water plants automatically. He envisioned a sprinkler system like those in the game. As the ranch expanded and more crops were planted, he might not be able to manage watering everything himself. An automatic sprinkler that could water the surrounding area each morning would save him a lot of time and effort. But his hopes were quickly dashed. Kelly shook her head apologetically. I'm afraid those don't exist.
Naoki sighed.
Of course, games were just games. But there is another type of automated irrigation system, Kelly added.
Oh.
You can lay underground pipes and install faucets throughout the field, she explained. Then, using a timer, you can set it to automatically spray water at specific times. The kind of device you're thinking of, the one that magically produces water from thin air, doesn't exist, at least not yet.
Naoki was intrigued.
Can your shop install such a system? Absolutely, Kelly replied, a hint of pride in her voice. But it's quite expensive. A system that covers the entire farmland would cost around 30,000 to 40,000 Pokédollars. The pipes, pumps, and timer are relatively affordable individually, but the cost adds up quickly when you need a large quantity. Naoki understood. While 30,000 to 40,000 Pokédollars wasn't an exorbitant amount, it was beyond his current budget. As if sensing his financial constraints, Kelly offered an alternative. Of course, there's another way to water your crops.
How?
Naoki asked, curious.
Kelly smiled. Water-type Pokémon.
They can use their water-type moves to help with irrigation. In the city, some wild Pokémon work alongside humans, she continued. Pelipper works as a transporter, Machoke works in construction, Macamp helps with moving. You've probably seen them, right? Naoki hadn't, but the original owner had.
He nodded.
Pokémon have simple needs, Kelly explained. As long as we provide them with food and shelter, they're willing to help us. This cooperation is one of the reasons why the relationship between humans and Pokémon has become so harmonious over the years. Pokémon no longer had to struggle to find food or compete with others for berries. They had shelter from the elements and a sense of purpose. What more could a Pokémon ask for? This method of watering was certainly more cost-effective than an automated system. All it takes is a berry, a bottle of milk, and a little food to get a free and obedient Pokémon. Naoki marveled. The idea sparked a thought in his mind. Could he potentially hire hundreds of Pokémon to help run the ranch in the future, while he relaxed on the sofa and watched the money roll in? What a capitalistic dream. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the thought. Wouldn't people abuse this system and force Pokémon to work? He asked Kelly, his brow furrowed with concern. Kelly responded thoughtfully, it depends on the person. If they treat Pokémon as mere tools, the Pokémon will sense it and become unhappy, refusing to work or even retaliating against their employer. If someone tries to force Pokémon to work through violence, well, that's strictly forbidden by the League. Officer Jenny would be on the case immediately. But if a person treats Pokémon as partners, friends or family, working and living alongside them, then even the toughest jobs would be completed with enthusiasm and cooperation. Naoki nodded, absorbing her words. Kelly continued their tour of the ranch. It was mostly empty, save for the farmland and a small cave behind the house. The cave was cool, dark and damp, a perfect spot to escape the summer heat. Kelly stepped inside, her eyes scanning the space. This would be a great place to grow mushrooms, she exclaimed. Naoki had been thinking the same thing. As it happens, I have a mushroom cultivation kit, Kelly continued. If you place it in a damp, dark environment, you can harvest fresh, edible mushrooms every day. Would you be interested? It's not expensive, only 5,000 poke dollars. 5,000 poke dollars. The price was indeed reasonable. If he could grow his own mushrooms, he wouldn't have to travel into town to buy them. Naoki nodded eagerly. He would buy it. Kelly smiled. All right, I'll bring it with me tomorrow when I come with the construction team. Thank you. Naoki replied. Kelly nodded and seeing that it was getting late, bid Naoki farewell and rode her cyclizer back to town. The next morning, Naoki was preparing breakfast when he heard the rumbling of a truck engine outside. He stepped out to see a truck laden with tools parked in front of the ranch. Kelly hopped out, followed by her cyclizer and a construction crew. Good morning, Naoki. Kelly greeted him. Good morning, Ms. Kelly. Naoki replied with a smile. We're ready to start construction today, Kelly said. It should take about 3 days. Feel free to leave it to us. Will do. Despite her assurance, Naoki couldn't help but be curious. He grabbed a sandwich, joined Koraidon and cyclizer under the eaves, and watched the construction team get to work. Under Kelly's direction, construction workers unloaded the wood and stone Naoki had prepared. Kelly then carried several wooden boxes filled with soil to the cave behind the house. These are the mushroom cultivation kits, she explained. Just place them in the cave, and mushrooms will grow on their own. I'll get these set up first. Thank you, Naoki replied. Kelly smiled, and once the boxes were in place, she rejoined her team. Some workers used saws and pickaxes to shape the wood and stone, while others mixed a cement-like substance. Kelly marked out the area for the chicken coop with measuring tools and white powder. With the crops growing steadily and little else to do on the ranch, Naoki decided to pass the time by fishing at the river while observing the construction. Koraidon, seeing him with a fishing rod, eagerly wanted to use collision course again, but Naoki quickly stopped him. Koraidon looked at him, puzzled. Don't worry, Naoki explained, I'm just fishing for fun this time. He would have plenty to do once the chicken coop was finished. While Kelly worked on the chicken coop, Naoki decided to experiment with some unique cooking methods. He wanted to try recreating the grass cake from the game, a dish said to magically alter the quality of crops. But could grass really be used for cooking? Naoki stood in the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and gathered his ingredients: the fresh green grass that Koraidon and cyclizer had collected, some washed stones, and a piece of iron with a metallic sheen. He knew that Pokémon had diverse diets, with some eating meat, eggs, milk and vegetables like humans, while others consumed grass, rocks, metal, emotions or even souls. He was determined to give it a try. Limited by his kitchen tools, he couldn't make an actual cake out of grass. However, he could still experiment with different cooking methods using the same ingredients. The early spring grass was vibrant and fresh. He washed it thoroughly, removing any dirt and roots, then placed it in a pot to steam. If I were a grass-type Pokémon, Naoki mused, I'd probably prefer fresher grass. He reasoned that the grass shouldn't be steamed for too long, lest it become too soft or lose its moisture. He carefully timed the steaming process, and after 5 minutes, he donned oven mitts and removed the pot. The steamed grass lay glistening on a white porcelain plate. Naoki peered at the information that appeared in his mind. Steamed grass, a low-level dish that locks in the grass's moisture and flavor, enhancing its taste and making it more appealing to some herbivorous Pokémon. Cooking effect slightly increases the chance of a grass-type Pokémon learning a grass-type move. Comment: food that humans can't eat can be a delicacy for Pokémon. Your bold experiment will set a new precedent in the Pokémon world. One day, your magical food will reach the ears of all Pokémon, and they'll go crazy for it. Keep trying your best to create dishes that make Pokémon happy. Naoki stared at the message in disbelief. Naoki tore his gaze away from the nonsensical comment section and looked at the steamed grass on the plate with a mixture of shock and elation. He had hoped for this outcome, but seeing it in reality still left him stunned. Cooking with grass was indeed possible. And it wasn't even the lowest grade, F-. If grass worked, could he do the same with stones and iron? A daring idea sparked in Naoki's mind. He focused on the gleaming piece of iron and decided to try a different cooking method. He heated oil in a pan, added the iron block once the oil was hot, and then tossed in various seasonings, mainly chili peppers. When the iron was coated in a fiery red chili oil, he swiftly transferred it to a plate. The information for the dish materialized before his eyes. Spicy iron nugget, a low-level dish. Due to its hard texture and spicy flavor, most Pokémon won't eat it. However, certain Pokémon might have a particular liking for it. Cooking effect slightly increases the user's control over fire and steel-type moves. Additional effect, feeding this to Heatran will slightly increase its friendliness. Evaluation at #% and amp, asterisk. What kind of evaluation is that? Naoki wondered, but seeing the effects listed above, he felt a sense of vindication. Just like grass, metal could indeed be used in cooking. Perhaps even the ordinary stones found on the roadside could work. After all, Pokémon like Onix and Rhyhorn thrived on rocks. But what surprised Naoki the most was the additional effect of the spicy iron nugget, increasing Heatran's friendliness. Heatran was a legendary Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, linked to ancient myths. According to legend, the creator god Arceus had created the world and, to provide it with material and spiritual foundations, created Dialga, the Pokémon that controls time, Palkia, the Pokémon that controls space, and the three lake guardians, Uxie, Mesprit and Azelf, who resided in another dimension, bringing emotions, wisdom and willpower to the world. Heatran was born during this process. In ancient times, when Dialga and Palkia clashed, fragments of their power fell to earth, becoming the adamant ore. But Heatran should be in the Sinnoh region, right? Naoki pondered, deep in thought. According to the game, Heatran could also be found in the Hoenn region, in addition to Sinnoh. But traveling to either region and even pinpointing Heatran's exact location was impossible for Naoki at the moment. With a tinge of regret, he glanced at the spicy iron nugget. He turned and offered it to Koraidon and Cyclizer, teasing, "Want to try this?" Both Pokémon looked at the chili-covered iron, grimaced, and shook their heads in unison. For once, they were in complete agreement. Naoki chuckled and tossed the stones and grass into the bin. These unique dishes wouldn't be of use anytime soon. But if he ever had the chance, he would definitely visit the Sinnoh region. Heatran, the fire/steel-type legendary Pokémon, was a prize worth pursuing. Although considered a lesser legendary, Naoki, a former gamer, found himself slipping into a familiar pattern of collecting rare creatures. The idea of filling his ranch with adorable, fluffy and rare Pokémon from all over the world was incredibly appealing. He could picture himself tending to his farm, surrounded by a menagerie of Pokémon companions. He. Suddenly, Naoki realized he was being watched. Koraidon and Cyclizer were staring at him with puzzled expressions. He cleared his throat, suppressing a goofy grin, and patted their heads. All right, he said, heading outside towards Kelly, who was busy with the chicken coop construction. "Miss Kelly," he began, his eyes sparkling with hope, "do you know where I might find Pokémon like Eevee, Vulpix, Pikachu, Meowth, Pachirisu or Skitty?" With the crops still growing and some free time on his hands, Naoki wanted to catch a few new companions. While Koraidon and Cyclizer were adorable in their own right, they were a bit too large for cuddling. He longed for some smaller, fluffier Pokémon to keep him company. He imagined cozy evenings by the fireplace, Koraidon and Cyclizer sprawled out beside him, while Eevee, Vulpix, Meowth, and other cuddly creatures snuggled on his lap, at the foot of the bed on his pillow, and in his arms. That was a life he wouldn't trade for anything. Eevee, Vulpix, and Pikachu? Kelly pondered for a moment, then shook her head. "I'm afraid I haven't seen those around here. The forest near my shop is mostly inhabited by Pokémon like Spinarak, Kricketot, and Fletchling." "All right," Naoki replied, a bit disappointed. But he knew that these things couldn't be rushed. As long as he ventured out more often, He was bound to encounter those Pokémon someday. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Today was the day the chicken coop was completed. Naoki stood before the small wooden and stone structure, peering inside. The coop wasn't large. The floor was covered in a layer of yellowed grass mixed with soil, compacted by a specialized machine into a sturdy surface. On the left side of the coop was a row of feeding troughs and a water trough for the chickens to quench their thirst. Beside the troughs was a grazing area, connected to a silo outside. Kelly had generously included the silo as a bonus during construction. It stood tall and proud, constructed of red bricks and stone, a prominent feature on the ranch. In the corner of the coop, there was a large pile of hay and a pitchfork, alongside a special round nesting area enclosed by wooden boards. "What's that?" Naoki asked, gesturing towards the nesting area. The construction work was complete, and the workers were loading their tools and the compactor into the truck. Kelly remained behind to explain the features of the chicken coop to Naoki. "That's the brooding area, also called an incubator," she said. "When you place eggs there, the hens will naturally go in to incubate them. After a while, chicks will hatch. If you don't want to buy every hen from town, hatching them yourself is a good option." "I see." Naoki nodded, impressed by the thoughtful design. Kelly stepped inside the coop and continued her explanation. "Every morning, you'll need to fill these troughs with feed from the silo and make sure the water trough is full. The chickens will take care of the rest. Remember, it's better to overfeed them than underfeed them. If the chickens aren't well fed, they won't be happy, and that will affect the quality of their eggs. Also, on sunny days, you can let them out to graze, but be sure to fence off the area. You don't want them running off." Naoki nodded, absorbing the information. A wooden fence. He could build one himself, but he had no experience. Kelly seemed to read his mind. "I just finished making a new batch of wooden fences at my shop," she offered. "If you'd like, I could help you fence off the area around the chicken coop." Naoki's eyes widened. "How much would that cost?" Kelly smiled. "Not much, just 1,500 Poké. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. The price was reasonable. He hadn't been fishing much lately, and with the cost of the chicken coop, he was down to about 16,000 Poké. If the fence had been too expensive, he would have had to reconsider. But 1,500 was manageable. He agreed without hesitation, paying Kelly on the spot. She waved her hand, and the 2 Machoke from her crew began unloading the wooden fence panels from the truck. "You were prepared for this, weren't you?" Naoki remarked with a chuckle. Kelly laughed softly. "I had a feeling you'd say yes." Naoki shook his head, amused. Kelly took a hammer from the old carpenter and, with Cyclizer's assistance, began to enclose the chicken coop with the wooden fence. With the last fence post hammered into the ground, Kelly pointed to the area opposite the chicken coop. "You could build a water wheel there," she suggested. "It would allow you to grind flour and make your own chicken feed. It's not too expensive, only 15,000 Poké. We can even help you source the materials and equipment." Naoki was taken aback. Kelly's foresight and attention to detail were impressive. He was at a loss for words. Kelly, seeing his surprise, flashed a shrewd smile. "When you're ready, just come by the shop. See you later." With that, she climbed into her truck, and Cyclizer, who had apparently learned to drive, drove them away from the ranch. As the truck disappeared, Naoki turned back to admire the newly constructed chicken coop. It was time to start his poultry raising venture. That afternoon, Naoki left Cyclizer at home and rode Koraidon to Kosagi, fulfilling his promise to the legendary Pokémon. Koraidon was so thrilled that it practically flew along the narrow country road, much faster than Cyclizer. Within 10 minutes, they reached Kosagi. Koraidon shifted into its walking form and followed Naoki through the streets. Occasionally, they would encounter trainers with their Pokémon, but no one seemed overly surprised by the sight of Naoki riding a Koraidon. They merely cast curious glances at the unfamiliar Pokémon. Naoki, feigning ignorance, made his way to the local ranch. Although called a ranch, it didn't focus on breeding. Instead, it mainly sold common farm animals and Pokémon. Since this type of trade was different from the black market, the Alliance permitted it. The ranch was called the Happy Ranch, its sign adorned with a grinning miltank. Naoki and Koraidon entered the shop, where a kind-faced, gray-haired old man wearing reading glasses was absorbed in a newspaper. Startled by Koraidon's imposing figure, the old man gasped, clutching his chest. "Oh my, you gave me a fright. I thought a wild Pokémon had broken in. Are you here to buy some farm animals?" "How did you know?" Naoki asked, surprised. The old man puffed up his chest proudly. Mayor told me a new rancher had moved in. I had a hunch it might be you.
Naoki nodded. That's right. Haha. The old man chuckled.
Looks like I was right. He folded the newspaper and stood up, gesturing towards the back of the shop. Well then, follow me to the ranch out back. Let's see what kind of animals and Pokémon you need. Stepping through the back door, they entered a spacious area enclosed by glass walls. It resembled the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory in the anime, complete with a meandering river, lush grass, shady trees, a cozy cave, and a tranquil lake. Several Pokémon roamed freely, playing in the grass or relaxing in the shade. Naoki's eyes scanned the scene, silently identifying each one: Miltank, Wooloo, Fletchling, Rolycoly, Carkle, and Vanillite. These were all Pokémon suitable for raising on a ranch. The kind-faced old man, his back slightly hunched, led the way, introducing Naoki to the various Pokémon and animals on Happy Ranch. I raised these youngsters myself, he said proudly. They're all healthy and have excellent temperaments. They're just waiting for a new home on a loving ranch. Indeed, the playful Pokémon looked at Naoki with curiosity as he followed the old man. Naoki's eyes were drawn to a group of Rolycoly clustered around a Carkle. Can Nacli be raised? He asked, surprised. Of course. The old man replied with a smile. Don't underestimate them. In ancient times, they were very important Pokémon. For people living on this land, these little ones were indispensable. Naoki recalled Nacli's unique properties and asked, because they can produce salt? Exactly. The old man nodded. Their bodies are made of precious rock salt. As they walk, their bodies wear down, leaving behind salt trails. You can collect this salt and get a valuable supply of rock salt. Don't worry, this doesn't harm them. Their bodies can regenerate new salt at will. When they evolve into Knacklestack and Garganacl, the salt becomes even more nutritious, rich in minerals. Just sprinkle the salt from a Garganacl on an injured Pokémon, and no matter how severe the injury, it will heal. The old man exclaimed. And dishes made with this salt are even more delicious, fetching a higher price than even Moo milk. Intrigued, Naoki inquired about the price of a Nacli. One Nacli costs 10,000 Pokedollars, the old man replied. 10,000. It sounded steep, but Naoki quickly calculated the potential value of a Nacli. With one, he would never need to buy salt again. He could use it for his own cooking, sell the excess for a profit, and even use the salt for healing injured Pokémon. It was a worthwhile investment. However, for Naoki, who was still financially constrained, the price was a bit too high at the moment. He sighed inwardly, fingering the bills in his pocket. He would have to wait until his crops were harvested. Perhaps he could try his luck in the back mountains and find some rare ingredients to sell in the meantime. But neither fishing nor foraging was a sustainable solution. In the real world, fish populations in a body of water were finite, and overfishing would deplete them unless he found new fishing spots. A map of the surrounding area materialized in Naoki's mind. To the west of the ranch, beyond Kosagi, lay the vast Paldine Sea, teeming with seafood. To the north, beyond the back mountains and a dense forest, was Casaroya Lake, a haven for freshwater fish. While I wait for the crops to grow, I could ask Koraidon to take me to these places, Naoki mused, already planning his next adventure. If he remembered correctly, the rare Dratini could be found in Casaroya Lake. Dratini evolved into the powerful and intelligent Dragonite, a valuable asset to any ranch. Once his ranch was thriving, he could even expand into delivery services, allowing townspeople to order fresh milk directly from him. Once he evolves into a Dragonair and then a Dragonite, he'll be incredibly fast. I could even have him help with deliveries. Naoki thought aloud, a wide grin spreading across his face. The old man continued to lead him through the ranch, showcasing various unique Pokémon. There were the milk-producing Miltank, the fluffy Wooloo, the olive oil-yielding Smeargle, the fruit-picking Swablu, and the cream-producing Alchemy. The Alchemy, entirely made of cream, exuded a sweet, enticing aroma that promised pure delight. Naoki couldn't help but swallow several times as he approached. His reaction startled the Alchemy, who quickly hid behind a tree, trembling as if fearing it might be eaten. The old man chuckled. Don't be afraid, little one, he soothed. This is the new rancher in town. Reassured by the old man's words, Alchemy slowly emerged from its hiding spot. The old man smiled and explained to Naoki, Alchemy are very special Pokémon. There are currently 63 con /. Inside the coop, Naoki filled the trough with feed. The 3 hens and rooster, drawn by the smell, eagerly gathered around and began to eat. They seem to be settling in nicely, the girl remarked, a smile on her face. Well, Mr. Naoki, I'll be going now. If you have any questions, you can call the shop. Our number is 9573868. Naoki blinked. I haven't had a chance to get a phone yet. The girl looked surprised.
Oh.
Naoki smiled. Can I just stop by the shop if I need anything? The girl nodded enthusiastically.
Of course.
After explaining a few more details about caring for the chickens, the girl donned a straw hat and rode her tricycle away from the ranch. Naoki stood in the chicken coop, observing the hens. While hens could lay eggs without a rooster, those eggs would be unfertilized and couldn't hatch. Only eggs laid after mating with a rooster could produce chicks. This was why Naoki had specifically purchased a rooster. The 3 hens were healthy adults, capable of laying eggs. This meant that, starting tomorrow, he could expect at least 3 eggs daily. 1 egg doesn't sell for much, Naoki thought, so the best course of action is to use all 3 for hatching. This way, by the time the crops were ready for harvest, there would be 3 new additions to the ranch. The newly built coop was a bit messy. Naoki grabbed a pitchfork and began moving the hay that had been piled by the door into the corner. Finished with the task, he glanced down at his attire. Dressed in brown overalls and wielding a pitchfork, he truly looked the part of a farmer. He set the pitchfork aside and exited the coop, carefully closing the door behind him to prevent the hens from escaping. As he walked back to the cabin, he recalled the girl's words. I need to focus on the ranch's infrastructure as well, he realized. Things like a telephone, television, record player, and computer. A phone would allow him to connect with people in town. A television would keep him informed about news and events. A record player could provide entertainment, perhaps playing a soothing melody on rainy days when he couldn't work outside.
And a computer.
It would enable him to quickly search for information and even communicate with people in far-off regions like Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Alola. But based on the original owner's memories, these items were not cheap. For now, he needed to prioritize food and shelter for himself and his Pokémon. Still, he was determined to build a better future for himself and his ranch. As he approached the cabin, he saw Koraidon and Cyclizer had returned. Opposite them stood Alchemy and Smoliv, trembling with fear. Upon seeing Naoki, the 2 smaller Pokémon scurried behind him, clinging to his legs and peering out from behind him with wide eyes. Naoki was puzzled.
Koraidon? He questioned.
Koraidon tilted its head, confused. Gashi. It didn't understand why the 2 were so afraid. Koraidon looked down at itself, then at the docile Cyclizer beside it. Aren't we just a little different in appearance? Naoki crouched down, gently patting Alchemy and Smoliv on the head. Relax, he soothed, it won't hurt you.
Ryu.
Koraidon nodded emphatically, reinforcing Naoki's words. Alchemy and Smoliv cautiously eyed Koraidon. Koraidon stood patiently, allowing them to assess its demeanor. After a moment, Alchemy and Smoliv exchanged glances.
Alker. Smo.
Perhaps it really wouldn't eat them? Seeing their hesitation, Koraidon patted its chest with a large paw in a surprisingly human-like gesture. Row! It chirped reassuringly. The fear in Alchemy and Smoliv's eyes faded, replaced by simple, innocent smiles.
Alchemy. Smoliv.
Naoki didn't understand their words, but seeing that they were no longer terrified of Koraidon, he scooped them up, 1 in each arm, and carried them into the house. This is our home from now on, Naoki announced, looking around. Where would you like to live? He wanted them to choose their own spots. Alchemy and Smoliv understood. They scanned the room, assessing their options. Smoliv quickly made its decision, choosing the windowsill above Naoki's desk. It was a sunny spot with a gentle breeze, ideal for a grass-type Pokémon that relied on photosynthesis. Naoki nodded, placing Smoliv on the windowsill, then turned to Alchemy. How about you? Alchemy's eyes darted towards the cupboards in the kitchen area, a spark of excitement igniting within them. Alker! It exclaimed, pointing with one of its sweet-tipped appendages.
The cupboard?
Naoki asked, raising an eyebrow. He walked over with Alchemy in his arms and opened the cupboard door, revealing the fruits and various seasonings stored inside. Alchemy hopped in on its own accord, quickly finding a small nook in the corner to hide.
Alker.
This was perfect. Okay, Naoki replied, a little surprised. He had initially thought the space might be too cramped for Alchemy, but then he considered the fairy type's nature. Perhaps it preferred small, enclosed spaces for a sense of security, especially since its sweet scent often attracted attention from other Pokémon. Not bad, Naoki mused, inhaling the faint sweet caramel aroma that wafted from Alchemy. His mouth began to water, he hadn't had a sweet treat in a long time. A sudden urge to lick Alchemy washed over him, but he quickly pushed the thought aside. After settling Alchemy in its new home, Naoki turned his attention to Smoliv. He looked at the slightly bare windowsill, a thought forming in his mind. Something was missing. Grass-type Pokémon needed soil and water, in addition to sunlight.
A flower pot.
Naoki remembered an empty pot in the shed behind the house. He quickly retrieved it, rinsed away the dust, and filled it with soft soil from the farmland. He placed the pot in front of Smoliv, who immediately brightened up. It hopped into the pot, burying its little feet in the soil, and then basked lazily in the sunlight. "You'll like it here," Naoki said with a gentle smile, placing the pot on the windowsill and opening the window to allow a breeze to flow through. Some grass-type Pokémon were unique, requiring no food and surviving on sunlight, soil, and clean water. Smoliv was one such Pokémon. It basked in the sun, converting nutrients from photosynthesis into oil stored within the fruit on its head. It could survive for a week without food or water. Naoki watched Smoliv's peaceful expression and settled at his desk. He glanced back to see Koraidon looking at him with bright, eager eyes. Cyclizer, tired from its butterfly chase, lay on the wooden floor, yawning. In the cupboard, Alchemy admired its new home, while Smoliv basked in the sun on the windowsill, enjoying the breeze. Outside, under the eaves, Metapod rested in its wooden box, growing and changing. In the newly built chicken coop, the hens clucked and pecked at the ground. Beneath the soft soil, the seeds of hope were sprouting, promising a bountiful harvest. In the cave behind the house, the mushroom spores were beginning to grow, soon to become delicious and tender mushrooms. Compared to when Naoki had first arrived, the ranch had transformed. It was bustling with life and activity. A sense of satisfaction washed over Naoki. He took out his ledger and meticulously recorded the day's income and expenses. Spring, year 198, day 14.
Income, none.
Expenses, chicken coop completion, wooden fence, purchase of 3 hens, 1 rooster, 1 Alchemy, 1 Smoliv, 30,600. Remaining funds, 5,900. As he looked over the names of Alchemy and Smoliv in the ledger, a realization dawned on him. He didn't have to buy Pokémon from the ranch in town. Ranchers weren't trainers and lacked the skills to battle and capture wild Pokémon like Swablu or Miltank. Even if they did manage to catch them, it would take time and effort to train them for ranch work. In comparison, Pokémon bred in captivity were generally docile, wouldn't attack humans, and were eager to cooperate with their trainers. It was indeed more convenient for most ranchers to purchase Pokémon directly from breeders. But Naoki's situation was different.
He glanced at Koraidon.
As a legendary Pokémon, the Winged King, its combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary Pokémon. With Koraidon's help, Naoki could do what most ranchers couldn't: capture wild Pokémon and bring them back to the ranch. He decided to explore Casaroya Lake the following day and assess the Pokémon population there, hoping to find more suitable companions for the ranch. As dusk settled over the ranch, Naoki, Koraidon, and Cyclizer inspected the fields. The fast-growing turnips had already sprouted leaves, forming neat rows in the cultivated soil. Thankfully, only a few weeds and no pests, Naoki noted as he pulled out the stray weeds. He looked up at the darkening sky, then led Koraidon and Cyclizer back to the house to prepare dinner. When Alchemy, who had been resting in the cupboard, saw him enter the kitchen, it hopped out and approached the stove, unfazed by the heat. Naoki raised an eyebrow. "Want to help me cook?" he asked, amused. "Alchemy." It chirped happily, nodding its head. Naoki looked over the ingredients laid out before him: eggs, berries, smoked sausage, toast, raw steak, and ramen noodles. He could make pan-fried pork chops, steamed eggs, sandwiches, or clear noodle soup. To celebrate the arrival of Alchemy and Smoliv, Naoki planned to prepare a few extra dishes tonight. With Alchemy's help, he began to brainstorm dishes that incorporated cream. As everyone knew, Alchemy could produce whipped cream from its hands, often adorning berries with it as a gift for trusted trainers. The happier Alchemy was, the more delicious its cream became. Desserts made with this whipped cream were said to be heavenly, making Alchemy the dream partner for any pastry chef.
Cream.
Naoki's eyes lit up as he looked at the toast and berries. An idea had sparked in his mind: cream berry shortcake. He might not have an oven or a whisk, but he could use slices of toast as the base. By layering whipped cream and berries, he could create a simple yet delightful dessert. "Let's make this together," Naoki said to Alchemy, stacking a few slices of toast and cutting them into round shapes. He then placed them in front of the fairy-type Pokémon. "Use your cream to spread it on these," Naoki instructed. Alchemy, quick to understand, extended its hand, and a steady stream of fresh cream flowed out, coating the toast rounds.
Naoki stopped it once they were sufficiently covered, then smoothed out the cream with a knife. He cut the berries into small pieces and arranged them on top, completing the caramel-flavored cream berry shortcakes. Naoki looked down, and the cake's information appeared in his mind. Caramel cream berry shortcake, a mediocre dessert, but made special with Alchemy's freshly whipped cream. The grade would likely be higher with a traditional cake base. Cooking effect, Sweet Dreams LV1. After consuming, the Pokémon will temporarily forget its worries and sorrows, experience a sweet dream, and see the people and things it desires. Comment: a dessert that brings happiness to both humans and Pokémon. Ha! An effect that induces sweet dreams? Naoki was taken aback. He had expected something like physical recovery, not a dream manipulation ability. But then again, wasn't inducing pleasant dreams the ability of the lunar Pokémon, Cresselia? Lost in thought for a moment, Naoki snapped back to reality when he saw Alchemy's happy expression. It seemed proud of its contribution to the dessert. Hang on a moment, Naoki chuckled. I'll make a few more dishes. Alchemy. Alchemy raised a hand, as if asking if it needed to make more cream. Not right now, Naoki replied. We'll make more desserts together next time. Alchemy, it chirped happily. Naoki turned to prepare the remaining dishes: pan-fried pork chops, clear noodle soup, steamed eggs, sandwiches, and several glasses of berry juice. He made sure to add some of the pure rock salt from the Happy Ranch to the pork chops, soup, and steamed eggs. As expected, when these dishes were finished, they displayed the additional effect of physical recovery. Naoki had made pork chops and noodle soup before, but this was his first attempt at steamed eggs. The egg mixture had turned a pale yellow, dotted with chopped green onions, and topped with a drizzle of sesame oil. The translucent oil droplets shimmered under the light, and the steamed egg wobbled like pudding when he picked up the bowl. Steamed eggs, B+ a simple dish elevated by the addition of pure rock salt, granting it a magical effect. Cooking effect, Slippery LV3, limited to hairless Pokémon. After consuming, the Pokémon's body becomes smooth and shiny, making it easier to escape from contact moves during battle. Naoki immediately recognized Professor Oak. Smiling, Naoki greeted him. I've seen you on TV. Hello, Professor Oak. Professor Oak nodded warmly, quickly understanding the reference. Ah, the TV lecture series. The station invited me to provide some educational material for young trainers. These lectures were designed to introduce Pokémon to children under 10, cultivating interest and knowledge before their journeys began. As an authoritative figure in Pokémon research, Oak's programs aired across various regions, bridging the gap for children eager to learn. After exchanging pleasantries, Professor Oak's curiosity turned sharply toward the Pokémon gathered around Naoki. His eyes lit up with a mixture of academic intrigue and childlike excitement. Would you mind if I examined your Pokémon? Oak asked eagerly. Naoki smiled and gestured toward them. Be my guest. Professor Oak wasted no time, stepping closer to Koraidon. The Pokémon's vibrant red scales shimmered in the moonlight, its muscular frame a testament to its strength. This one is remarkable. Dense, protective scales and, is that a tire on its chest? Oak crouched, poking at the air-filled sac on Koraidon's chest. Koraidon seemed startled by Oak's unceremonious inspection. It stepped back, looking flustered, then suddenly transformed into its combat-ready bipedal form. Its towering posture and rippling muscles exuded an aura of power. Aga! Koraidon roared, the sound deep and resonant. Oak and Lance both flinched in shock. It changed form. Oak exclaimed, his excitement only growing. Naoki stepped forward, gently patting Koraidon's shoulder. Calm down, he said softly. Koraidon obeyed, reverting to its more docile mount form. Naoki explained, this is Koraidon. It's a rare Pokémon from the Paldea region, first discovered and named by Professor Sada and Dr. Turo. Koraidon. Professor Oak repeated thoughtfully. He crouched again, observing the Pokémon with great interest. Fascinating. And its ability to shift forms, truly remarkable. Koraidon nodded enthusiastically. Aga. The loud roar made Oak wince and cover his ears. All right. I understand, he said with a chuckle. Satisfied, Koraidon stopped roaring, and Oak turned his attention to the other Pokémon. His eyes fell on Ogerpon, who had been bouncing around happily. This one, was I correct in observing that it can change its type depending on the mask it wears? Oak inquired. Naoki nodded. Exactly. This is Ogerpon, and the masks it uses contain a unique energy called terrestrial energy, which originates in Paldea.
This energy allows Ogerpon to shift its type depending on the mask. Terrestrial energy. Oak murmured, intrigued. The ability to change types, remarkable. I wasn't aware Paldea had access to such extraordinary phenomena. Ogerpon, excited by Oak's interest, danced around in joy. Oge! It chirped, its voice cheerful and infectious. Oak smiled warmly and returned the greeting. Hello, Ogerpon. Pon, Ogerpon responded, even more delighted. Its happiness was contagious, as it twirled and hopped around the group. Watching Ogerpon's cheerful demeanor, Naoki felt a pang of emotion. He recalled its difficult past but reminded himself that those days were behind them. Ogerpon was safe and happy now, surrounded by friends. Professor Oak's attention then shifted to Palmot, who stood nearby in its superhero-inspired cape and wielding a hammer. The sight immediately reminded Oak of a certain movie franchise he had once seen. Chuckling, Oak knelt and greeted Palmot. Hello, little hero. Palmot froze for a moment when he heard the stranger call him a hero, and then a bashful expression spread across his face. In a blur, he zipped behind Naoki, clearly embarrassed. Naoki chuckled. This Pokémon is called Palmot. The costume it's wearing was specially made by me. Professor Oak smiled warmly. Palmo, you say? Well, it's certainly brimming with energy. Having introduced the Pokémon nearby, Professor Oak suddenly paused and looked around. Where's that ethereal Pokémon I saw earlier? The one that looked like Misdreavus. It was just here, wasn't it? Naoki froze, quickly glancing around the area. Sure enough, Flutter Mane was nowhere to be seen. Concern flickered across his face. Turning to the other Pokémon, Naoki asked if anyone had noticed where Flutter Mane had gone. The Pokémon, engrossed in their chatter with Professor Oak, shook their heads, oblivious to what had happened. This isn't good, Naoki thought, frowning deeply. Noticing Naoki's unease, Professor Oak asked gently, is something wrong? It couldn't have wandered far. We can search the manor for it. Naoki hesitated before responding. Flutter Mane is a bit different. It has a more cautious and unpredictable temperament than most Pokémon. I'm worried it might have been startled by something and could unintentionally hurt someone. After all, this unfamiliar environment must feel overwhelming for Flutter Mane. Thinking quickly, Naoki turned to Palmot. Palmot, can you fly around the manor and see if you can spot Flutter Mane? Pay special attention to any dark or quiet areas. Paymo. Palmot nodded firmly before taking to the skies. Although neither Professor Oak nor Lance fully understood the situation, they immediately offered their help. We'll assist you in searching, they said. Together, the group, accompanied by their Pokémon, began scouring the manor. Meanwhile, on the manor's third floor, far from the party's liveliness, a low, eerie crying sound echoed from a dark room. The sound was faint, like a baby's wail, yet unervingly hollow. Flutter Mane, who had been feeling peckish and was casually hunting for something edible, paused. Its curiosity piqued by the sound, it floated toward the source. The room's windows were wide open, and the wind stirred the curtains, creating a ghostly atmosphere. The cries grew louder as Flutter Mane approached the room. Hovering near the open window, Flutter Mane peered inside, its eyes narrowing with suspicion. The cries became more distinct, yet the room appeared completely empty. Fleur. Where is that sound coming from? Flutter Mane thought, puzzled. Drawn by its curiosity, Flutter Mane floated cautiously into the room. The moment it entered, the crying stopped, only to start again moments later, louder and more insistent. The wails seemed to beg the intruder to delve deeper. As an ancient predator, Flutter Mane's instincts kicked in. Its senses sharpened, and it realized the truth. This was no ordinary cry. It was a lure. With practiced stealth, Flutter Mane slipped into the shadows, silently moving behind the ornate sofa in the center of the room. Peering around the sofa's edge, Flutter Mane spotted the source of the sound, a peculiar Pokémon. It had a dark green, slightly luminescent body, a hairstyle resembling eerie flames, and a string of red beads hanging prominently around its neck. Yet something about the Pokémon felt oddly familiar. Flutter Mane's sharp eyes noted the mischievous glint in the Pokémon's gaze, even as it feigned sorrow with its crying. Its expression gave away its intent, it was waiting for prey to approach. Fleur. This Pokémon looks like me? Flutter Mane thought, perplexed. A smaller, younger version, perhaps? Emerging from the shadows, Flutter Mane revealed itself without a sound. The crying stopped abruptly. The Pokémon finally sensed something amiss and whipped its head around with a startled expression. In that instant, two vastly different gazes locked. Flutter Mane, _ Misdreavus, Sigma,
Degree. The mischievous, who had been plotting a prank to scare humans, froze in terror before abruptly turning tail and bolting from the room. In its panic, it clumsily knocked over a decorative vase, which shattered on the floor with a loud crash. Flutter Mane, however, remained calm and composed. As a Pokémon that had spent much of its life in solitude, it felt little interest in meddling with the affairs of other Pokémon, particularly this mischievous little one. It prepared to leave, but then an image of Naoki flashed in its mind. If it were Naoki, Flutter Mane thought, he would have helped this juvenile Pokémon without hesitation. During its time at the ranch, Flutter Mane had come to realize how Naoki and the others, especially Koraidon, made great efforts to teach it about this world, ensuring it felt welcomed and integrated. This was a chance to prove it had been paying attention and learning from them. Determined, Flutter Mane gave chase. The mischievous fled as fast as it could but risked a glance over its shoulder. To its horror, the scary big Pokémon was gaining on it. Mischievous nerves were so frayed it felt like it might faint from fright.
Help!
Someone save me! Mischievous zoomed through the air, desperately seeking an escape route. Yet before it could find one, the towering figure of Flutter Mane swooped in, its sharp wing claws gently but firmly capturing the panicked ghost. The little mischievous froze in terror, not daring to move. Flutter Mane didn't move either, as it appeared to be contemplating what to do next. It mulled over everything it had observed at the ranch, attempting to recall the steps Naoki took when caring for younger Pokémon. Gradually, the trembling mischievous calmed down, realizing that the large Pokémon wasn't harming it. Gathering its courage, it finally spoke in a small voice, "Ms. Drevis. What are you going to do?" Flutter Mane's eyes flickered as it remembered something from a show it had watched with the other Pokémon on the ranch, a program called Pokémon World. It had explained the process by which wild Pokémon formed relationships, raised their young, and cared for them. Now, how did those Pokémon in the show handle situations like this? Before Flutter Mane could piece it all together, Mischievous' stomach let out a loud rumble. The smaller Pokémon cringed, clutching its midsection in embarrassment. Mischievous. I'm hungry. It explained that its plan had been to frighten humans and absorb their fear to sate its hunger, but things hadn't gone according to plan. Instead of humans, it had attracted this intimidating Pokémon. Hearing this, Flutter Mane nodded in understanding. Its mind clicked, it remembered the first rule of caring for younger Pokémon: feed them. Reaching into a hidden stash of berries it kept for emergencies, Flutter Mane offered a few to the mischievous. It mimicked the gentle care it had seen Naoki exhibit, nudging the fruit toward the smaller Pokémon. Mischievous hesitated but was too hungry to refuse. Though it didn't particularly enjoy the taste of the berries, it ate them anyway, grateful for the gesture. Seeing that the little one had eaten, Flutter Mane appeared satisfied. It released Mischievous but continued to watch it carefully, its intense gaze silently instructing the smaller Pokémon to stay put. Mischievous didn't dare move. Just then, Flutter Mane heard the distant call of Palmot searching for it. It glanced in the direction of the sound, then turned back to Mischievous. With a tilt of its head, it gestured for the little ghost to follow. The Mischievous didn't dare to run. It could sense that the towering Pokémon in front of it was far more intimidating than it appeared. If it tried to escape, it would likely be caught in an instant. Under such circumstances, it decided it was better not to provoke this enigmatic figure. When Palmo finally led Flutter Mane back to Naoki, the trainer was surprised to see a nervous Mischievous trailing cautiously behind Flutter Mane, its large eyes darting around nervously. Naoki tilted his head in confusion.
What's this? He asked.
Flutter Mane's response was simple, its tone steady, Fleur.
A child.
Professor Oak, who had been observing the entire exchange, leaned closer and chuckled with fascination. Ah, this Pokémon, Flutter Mane as you call it, seems to be caring for the mischievous as if it were its offspring. Naoki's eyes widened in disbelief.
Offspring?
He glanced at Flutter Mane, noting its composed expression.
That can't be right.
Paradox Pokémon like Flutter Mane don't lay eggs, do they? Yet, Flutter Mane's demeanor didn't waver. If anything, its calm, unspoken confidence only deepened Naoki's confusion. A thought suddenly struck Naoki, something that had been brewing in his mind for a while. Could paradox Pokémon like Flutter Mane not be fantastical creations or fabricated legends? Could it be possible that paradox Pokémon were once real creatures, ancient beings that roamed the world like dinosaurs in prehistoric times? Over millennia, had they gone extinct, leaving behind no evidence of their existence except for the peculiar glimpses provided by Area Zero? Or was there an even stranger explanation? Could the so-called time machine have brought these Pokémon from another dimension entirely, an alternate reality where their evolutionary paths diverged from anything known in this world?
As Naoki mused, Professor Oak's voice cut through his thoughts.
Flutter Mane.
Could it be a unique form of misdreavus found in the Paldea region?
Fascinating.
It's much larger than any misdreavus I've ever seen.
Naoki frowned.
He didn't have the answers. Instead, he reached into his backpack, pulled out a handful of seed crisps. What's the story with this misdreavus? Flutter Mane seemed to hesitate for a moment before replying with its characteristic simplicity.
Fleur.
A child alone crying.
I helped it. Naoki.
Naoki sighed, rubbing the back of his head as he turned to Flutter Mane. His expression was a mix of exasperation and amusement. It's not a child, he explained patiently. Even though you two look similar, you're not the same kind of Pokémon. Flutter Mane tilted its head in visible confusion.
Fleur. Not a child.
Naoki nodded, crouching slightly to meet Flutter Mane's gaze. That Pokémon is called misdreavus. It's just how they look. Turning to the timid misdreavus hovering nearby, Naoki offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. Flutter Mane didn't mean any harm. It thought you were a baby and wanted to take care of you. It really had good intentions, even if it got a little carried away. The misdreavus puffed up indignantly but, noticing Naoki's calm demeanor and sincerity, slowly relaxed. With a huff, it responded, misdreavus. I'm not a baby. But since it didn't mean any harm, I'll let it go this time. After its declaration, the misdreavus darted off, floating away with a dramatic flair as if it had made a grand gesture of forgiveness. Flutter Mane made no move to stop it. Instead, it simply watched the smaller Pokémon disappear with a puzzled look. Its expression made it clear that Naoki's explanation had only left it more confused. Lance and Professor Oak, who had observed the entire exchange, were stunned. Both men exchanged glances before Professor Oak broke the silence.
Wait a moment.
Were you just talking to a Pokémon? Oak asked, his tone laced with disbelief. Naoki straightened, meeting the professor's astonished gaze. Without hesitation, he nodded, his demeanor calm and matter-of-fact.
That's right.
It's one of my abilities.
An ability?
Professor Oak murmured, stroking his chin as he pondered. The first thing that came to mind was the Tokiwa power, a rare ability said to be bestowed upon individuals born near Viridian Forest. Those blessed with it were rumored to be able to.
Okay, Naoki nodded.
With that, the mayor departed. In the 198th year of the Alliance calendar, spring had just arrived in the Paldea region, and the temperature was still a bit chilly. Naoki and Cyclizer stood at the door of the cabin, watching the old mayor's figure gradually disappear into the distance. Only after he was out of sight did Naoki turn to look at the sleek Cyclizer beside him. Even though he was new to this world, he could tell from the Cyclizer's appearance and demeanor that it was healthy and well cared for. Thinking of the magical nature of Pokémon, Naoki's curiosity got the better of him.
Cyclizer? He asked. Grew.
The Cyclizer tilted its head and looked back. Clearly, it understood its name. Naoki continued, Can you understand what I'm saying? If you can, just nod your head.
Grew.
As expected, the Cyclizer nodded obediently. Just like in the anime, Pokémon could understand human language. Naoki's heart swelled with excitement. According to the lore, Pokémon were extraordinary creatures whose intelligence and emotions far surpassed those of ordinary animals. Some Pokémon even rivaled humans in their intellect and emotional capacity. Gazing at Cyclizer's shiny skin, Naoki couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. It felt different from what he had imagined, not like a real lizard but more like leather, much like a motorcycle's exterior. The Cyclizer didn't seem to mind his touch at all. In fact, it closed its eyes contentedly, looking quite pleased. Naoki mimicked Ash from the anime and said to Cyclizer, Cyclizer, please take care of me from now on. Grew. After saying that, Naoki found himself at a loss for words. He withdrew his hand, and his stomach rumbled. The sound caught the Cyclizer's attention, and its eyes drifted towards Naoki's belly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Naoki asked, Have you eaten? I'm about to make some food. Want to join me? Grew. Even though Cyclizer had already eaten breakfast, it seemed delighted by the invitation from its new owner. It nodded and followed Naoki back into the cabin. Looking around at the wooden dwelling, Naoki felt a strange sense of belonging. This was his home now. He took a deep breath. After years of toiling away in the 996 grind, it would be nice to live a peaceful life as a farmer. Ranch life might be tiring, but at least he'd be working for himself. A new chapter was beginning. Naoki glanced at the Cyclizer beside him.
Speak of the devil, he thought. Last night, he was wondering if he had any Pokémon to test his cheat code on, and this morning, he had a Cyclizer.
Alright then, it's you, he declared.
Naoki put a pot of water on the stove to boil, preparing to cook some instant ramen. He was eager to see the effects of his cheat code and whether it could provide Pokémon with all sorts of magical benefits, just like in the games. As a simple staple, clear noodle soup was a breeze to make. Bring water to a boil, add the instant ramen noodles, and let them simmer. If ingredients are allowed, Naoki would normally add chopped scallions and a dollop of lard, allowing the noodles to soak up the broth before serving them in a bowl. The green onions would float on top, adding a splash of color to the dish and making it more appetizing. Finally, a drizzle of sesame oil and a soft-boiled egg would complete the meal. Just the thought of it made Naoki's mouth water. However, back in reality, all he had were basic seasonings. With a silent sigh, Naoki learned from yesterday's experience and added an appropriate amount of salt and chicken bouillon to the pot. Soon, a simple noodle soup was ready. As he filled 2 bowls, a prompt appeared in his mind with information about the dish. Instant ramen, a low-level dish. Its taste is somewhat lacking due to the absence of key ingredients, but it's a good choice to warm the body and soul on a cold day. Cooking effect, cold resistance level 1, provides resistance to cold temperatures. After consumption, the body will feel warm for 30 minutes. Comment: despite the low quality of the ingredients, skillful cooking techniques have enhanced the flavor. When the player becomes wealthy and can cook master-level dishes, they may look back on this with nostalgia. Naoki was speechless. Meanwhile, the Cyclizer beside him sniffed the air. Grew. Naoki looked at it, then placed the 2 bowls of noodles on the table and beckoned to the Cyclizer. Want to try some? Grew. The Cyclizer frowned hesitantly. To be honest, it didn't really like the taste of ramen. Moreover, the bowl contained nothing but plain noodles. Judging by its appearance, it didn't seem very appetizing. Naoki understood immediately. He sighed inwardly, not wanting to force the Cyclizer, and said, "It's okay, you don't have to eat it if you don't want to." Then, excitement bubbling up, he added, "When I earn enough money to buy other ingredients, I'll make you something you'll love." Naoki was full of anticipation for his new life on the ranch. Hearing this, the Cyclizer it's for the rancher. This incredible Pokémon was a natural gourmand. It could emit 200,000 Hz ultrasound from its ears to locate ripe fruit to satisfy its hunger. It would then use ultrasound waves to knock down the fruit, carefully selecting only the ripest ones to eat. Interesting, Naoki thought. After understanding the purpose of the cave, Naoki didn't linger. He returned to the front with his tools, surveyed the weed-infested farmland, and prepared to start small, clearing a patch to plant turnips. Seeing his actions, the Cyclizer eagerly volunteered to help, chirping grew. It swung its tail, and with a powerful thud, a rock shattered as if struck by a sledgehammer. Naoki was dumbfounded. He looked down at the hammer in his hand and the rock he had struggled to break, momentarily speechless. The Cyclizer seemed delighted to be useful. Naoki sighed with a mix of amusement and relief. "Alright then, let's work together." Grew. Meanwhile, in the central Paldea region, a basin nestled amidst towering, steep mountains housed a mysterious area known as Area 0. Beneath this area lay a modern, advanced laboratory. In the deepest part of the lab, Professor Olim, a Pokémon researcher specializing in the legends of Paldea, and her husband, Professor Turo, gazed excitedly at the tall, enigmatic machine before them. "The time machine is finally complete," exclaimed Professor Olim, who wore a white coat and a necklace adorned with ancient animal teeth. "Finally, I can see the Pokémon from the future and the past mentioned in the Scarlet Book." Professor Turo was equally thrilled. The couple had spent years in the depths of Area 0, conducting their research. One focused on the ancient past, the other on the future. With the unique properties of Area 0, they had finally developed this device. It could teleport Pokeballs and capture Pokémon from different timelines, bringing them to the present. "Let's try it now. I want to see Pokémon from different eras with my own eyes," Professor Olim declared. Professor Turo nodded, a hint of tenderness crossing his face as he asked, "Isn't Pepper's 8th birthday coming up soon?" "Perfect timing," Olim hummed. "This time I can bring back Pokémon from various eras for Pepper to befriend." "Let's get started." Turo echoed his wife's enthusiasm. He took a deep breath, imagining Pepper's reaction to seeing those Pokémon. The child had always loved Pokémon. If he saw Pokémon from the future and the past, he would surely be overjoyed, right? Parents couldn't help but love their children. Come to think of it, they hadn't been back to spend time with Pepper in a while. This was a good opportunity to return home and take some time off to be with their son. Lost in thought, Professor Turo and his wife activated the time machine using an ID code. Buzz. With a strange hum, the time machine silently sprang to life. The space around the laboratory warped and twisted. The walls shimmered like mirrors, emitting rhythmic red and purple lights. The two professors stared intently at the machine, both excited and nervous. Soon, the rhythmic hum slowed down. Then, a dazzling red light flashed from the center of the time machine. Tension filled the air. As the light faded, a Pokémon they had never seen before materialized beneath the machine. It was a mysterious Pokémon, tall and robust, standing on two legs. Its body was scarlet, with white markings on its face, abdomen, thick legs and tail. A thin, long tendril resembling a dragon's whisker extended from its head, with a cluster of bright blue-purple feathers beneath it, giving it a domineering and flamboyant appearance. Its golden eyes glared fiercely at the two humans before it. Success. Professor Olam and Professor Turo were relieved to see the Pokémon. Finally. Their efforts had paid off. Let's get it into a Pokeball first. Professor Turo said calmly. Professor Olam nodded, raised her hand, and threw a pre-prepared Pokeball at the Pokémon. However, the moment the Pokémon saw the Pokeball, its golden eyes narrowed. It let out an unintelligible roar and casually swatted the Pokeball away with its right paw. The professors sensed hostility from the creature. Their expressions tightened, and they were about to release their own Pokémon. But then, the mysterious Pokémon from the past suddenly turned its head and looked around, as if confirming something. Soon, it seemed to have found its answer. In the next second, an unreadable emotion flickered in the Pokémon's eyes. It suddenly sprang forward, ignoring the two professors, and dashed out of the laboratory. It was so fast that it was gone before Professor Olam and Professor Turo. He opened his eyes to silence. The room was still, eerily so. An antique clock hung on the wall, its pendulum swinging lazily, yet no ticking echoed through the space. Naoki jolted upright, gasping for breath like a drowning man breaking the surface. Black truffle. Perhaps due to his financial struggles, Naoki's first thought upon seeing it was, this thing must be worth a lot, right? But then, he noticed the buff effect. Although it doesn't have any beneficial effects, it can significantly enhance the effect of cooking. What was this? Some kind of advanced ingredient? Naoki could vaguely understand its value based on his experience with similar ingredients in games from his previous life. In those games, adding such ingredients to dishes not only increased the level of effects from LV1 to LV3 but also had the potential to turn temporary buffs into permanent ones. This made black truffles incredibly valuable. This was a good find. Naoki carefully unearthed the entire black truffle. Seeing his actions, the cyclizer laid down beside him, holding its breath. Only after the palm-sized truffle was safely tucked into Naoki's backpack did it look up and ask curiously, "Gru, this is great stuff that can improve our quality of life." Naoki explained to the cyclizer with a smile. He weighed it in his hand and estimated the black truffle to be about 1 kilogram. As a layman, he didn't know the exact price of black truffles, but judging by its size and quality, he could tell it wouldn't be cheap. Glancing at the sky, Naoki saw that it was getting late, so he hopped onto the cyclizer and let it carry him back to the ranch. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Naoki had just returned to the ranch and was about to pour himself a glass of water when he heard a whistle from outside. Ding ding ding. He walked out the door and saw a van with a Wave logo pulling up. The driver, a burly man with muscular arms and a buzz cut, leaned out the window and said enthusiastically, "You must be Naoki, the new owner of this ranch? Mayor Clavel told me about you. I'm Jack from Mesogoza Market, and I'm responsible for purchasing goods from nearby ranches. Pleased to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Jack," Naoki greeted politely. Jack turned off the engine and jumped out of the van. He looked around and noticed the freshly tilled farmland. Grinning, he said, "Looks like you've got the hang of ranch life. Got anything to sell?" Jack was just making casual conversation. He knew a novice rancher wouldn't have mature crops, wool, or milk to sell yet. After all, developing a ranch took time. But the next second, he saw the new ranch owner pull out a large black object. Jack, with his extensive knowledge, instantly recognized it. His eyes widened in surprise. "A black truffle? Wow! This size is incredibly rare. Where did you find it?" "The back mountains," Naoki replied. "Can I sell it?" Jack nodded eagerly. "Of course. This thing fetches a high price. Normal quality black truffles go for about 5,000 poke dollars per kilogram. The quality and size of the one you have are top-notch. This kind of black truffle is hard to come by in the market, and the price is around 15,000 poke dollars per kilogram. Its unique taste was sought after by many, especially the upper class among the wealthy and aristocratic families. They weren't short on money. 15,000 poke dollars per kilogram? Naoki did the math. In other words, the black truffle in his hand was worth a total of 30,000 poke dollars? Naoki was tempted by the price. Should he sell it? This level of rare ingredient could greatly enhance the effects of Pokémon food when cooked. Could he? If he sold it, he would have enough money to buy seeds, repair the ranch, and stock up on food. For a moment, Naoki hesitated. But then, he made a decision. He had to think long-term. Even though the black truffle could improve his cooking, exchanging it for cash would accelerate the ranch's development and ultimately generate more income. Once the ranch was thriving, he could use the money to buy other high-quality ingredients with similar effects. With that in mind, Naoki no longer hesitated and decided to sell it. Jack retrieved a scale from his van, weighed the truffle, and pointed to the reading. 1 kilogram and 100 grams. He pulled out a calculator and a small notebook, did some quick calculations, and then announced, the total comes to 33,000 poke dollars. Okay, Naoki nodded. Then I'll take this black truffle off your hands, Jack said as he pulled out a stack of bills from his wallet and handed it over. Naoki took the money, counted it carefully, and let out a sigh of relief. The first money he had earned as a rancher was now in his hands. He could finally stop eating bland instant ramen. Jack still had to visit other ranches to collect goods. Before leaving, he looked around the ranch and suggested, aside from growing crops and raising Pokémon, there are many other ways to make money. Haven't you been to Cascarafa yet? If you go there, remember to buy a fishing rod from the general store. While your crops are growing, you can earn some money by fishing. But don't worry too much. It's tough at the beginning, but it gets much easier in the summer. Then, besides growing regular crops, you can also cultivate leppa berries to make juice. Berry juice with that farm-fresh flavor is very popular in big cities. Leppa berries? Naoki raised an eyebrow at the familiar name. However, he wasn't thinking about brewing juice. Instead, he wondered if the berry juice he made might have some strange effects, like his cooking. Naoki nodded, keeping his thoughts to himself, and said to Jack, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much. Jack smiled cheerfully. Good luck. After seeing Jack off, Naoki returned to the cabin and eyed the small piece of black truffle left on the table, a fragment that had Brock. He scanned the 1, 2, 3, 17, 18, 20. Holy moly, so many! Naoki exclaimed, stunned by the sheer number of eggs. He glanced at the hen, who appeared utterly exhausted after her prodigious feat. She stumbled around, looking drained and listless. After a few moments, she staggered back to the feeding trough and began to devour the chicken feed with a ravenous hunger. Naoki watched with concern. Did I break her? He wondered. He quickly recalled the effects of the steamed chicken feed. When fed to roosters, it accelerates egg fertilization. When fed to hens, it causes them to lay a large number of eggs in a short period. However, after laying eggs, the hen will enter a 15-day cool-down period, during which it cannot lay eggs or consume this dish again. It will also need to consume large amounts of food to regain its strength. So, she's replenishing her depleted energy, Naoki concluded, relieved. Thankfully, the dish didn't permanently drain the hen. It seemed to function like an advance payment, accelerating the egg-laying process and requiring a recovery period afterward. Naoki continued to observe the hen. After finishing her own portion of feed, she proceeded to eat the other two hens' shares as well. She didn't stop until the trough was empty. Then, she returned to her nest, nestled amongst the pile of eggs, yawned, and promptly fell asleep. Naoki began to calculate in his head. Based on the original owner's memories, eggs in this world were relatively cheap. A carton of 10 eggs sold for only 250 poke dollars at the market. Zach buys eggs from ranchers at wholesale prices, so his selling price was lower than the market rate. This meant the pile of eggs before Naoki was worth less than 500 poke dollars. After deducting the cost of the chicken feed, there wouldn't be much profit left at all. With this realization, the dish's effect didn't seem so extraordinary anymore. Naoki took half of the eggs for himself and left the rest for the hen to incubate. He then opened the coop door, allowing the other 3 chickens to roam and bask in the sunshine. After that, he went to water the crops. With just over 4,000 poke dollars left and over 2 weeks until harvest, he needed to find another source of income. Eggs wouldn't bring in much profit, so Naoki decided to explore Casaroya Lake, located north of the ranch. To protect the ranch from wild Pokémon while he was away,
he asked Cyclizer to stay behind and guard the house. Returning to the cabin, Naoki retrieved the 6 Pokeballs he had purchased in Kosagi Town. He had kept them tucked away in a drawer, intending to use them for future outings and adventures. He looked at Koraidon, who was watching him intently. "Have you seen these before?" Naoki asked, holding up a Pokeball. "Gashi." Koraidon nodded its massive head. Naoki surmised that Koraidon must have seen Pokeballs while it was with Professor Sada in Area 0. In the game, Koraidon was Professor Sada's Pokémon. After Professor Sada's death, it lost a territorial battle against another Koraidon and fled from the Paldea crater, eventually encountering the game's protagonist on a beach. The protagonist then received Koraidon's Pokeball from Professor Sada's son, Arven. So, did that mean Koraidon's Pokeball was currently in Arven's possession? Naoki pondered this. Arven was often called Little Batman because, like Batman, he had lost his parents, Professor Sada and Professor Turo. As their son, Arven had once lived with his parents and Koraidon. But Koraidon's wild instincts and fighting spirit had eventually led it to attack other Pokémon. Fearing that Koraidon's existence would be discovered, and to prevent further harm to other Pokémon, Professor Sada had reluctantly returned it to the Paldea crater. Young Arven blamed Koraidon for taking his mother away, and his resentment grew as Professor Sada, preoccupied with research, neglected him. This led Arven to develop a dislike for both Koraidon and his parents, resenting any mention of them. "I'll worry about that later," Naoki decided, pushing those thoughts aside for now. Koraidon's Pokeball was with Arven, and Pokémon that had already been caught couldn't be caught again with a different Pokeball. The first capture imprinted a unique mark on the Pokémon, preventing it from entering another ball. Naoki recalled this being the standard rule for regular Pokeballs. As an experiment, he held the ball against Koraidon's body. A few seconds passed, but nothing happened. Koraidon remained outside the ball, looking confused. "Guess it won't work," Naoki sighed, putting the Pokeball away and abandoning the idea of capturing Koraidon. Naoki packed his travel backpack with water, berries, Pokeballs and other essentials. He was ready to set off with Koraidon to explore Casaroya Lake and survey its fish population. Suddenly, Koraidon's cries echoed from outside. Naoki, backpack slung over his shoulder, stepped out to investigate. Koraidon was pointing towards the ranch entrance, roaring, "Gayo!" "What's wrong?" Naoki followed Koraidon's gaze and saw 2 figures, one tall and one small, approaching. The woman in front was striking, with a wild aura. She wore a white lab coat over a primitive animal skin tunic, an animal tooth necklace adorning her neck. Behind her trailed a young boy, about 8 years old. He shared her short, sandy hair, and they bore a clear resemblance to each other. They stopped a short distance away, their eyes fixed on Naoki and Koraidon. The woman, her gaze lingering on Koraidon, spoke to Naoki with confidence and poise. "Hello there," she began. "Did you rescue this Pokémon?" Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 30, Determination, 29. Damn it. Naoki gasped, recognizing the woman and boy instantly. Dr. Sada and her son, Arven. But how? Wasn't Dr. Sada supposed to be dead? Naoki's mind raced as he looked at the young boy beside her. Their resemblance was undeniable. It was Arven. So, what time was it? Had he arrived 10 years before the events of the game Pokémon Scarlet? But why had Koraidon escaped from the Paldea crater, just like in the game's plot? Now wasn't the time to ponder these questions. Naoki needed to address the situation at hand. He looked at Dr. Sada and Arven, feigning ignorance. "Who are you?" he inquired. Dr. Sada studied his face for a moment, then shifted her gaze to Koraidon. "I am Professor Sada," she said, "and the Pokémon beside you is Koraidon, a creature from ancient times. Not long ago, we used a certain technology to summon it to the present, but it attacked us and escaped from the lab." "Koraidon," Naoki repeated, absorbing this new information that wasn't part of the game's story. Dr. Sada continued, "However, its primal, ancient power is too volatile. Sooner or later, it will lash out and attack other Pokémon and humans." Naoki's brow furrowed. Koraidon, standing beside him, tensed up. "GAA." It grumbled. Naoki looked at Koraidon, and its tense expression softened. Observing the scene, Dr. Sada was surprised by the bond between Naoki and Koraidon. However, remembering the destructive power Koraidon and Miraidon had unleashed, she spoke with a firm tone. "It seems to have formed an attachment to you," she acknowledged. "However, Pokémon summoned from ancient times are inherently wild and different from modern Pokémon. We can't guarantee it won't harm you, let alone other Pokémon or humans. Therefore,
I ask you to return Koraidon to us. We will take it away from Paldea, back to where it belongs.
Naoki's heart sank.
He knew Dr. Sada's concerns were valid. While Koraidon appeared docile and playful in the game, it also possessed a fiery temper that had forced Professor Sada to return it to Area Zero. Returning Koraidon was the logical course of action.
But
Dr. Sada reached into her lab coat pocket, pulling out a special Pokeball designed to capture Koraidon. She threw the ball towards the legendary Pokémon. Koraidon watched the incoming projectile, its eyes narrowing in fury. A terrifying energy surged within it. With a defiant roar, Koraidon charged forward, its scarlet body blurring with speed. Its dragon claws, gleaming with a menacing light, swiped downwards in a powerful arc. Before anyone could react, the Pokeball was sent flying, shattered into pieces by Koraidon's claws. Black smoke billowed from the broken fragments. Koraidon then turned its attention to Dr. Sada, assuming an aggressive stance. Alarmed by Koraidon's sudden aggression, Naoki shouted, "Koraidon, stop!" Simultaneously, young Arven, who had been watching with a sullen expression, leaped into action. He stepped in front of his mother, protectively. "You're not allowed to hurt her." A white light flashed from his pocket as he released his own Pokémon, a Mastiff. Koraidon ignored the Mastiff, its attention solely on Naoki. Hearing his voice, it paused, its anger subsiding. It turned to Naoki and whimpered, a pleading look in its eyes.
"GAA. Koraidon."
Naoki called out tentatively, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. Naoki watched stunned, as Koraidon approached him and gently wrapped him in a hug with its massive paws, nuzzling against him like a giant, affectionate cat. Dr. Sada's eyes widened in disbelief.
That Koraidon.
Naoki, though unsure of what was happening, understood Koraidon's silent message. It wanted to stay with him, it didn't want to leave. Naoki's mind flashed back to the game's story. He looked into Koraidon's eyes and asked, "Will you hurt me or other Pokémon?" Koraidon shook its head vehemently.
"Koraidon."
Reassured by Koraidon's promise, Naoki turned to Dr. Sada and Arven. "I'm sorry, Professor Sada," he said with conviction, "but I can't hand Koraidon over to you." Dr. Sada was taken aback.
"Why?
Aren't you afraid it might suddenly attack you?" Naoki shook his head.
"I trust it.
Instead of worrying about what might happen, I choose to believe what I see. And what I see is that Koraidon wouldn't do anything to harm me or others." Dr. Sada was silent, her gaze lingering on the surprisingly gentle Koraidon. She was suddenly curious about what had transpired since it left Area Zero. Dr. Sada had a dream. She envisioned a world where ancient and modern Pokémon coexisted peacefully. Inspired by the Scarlet Book, she and her husband had ventured into the perilous Great Crater of Paldea, established an observatory, and utilized the crystal at its depths to research a time machine, aiming to summon Pokémon from the past and future. However, the Koraidon and Miraidon they summoned had displayed a destructive nature, shattering their hopes. But now she witnessed a different side of the Pokémon known as the Winged King in the Scarlet Book. "If you don't mind," Dr. Sada asked, her curiosity piqued, "could you tell me what happened after you encountered this Koraidon?"
Comment. Zero comment.
Inside the house, Dr. Sada and young Arven sat on the guest chairs, observing their surroundings. The room, though small, was well furnished and meticulously organized. A flower pot rested on the windowsill, and within it, a smoliv basked lazily in the sun, its contented expression a testament to Naoki's care. It was evident that the owner of this place was both tidy and fond of Pokémon.
"Here you go."
Naoki offered drinks to Dr. Sada, Arven, and Mastiff. Lacking tea, he had improvised with Mumu milk from the Kosagi market, adding alchemy's cream and chopped berries to create a simple caramel berry milk. The drink's effect was to evoke sweet memories in Pokémon while restoring their physical strength. Arven, still sullen, took a hesitant sip and immediately perked up, his eyes widening in surprise. Mastiff, after a few tentative licks, also began lapping up the milk eagerly. Dr. Sada, however, remained composed as she began to explain, "My husband Turo and I have been researching Pokémon from the past and future in the Great Crater of Paldea. Recently, we successfully developed a time machine and summoned the Pokémon recorded in the Scarlet Book into our world." Naoki focused intently on Dr. Sada's words, a key detail catching his attention.
"The Scarlet Book?" he questioned.
Dr. Sada looked surprised. "Haven't you heard of it?" "I have," Naoki replied, choosing his words carefully. He knew the book well, Naoki thought, but the crucial point was that Dr. Sada had mentioned the Scarlet Book, not separate Scarlet and Violet books. As any Pokémon fan knew, Game Freak released the games in two versions. Pokémon Scarlet told the story of Professor Sada and the ancient Pokémon,
featuring the Scarlet Book. The book was written by a man named Heath, recounting how he and his expedition team had encountered a group of paradox Pokémon, creatures not native to Paldea, in an uncharted area of the region. Pokémon Violet, on the other hand, told the story of Professor Turo, Professor Sada's husband, and the futuristic Pokémon. In this version, there was no Scarlet Book, but rather a Violet Book, with the ancient paradox Pokémon replaced by futuristic ones. According to Dr. Sada, in this world, there was only one book, the Scarlet Book. This implied that Professor Turo, who studied futuristic paradox Pokémon, also existed in this world. Upon realizing this, Naoki's first thought wasn't about the paradox Pokémon, but about Arven. In this timeline, he might lose both parents and truly become the little Batman he was nicknamed. Naoki looked at young Arven, who was sharing his milk with Mischief. Noticing his gaze, Dr. Sada turned to her son, her eyes softening with a mother's love. "This is my son, Arven," she introduced. At this age, Arven wasn't the future Arven who would search for the secret spice. He was just a child, not yet 10 years old. Naoki recalled how Arven had bravely stood up to Koraidon to protect his mother and offered a compliment. "He's a very brave boy." Due to his parents' demanding work, young Arven mistakenly believed that Koraidon and Miraidon had taken them away from him, leading to his resentment towards any mention of them. In truth, Arven loved his parents deeply and longed for their attention. But alas, poor child. Naoki felt a pang of sympathy for the boy. Arven looked up, meeting Naoki's gaze with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Dr. Sada, noticing the exchange, smiled. "Arven has always been very independent. My husband and I are often busy with our research, so he's had to look after himself from a young age." Arven lowered his head, silently sipping his milk. "Woof woof." Mischief barked twice in agreement. Dr. Sada added, "And of course there's Mischief, who's always by Arven's side." Naoki nodded, then recounted his encounter with Koraidon. "It appeared in the pasture one night, injured. Cyclizer and I brought it inside and treated it with berries and medicine. It's been living with us ever since." "Has it shown any aggression or anger during that time?" Dr. Sada inquired. Naoki thought carefully, then shook his head. "No, it's been very well behaved." He paused, a smile tugging at his lips as he remembered Koraidon's fishing technique. "It even helps me with chores, though sometimes it goes a bit overboard and uses its strongest move to catch fish." Dr. Sada's eyes widened in surprise, picturing the scene. She fell into deep thought. After a moment, she turned to look at Koraidon, who was lying nearby, feigning sleep but secretly watching them. A powerful build, scarlet skin, a domineering head frill, thick, sturdy legs. Everything about this Koraidon matched the one they had summoned later. Had it developed a bond with Naoki because it knew he was its rescuer? Dr. Sada couldn't think of any other explanation. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Sada pulled out a somewhat outdated mobile phone from her lab coat pocket. "Please excuse me for a moment," she said to Naoki. "I need to speak with my husband, Professor Turo." Naoki nodded. "Of course." Dr. Sada stepped outside, onto the grassy pasture, to make her call. Left alone with Arven, Naoki looked at the forlorn boy and spoke gently. "Your name is Arven, right?" Arven withdrew his gaze from his mother's retreating figure and mumbled, "Yes." Naoki followed his line of sight and said, "Your mother is a very accomplished scientist. She even built a time machine. Have you ever imagined traveling through time, to see the distant past and future?" Arven glanced at Mischief beside him, his voice still muffled. "That's their dream." Just then, Dr. Sada returned, having finished her conversation with her husband. She had discussed the situation with Professor Turo, and after careful consideration, they had decided to let Koraidon stay with Naoki. Dr. Sada looked at Koraidon, then addressed Naoki. "Naoki, I will leave Koraidon in your care." Naoki immediately recognized Professor Oak. Smiling, Naoki greeted him, "I've seen you on TV. Hello, Professor Oak." Professor Oak nodded warmly, quickly understanding the reference. "Ah, the TV lecture series. The station invited me to provide some educational material for young trainers. These lectures were designed to introduce Pokémon to children under 10, cultivating interest and knowledge before their journeys began." As an authoritative figure in Pokémon research, Oak's programs aired across various regions, bridging the gap for children eager to learn. After exchanging pleasantries, Professor Oak's curiosity turned sharply toward the Pokémon gathered around Naoki. His eyes lit up with a mixture of academic intrigue and childlike excitement. "Would you mind if I examined your Pokémon?" Oak asked eagerly. Naoki smiled and gestured toward them.
Be my guest. Professor Oak wasted no time, stepping closer to Koraidon. The Pokémon's vibrant red scales shimmered in the moonlight, its muscular frame a testament to its strength. This one is remarkable. Dense, protective scales and, is that a tire on its chest? Oak crouched, poking at the air-filled sac on Koraidon's chest. Koraidon seemed startled by Oak's unceremonious inspection. It stepped back, looking flustered, then suddenly transformed into its combat-ready bipedal form. Its towering posture and rippling muscles exuded an aura of power. "Aga!" Koraidon roared, the sound deep and resonant. Oak and Lance both flinched in shock. It changed form. Oak exclaimed, his excitement only growing. Naoki stepped forward, gently patting Koraidon's shoulder. "Calm down," he said softly. Koraidon obeyed, reverting to its more docile mount form. Naoki explained, "This is Koraidon. It's a rare Pokémon from the Paldea region, first discovered and named by Professor Sada and Dr. Turo." "Koraidon," Professor Oak repeated thoughtfully. He crouched again, observing the Pokémon with great interest. "Fascinating. And its ability to shift forms, truly remarkable." Koraidon nodded enthusiastically. "Aga." The loud roar made Oak wince and cover his ears. All right. I understand," he said with a chuckle. Satisfied, Koraidon stopped roaring, and Oak turned his attention to the other Pokémon. His eyes fell on Ogerpon, who had been bouncing around happily. "This one, was I correct in observing that it can change its type depending on the mask it wears?" Oak inquired. Naoki nodded. "Exactly. This is Ogerpon, and the masks it uses contain a unique energy called terrestrial energy, which originates in Paldea. This energy allows Ogerpon to shift its type depending on the mask." Terrestrial energy. Oak murmured, intrigued. The ability to change types, remarkable. I wasn't aware Paldea had access to such extraordinary phenomena. Ogerpon, excited by Oak's interest, danced around in joy. "Oge!" it chirped, its voice cheerful and infectious. Oak smiled warmly and returned the greeting. "Hello, Ogerpon." Ogerpon responded, even more delighted. Its happiness was contagious, as it twirled and hopped around the group. Watching Ogerpon's cheerful demeanor, Naoki felt a pang of emotion. He recalled its difficult past but reminded himself that those days were behind them. Ogerpon was safe and happy now, surrounded by friends. Professor Oak's attention then shifted to Palmot, who stood nearby in its superhero-inspired cape and wielding a hammer. The sight immediately reminded Oak of a certain movie franchise he had once seen. Chuckling, Oak knelt and greeted Palmot. "Hello, little hero." Palmot froze for a moment when he heard the stranger call him a hero, and then a bashful expression spread across his face. In a blur, he zipped behind Naoki, clearly embarrassed. Naoki chuckled. "This Pokémon is called Palmot. The costume it's wearing was specially made by me." Professor Oak smiled warmly. "Palmo, you say? Well, it's certainly brimming with energy." Having introduced the Pokémon nearby, Professor Oak suddenly paused and looked around. "Where's that ethereal Pokémon I saw earlier? The one that looked like Misdreavus. It was just here, wasn't it?" Naoki froze, quickly glancing around the area. Sure enough, Flutter Mane was nowhere to be seen. Concern flickered across his face. Turning to the other Pokémon, Naoki asked if anyone had noticed where Flutter Mane had gone. The Pokémon, engrossed in their chatter with Professor Oak, shook their heads, oblivious to what had happened. This isn't good, Naoki thought, frowning deeply. Noticing Naoki's unease, Professor Oak asked gently, "Is something wrong?" "It couldn't have wandered far. We can search the manor for it." Naoki hesitated before responding. "Flutter Mane is a bit different. It has a more cautious and unpredictable temperament than most Pokémon. I'm worried it might have been startled by something and could unintentionally hurt someone. After all, this unfamiliar environment must feel overwhelming for Flutter Mane." Thinking quickly, Naoki turned to Palmot. "Palmot, can you fly around the manor and see if you can spot Flutter Mane? Pay special attention to any dark or quiet areas." "Paymo." Palmot nodded firmly before taking to the skies. Although neither Professor Oak nor Lance fully understood the situation, they immediately offered their help. "We'll assist you in searching," they said. Together, the group, accompanied by their Pokémon, began scouring the manor. Meanwhile, on the manor's third floor, far from the party's liveliness, a low, eerie crying sound echoed from a dark room. The sound was faint, like a baby's wail, yet unnervingly hollow. Flutter Mane, who had been feeling peckish and was casually hunting for something edible, paused. Its curiosity piqued by the sound, it floated toward the source. The room's windows were wide open, and the wind stirred the curtains, creating a ghostly atmosphere. The cries grew louder as Flutter Mane approached the room. Hovering near the open window, Flutter Mane peered inside, its eyes narrowing with suspicion. The cries became more distinct, yet the room appeared completely empty. Fleur. Where is that sound coming from? Flutter Mane thought, puzzled. Drawn by its curiosity, Flutter Mane floated cautiously into the room. The moment it entered, the crying stopped, only to start again moments later, louder and more insistent. The wails seemed to beg the intruder to delve deeper. As an ancient predator, Flutter Mane's instincts kicked in. Its senses sharpened, and it realized the truth. This was no ordinary cry. It was a lure. With practiced stealth, Flutter Mane slipped into the shadows, silently moving behind the ornate sofa in the center of the room. Peering around the sofa's edge, Flutter Mane spotted the source of the sound, a peculiar Pokémon. It had a dark green, slightly luminescent body, a hairstyle resembling eerie flames, and a string of red beads hanging prominently around its neck. Yet something about the Pokémon felt oddly familiar. Flutter Mane's sharp eyes noted the mischievous glint in the Pokémon's gaze, even as it feigned sorrow with its crying. Its expression gave away its intent, it was waiting for prey to approach. Fleur. This Pokémon looks like me? Flutter Mane thought, perplexed. A smaller, younger version, perhaps? Emerging from the shadows, Flutter Mane revealed itself without a sound. The crying stopped abruptly. The Pokémon finally sensed something amiss and whipped its head around with a startled expression. In that instant, two vastly different gazes locked. Flutter Mane, _ Misdreavus, Sigma, degree. The Misdreavus, who had been plotting a prank to scare humans, froze in terror before abruptly turning tail and bolting from the room. In its panic, it clumsily knocked over a decorative vase, which shattered on the floor with a loud crash. Flutter Mane, however, remained calm and composed. As a Pokémon that had spent much of its life in solitude, it felt little interest in meddling with the affairs of other Pokémon, particularly this mischievous little one. It prepared to leave, but then an image of Naoki flashed in its mind. If it were Naoki, Flutter Mane thought, he would have helped this juvenile Pokémon without hesitation. During its time at the ranch, Flutter Mane had come to realize how Naoki and the others, especially Koraidon, made great efforts to teach it about this world, ensuring it felt welcomed and integrated. This was a chance to prove it had been paying attention and learning from them. Determined, Flutter Mane gave chase. The Misdreavus fled as fast as it could but risked a glance over its shoulder. To its horror, the scary big Pokémon was gaining on it. Misdreavus' nerves were so frayed it felt like it might faint from fright. Help! Someone save me! Misdreavus zoomed through the air, desperately seeking an escape route. Yet before it could find one, the towering figure of Flutter Mane swooped in, its sharp wing claws gently but firmly capturing the panicked ghost. The little Misdreavus froze in terror, not daring to move. Flutter Mane didn't move either, as it appeared to be contemplating what to do next. It mulled over everything it had observed at the ranch, attempting to recall the steps Naoki took when caring for younger Pokémon. Gradually, the trembling Misdreavus calmed down, realizing that the large Pokémon wasn't harming it. Gathering its courage, it finally spoke in a small voice, Misdreavus. What are you going to do? Flutter Mane's eyes flickered as it remembered something from a show it had watched with the other Pokémon on the ranch, a program called Pokémon World. It had explained the process by which wild Pokémon formed relationships, raised their young, and cared for them. Now, how did those Pokémon in the show handle situations like this? Before Flutter Mane could piece it all together, Misdreavus' stomach let out a loud rumble. The smaller Pokémon cringed, clutching its midsection in embarrassment. Misdreavus. I'm hungry. It explained that its plan had been to frighten humans and absorb their fear to sate its hunger, but things hadn't gone according to plan. Instead of humans, it had attracted this intimidating Pokémon. Hearing this, Flutter Mane nodded in understanding. Its mind clicked, it remembered the first rule of caring for younger Pokémon, feed them. Reaching into a hidden stash of berries it kept for emergencies, Flutter Mane offered a few to the Misdreavus. It mimicked the gentle care it had seen Naoki exhibit, nudging the fruit toward the smaller Pokémon. Misdreavus hesitated but was too hungry to refuse. Though it didn't particularly enjoy the taste of the berries, it ate them anyway, grateful for the gesture. Seeing that the little one had eaten, Flutter Mane appeared satisfied. It released Misdreavus but continued to watch it carefully, its intense gaze silently instructing the smaller Pokémon to stay put. Misdreavus didn't dare move. Just then, Flutter Mane heard the distant call of Palmot searching for it. It glanced in the direction of the sound, then turned back to Misdreavus. With a tilt of its head, it gestured for the little ghost to follow. The Misdreavus didn't dare to run. It could sense that the towering Pokémon in front of it was far more intimidating than it appeared. If it tried to escape, it would likely be caught in an instant. Under such circumstances, it decided it was better not to provoke this enigmatic figure. When Palmo finally led Flutter Mane back to Naoki, the trainer was surprised to see a nervous Misdreavus trailing cautiously behind Flutter Mane, its large eyes darting around nervously. Naoki tilted his head in confusion.
"What's this?" he asked.
Flutter Mane's response was simple, its tone steady, "Fleur."
"A child."
Professor Oak, who had been observing the entire exchange, leaned closer and chuckled with fascination. "Ah, this Pokémon, Flutter Mane as you call it, seems to be caring for the Misdreavus as if it were its offspring." Naoki's eyes widened in disbelief.
"Offspring?"
He glanced at Flutter Mane, noting its composed expression. A thought suddenly struck Naoki, something that had been brewing in his mind for a while. Could paradox Pokémon like Flutter Mane not be fantastical creations or fabricated legends? Could it be possible that paradox Pokémon were once real creatures, ancient beings that roamed the world like dinosaurs in prehistoric times? Over millennia, had they gone extinct, leaving behind no evidence of their existence except for the peculiar glimpses provided by Area Zero? Or was there an even stranger explanation? Could the so-called time machine have brought these Pokémon from another dimension entirely, an alternate reality where their evolutionary paths diverged from anything known in this world? As Naoki mused, Professor Oak's voice cut through his thoughts.
"Flutter Mane.
Could it be a unique form of Misdreavus found in the Paldea region?
Fascinating.
It's much larger than any Misdreavus I've ever seen."
Naoki frowned.
He didn't have the answers. Instead, he reached into his backpack, pulled out a handful of seed crisps, and munched on them. After a moment, he asked Flutter Mane, "What's the story with this Misdreavus?" Flutter Mane seemed to hesitate for a moment before replying with its characteristic simplicity.
"Fleur.
A child alone crying.
I helped it." "Naoki."
Naoki sighed, rubbing the back of his head as he turned to Flutter Mane. His expression was a mix of exasperation and amusement. "It's not a child," he explained patiently. "Even though you two look similar, you're not the same kind of Pokémon." Flutter Mane tilted its head in visible confusion.
"Fleur. Not a child."
Naoki nodded, crouching slightly to meet Flutter Mane's gaze. "That Pokémon is called Misdreavus. It's just how they look." Turning to the timid Misdreavus hovering nearby, Naoki offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. Flutter Mane didn't mean any harm. It thought you were a baby and wanted to take care of you. It really had good intentions, even if it got a little carried away." The Misdreavus puffed up indignantly but, noticing Naoki's calm demeanor and sincerity, slowly relaxed. With a huff, it responded, "Misdreavus. I'm not a baby. But since it didn't mean any harm, I'll let it go this time." After its declaration, the Misdreavus darted off, floating away with a dramatic flair as if it had made a grand gesture of forgiveness. Flutter Mane made no move to stop it. Instead, it simply watched the smaller Pokémon disappear with a puzzled look. Its expression made it clear that Naoki's explanation had only left it more confused. Lance and Professor Oak, who had observed the entire exchange, were stunned. Both men exchanged glances before Professor Oak broke the silence.
"Wait a moment.
Were you just talking to a Pokémon?" Oak asked, his tone laced with disbelief. Naoki straightened, meeting the professor's astonished gaze. Without hesitation, he nodded, his demeanor calm and matter-of-fact.
"That's right.
It's one of my abilities."
"An ability?"
Professor Oak murmured, stroking his chin as he pondered. The first thing that came to mind was the Tokiwa power, a rare ability said to be bestowed upon individuals born near Viridian Forest. Those blessed with it were rumored to be able to sense the emotions of Pokémon and even heal their injuries. Lance, however, thought of something different. His family's ancient legends spoke of the power to control dragons. This power, granted to only a chosen few, was said to enhance a person's affinity with dragon-type Pokémon, allowing them to bond with and command these powerful creatures effortlessly. As both men silently contemplated Naoki's ability, Flutter Mane glanced at Naoki again, seemingly waiting for further clarification. Naoki, however, simply smiled at his Pokémon. "Don't worry about it," he said, patting its head gently.
"You did fine."
_______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Posting this chapter to let you know that I'll be releasing one chapter daily on Patreon, just like I used to on Webnovel. These posts will be free for everyone, so you won't need a subscription to read them. I'll continue this until all the chapters are fully uploaded on Scribble Hub. The chapters below, from 1 to 10, are just filler to meet the 15,000 word requirement for the rankings and visibility. He opened his eyes to a silent room. The pendulum of an antique clock swung soundlessly on the wall, its rhythmic ticking absent in the stillness. Naoki bolted upright, gasping for air as if he'd been submerged underwater. "Where am I?" he muttered, his voice raspy and disoriented. He scanned his surroundings, bewildered. The room was rustic and sparsely furnished, with a single bed pushed against the wall. The bed creaked beneath him as he shifted, the sound amplified in the quiet room. Across from it stood a simple wooden desk, a worn backpack lying haphazardly on top. A faded calendar hung on the adjacent wall, its pages yellowed with age. A wooden cupboard stood in the corner, its paint chipped and peeling. A coal stove and an assortment of cookware cluttered the space beside it, a cast iron skillet resting precariously on top of a stack of mismatched plates. The unfamiliar scene deepened Naoki's confusion. What happened? Wasn't I just working overtime? He ran a hand through his hair, trying to piece together the fragmented memories that swirled in his mind like a chaotic whirlwind. Ugh, my head. A wave of disjointed images and sensations surged through him, leaving him reeling. Had he time traveled? After the initial shock subsided, Naoki pieced together the situation. It was true. He had died from exhaustion after 5 straight days of overtime and found himself reincarnated in this world. But this wasn't Earth. It was a world where humans coexisted with extraordinary creatures known as Pokémon. They inhabited every corner of the globe, the skies, the seas, the land. The Pokémon world. Naoki whispered, a mixture of awe and disbelief in his voice. He had played the games and watched the anime, even fantasizing about living in this carefree world where trainers embarked on adventures with their Pokémon. Could he too journey through this world like Ash Ketchum, catching Pokémon, battling gym leaders, and unraveling the mysteries of this world? The thought of escaping the daily grind and living life on his own terms thrilled Naoki. He could almost feel the wind in his hair as he imagined himself exploring lush forests, scaling towering mountains, and sailing across vast oceans. But he quickly tempered his excitement, a sense of foreboding settling in his gut. This world wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. The person he inhabited was also named Naoki, originally from the Paldea region. He had moved to the Hoenn region with his parents, who tragically passed away from an illness, leaving him orphaned and alone. The original Naoki, disillusioned by their deaths, sold their belongings and drifted aimlessly for years, a wandering soul seeking solace in solitude. Finally, at 20, he returned to his grandfather's abandoned ranch in Paldea, where he lived out his remaining days, his spirit withered and his heart heavy with grief. Despite living in the world of Pokémon, he never caught one, content with a solitary existence devoid of companionship or adventure. Naoki felt a pang of sadness for this life he inherited, a life marked by loss and unfulfilled dreams. He glanced at the clock, its hands indicating it was 2 a.m. His stomach growled, reminding him that the original Naoki hadn't eaten dinner. With a silent apology, he rose from the bed, his joints creaking in protest, and grabbed a pack of instant ramen from the backpack. He stoked the embers in the coal stove, adding a few pieces of firewood to coax a flame back to life. As the water heated, Naoki rummaged through the cupboards and drawers but found nothing but basic seasonings. The ranch had been neglected for years, the fields overgrown with weeds,
the once thriving orchard now a tangle of gnarled branches and fallen fruit. He could almost picture the ranch in its prime, vibrant fields of crops, fruit-laden trees, a bustling Pokémon house filled with Miltanks and Wooloos, rows of beehives buzzing with activity, their honeycombs dripping with golden nectar. The water began to boil, its steam fogging up the small window above the sink. Just as Naoki opened the ramen packet, a strange message flashed in his mind, its characters glowing with an ethereal light. Instant ramen, a low-quality food with little nutritional value. Popular among field workers and travelers due to its ease of preparation.
Effects unknown.
Naoki paused, his curiosity piqued. What was that? He had never experienced anything like it before. He added the noodles to the boiling water, and as they softened, he tossed in the seasoning packet, its artificial aroma filling the air. He wasn't a great cook, but living alone had taught him the basics of survival. As the ramen finished cooking, another message appeared, its text shimmering in his mind's eye. Oversalted instant ramen, D-low-level food. Due to excessive salt, it has lost any potential benefits and can only fill the stomach. Consuming too much may cause thirst. Pokémon with a preference for salty flavors may enjoy it. Evaluation: it's bad, but not bad enough to make a Pokémon faint. Naoki's eyes widened. He recognized this. It was like the cooking interface from a mobile game called Culinary Master, developed by his former company. It was a pay-to-win game disguised as a cooking simulator, where players' dishes granted characters magical abilities and stat boosts based on their rarity, ranging from F to SSS. D was nothing special, but F could even inflict debuffs. Is this my cheat ability? Naoki wondered, a glimmer of hope sparking in his eyes. The mention of Pokémon in the description intrigued him. Could this be his chance to turn his life around, to make a difference in this world? He scooped the noodles into a chipped bowl and took a tentative bite. His taste buds were assaulted by a wave of salt, the flavor overpowering any hint of the ramen's original taste.
Naoki grimaced.
Yep, definitely too much salt. It was barely edible, but it was the only thing he had. As he forced down the noodles, he pondered this newfound power, his mind racing with possibilities. Although he had a rough idea about the effect of the golden finger, Naoki had no way to test it out just yet. For one, he didn't have any Pokémon around, and secondly, the original owner was broke. At 3 in the morning, Naoki, having barely managed to fill his stomach, started to ponder his situation. Sure, traveling to this world was exciting, but survival came first, no matter where you were. After washing the dishes, he sat at the desk to go through the original owner's belongings. Being a wandering spirit, the backpack was pretty bare. A few sets of clothes, 3 packs of instant ramen, and a handful of loose change and bills were all that remained. Naoki counted the money, about 2,300 in total. This wouldn't last him a month, let alone fund a Pokémon journey. He sighed, calculating the currency conversion in his head. Man, this is rough. But then, thoughts of those adorable and powerful Pokémon from the anime popped into his head, and Naoki perked up.
One step at a time, he told himself.
Maybe it was the lack of sleep from his old life, or maybe his body was just exhausted, but as soon as he had a full belly, sleepiness washed over Naoki. He didn't fight it, relishing the thought of a good night's rest without worrying about being late for work or struggling to pay the bills. Tomorrow was a new day. He switched off the lights, lay down on the rickety wooden bed, and was soon fast asleep. The next morning, a knock on the door startled him awake. Naoki's eyes flew open, and he sat up, disoriented for a moment. Then it hit him, he was in another world. He let out a relieved sigh, but the knocking continued. Confused, Naoki ran a hand through his messy hair and opened the door to find an older gentleman wearing a brown vest and a black fedora. The man, who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, had a warm, friendly smile on his face. Beside him stood a creature that looked like a lizard, standing upright on 2 legs. Its body was a vibrant green, shimmering in the morning light. A tire-like structure adorned its neck, and its sturdy, thick tail swayed gently behind it. Naoki's eyes lit up. He instantly recognized the Pokémon. It was a Cyclizer. The older man spoke. I heard you say yesterday that you'd be staying to take care of the ranch. I figured you might not be familiar with the work, and cleaning it up alone would be a lot, so I brought this little one along to help. Naoki blinked, a memory surfacing in his mind. The original owner of this body had indeed agreed to look after a ranch. Yesterday morning, when the original owner returned to the ranch, he bumped into the kind old mayor. Recognizing him, the mayor greeted him warmly and said, "This is the legacy your grandfather left for you. I knew you'd come back someday, so I've been stopping by to tidy up every now and then. Even though it's been empty for years, the house is still livable. You can stay here without a worry." The original owner thanked him politely. The old mayor smiled and said, "Your grandfather and I were friends in our youth, and I even held you in my arms when you were a baby. This is what your grandfather asked of me before he passed away, to make sure you inherited the ranch." Naoki thought to himself, "The mayor must think I came back to run the ranch." With this realization, the current situation made sense, but he was still puzzled about the cyclizer standing beside the mayor. Looking at the tall, thin young man before him, the mayor couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow and regret. What a poor child. All his relatives are gone, and he's all alone in this world. After seeing his condition yesterday, the mayor had returned home and brought his cyclizer companion along. One reason was to provide company for the lonely young man, and the other was to have the cyclizer help him manage the ranch. The mayor sighed inwardly and asked gently, "Would you be willing to take care of him?" Naoki was taken aback for a moment before understanding the mayor's intention. He looked at the cyclizer, who stared back with innocent curiosity. Cyclizer, a dual-type normal and grass Pokémon, had lived alongside the people of the Paldea region since ancient times. With their gentle nature and sensitivity to cold, they often sought warmth from human body heat by letting people ride on their backs. In this way, Cyclizer also served as a mode of transportation in this particular region. Naoki couldn't find a reason to refuse. After all, he wanted a Pokémon of his own too. It seemed unlikely that he'd get a starter Pokémon from a local professor and embark on a journey like Ash did in the anime. He didn't have any Pokeballs and couldn't exactly catch wild Pokémon with his bare hands. "Thank you," Naoki said. "I'll take good care of him." Relieved, the mayor beamed. "In that case, I'll leave him in your care. Oh, by the way, it's your first day at the ranch, so you might not be familiar with the work here, right?" Having been accustomed to the 996 work culture in his previous life, Naoki felt a bit out of his depth. "Yeah," he admitted. At that moment, the question that had been on his mind the night before was answered. He had nowhere else to go, and his only knowledge of this world came from the anime he watched and the games he played. Given his current circumstances, staying put seemed like the best course of action. At least he had shelter from the wind and rain. The old mayor smiled and said, "Well then, allow me to show you around the ranch. But if I remember correctly, you left Paldea when you were 10 and moved to Hoenn, right?" "Yes," Naoki replied. The mayor sighed. 10 years have flown by. How time flies. The once prosperous and bustling scenes of the past were still fresh in his mind, but now, all that remained was a deserted and dilapidated ranch. The farmland was overrun with weeds and rocks, and the Pokémon house had been ravaged by time, leaving only a skeletal frame. As they walked through the ranch, the cyclizer followed obediently, observing the young man with curiosity. Naoki, focused on absorbing the mayor's words, didn't notice Cyclizer's attention. Since he had decided to stay and take care of the ranch, he was eager to learn. The mayor's eyes were filled with nostalgia. Everywhere he looked, memories of the past flooded back. The land in front of us is the ranch's farmland. A long time ago, all sorts of crops grew here. In the autumn, the fields would be overflowing with fruit. That house is where the rancher lives. The big box next to it is a shipping container. The daily harvest of crops and moo milk can be stored in it. There's a valley east of the ranch where mostly small, docile Pokémon live. You can go there to gather mountain goods and berries, and then put the things you don't need in the shipping container. Every afternoon at 5 o'clock, someone from town comes to collect the items in the containers and pay you for them. The collected goods are then sent to Mesogoza Market by a special courier for sale. When your business thrives in the future, there will be special vehicles coming to transport goods. They'll take the ranch's products to all corners of the Paldea region and sell them to various people. Naoki thought to himself, this sounds like a Pokémon version of Harvest Moon. Fortunately, he had played farming games before and was familiar with the concept, so he quickly grasped the idea. His eye caught an abandoned building surrounded by several large trees and overgrown weeds. "What's that?" he asked curiously. The mayor glanced over with a hint of regret in his eyes. "That's the Pokémon shed on the ranch. Your grandfather once imported over a dozen Miltank from the Johto region and kept them there." He frowned and continued, "After he passed away, your parents sold those Miltank, and this Pokémon shed gradually fell into disrepair. But don't worry. Once you get settled, you can go to the carpentry shop and ask them to help you expand your house and repair the shed. Oh, and by the way, I've placed all the tools you might need for the ranch there for you." The old mayor pointed to the utility room behind the house and explained, "An axe for chopping wood, a hammer for breaking rocks, a hoe for tilling the land, a watering can, a sickle for cutting grass, and a few bags of crop seed suitable for spring planting. In short, this ranch is all yours." I hope you'll take good care of it and restore this place to its former glory. Your grandfather would be so happy if you could achieve that. Naoki paused for a moment, then nodded. I'll do my best. Hearing his response, the mayor smiled. In that case, I won't keep you any longer. I'll leave Cyclizer in your care. He's very strong and will definitely be a great help around the ranch. The Cyclizer chirped happily, grew. The mayor smiled and turned to leave, but before he had taken more than a few steps, he turned back around. Oh, one more thing. Naoki urged him, go ahead. The mayor continued, you can keep the wood and stones you gather with the axe. When you have enough money, you can take them to the carpentry shop and have them help you expand your house and the Pokémon shed. That way, you can save a lot of money on materials. Naoki made a mental note of this helpful tip. The mayor then waved from a distance, saying, I live in Mesoa. If you have any problems, feel free to come to me. Cyclizer knows the way, so you can ride him there directly. Okay, Naoki nodded. With that, the mayor departed. In the 198th year of the Alliance calendar, spring had just arrived in the Paldea region, and the temperature was still a bit chilly. Naoki and Cyclizer stood at the door of the cabin, watching the old mayor's figure gradually disappear into the distance. Only after he was out of sight did Naoki turn to look at the sleek Cyclizer beside him. Even though he was new to this world, he could tell from the Cyclizer's appearance and demeanor that it was healthy and well cared for. Thinking of the magical nature of Pokémon, Naoki's curiosity got the better of him. Cyclizer? He asked. Grew. The Cyclizer tilted its head and looked back. Clearly, it understood its name. Naoki continued, can you understand what I'm saying? If you can, just nod your head. Grew. As expected, the Cyclizer nodded obediently. Just like in the anime, Pokémon could understand human language. Naoki's heart swelled with excitement. According to the lore, Pokémon were extraordinary creatures whose intelligence and emotions far surpassed those of ordinary animals. Some Pokémon even rivaled humans in their intellect and emotional capacity. Gazing at Cyclizer's shiny skin, Naoki couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. It felt different from what he had imagined, not like a real lizard but more like leather, much like a motorcycle's exterior. The Cyclizer didn't seem to mind his touch at all. In fact, it closed its eyes contentedly, looking quite pleased. Naoki mimicked Ash from the anime and said to Cyclizer, Cyclizer, please take care of me from now on. Grew. After saying that, Naoki found himself at a loss for words. He withdrew his hand, and his stomach rumbled. The sound caught the Cyclizer's attention, and its eyes drifted towards Naoki's belly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Naoki asked, have you eaten? I'm about to make some food. Want to join me? Grew. Even though Cyclizer had already eaten breakfast, it seemed delighted by the invitation from its new owner. It nodded and followed Naoki back into the cabin. Looking around at the wooden dwelling, Naoki felt a strange sense of belonging. This was his home now. He took a deep breath. After years of toiling away in the 996 grind, it would be nice to live a peaceful life as a farmer. Ranch life might be tiring, but at least he'd be working for himself. A new chapter was beginning. Naoki glanced at the Cyclizer beside him. Speak of the devil, he thought. Last night, he was wondering if he had any Pokémon to test his cheat code on, and this morning, he had a Cyclizer. All right then, it's you, he declared. Naoki put a pot of water on the stove to boil, preparing to cook some instant ramen. He was eager to see the effects of his cheat code and whether it could provide Pokémon with all sorts of magical benefits, just like in the games. As a simple staple, clear noodle soup was a breeze to make. Bring water to a boil, add the instant ramen noodles, and let them simmer. If ingredients are allowed, Naoki would normally add chopped scallions and a dollop of lard, allowing the noodles to soak up the broth before serving them in a bowl. The green onions would float on top, adding a splash of color to the dish and making it more appetizing. Finally, a drizzle of sesame oil and a soft-boiled egg would complete the meal. Just the thought of it made Naoki's mouth water. However, back in reality, all he had were basic seasonings. With a silent sigh, Naoki learned from yesterday's experience and added an appropriate amount of salt and chicken bouillon to the pot. Soon, a simple noodle soup was ready. As he filled 2 bowls, a prompt appeared in his mind with information about the dish. Instant ramen, a low-level dish. Its taste is somewhat lacking due to the absence of key ingredients, but it's a good choice to warm the body and soul on a cold day. Cooking effect, cold resistance level 1, provides resistance to cold temperatures. After consumption, the body will feel warm for 30 minutes. Comment, despite the low quality of the ingredients, skillful cooking techniques have enhanced the flavor. When the player becomes wealthy and can cook master-level dishes, they may look back on this with nostalgia. Naoki was speechless. Meanwhile, the cyclizer beside him sniffed the air. Grew. Naoki looked at it, then placed the 2 bowls of noodles on the table and beckoned to the cyclizer. Want to try some? Grew. The cyclizer frowned hesitantly. To be honest, it didn't really like the taste of ramen. Moreover, the bowl contained nothing but plain noodles. Judging by its appearance, it didn't seem very appetizing. Naoki understood immediately. He sighed inwardly, not wanting to force the cyclizer, and said, "It's okay, you don't have to eat it if you don't want to." Then, excitement bubbling up, he added, "When I earn enough money to buy other ingredients, I'll make you something you'll love." Naoki was full of anticipation for his new life on the ranch. Hearing this, the cyclizer felt a pang of guilt. This was food specially prepared by its new owner. Would it be rude not to try it? With that thought, the cyclizer looked down at the steaming bowl of noodles and hesitantly chirped, "Grew." It would give this bowl of noodles a try. The cyclizer reached out with its 2 little paws, picked up the bowl, and slurped down the noodles in one gulp. The anticipated unpleasantness didn't come. Despite the simple flavor, after finishing the noodles, Cyclizer suddenly felt a warmth spreading through its body, as if it was nestled in its mother's embrace. Grew. Witnessing the Cyclizer's reaction, Naoki was surprised at first, but then he quickly understood. He looked at the Cyclizer, thinking about the effect of the hot noodle soup, and asked with a smile, "How does it feel?" The Cyclizer snapped out of its reverie and looked down at itself, confused. Grew. Why had it suddenly become warm without anyone riding on its back? Seeing its reaction, an idea sparked in Naoki's mind. It seems that food really can benefit Pokémon, he thought, then asked, "Do you feel warmer, not as cold as before?" Even though it was spring, the temperature hadn't fully risen yet, and it was still quite chilly, especially in the mornings. The Cyclizer looked up in surprise, as if asking, "How did you know?" Grew. Naoki smiled. "It's the power of food." Grew. The Cyclizer looked puzzled. This concept was a bit too advanced for it. After all, it was just a Cyclizer. Naoki didn't try to explain further. The Cyclizer would understand eventually as they lived together. Having confirmed the effect of his cooking on Pokémon, Naoki was in a good mood. He quickly finished his breakfast, washed the dishes, and stepped outside. The neglected ranch was covered in lush vegetation, with bird Pokémon occasionally flying overhead in search of food. Breathing in the fresh air, Naoki took a deep breath and decided to explore the area. He wanted to familiarize himself with the place. As he walked through the ranch with the Cyclizer by his side, Naoki realized it was larger than he had initially thought. A wooden fence surrounded the ranch, and the area within was quite spacious. To the east was a vibrant valley, the calls of wild Pokémon echoing from within. The farmland took up a third of the ranch. There was a lake in the southwest corner and a river flowing around it. A wooden bridge spanned the river, connecting the ranch to the other side. Naoki stood on the bridge, looking at the rotting and broken wooden fence along the riverbank, realizing that he had a lot of work ahead of him. Clearing weeds, removing rocks, chopping down unwanted trees, and tilling the fields in preparation for planting, these were the tasks that lay ahead. As for the Pokémon shed where the Miltank used to be kept, Naoki wasn't planning on fixing it up just yet. There wasn't enough wood, and he was short on funds. After all, rebuilding the shed and purchasing Pokémon like Miltank would require a substantial investment. Standing in front of the lake at the edge of the farmland, Naoki squatted down and assessed its size and depth. Raising fish here would be a great idea, he thought. According to the original owner's memories, in addition to Pokémon, there were also ordinary animals in this world. However, Naoki preferred to raise water-type Pokémon instead of regular fish. Pokémon like Magikarp, Goldeen, Finneon, and Palpitoad. Or, to be a bit more daring, Gyarados, Milotic, Vaporeon, and Ludicolo. Although these fish weren't edible, as a collector at heart, Naoki would be satisfied just keeping them here and watching them thrive. Naoki mentally ticked off all the tasks he needed to accomplish, realizing that it would be a long journey ahead. The ranch management games he had played before flashed through his mind, and Naoki couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He had just escaped the 996 grind, and now he might be facing 007, working from midnight to midnight, 7 days a week. After exploring the ranch, Naoki had a good grasp of the layout. As he hurried back with the Cyclizer, he remembered that the old mayor had left some things for him in the utility room behind the house. Naoki rounded the wooden house and arrived at the utility room. Opening the door, he found various tools neatly placed on a large box, a hammer, a sickle, a hoe, a watering can, an axe, a bag of crop seeds wrapped in red cloth, and a brown book titled Ranch Handbook. Most of the tools were made of iron and looked brand new, likely purchased by the kind old mayor as a gift. Naoki felt a surge of gratitude. He was indeed short on cash at the moment. After storing the tools, Naoki picked up the bag of seeds. Information about them immediately appeared in his mind. Turnip seeds, a spring crop that typically takes 3 months to mature, but in this world, it only takes about a month to harvest. Very suitable for novice ranchers. If cared for by grass-type Pokémon, its growth cycle can be shortened even further. Wow, Naoki was surprised. It grows that fast? He searched his memories for information and eventually found something relevant. The world was like this. Crops grew quickly and had short cycles. This was why food shortages were rare here. No wonder the Pokémon world feels like a utopia. Naoki thought to himself. Humans didn't have to worry about food, and the existence of Pokémon greatly increased productivity, allowing young people to travel freely and pursue their dreams. However, Naoki also learned from the original owner's memories that not all crops grew so rapidly. Some had extremely long growth cycles and only matured once a season. Naoki nodded silently, then picked up the book and opened it to the first page. It contained information on how to plant and cultivate crops. Each page featured a different crop, with detailed instructions on soil preparation, planting times, fertilization, watering cycles, and more. After flipping through it a few times, Naoki carefully put the book away and left the utility room with the cyclizer. Opposite the utility room was a cave. Naoki ventured inside and found that the space within wasn't very large. From the original owner's childhood memories, he learned that this cave served 2 main purposes. One was to grow mushrooms. The dark and humid environment was perfect for mushroom cultivation. The other was to house Woobat. The Woobat raised here would go out after sunset, foraging for food and bringing back various berries and fruits for the rancher. This incredible Pokémon was a natural gourmand. It could emit 200,000 Hz ultrasound from its ears to locate ripe fruit to satisfy its hunger. It would then use ultrasound waves to knock down the fruit, carefully selecting only the ripest ones to eat. Interesting, Naoki thought. After understanding the purpose of the cave, Naoki didn't linger. He returned to the front with his tools, surveyed the weed-infested farmland, and prepared to start small, clearing a patch to plant turnips. Seeing his actions, the cyclizer eagerly volunteered to help, chirping grew. It swung its tail, and with a powerful thud, a rock shattered as if struck by a sledgehammer. Naoki was dumbfounded. He looked down at the hammer in his hand and the rock he had struggled to break, momentarily speechless. The cyclizer seemed delighted to be useful. Naoki sighed with a mix of amusement and relief. All right then, let's work together. Grew. Meanwhile, in the central Paldea region, a basin nestled amidst towering, steep mountains housed a mysterious area known as Area Zero. Beneath this area lay a modern, advanced laboratory. In the deepest part of the lab, Professor Olim, a Pokémon researcher specializing in the legends of Paldea, and her husband, Professor Turo, gazed excitedly at the tall, enigmatic machine before them. "The time machine is finally complete," exclaimed Professor Olim, who wore a white coat and a necklace adorned with ancient animal teeth. "Finally, I can see the Pokémon from the future and the past mentioned in the Scarlet Book." Professor Turo was equally thrilled. The couple had spent years in the depths of Area Zero, conducting their research. One focused on the ancient past, the other on the future. With the unique properties of Area Zero, they had finally developed this device. It could teleport Pokeballs and capture Pokémon from different timelines, bringing them to the present. "Let's try it now. I want to see Pokémon from different eras with my own eyes," Professor Olim declared. Professor Turo nodded, a hint of tenderness crossing his face as he asked, "Isn't Pepper's 8th birthday coming up soon?" "Perfect timing," Olim hummed. "This time I can bring back Pokémon from various eras for Pepper to befriend." "Let's get started." Turo echoed his wife's enthusiasm. He took a deep breath, imagining Pepper's reaction to seeing those Pokémon. The child had always loved Pokémon. If he saw Pokémon from the future and the past, he would surely be overjoyed, right? Parents couldn't help but love their children. Come to think of it, they hadn't been back to spend time with Pepper in a while. This was a good opportunity to return home and take some time off to be with their son. Lost in thought, Professor Turo and his wife activated the time machine using an ID code. Buzz. With a strange hum, the time machine silently sprang to life. The space around the laboratory warped and twisted. The walls shimmered like mirrors, emitting rhythmic red and purple lights. The two professors stared intently at the machine, both excited and nervous. Soon, the rhythmic hum slowed down. Then, a dazzling red light flashed from the center of the time machine. Tension filled the air. As the light faded, a Pokémon they had never seen before materialized beneath the machine. It was a mysterious Pokémon, tall and robust, standing on two legs. Its body was scarlet, with white markings on its face, abdomen, thick legs, and tail. A thin, long tendril resembling a dragon's whisker extended from its head, with a cluster of bright blue-purple feathers beneath it, giving it a domineering and flamboyant appearance. Its golden eyes glared fiercely at the two humans before it. Success. Professor Olam and Professor Turo were relieved to see the Pokémon. Finally. Their efforts had paid off. Let's get it into a Pokeball first. Professor Turo said calmly. Professor Olam nodded, raised her hand, and threw a pre-prepared Pokeball at the Pokémon. However, the moment the Pokémon saw the Pokeball, its golden eyes narrowed. It let out an unintelligible roar and casually swatted the Pokeball away with its right paw. The professors sensed hostility from the creature. Their expressions tightened, and they were about to release their own Pokémon. But then, the mysterious Pokémon from the past suddenly turned its head and looked around, as if confirming something. It seemed to have found its answer. In the next second, an unreadable emotion flickered in the Pokémon's eyes. It suddenly sprang forward, ignoring the two professors, and dashed out of the laboratory. It was so fast that it was gone before Professor Olam and Professor Turo could react. Then it looked upward, the feathers on its head extending and transforming into wing-like structures, and it soared into the sky. How many years had it been waiting? Koraidon couldn't remember anymore. The expression on that person's face, when it fell into the time machine, flashed through its mind. Worry, anxiety, panic, and the arm reaching out to grab it. That day, it was still a cyclizer. That day, it had fallen into a time machine and traveled back to ancient times. There, it was transformed by an unknown force into its current form. By noon, Naoki and Cyclizer had cleared a small patch of land for planting and moved the chopped wooden stones into the utility room for storage. Grew. After a busy morning, Cyclizer's stomach started rumbling. It looked down and said, "Grew. Hungry." Naoki smiled. "Just a minute, I'll make lunch." The Cyclizer's face brightened. Grew. They washed their hands in the outdoor sink and went back inside. Cyclizer sat under the eaves to enjoy the cool breeze while Naoki gathered ingredients and started cooking. Lunch was instant ramen again, but this time Naoki added some wild leeks he found on the ranch to enhance the flavor. Practice makes perfect, and in just a few minutes, a steaming bowl was ready. After pouring the noodles into a bowl, Naoki noticed that the grade of the instant ramen had changed from C- to C, and the cold resistance buff duration had increased by 5 minutes. So the ingredients do affect the dish's rating, he mused. He picked up the bowl and placed it in front of the Cyclizer, who was already waiting at the table. Cyclizer looked down and saw the same plain noodles as before. A pitiful expression immediately appeared on its face. Grew. Impoverished Naoki could only sigh. He thought of the little money left by the original owner and said reassuringly, "Just be patient. I'll take you to town to buy some delicious food this afternoon." Grew. Luckily, Cyclizer didn't seem to mind Naoki's lack of funds. It was a simple and optimistic creature, and hearing Naoki's promise, it immediately perked up, looking forward to the evening's treats. Watching Cyclizer slurp up the noodles, Naoki began to eat his own bowl with a worried expression. The remaining money will be gone soon after buying food. The land is just tilled, and the seeds can only be planted tomorrow. It'll take a month for them to mature. The weed-infested farmland had been hard and unsuitable for crop growth. This morning, Naoki had turned the soil and watered it to loosen it up. Although he didn't have any fertilizer, turnips were fortunately not picky about soil quality. I need to find another way to make money until the turnips are harvested. Naoki fell into deep thought. Ways to make money. He thought back to his ranch management game days. One option was fishing, and another was to gather mushrooms and fruits in the back mountains to get through the early stages of the game. But he didn't have a fishing rod now, so the only option was to try his luck in the back mountains and see if he could find anything valuable. No sooner said than done. After lunch, Naoki prepared to head for the mountains. Upon learning of his intention, the Cyclizer, which had been walking upright, suddenly dropped to all fours, turned around and called out, "Grew." Naoki was startled for a moment, then realized that Cyclizer had switched to riding mode. "Are you asking me to ride you?" The Cyclizer nodded enthusiastically. Grew. Curious, Naoki climbed onto its back. As soon as he was settled, Cyclizer took off at a moderate pace, neither too fast nor too slow, carrying Naoki steadily towards the back mountains. Feeling the wind in his hair, Naoki thought, no wonder Cyclizer is used for transportation in Paldea. This feels just like riding a motorcycle. After crossing a country road, they entered a lush forest. Sunlight streamed through the leaves, creating a dappled pattern on the ground. There were green Caterpie nestled in bushes, fletchling perched on branches, rustling sounds emanating from the undergrowth, and strange, juicy fruits hanging from the trees. Life was vibrant everywhere. Naoki dismounted from Cyclizer and observed the various Pokémon around them with interest. The Pokémon, in turn, tilted their heads curiously, studying this unfamiliar human who had intruded into their forest. Caterpie evolves into Metapod at level 7, then Butterfree at level 10. A good choice for novice trainers. Fletchling? If I remember correctly, it's a regional bird in Kalos. Its final evolution, Talonflame, is a fire/flying type. Seems like a pretty cool Pokémon. Could that little white mouse be a Pachirisu, native to Paldea? Naoki spotted 3 small figures in the grass. 2 slightly larger white mice cautiously poked their heads out, protectively shielding a tiny white mouse behind them. A family of 3. Naoki looked around but didn't see a 4th mouse. Sensing his gaze, the 3 mice trembled, then turned and scurried into the bushes, vanishing without a trace. Naoki was momentarily disappointed, but he had to admit, Pokémon like Pachirisu were quite cute. He hadn't considered himself a fan of furry creatures before, but seeing the adorable Pachirisu and their soft white fur, he felt a certain warmth in his heart. I wonder how they feel to the touch. The forest was teeming with Pokémon, and after taking a walk with Cyclizer, Naoki was filled with excitement. If he were a trainer, he would definitely pull out Pokeballs and battle them, then capture them after earning their trust. Both the fast-growing Caterpie and the promising Fletchling would be perfect additions to his team. Unfortunately, according to the original owner's memories, a standard Pokeball cost 200 Pokedollars, which he couldn't afford right now. With a sigh, Naoki shifted his focus from the Pokémon to the wild produce growing in the forest. He walked over to a fruit-laden tree and reached out to pluck one. As he examined the fruit, information about it appeared in his mind. Oranberry, a magical fruit that can cure poisoning. It has a sweet taste and can be used to make jam, puffins, and fruitcakes. It can also be added to yogurt to make fruit yogurt. Its unique flavor is loved by many Pokémon. Oranberry? Naoki picked the berry and held it up to his nose, taking in its faint peach-like scent. He offered it to Cyclizer. Want to eat it? The Cyclizer took a look, then opened its mouth wide and swallowed the oranberry in one gulp. Grew. It seemed to taste pretty good. It looks like berries are a staple food for Pokémon, just like in the anime, Naoki thought, nodding to himself. He picked a few more oranberries from the tree, intending to take them back to the ranch. However, he only took a small portion. If berries were food for Pokémon, then other Pokémon in this forest also needed them. If he took all the oranberries, many Pokémon would likely go hungry. After gathering the oranberries, Naoki and Cyclizer ventured deeper into the forest. The forest was vast, and perhaps they were heading in the wrong direction, but along the way, Naoki didn't encounter any other fruit-bearing trees. Time passed unnoticed until it was evening. Tired from walking, Naoki sat down to rest under a large tree, glancing at the sky and deciding it was time to head back. Just then, the Cyclizer's nose twitched. What's wrong? Naoki asked, turning to look. Grew. The Cyclizer turned its head, sniffing the air as if trying to pinpoint a direction. After a moment, it seemed to have located something. It stood up and pointed in one direction. Naoki followed its gaze to a patch of bare ground, confused at first, but then he noticed something odd. The grass in a circular area around the base of a tree had withered. Grew. The Cyclizer pointed excitedly in that direction. Intrigued, Naoki stood up and walked over with Cyclizer to investigate the strange area. He brushed aside the fallen leaves and yellowed grass to reveal a pitch-black object underneath. At that moment, a peculiar scent wafted into Naoki's nostrils. It was a unique smell, difficult to describe in words. He wondered what it could be, but the next second, information about the object appeared in his mind. Black truffle, a premium ingredient of the highest quality, it is a rare delicacy. It can be made into black truffle steamed eggs or cream soup with butter. Although it doesn't have any special effects on its own, it can significantly enhance the effect of cooking. Black truffle. Perhaps due to his financial struggles, Naoki's first thought upon seeing it was, this thing must be worth a lot, right? But then, he noticed the buff effect. Although it doesn't have any beneficial effects, it can significantly enhance the effect of cooking.
What was this?
Some kind of advanced ingredient? Naoki could vaguely understand its value based on his experience with similar ingredients in games from his previous life. In those games, adding such ingredients to dishes not only increased the level of effects from LV1 to LV3 but also had the potential to turn temporary buffs into permanent ones. This made black truffles incredibly valuable.
This was a good find.
Naoki carefully unearthed the entire black truffle. Seeing his actions, the cyclizer laid down beside him, holding its breath. Only after the palm-sized truffle was safely tucked into Naoki's backpack did it look up and ask curiously, "Grew. This is great stuff that can improve our quality of life." Naoki explained to the cyclizer with a smile. He weighed it in his hand and estimated the black truffle to be about 1 kilogram. As a layman, he didn't know the exact price of black truffles, but judging by its size and quality, he could tell it wouldn't be cheap. Glancing at the sky, Naoki saw that it was getting late, so he hopped onto the cyclizer and let it carry him back to the ranch. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Naoki had just returned to the ranch and was about to pour himself a glass of water when he heard a whistle from outside. Ding ding ding. He walked out the door and saw a van with a Wave logo pulling up. The driver, a burly man with muscular arms and a buzz cut, leaned out the window and said enthusiastically, "You must be Naoki, the new owner of this ranch? Mayor Clavel told me about you. I'm Jack from Mesoa Market, and I'm responsible for purchasing goods from nearby ranches. Pleased to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Jack," Naoki greeted politely. Jack turned off the engine and jumped out of the van. He looked around and noticed the freshly tilled farmland. Grinning, he said, "Looks like you've got the hang of ranch life. Got anything to sell?" Jack was just making casual conversation. He knew a novice rancher wouldn't have mature crops, wool, or milk to sell yet. After all, developing a ranch took time. But the next second, he saw the new ranch owner pull out a large black object. Jack, with his extensive knowledge, instantly recognized it. His eyes widened in surprise.
A black truffle?
Wow! This size is incredibly rare. Where did you find it? The back mountains, Naoki replied.
Can I sell it?
Jack nodded eagerly.
Of course.
This thing fetches a high price. Normal quality black truffles go for about 5,000 poke dollars per kilogram. The quality and size of the one you have are top-notch. This kind of black truffle is hard to come by in the market, and the price is around 15,000 poke dollars per kilogram. Its unique taste was sought after by many, especially the upper class among the wealthy and aristocratic families. They weren't short on money. 15,000 poke dollars per kilogram? Naoki did the math. In other words, the black truffle in his hand was worth a total of 30,000 poke dollars. Naoki was tempted by the price.
Should he sell it?
This level of rare ingredient could greatly enhance the effects of Pokémon food when cooked.
Could he?
If he sold it, he would have enough money to buy seeds, repair the ranch, and stock up on food.
For a moment, Naoki hesitated.
But then, he made a decision. He had to think long-term. Even though the black truffle could improve his cooking, exchanging it for cash would accelerate the ranch's development and ultimately generate more income. Once the ranch was thriving, he could use the money to buy other high-quality ingredients with similar effects. With that in mind, Naoki no longer hesitated and decided to sell it. Jack retrieved a scale from his van, weighed the truffle, and pointed to the reading. 1 kilogram and 100 grams. He pulled out a calculator and a small notebook, did some quick calculations, and then announced, "The total comes to 33,000 poke dollars."
Okay, Naoki nodded.
"Then I'll take this black truffle off your hands," Jack said as he pulled out a stack of bills from his wallet and handed it over. Naoki took the money, counted it carefully, and let out a sigh of relief. The first money he had earned as a rancher was now in his hands. He could finally stop eating bland instant ramen. Jack still had to visit other ranches to collect goods. Before leaving, he looked around the ranch and suggested, aside from growing crops and raising Pokémon, there are many other ways to make money. Haven't you been to Cascarafa yet? If you go there, remember to buy a fishing rod from the general store. While your crops are growing, you can earn some money by fishing.
But don't worry too much.
It's tough at the beginning, but it gets much easier in the summer. Then, besides growing regular crops, you can also cultivate lepa berries to make juice. Berry juice with that farm-fresh flavor is very popular in big cities.
Lepa berries?
Naoki raised an eyebrow at the familiar name. However, he wasn't thinking about brewing juice. Instead, He wondered if the berry juice he made might have some strange effects, like his cooking. Naoki nodded, keeping his thoughts to himself, and said to Jack, "I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much." Jack smiled cheerfully. "Good luck." After seeing Jack off, Naoki returned to the cabin and eyed the small piece of black truffle left on the table, a fragment that had broken off while he was digging it up. Black truffles are so valuable. I wonder if training a diglet could help uncover more hidden underground. Naoki mused. He decided to keep this small piece, saving it to enhance a future dish when the time was right. As for now, looking at the thick stack of poke dollars in his hand, Naoki's spirits soared. It was time to go shopping in town and buy some new ingredients for cooking. Naoki hopped onto Cyclizer, pointed in the direction of town, and the Cyclizer took off. As they rode, Naoki gazed at the sunset-painted sky and hummed a tune, "Riding on my beloved little motorcycle." Grew. The Cyclizer looked back, puzzled. His beloved little motorcycle? Was he talking about him? Mesoa was located in the northwest of the Paldea region, a bustling coastal town. From the original owner's memories, Naoki knew the town was known for its various local festivals. For example, the Spring Festival, the Water Pokémon Rally, and the Summer-only fireworks display. These unique events attracted many visitors, and combined with the flourishing agriculture and animal husbandry around the town, Mesoa had developed steadily over time. The Mesoa market, within the town, was even more famous. Naoki walked down the street with Cyclizer, observing pedestrians with various Pokémon strolling leisurely in the sea breeze. The atmosphere was cozy and relaxed. This time, besides buying food, Naoki had other important tasks. He needed to visit the town's carpentry shop, general store, seed shop, and the store that sold ranch Pokémon and ordinary animals. It's almost 6 o'clock, Naoki thought, a little worried the shops might close soon. He paused and asked the Cyclizer, "Are you hungry?" Grew. The Cyclizer nodded, then shook its head. It was intelligent enough to understand that Naoki had things to do, so it could wait a little longer. Seeing its response, Naoki smiled, patted its head and said, "Good boy, then let's go to the general store first." Grew. The town wasn't big. Perhaps to prevent visitors from getting lost, the locations of various shops were clearly marked on both street signs and billboards. Locating the general store on the map, Naoki headed straight for it. After crossing an intersection, a red brick building appeared before Naoki. It was evening, and the store was empty except for a bald man wearing glasses sitting behind the counter, fiddling with a fungus bag. Hearing the wind chimes jingle as the door opened, the man looked up. "Ah, a customer. Welcome." Naoki greeted him politely, then asked, "Do you have any seasonings here?" "Yes. On the innermost shelf." Naoki walked over and found a wide variety of seasonings on the shelves, just as the man had said. Oil, salt, vinegar, soy sauce, flour, spices, red bean paste, butter, sugar, pepper. Their prices were clearly marked on the shelves. For example, a bag of flour cost 200 poke dollars, a bottle of oil cost 100 poke dollars, and red bean paste cost 150 poke dollars. Looking at these prices, Naoki was a bit puzzled about the cost of things in the Pokemon world. A small bag of flour was the same price as a Pokeball. From that perspective, Pokeballs didn't seem that expensive. After a moment's consideration, Naoki bought one of each seasoning. When he brought his items to the counter, the shopkeeper looked surprised. He took out a bag and asked, "Did you just move to Mesoa?" "Yes," Naoki nodded. The shopkeeper smiled. "Then enjoy your life in Mesoa. All right, the total comes to 2,820 poke dollars." Naoki didn't pay immediately. Instead, he asked, "Do you have fishing rods here?" "Fishing rods? Yes." The shopkeeper turned around and retrieved a few fishing rods from a shelf, placing them on the counter. "Each fishing rod has a different price," he explained. "This one is 2,000 poke dollars. If you pair it with bait, you can catch Pokemon and fish anywhere there's water. This fishing rod costs 5,000 poke dollars. It's made of higher quality materials, so it performs better than the 2,000 poke dollar rod and is more durable. And this one here is 15,000 poke dollars. It's the newest and most powerful fishing rod, made with the most advanced materials and boasting top-notch performance." Naoki's eyes scanned the 3 fishing rods. He ultimately chose the standard 2,000 poke dollar rod, planning to use it for the time being. The total comes to 4,820 poke dollars. "Since this is your first time shopping here, I'll give you a box of bait for free. Please come again." The shopkeeper smiled and handed him a tin can. "Thank you," Naoki said, taking his purchases and leaving the store. His next stop was the carpentry shop, located on the edge of town with a forest behind it. A wooden stake stood outside the shop, a saw stuck in it. Just as Naoki was about to knock, the door opened. A sturdy woman with a high pink ponytail and a headband emerged. After Naoki explained his purpose, she led him into the workshop at the back. "Are you the new ranch owner who just moved here?" she asked curiously. Naoki was slightly taken aback, then realized that Mayor Clavel had probably informed her of his arrival.
He nodded.
"My name is Naoki."
"Just call me Cora," the woman replied.
"Yes, Miss Cora." As they walked, Cora explained the process of expanding the ranch house. "You haven't named the ranch yet, have you?" Naoki shook his head.
"Not yet.
I only arrived yesterday." "No worries, just making conversation," Cora said with a smile. "Well, Mayor Clavel filled me in. You're here to learn about restoring the Pokémon shed and expanding the house, right?"
"That's right." "Then let me explain.
Repairing the Pokémon shed requires 50,000 Poké and 300 pieces of lumber. Once repaired, you can raise Miltank and Mareep there. Of course, that's a bit pricey for you right now. So I recommend starting with building a chicken coop and raising regular chickens. The eggs they lay can be sold for profit. A chicken coop only needs 20,000 Poké and 150 pieces of lumber. Also, you'll need to build a silo on the ranch to store feed. We'll give you one for free the first time you build it." Naoki nodded thoughtfully, taking mental note of the prices. "What about expanding the house?" he asked.
"That's much simpler," Cora replied.
"A fully functional house would cost around 2 million Poké. We can help you add a second floor, a separate kitchen and bathroom, and renovate the basement. Usually, ranchers use the basement for making wine. We also offer custom furniture services. Besides basic tables, chairs, and benches, you can also buy wallpaper, carpets, refrigerators, storage cabinets, various light fixtures, and so on." 5 minutes later, Naoki walked out of the carpentry shop. Calculating the remaining money, he realized he still had a long way to go. "This feels even busier than my 996 job." He sighed, then envisioned the day when the ranch would be restored to its former glory. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. By then, he could relax and enjoy the leisurely life of a rancher. Since the Pokémon shed wasn't a priority at the moment, there was no need to visit the shop that sold ranch Pokémon just yet. Riding Cyclizer, Naoki headed to his final destination, the seed shop. The seed shop owner was a middle-aged man with brown hair and a slightly plump figure, wearing a brown coat. When Naoki arrived, the man was having dinner with his wife and daughter. Seeing a customer, the owner immediately stood up and greeted him.
"Welcome.
Take a look around and see what seeds you'd like to buy." Naoki wasn't sure what to get since he only had a bag of turnip seeds given by the mayor. Dishes yield similar effects? There were so many possibilities and so many recipes to discover. It would take a lifetime, perhaps even 50 years, to explore them all. But regardless, Naoki's curiosity was piqued. He was eager to experiment and uncover the hidden potential of his culinary creations. Plenty of time for that, he mused, turning to offer the glasses of berry milk to Cyclizer and Koraidon. While neither were milk-producing Pokémon, the drink would still be a refreshing treat. Before being summoned by the time machine, Koraidon had just finished a fierce battle with another Koraidon. It had sustained minor injuries, but the urgency to return to this time and space had driven it to rush home without rest. Now, having devoured Naoki's cooking and savoring the familiar flavors, Koraidon felt rejuvenated, its injuries healing rapidly. Overcome with gratitude and affection, it approached Naoki, licking his face with its long tongue. Naoki, initially startled, remembered Koraidon's playful nature from the anime. He relaxed, a chuckle escaping his lips. But as Koraidon's saliva dripped down his face, he gently pushed the Pokémon away. Koraidon, unfazed, crouched nearby with a goofy grin, its thick tail thumping against the floor as it watched Naoki wash his face. After Cyclizer finished its meal, Naoki cleared the table, washed the dishes, and stretched his weary muscles. It had been a long day, and it was time for some much-needed rest. There was no bathroom in the ranch house, so Naoki stepped outside and rinsed himself off with the garden hose. He then retreated to bed, yawning as he flipped through the ranch encyclopedia, studying the information on spring crops. He had a lot to do tomorrow: clear the fields of unnecessary trees and rocks, till the soil, plant seeds, and saplings. He also planned to try fishing, hoping to catch something he could sell to supplement his income. Until the crops matured and the Pokémon house was repaired, this was his only means of making money. As Naoki drifted to sleep, he glanced at the bedside where Cyclizer lay sprawled on the floor, yawning sleepily.
Koraidon had also found a comfortable spot and closed its eyes. The familiar scent of Naoki, the comforting environment, and the lingering aroma of food created a sense of ease and security. Despite the ranch's remote location, Naoki wasn't afraid. Cyclizer's presence offered a sense of protection, and Koraidon, despite its initial aggression, seemed to have settled into a peaceful slumber. Naoki smiled, then turned off the light and surrendered to sleep. The next morning, his internal alarm clock, honed from years of corporate life, woke him at the crack of dawn. A glance at the pendulum clock on the wall told him it was only 6:15 a.m. He briefly considered going back to sleep, but the thought of the day's tasks ahead quickly dispelled any lingering drowsiness. He rubbed his eyes, got out of bed, and started preparing breakfast. The rustling sounds woke Koraidon, who, upon seeing Naoki up and about, simply rolled over and went back to sleep. Cyclizer, however, perked up immediately. Naoki chuckled as he passed by, patting the Pokémon's head. "Go back to sleep," he said softly. "I'll wake you when breakfast is ready." Cyclizer let out a soft gra, and obediently curled back up on the floor. For breakfast, Naoki decided to make a sandwich for Cyclizer. He combined toast from the Little Root Market with leftover steak, freshly sliced tomatoes and lettuce, and a generous slathering of cheese sauce. As he assembled the sandwich, the familiar information popped up in his mind. Sandwich, a combination of fresh ingredients, meat and vegetables, rich in nutrition, and ideal for breakfast. Cooking effect, minor energy increase, making Pokémon more energetic and less prone to sleepiness. Evaluation, a basic sandwich, but a great choice for breakfast. Just a minor energy boost? Naoki mused, a hint of disappointment in his voice. But then, he considered that the only ingredient he had actually cooked was the steak, and the result seemed rather impressive. After serving Cyclizer its breakfast sandwich, Naoki turned to prepare his own. He eyed the remaining pack of instant ramen, deciding against wastefulness. However, as he was about to dig in, Koraidon, ever vigilant, noticed the discrepancy. It glanced down at its own sandwich, then at Naoki's bowl of steaming noodles. With a sudden burst of energy, it switched to a bipedal stance, snatched the bowl, and began to slurp down the noodles with gusto. Naoki watched in astonishment. "You like that stuff?" For Koraidon, this bowl of ramen was a taste of home, the first meal Naoki had prepared for it, a meal with special significance. In the future, as the ranch prospered, Naoki would rarely make instant ramen again. Now, seeing it once more, nostalgia flooded over Koraidon. "Greo Arushi," Koraidon exclaimed, its voice muffled by noodles. Naoki couldn't understand the exact words, but Koraidon's expression clearly conveyed its delight. It was a stark contrast to Cyclizer's indifference towards the ramen. After washing the dishes, Naoki grabbed his hoe and headed outside, ready to tackle the day's work. Thanks to yesterday's practice, Naoki and Cyclizer had developed a good working rhythm. Cyclizer used its powerful tail to smash rocks and clear debris, while Naoki followed behind, tilling the soil with his hoe. They encountered a few large trees that were too tough for Naoki to handle alone. He handed the axe to Cyclizer, who expertly felled them with swift, precise strikes. Koraidon observed this from a distance. Suddenly, it let out a series of excited cries and then charged towards a large tree. It wrapped its arms around the trunk, muscles bulging, and with a mighty heave, uprooted the entire tree, tossing it aside as if it were a mere twig. Naoki and Cyclizer watched in stunned silence. Koraidon, seemingly energized by its feat, continued to help, clearing the land with surprising efficiency. Naoki's eyes widened. What incredible strength! Is it trying to repay the favor? Koraidon's assistance significantly reduced their workload. With the grass-type Pokémon's help, they cleared a large portion of the farmland in just one morning. Naoki wiped the sweat from his brow as he watered the newly cleared land, making it softer and more suitable for planting. A water-type Pokémon would be handy right now, he thought. After watering, the soil needed time to settle before planting could begin. Naoki wasn't in a rush to clear the entire field at once. There weren't enough seeds, and they were short on manpower. The progress they had made was more than enough to keep them busy for the foreseeable future. Naoki noticed that Professor Oak and Lance quickly accepted the notion that he could understand Pokémon's speech. With a quiet chuckle, he thought to himself, "This truly is the Pokémon world. Anything seems possible here." The evening's banquet was winding down. The once lively sounds of laughter, clinking glasses, and friendly chatter gradually quieted as guests began departing. Naoki glanced at his watch and realized it was already 10:30. How did time fly by so quickly? Glacian and Palmot were stifling yawns, their exhaustion evident. Taking note, Naoki gently recalled his Pokémon into their Pokeballs, giving them a chance to rest after the eventful evening. The manor's host, Clay,
was now busy bidding farewell to the remaining guests. Among them, Lance and Professor Oak were also preparing to leave. As the Kanto League champion, Lance had a packed schedule. Between league responsibilities and his part-time role as an investigator tracking Team Rocket's activities, his work never seemed to end. After exchanging goodbyes, Lance threw his cape over his shoulder with dramatic flair and disappeared into the quiet night. Professor Oak, meanwhile, turned to Naoki and extended a warm invitation. Naoki, if you ever find yourself with some free time, you should visit my lab in Pallet Town. I'd be happy to host you and your Pokémon. Hearing the offer, Naoki's heart skipped a beat. Pallet Town, Ash Ketchum's hometown, a place steeped in Pokémon lore. The thought of visiting such an iconic location excited him, but reality quickly tempered his enthusiasm. Traveling all the way to the Kanto region would require a significant investment of time, something not easily spared. With a polite smile, Naoki replied, "Thank you, Professor. I'll make sure to visit with everyone from the ranch when the opportunity arises." Professor Oak beamed with delight. "I'll look forward to it. The Pokémon at your ranch must be fascinating, especially those we don't see in Kanto."
Naoki nodded.
The Pokémon at his ranch were indeed unique, and he could tell that Professor Oak's curiosity was genuine. In fact, Oak looked as if he might ask Naoki to send some of his Pokémon over to the lab for study, had Naoki not already established his ranch as their home. As the professor prepared to leave, he added, "I should be going now. In a few days, I have to attend a seminar in Johto, so I need to get back to Pallet Town soon. You should also get some rest, Naoki." "Safe travels, Professor," Naoki said as he watched him leave, thoughtful. Professor Oak, the Pokémon Research Authority. A sudden idea came to him. If I brought Calyrex to meet him, could its existence be officially recorded in the Pokémon Encyclopedia or even published in a research paper? The notion of increasing awareness and faith in Calyrex among the wider Pokémon community was appealing. However, his current visit hadn't included Calyrex, which left him feeling a twinge of regret. Still, there would be plenty of future opportunities. Naoki leaned against Koraidon and surveyed the manor. Cynthia, Caitlin, and the other notable guests had already departed. Even Nimona and her father were nowhere to be seen. It seemed the banquet was truly coming to an end. His gaze was drawn to a figure walking briskly past, a man with sharp features and an air of quiet authority. The man, now dressed in a tailored brown suit, radiated an aura of power. It was none other than Giovanni. Naoki couldn't help but murmur, "TCH, his presence is something else." "What?" came a familiar voice. Naoki turned to see Alder approaching. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just struck by that man's commanding aura." Alder followed Naoki's gaze but couldn't place the figure who had already disappeared into the night. He shrugged and said, "Are you ready to head back?" Naoki nodded, and together, they exited the manor, hailing a taxi to return to their hotel. During the ride, Alder asked, "So, what's next for you? Heading back to Paldea, or sticking around Unova for a while?" Naoki thought briefly about Unova's legendary Pokémon. The one most accessible to him at the moment was Kyurem, who resided in the giant chasm. After some thought, he asked, "How far is Lacunosa Town from Driftvale City?" "Lacunosa Town?" Alder raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "That's in the northeastern part of Unova. It's quite a trek from Driftvale City. Are you planning to go there?" Naoki explained casually, "I've heard about the legend surrounding Lacunosa Town. I'm fascinated by it and thought I might take a look for myself." "The story from Lacunosa Town?" Alder tilted his head in thought, his expression briefly puzzled before realization struck. "Oh, you mean the tale of the man-eating monster?" Legend had it that a long time ago, a meteorite fell from the sky and landed amidst the sprawling, jagged mountains north of Lacunosa Town. A ferocious, icy beast was said to have emerged from the crater, its presence accompanied by howling winds and an unbearable chill. The beast was rumored to prowl the town at night, snatching people and Pokémon alike to devour them. To keep the monster at bay, the townsfolk built high walls to encircle Lacunosa Town and imposed a strict curfew, ensuring everyone stayed indoors after sunset. Even now, long after the legend faded into folklore, many of the town's residents still adhere to the tradition of staying indoors at night. "You know that story too, Mr. Alder?" Naoki asked, intrigued. Alder hummed thoughtfully, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "Of course. Back when I was traveling across the Unova region, before I became the league champion, I heard plenty of local tales. I suppose you're curious about whether the so-called monster is a Pokémon, aren't you?" Naoki leaned forward, his interest evident. "Do you think it is?" Alder shrugged with a good-natured laugh. "Who knows?
No one's ever actually seen the beast. Some folks think it's just a story adults made up to scare kids into staying home after dark. Naoki, however, was less skeptical. The thought of such a creature hiding away intrigued him deeply. Is Lacunosa town really surrounded by walls like the story claims?
Alder shook his head. Not anymore.
If there ever were walls, they were taken down ages ago. These days, Lacunosa town is just an ordinary place, no different from, say, Kosagi town.
I see.
Naoki mused, nodding thoughtfully. The taxi pulled to a stop outside their hotel. Alder stepped out first, stretching as he glanced at Naoki and his companion Koraidon.
Get some good rest tonight.
You can decide what to do tomorrow with a clear mind, Alder advised, clapping Naoki on the shoulder.
Will do.
Good night, Mr. Alder. Naoki smiled, said his farewells, and headed into the hotel. After a quick ride up the elevator, he entered his room. Following a brief shower, Naoki settled onto the bed, his thoughts drifting to the possibility of visiting Lacunosa town. This trip had already stretched into a week-long journey, and heading to Lacunosa town would mean venturing into the wild mountainous terrain that lay beyond it, the location of the fabled giant chasm.
But how long?
Would that take?
A week? 2? Perhaps even more?
The giant chasm was vast and treacherous, and without a clear guide, searching blindly for Kurum's lair seemed futile. More importantly, Naoki thought about the Pokémon back at his ranch.
A pang of guilt tugged at him.
They'd miss him if he stayed away much longer. And truthfully, he missed them too, the bustling fields, the lively camaraderie, even the antics of his mischief-making Pokémon. No, Naoki concluded softly, staring at the ceiling. This journey has been rewarding enough. He reflected on the accomplishments of the trip, learning how to make specialized Pokeblocks, presenting the Rotom phone project, and building valuable connections with people like Lance and Professor Oak. The food left in the ranch's refrigerator was likely running low, consumed by the many Pokémon. Although the Indie D siblings were skilled at handling household tasks and managing the ranch, taking money into town to buy supplies was a daunting challenge for them. Meanwhile, the barrels of fruit wine brewed in the cellar last month were probably ready to enjoy. Naoki knew he had to return home. With this resolution, he felt at ease. Closing his eyes with peace of mind, he decided to catch a boat back to Paldea the following day. As the first rays of sunlight filtered into his room, Naoki shared his plan with Alder over breakfast. Alder listened with visible regret. I wanted to show you around Unova more, maybe even treat you to some Castelia cones.
Naoki smiled.
There's always next time. Besides, Mr. Alder, I'd be delighted if you came to Paldea as my guest. Alder let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head.
I doubt I'll have the time.
Ever since the Elite Four heard I was back, they dumped all their work on me. And guess what? Caitlin and Chantal are already off vacationing at Cynthia's villa. Naoki raised an eyebrow. It sounds like champions like Cynthia have it much easier than you. Even Steven Stone seems more relaxed, and Diantha? She has time for movies and tea parties. Patting Alder sympathetically on the shoulder, Naoki offered a warm smile.
Hang in there.
Alder sighed dramatically. This title isn't meant for humans. If someone beats me one day, I'm going to take my Volcarona back to Fluxacy Town and enjoy a quiet life.
Naoki chuckled. Who knows?
Maybe a new champion will rise in a few years. He paused, thinking of Iris.
Alder smirked.
I'll take your words to heart. He accompanied Naoki to the docks, buying him a ticket for the cruise bound for Paldea. The melodious whistle of the cruise ship echoed across the bustling port, accompanied by billows of white smoke rising into the azure sky. The luxury liner gradually pulled away from the dock, its majestic frame gliding across the gentle waves. Standing on the deck, Naoki waved enthusiastically. Goodbye, Mr. Alder. Alder crossed his arms, his smile softening. Goodbye, my friend. He remained at the pier, watching the ship shrink into the horizon until it disappeared entirely. Turning to the Volcarona beside him, its luminous wings radiant as the sun, Alder felt a surge of gratitude. If not for Naoki's assistance, his cherished partner might not have survived its illness. As if sensing Alder's thoughts, Volcarona flapped its warm, fiery wings gently, offering silent reassurance. Alder closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he reopened them, clarity and determination filled his gaze.
It's time to go, old friend.
We have to get serious and do something that only we can do. Alder's voice was resolute as he spoke to his Volcarona, its radiant wings casting a warm glow. The bond between trainers and Pokémon goes far beyond endless battles. It's about companionship, understanding, and a shared journey. Alder, having been through so much, knew this better than most. One of Alder's first acts after returning to the Unova Pokémon League was to host a televised trainer exchange program. Sitting in a brightly lit studio with his Volcarona by his side, Alder addressed the camera, his tone sincere and heartfelt. "When I saw my longtime partner Volcarona so weakened, I felt like my world was falling apart," he admitted. The relationship between trainers and their Pokémon is about more than battles. As someone who's experienced this firsthand, I want every trainer in Unova to understand: treat your Pokémon with care and respect. He paused, his voice steady but emotional. If fate permits, they'll be with you for the rest of your life. Pokémon are companions who stand by your side through everything, often longer than anyone else, even your parents. Alder's words carried a profound truth. Nothing stays strong forever, and the lives of Pokémon, like ours, are not eternal. But the time we spend with them, the memories we create, those are eternal. That is true happiness. His words were heartfelt, touching trainers across the Unova region. Many watching the program were moved to tears. Young trainers, some not even 20, turned to their Pokémon with a newfound appreciation. The weight of Alder's words sank in. The bonds they shared with their Pokémon were extraordinary, going beyond companionship to form connections deeper than any other. The ship carrying Naoki and his Pokémon had not yet left Unova's waters. Thanks to the ship's satellite TV, Naoki and his Pokémon caught Alder's broadcast. As the champion's heartfelt message reached them, Naoki and his Pokémon sat in quiet contemplation, visibly moved by Alder's sincerity. But soon, a sly smile crept across Naoki's face. The storyline of the Unova region had been altered. Because of his intervention, Volcarona had survived. Instead of despair, Alder had become a champion of bonds and trust between humans and Pokémon. From his actions today, it was clear that Alder would continue to spread his beliefs throughout Unova, encouraging a deeper connection between trainers and their Pokémon. "I wonder," Naoki mused aloud, "if Team Plasma's Pokémon Liberation speech will still have the same impact as it did in the games." Alder's renewed strength and resolve might change the course of history. In the pivotal championship match against N, where beliefs were put to the ultimate test, Alder might stand firm. If one of the legendary dragons, Reshiram or Zekrom, chose Alder instead of N or the protagonist, what would the future of Unova look like? It was thrilling to think about the possibilities. Meanwhile, in a small town, outside of a convenience store, a man with pale skin and flowing light green hair stood still. The brim of his black baseball cap cast a shadow over his face. Through the store's glass window, he watched the broadcast on the TV screen inside. Alder's passionate speech echoed in the man's ears. After a moment, the man lowered his head, his expression obscured. Silent, he turned and disappeared into the shadows of the bustling town. Posting this chapter to let you know that I'll be releasing one chapter daily on Patreon, just like I used to on Webnovel. These posts will be free for everyone, so you won't need a subscription to read them. I'll continue this until all the chapters are fully uploaded on Scribble Hub. You can support me on Patreon and read up to 40 chapters ahead at patreon.com/keepsmiling818. Alliance Calendar Year 199, April 5th. The ship docked safely in the Paldea region. A windgull soared gracefully across the clear sky, chirping as it descended onto the top of a tall lighthouse. The scene was idyllic. Golden sandy beaches stretched along the coastline, meeting the azure waves of the sea. Beyond, modern skyscrapers loomed, symbolizing the prosperity of Levincia City, the Paldea region's hub of technology and commerce. Naoki stepped off the ship, accompanied by his trusted Pokémon, Koraidon. Returning to his hometown after such a long journey, he felt an immense sense of relief and joy. Taking a deep breath, he stretched and looked around. "Ah, it's great to be back," he said, smiling at Koraidon. "Come on. Let's head to the mall and pick out some gifts for everyone at the ranch." "Ah, go." Koraidon replied enthusiastically, its voice resonating deeply yet joyfully. Naoki decided to keep his return a surprise. He hadn't called the ranch to inform anyone, he wanted to see their reactions firsthand. Walking through the lively streets filled with bustling crowds and vibrant storefronts, Naoki eventually reached his destination, Levincia City Mall. The mall stood as a testament to the city's advancement, a sprawling complex filled with everything one could imagine. From appliances to groceries, fashionable clothing to Pokémon supplies, the mall had it all. Naoki made a beeline to the third floor, where he purchased a berry mixer to create Pokeblocks. With his first errand complete, he took the elevator to the 12th floor, home to the gift section. To avoid drawing attention in the bustling mall, Naoki released his Pokémon in two groups. The first batch included Glacian, Alcremie, Palmot, and Ogerpon. The Pokémon gathered around Naoki,
looking up at him expectantly. Naoki addressed them with a warm smile. Alright, this is the Pokémon toy section. If you see anything you like, go ahead and grab it. I'll take care of the rest.
Alchemy. Buid. Oge. Pomo.
Their cheerful cries filled the air as they dispersed like excited children, exploring the shelves lined with colorful toys and accessories. Naoki trailed behind with a shopping cart, a grin on his face as he watched their antics. Alchemy stopped at a shelf filled with jars of brightly wrapped candy. Standing on its tiptoes, it pointed eagerly at a particularly fancy jar. Alright, I've got it, Naoki said, placing the candy jar into the cart. Alchemy hopped into the cart right after, curling up contentedly. Moments later, Palmot returned with a large box of cereal from the lower floor, placing it carefully in the cart. Seeing Alchemy lounging inside, Palmot clambered in as well, making the cart creak slightly under its weight.
Alright, you too, Naoki chuckled, pushing the cart forward.
Glacian soon trotted back, a small plush dinosaur in its mouth. It glanced at the other Pokémon in the cart, its gaze lingering with a mix of curiosity and envy. Naoki, noticing the hesitation, gently picked up Glacian. Come on, you can join them, he said, placing it into the cart amid surprised but happy yips. Watching this, Koraidon let out an excited sound and lowered its head toward the cart, clearly wanting to join the fun. Absolutely not, Naoki said, pushing Koraidon's face away with both hands. You'll break it. Hearing this, Koraidon drooped its head dramatically, letting out a low, pitiful growl.
Ah ga.
Sighing, Naoki softened. Alright, I'll get a pickup truck when we get home, and we'll go out together. Sound good?
Ah ga.
Koraidon immediately perked up, as if a literal dark cloud had lifted from its head. Meanwhile, Ogerpon returned holding a Pikachu mask. Spotting the others enjoying themselves in the cart, it let out an eager cry and flitted toward them. As Naoki walked down the aisles, he carefully selected gifts for the Pokémon back at the ranch. This plush bed is perfect for the Cyclizer, let's get a few. These antler hats from the holiday collection are adorable. One for Dragonite, another for Dragonairs.
Oh, look at these sunglasses. So sleek.
Elder Indy D will love this. In that case, I'll give this blue silk scarf to my sister Indy D as a gift. This piece looks like charcoal that a fire-type Pokémon would enjoy. Let's buy it for Slugma. After walking several rounds through the mall, Naoki finally finished choosing gifts for everyone. By now, Koraidon's cart was overflowing with items. Noticing that Palmot and Ogerpon were beginning to look tired from their playful antics, Naoki recalled them into their Pokeballs and released Dragonite, Cyclizer, and Flutter Mane in their place. He repeated what he had said earlier to the first group, go on, pick whatever you like. The three Pokémon eagerly dashed off, their excitement palpable. Dragonite returned first, hugging a large plush salted fish doll. It looked content as it imagined snuggling with the toy at night. Cyclizer took its time wandering the aisles before settling on a box of assorted snacks. Its face lit up with joy at the thought of sharing the treats with everyone back at the ranch. Flutter Mane, meanwhile, followed the smell of food and floated down an escalator toward the meat market. It stopped in front of a stall selling fresh steaks and bones, staring intently at the display. The butcher, startled by the eerie-looking Pokémon, froze in place. Naoki rushed over just in time and gently pushed Flutter Mane away, saying, you can get all the fresh meat you want back at the ranch. There's no need to buy it here. Flutter Mane seemed to understand, reluctantly turning away. But before leaving, it grabbed a large chew bone designed for dog Pokémon to gnaw on. Naoki took the bone and inspected the label. Seeing Flutter Mane's sharp canine teeth, he suddenly realized what it wanted. So your teeth feel itchy, huh? He murmured, piecing it together. Since arriving at the ranch, Flutter Mane had grown accustomed to eating cooked food. With no need to hunt for itself, its teeth hadn't had the natural sharpening they would have gotten from biting prey. This likely left them feeling uncomfortable. This is my oversight, Naoki admitted to himself.
All right then, he said aloud.
We'll take this chew bone. Flutter Mane let out a soft sound of satisfaction before returning to its Pokeball on its own. Turning back to Dragonite and Cyclizer, Naoki smiled.
All right, shopping's done. Let's head home.
Both Pokémon nodded in agreement before disappearing into their Pokeballs as well. Finally, Naoki turned to Koraidon, who had been quietly following him the entire time.
And you?
Is there anything you want? He asked with a grin. Rayo, Koraidon replied, shaking its head with a smile.
Really?
Naoki raised an eyebrow. Rayo, Koraidon confirmed with a nod. Naoki stared at it thoughtfully, sensing there was more to its silence. Koraidon shifted its weight and glanced toward the exit. Its body language was clear, it wanted to go home. If you don't choose something now, you might regret it later, Naoki teased lightly. Koraidon tilted its head as if to say, I'll take my chances. Alright then, Naoki chuckled. Let's head back, and I'll figure out the best poke blocks for you later. With all the shopping completed, Naoki paid for the items and stuffed them into his travel backpack. The bag was nearly bursting at the seams by the time he was finished. As he stepped out of the mall, the sun was high in the sky, signaling that it was already noon. Koraidon's stomach let out a loud rumble, and Naoki realized he was feeling hungry too. After some thought, he decided to grab a meal in Levincia before heading back to the ranch. As Naoki strolled through the bustling streets, Koraidon walked beside him, its presence drawing the attention of countless passers-by. The sight of the majestic dragon Pokémon made heads turn and whispers ripple through the crowd. Naoki, however, was used to this by now. Ignoring the curious stares, he scanned the area, hoping to find a restaurant that served traditional Paldine dishes. Just as he passed a small dessert shop, a familiar voice, tinged with excitement, called out to him. Hey! Mr. Naoki! Naoki turned toward the voice to find Iono, with her Magnemite perched playfully atop her head, beaming at him in surprise. It's really you. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Iono's expression brightened even more as she approached. What brings you to Levincia? I just got back from the Unova region, Naoki explained. Levincia is the only city with a direct ferry to Unova. Iono nodded in understanding before her eyes landed on Koraidon. She then asked with a grin, Have you had lunch yet? If not, let me treat you. Consider it a thank you for all your help last time. Naoki hesitated. Considering the number of Pokémon he had with him, he felt it might be inconvenient. He opened his mouth to decline politely, but before he could say a word, Koraidon's stomach rumbled again, louder than before. Naoki. Iono burst out laughing, her voice as bright as her trademark demeanor. I think that answers my question. Perfect timing, I haven't eaten either. I know a great restaurant you'll love. Naoki. Her enthusiasm left him no room to refuse. With a resigned smile, he followed Iono's lead to a charming little restaurant nestled in the heart of Levincia. Once inside, Iono immediately sprang into action, scanning the menu with an energy only she could exude. Mr. Naoki, how about some mapo tofu? That works. And shredded pork with green peppers? Sure. What about baked eggs? Naoki gave a small shrug. I'm not picky. Whatever works is fine. Great, that makes it easy. Iono said, her grin widening. She waved the waiter over. We'll have these dishes, 5 bowls of rice, and some Pokémon snacks too. The waiter jotted everything down but paused, looking a bit startled. Miss, are you sure? This seems like quite a lot. Can the two of you finish all of this? Naoki blinked, his face filled with quiet puzzlement. The waiter noticed Naoki's puzzled expression and handed him the menu. Naoki took a glance, and his confusion turned to exasperation. Nearly every dish had been marked with a bold checkmark by Iono. We probably won't be able to finish all of this, Naoki said, his voice tinged with disbelief. Iono smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of her head. Well, I wasn't sure what you like to eat, Mr. Naoki, so I figured I'd order everything. Besides, it's not just the two of us eating, your Pokémon are here too. Naoki considered this for a moment. With big eaters like Koraidon, Dragonite, and Flutter Mane, finishing the food might not be entirely impossible. Alright, let's go with this, he finally relented. The waiter, still looking a bit unsure, took the menu and left, albeit somewhat nervously. As they waited for their food, Iono brought up the ranch's trials with an eager glint in her eyes. By the way, Mr. Naoki, since I took the challenge, have any other gym leaders visited your ranch? I don't think so, Naoki replied, shaking his head. Not before I left, at least. But I've been away for a week, so I can't say for sure. Iono sighed, looking slightly disappointed. I was really hoping to see their reactions. Naoki gave her a skeptical look. Is it really that big of a deal? It's not like the trials are impossible. As long as challengers understand the trial mechanics and use proper type advantages, they can succeed. He thought back to Leon's Charizard, which had easily overcome the grass trial thanks to its clear type advantage. His Charizard breezed through the grass trial with no issues. If Charizard can do it, Alder's Volcarona certainly could as well. True, but gym leaders usually specialize in a single type, Iono countered. What happens when someone like Kofu, from Cascarafa, tries to challenge the grass trial. His odds would be even worse than mine were. Naoki smirked, a gleam of mischief lighting up his eyes. I've been thinking about that. I'll eventually add trials for different types. That way, challengers can pick trials suited to their strengths. Iono paused, narrowing her eyes at him. Naoki simply grinned, the picture of a savvy capitalist. With a resigned sigh, Iono decided to change the topic, her gaze drifting to Naoki's clean-cut appearance. By the way, did you cut your hair? And no beard? You look a lot younger now. Hearing this, Naoki straightened up in his seat, a hint of pride in his expression. I don't look like an old man anymore, do I? He had been silently fuming ever since kids started calling him uncle. It was tolerable coming from children, but when someone his age, or worse younger, did it, it stung. Iono gave him a thumbs up. You look great. Koraidon chimed in, Rayo, as if offering its agreement.
Naoki chuckled, pleased. You know what, Iono?
Just call me Naoki from now on. None of this Mr. Business, it feels weird. He had always been addressed casually, whether in his previous life or this one, and he preferred it that way. Iono grinned brightly, her enthusiasm as boundless as ever. All right, Naoki it is. Her energy was infectious, and for the first time in a while, Naoki found himself relaxing, a genuine smile lingering on his face. Without Alchemy and Glacian around, the ranch had felt a little subdued. Many of the Pokémon appeared to have been listless in their absence. Seeing this, Naoki quickly released all the Pokémon from their Pokeballs. He looked at Alchemy and Glacian and said, Go on, play with everyone. Without you here, Garganacl and the others have been pretty down. Hearing this, Alchemy turned to the line of rock Pokémon standing before her. Normally upright and sturdy, they now looked pitifully dejected. This tugged at Alchemy's heartstrings. She immediately fluttered over to them, perching on their rocky forms and coaxing them into play. Naoki smiled at the sight and turned his attention to Cyclizer. He patted its head and sent it off to join the fun before heading to the living room with his bulging backpack of gifts. Calyrex was lounging on the couch, engrossed in a television program. Meanwhile, Indy D approached Naoki to give a status update on the ranch's activities over the past week. Naoki popped a handful of seeds into his mouth and listened as Indy D began to relay information. AIE. Nothing major happened, but some wild Pokémon accidentally broke a few fences by the river. AIE. Oh, and 2 days ago, a person named Grusha visited the ranch. She left after hearing you weren't around.
Grusha.
Naoki echoed, surprised. Indy D nodded and added something else, seemingly unsure. Grusha a girl. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle.
Oh, I see.
You figured that out based on his hairstyle and appearance, didn't you? Indy D looked puzzled, unsure whether it had made a mistake. Naoki grinned and clarified, actually, Grusha's a guy. He's the gym leader of Glacido Mountain's gym. But don't worry, plenty of people make that mistake. Indy D blinked, seeming both confused and a little embarrassed. Naoki let out a hearty laugh and reassured the Pokémon.
Don't worry about it.
Grusha's bound to visit again soon. With that settled, Naoki turned his attention to the gifts he had brought back. Unpacking the items from his overstuffed backpack, he began sorting them for the Pokémon. Then, with a smile, he handed a pair of glasses and a blue scarf to Indy D's sibling.
These are for you too, he said warmly.
I hope you like them. The Indy D siblings eagerly accepted the gifts, their eyes lighting up with joy. Seeing their delighted reactions, Naoki felt a wave of satisfaction. He had chosen the right gifts after all. Naoki carefully handed a copy of papers on Rota Mobile to the Calyrex and said, It's all set. The information for the mobile phone has been sent. I believe it won't be long before we can use one. Calyrex's eyes gleamed with anticipation. I eagerly await that day.
Same here.
Naoki exclaimed, brimming with excitement to be back at the ranch. I'll go check on the fence. With that, Naoki headed out, crossing the creek to the far side of the ranch. He carefully examined the wooden fences along the boundary, scanning for any signs of damage. As expected, he found several areas that were in need of repair. Being located in the wild, the ranch often dealt with wild Pokémon that occasionally wandered in and damaged the fences. This wasn't anything new to Naoki. Returning to the utility room, he grabbed tools and wooden planks, rolling up his sleeves to begin repairs. By the time the last plank was secured, the sun had already begun its descent, and it was nearing 5 p.m. Just as he finished, Zack arrived at the ranch, right on schedule, to collect the day's goods. Spotting Naoki, Zack looked momentarily surprised before grinning. "You're back?" Zack asked. "Yeah, I just got in," Naoki replied with a nod. As Zack loaded the day's milk and vegetables into his truck, he remarked with admiration, "Your Pokémon are incredible. And those two NDDs of yours have kept the place running perfectly. Honestly, I'm jealous. If they ever lay eggs, let me know. I wouldn't mind raising a butler Pokémon myself." Naoki gave him an annoyed look. "They're siblings, not a couple." Zack looked startled. "What? I totally thought they were married. Oops, my bad." He scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Naoki glanced over at NDD, who was busy watering flowers nearby, and sighed with relief. Thankfully, neither of the siblings had overheard Zack's embarrassing comment. Zack didn't linger long. After securing the goods, he bid Naoki farewell and drove off, leaving the ranch peaceful once more. But sometimes, fate has other plans. Just as Naoki was about to prepare dinner, a sudden radiant light burst forth from two dragonites near the ranch entrance. These were the hard-working dragonites who had been delivering goods and were now preparing to return to Dragonite Island. The brilliant glow immediately caught the attention of every Pokémon nearby, and a large crowd quickly gathered to watch. Naoki, thinking this might be a mega evolution event, rushed over in alarm to check. When he reached the scene, however, what he witnessed left him speechless. The light emanating from the two dragonites dimmed gradually, not to signal mega evolution, but rather to merge together into a single glowing orb on the grass between them. When the light finally faded, an egg with vibrant orange and yellow patterns rested gently on the ground. Naoki stood frozen, stunned. An egg. Dragonite had laid an egg. Or rather, their energy had merged to create one. Naoki's mind reeled at the implications. Could it be that Pokémon didn't necessarily need physical coupling to produce offspring? Instead, their energies could intertwine to form an egg? This is unbelievable. Naoki muttered, watching the mesmerizing scene before him. He tried to wrap his head around the situation. Had these two dragonites, who were simply colleagues delivering goods together, somehow developed romantic feelings for one another during their daily work? When had that happened? Naoki felt at a loss for words. These two had always seemed like close friends, nothing more. Yet here they were, welcoming a Pokémon egg into the world. One of the dragonites gently picked up the egg. The dragonite looked down at the dragon egg in its arms, then exchanged a glance with its partner. Together, they turned their gazes to the egg cradled carefully in their claws. What now? Should they take the egg back to Dragonite Island? Naoki wondered. But before he could voice his thoughts, one of the dragonite walked toward him. It blinked its large, expressive eyes and gently deposited the egg into his arms. Naoki. Staring at the egg now nestled in his hands, Naoki was at a loss for words. What was he supposed to do with it? However, the female dragonite who had just laid the egg seemed unconcerned. To her, Naoki was a trustworthy human, kind and caring toward Pokémon. Leaving the egg in his care felt far safer than returning it to Dragonite Island for natural incubation. Besides, the two dragonite frequently visited the ranch to enjoy treats, so transporting the egg back and forth would be inconvenient. Instead, they figured it would be easier and more secure to let Naoki handle it. That way, when the baby hatched, they could continue their deliveries and enjoy their meals at the ranch as a family. Having entrusted the egg to Naoki, the two dragonite waved their claws in farewell and took off into the sky. Naoki and his Pokémon stood there, stunned, staring at the freshly laid egg. Clutching the egg, Naoki asked hesitantly, "How do I even hatch this thing?" Unfortunately, none of the Pokémon on the ranch had any experience with eggs, so they offered no answers. In desperation, Naoki called for Dragonite, hoping it might have some insight. When Dragonite learned that the two working Dragonite had laid an egg, it was visibly startled. Naoki popped a piece of translation seed crisp into his mouth and asked, "Have you ever laid an egg?" Dragonite shook its head vigorously. "Awoo. No, I can't lay eggs." "Then what am I supposed to do?" Naoki asked, exasperated. Dragonite tilted its head thoughtfully, recalling scenes from Dragonite Island, and finally said, "Awoo. Just leave it on the grass and let it hatch naturally." Naoki. That sounded way too casual. After a moment of deliberation, Naoki carried the Dragonite egg back into the living room. Upon seeing the egg, Sister NDD tilted her head in confusion. AI. What's this?" Naoki sighed. "It's a Dragonite egg. They handed it to me right after laying it. I have no idea how to hatch it." NDD smiled warmly and said, "AI, I understand. Leave it to my brother and me, we'll take care of it. Naoki's eyes lit up in surprise.
Huh?
You can handle this. Taking care of the baby. Naoki was momentarily speechless. While heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner, he said, "There's no rush for this. Besides, humans and Pokémon have entirely different ways of producing offspring. We go through many rituals first, confessions, falling in love, weddings. But most importantly, you need someone you like in the first place." Sister Indy D placed the Dragonite egg gently in the crib, then joined Naoki in the kitchen to help him cook.
AI.
I know Mom and Dad told my brother and me about this. So, Naoki, do you have someone you like right now?
Naoki.
He couldn't help but find it odd to discuss this topic with Pokémon. After giving it some thought, he shook his head and replied, "I've been at the ranch all the time. Where would I find the opportunity for that?" Naoki's view on relationships was simple: leave it up to fate. If he didn't meet the right person, he'd rather spend his life with Pokémon.
AI.
Indy D nodded solemnly. Sensing Naoki's discomfort, she stopped her questions and focused on preparing the meal. Before bedtime, Naoki prepared several fruit platters for Farfetch'd as a reward for its efforts. But despite eating all of them, Farfetch'd still hadn't mastered the moves it wanted. Instead, it just kept eating and trying. Looking at the increasingly chubby Farfetch'd proudly showing off the empty fruit platters, Naoki sighed. There's still a long way to go. This once determined Farfetch'd was starting to resemble a rotund duck. Early the next morning, Naoki moved the fruit mixer into the kitchen and set it up. However, he didn't immediately start working on Pokeblocks. Instead, he planned to visit the vehicle management office in town to get a driver's license and then buy a pickup truck for transporting fruit back to the ranch. He also needed to stock up on ingredients and seasonings since the Pokémon had cleared out the stock while he was away. Naoki rode on Cyclizer straight into town and headed to the vehicle management office. He paid the examination fee to a uniformed staff member, who then led him to the test area. Compared to his previous life, getting a driver's license in the Pokémon world was surprisingly simple. To pass, you just had to demonstrate basic driving skills and answer a few questions while driving. Naoki breezed through the process without any issues. When it was done, he received his freshly printed driver's license, which still smelled of ink. With his license in hand, he rode Cyclizer straight to a car dealership. The showroom was filled with vehicles of all types: commercial vans, sedans, luxury limousines, every option imaginable. Thanks to Pokémon, cars in this world weren't particularly expensive. A reliable vehicle could be bought for a few $100,000 Poké. Luxury cars weren't practical for Naoki's needs, so he skipped them and eventually chose a brand new white pickup truck for $120,000 Poké. After paying, the truck was officially registered under his name. Patting the truck's cargo bed, Naoki smiled and said, "Hop on." Cyclizer, curious and excited, leaped into the cargo bed in a single bound. "Hold tight and don't move," Naoki instructed before climbing into the cab. Beep beep beep. The truck started up smoothly. With Cyclizer on board, Naoki drove toward Kosaji town. This time, Naoki had another errand: buying a crib for Dragonite's egg at the request of Indy D's sister. He parked the truck outside a furniture store and told Cyclizer to wait. After some time, he emerged with 2 store employees carrying the crib. "Just load it onto the back," Naoki directed. The crib joined the pile of food and daily supplies already in the truck bed, alongside a cheerful Cyclizer. Looking at his fully loaded truck, Naoki was impressed. This was far more convenient than before. At least now he didn't have to worry about transporting large items. Cyclizer, sensing Naoki's happiness, grinned brightly. With all his errands complete, Naoki clapped his hands and said, "All right, let's head back."
Gaw. Oh wait.
Naoki suddenly remembered one last thing. He needed books on Pokémon eggs. In the games, eggs would hatch automatically after walking a certain distance. But in real life, it was bound to be more complicated. He'd need to learn about incubation periods and how to care for newly hatched Pokémon properly. Although the Indy D siblings were reliable in taking care of Pokémon eggs, Naoki still felt the need to do his own research to feel more at ease. After all, what if more Pokémon on the ranch developed feelings for each other and laid eggs? With this thought in mind, Naoki drove back to Kosaji town and went straight to the bookstore. With the help of a helpful clerk, he quickly found 2 books that seemed perfect for the task. Pokémon Breeding Guide by Dr. Elm. Pokémon Egg Hatching and Care by Dr. Elm. The store clerk smiled warmly as he handed over the books, saying, "These 2 books explain everything about helping Pokémon breed and taking care of their eggs. They're really popular with breeding centers. Breeding centers? Naoki raised an eyebrow, curious. Was it the same concept he was familiar with?
The clerk nodded.
Yes, there's a Pokémon daycare near Kosaji town. Trainers can leave their Pokémon there, and the daycare owners will take care of them. Sometimes, Pokémon left there even breed with others. He continued, daycares also specialize in raising Pokémon. If a young trainer is about to start their journey, they can pay an adoption fee and choose a newly hatched Pokémon as their starter. Naoki nodded, now understanding how daycares operated in this world. Without asking more questions, he purchased the books and drove his pickup truck straight back to the ranch. As soon as Naoki parked, a crowd of curious Pokémon surrounded the vehicle, their eyes wide with intrigue. Naoki chuckled and introduced the truck with pride. This is the car I told you about earlier. Now I can give all of you rides.
Pawn.
Ojapon looked EXC. Its eyes shining with anticipation. Naoki grinned, then began unloading the supplies from the truck bed with the help of Cyclizer. Once it was empty, he patted the truck's bed and called out, "All right, climb aboard." Immediately, a group of Pokémon, including Alcremie, Glacian, Pawmot, Butterfree, Koraidon, Dragonite and Dratini, happily swarmed into the truck bed, quickly filling it up. Naoki was pleasantly surprised by the truck's capacity. It held all the Pokémon comfortably, despite their weight differences. However, the 5 massive Garganacl Pokémon stood at a distance, their eyes filled with envy as they watched the others settle in. Naoki sighed and said, "Don't worry, I'll take you next time." With that assurance, the Garganacl stayed back while Naoki started driving the truck around the ranch, circling the open fields. The Pokémon riding in the back chirped and cheered, thoroughly enjoying the ride. After a few loops, Naoki parked the truck near the house and called out, "All right, that's enough for now. Go and have some fun, while I finish some chores." The Pokémon gleefully leapt out of the truck and scattered across the ranch to continue playing. Naoki turned to help Ndidi's sister carry the new crib up to the second floor, where they placed it in a cozy room. With a satisfied smile, the sister Ndidi spread out a soft blanket inside the crib. Meanwhile, her brother carefully cradled the Dragonite egg and placed it gently in the center of the crib.
Ai. All done.
Sister Ndidi exclaimed with pride, admiring the setup. Naoki, now seated in a nearby chair, began flipping through the 2 books he had just purchased. The books, Pokémon Breeding Guide and Pokémon Egg Hatching and Care, were both written by Dr. Elm, a renowned researcher from the Johto region. Dr. Elm was a protege of the legendary Professor Oak, though his focus was unique, the study of Pokémon breeding and egg care. He was the first person to discover that Pikachu had a pre-evolutionary form, and he also researched Pokémon egg groups extensively. In addition, Dr. Elm studied the characteristics and evolution of Pokémon, uncovering many remarkable findings. Because of his exceptional contributions, Professor Oak once praised Dr. Elm as one of the foremost researchers in Pokémon evolution. As these thoughts about Dr. Elm filled Naoki's mind, he opened the book in front of him. Pokémon breeding is the process by which 2 Pokémon of opposite genders, belonging to the same egg group, come together to produce offspring. There is one exception: Ditto can pair with nearly all Pokémon to produce eggs. The offspring Pokémon hatched from eggs have a chance to inherit traits such as appearance, characteristics, moves, and abilities from their parent Pokémon. This process is generally referred to as heredity. Studies indicate that the stronger the parent Pokémon, the more advantageous traits their offspring will inherit. Just as I thought, Naoki muttered as he flipped through the pages, soon arriving at Dr. Elm's detailed classification of Pokémon egg groups. The book explained the various egg groups, including the Dragon group, Bug group, Fairy group, Flying group, and Grass group among others. Each group included examples. For instance, Pokémon like Machamp were categorized in the Humanoid group, while Dragonite belonged to both the Flying group and the Dragon group. Naoki continued reading. The hatching time of eggs varies greatly depending on the Pokémon species. For Pokémon like Caterpie, the hatching process often takes only about 10 days. However, eggs of certain Dragon-type Pokémon take significantly longer to hatch. For instance, Dragonite, a long-lived and powerful Pokémon, requires 5 to 10 months for its egg to hatch. This prolonged incubation period is believed to stem from the slow growth cycle of Dragon-type Pokémon.
5 to 10 months.
Naoki mused. That's quite a wait. It now made sense why Dragonite had mentioned that on Dragonite Island, Dragonites typically leave their eggs to hatch on the grass. Naoki continued to read the book, carefully committing key information to memory. By mid-April, summer had arrived, and the temperature outside had risen noticeably. At night, The ranch was filled with the rhythmic chirping of cicadas from the surrounding forest. People had shed their thick coats and sweaters in favor of lightweight, cooler clothing. One sunny morning, Naoki was watering and fertilizing the world tree that had grown significantly on the ranch. Suddenly, an unfamiliar visitor arrived. Naoki turned to see a girl dressed in a rustic outfit standing awkwardly near the ranch gate. When their eyes met, the girl called out, her tone slightly nervous. "Excuse me, is this Naoki Ranch?" Naoki straightened up and responded, "Yes, it is." He observed the girl more closely and noted that she didn't have any pokeballs on her belt, which suggested she wasn't a trainer looking to challenge the trials. After a moment of thought, Naoki asked, "Is there something I can help you with?" The girl nodded quickly and said, "Yes, I was wondering if you sell berries here?" Berries? Naoki was taken aback. If the girl wanted berries, wouldn't it be easier to buy them from town? The girl noticed his confusion and quickly explained, No, I need a large amount of berries. I'm from Artisan Town, where we're planning to host a bug-catching contest. But the berries we used to make snacks for the event were all eaten by a Snorlax. Without the berries, we can't make the snacks that attract bug-type Pokémon. If that happens, the contest won't take place. I've already visited several other farms, but none of them have orchards. Bug-catching contest? Artisan Town? Naoki vaguely remembered hearing about the place from Mayor Thomas. He'd mentioned that last year's harvest wasn't very good there. Naoki hesitated for a moment and glanced at his orchard. He'd recently harvested a batch of berries to use for developing Pokeblocks. After some thought, he realized there wasn't a rush to start his project. Besides, with Calyrex around, the orchard's berries would grow back quickly. He decided to lend a hand. "All right," Naoki said, nodding. "I just harvested a batch of berries a few days ago. Tell me how many you need." The girl sighed with visible relief. "As many as possible." Naoki. He led her to his warehouse, where crates of berries were neatly stored. The girl's eyes lit up as she surveyed the stock. "I'll take all of them." Naoki raised an eyebrow. "Can the bug-catching contest even use this many berries?" The girl nodded shyly. "Yes, definitely. Lots of trainers have arrived in Artisan Town over the past couple of days, and they're all excited to participate in the contest." "All right." Naoki mentally calculated the price of the berries and asked, "Do you have a truck to transport them?" The girl hesitated, then said apologetically, "We don't have one." Naoki. With no other choice, he relented. "How long is the drive from Artisan Town to Kosagi Town?" "About 20 minutes by car," the girl answered. 20 minutes? That wasn't too far. Naoki nodded. "All right, I'll drive them over for you." The girl's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you so much." After paying a deposit, she left on a cyclizer to take care of other tasks. Naoki, along with his Pokémon, began packing the berries into crates and loading them onto his pickup truck. Once everything was set, Naoki climbed into the driver's seat and honked the horn twice. "I'm heading out, anyone want to come along?" A chorus of excited cries followed as several Pokémon eagerly gathered around. Ogerpon hopped into the passenger seat, while Alchemy the Pawmot jumped onto the dashboard, pressing her tiny face against the windshield. Glacian and a few Dragonaires squeezed into the back seat, leaning against the windows with curious eyes. Koraidon and Cyclizer climbed into the truck bed, where they settled comfortably. Neither Flutter Mane nor Dragonite joined the trip, bidding Naoki goodbye as the truck pulled out of the ranch. As he drove along the country roads, Naoki couldn't help but smile. The Pokémon's cheerful chatter and playful antics turned the journey into something special. Glancing at the rearview mirror, Naoki saw the lively group and chuckled softly. With them around, every trip felt like an adventure. He thought to himself, "I'll never have a dull moment as long as they're with me." At 9:25 in the morning, the weather was clear and sunny. Above stretched a vibrant blue sky, adorned with a few fluffy clouds drifting lazily in the gentle breeze. A pickup truck loaded with berries and filled with lively Pokémon cruised along a quiet country road. In the car, a CD played a soft, melodic tune. It was said that the singer of this song was a Jigglypuff who loved performing. The lively Alchemy, the Pawmot, and other Pokémon followed the rhythm, chirping along, filling the truck with an infectious, cheerful atmosphere. Naoki drove attentively, his mind drifting to what he knew about Artisan Town. Located just south of Kosagi Town, Artisan Town was a quintessential rural settlement. Its residents relied heavily on agriculture, making it feel less developed compared to Kosagi Town. However, it was famous for its vast sunflower fields. The drive wasn't long. About 10 minutes after leaving the ranch, Naoki spotted the first golden fields of sunflowers stretching out ahead of him. Among the sunflowers, a few sunflora swayed gently, their leafy arms outstretched as they basked in the sunlight alongside the plants. Sunflora, Naoki mused, recalling the Pokémon's name as they came into view. As he neared Artisan Town, traffic picked up slightly, with more vehicles and trainers visible along the road. Some of the trainers looked young and eager, likely drawn to the town by the upcoming contest. It reminded Naoki of the Cherry Blossom Festival held in Kosaji Town. As the truck rolled into the town, Naoki followed the girl's directions and navigated to the town center. The girl who had visited his ranch to order berries stood chatting with another young woman. Upon spotting Naoki's truck, she waved enthusiastically, calling out, "Over here! Over here!" Naoki steered the vehicle toward her, parked, and jumped out. Pawmot, the Glacian, and the other Pokémon peeked curiously out of the windows, taking in the new sights and sounds of the bustling town. The girl's eyes lit up in amazement as she noticed the Pokémon.
So many Pokémon.
Wait, are those Dragonairs? Wow, such rare Pokémon. Naoki smiled modestly. How lucky! The girl gushed, looking enviously at the impressive lineup of Pokémon. Naoki turned to the Pokémon in the truck and gave instructions. Koraidon, Cyclizer, start unloading the berries for our customer. Ogerpon, Pawmot, you can hop out and play nearby, but don't wander too far.
Oge. Pawmot.
The Pokémon cheered in unison and quickly dispersed, exploring the unfamiliar surroundings with eager curiosity. Naoki, along with Koraidon and Cyclizer, began unloading crates of berries from the truck bed. Soon, the truck was empty, and the girl carefully counted the boxes before handing over the remaining payment. Thank you so much, Mr. Rancher. Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to host the bug catching contest. Naoki waved it off with a smile. It was no trouble at all. I'm glad I could help. Oh, that reminds me. The girl's expression brightened as she added, would you like to stay and participate in the contest tomorrow? Naoki blinked in surprise. Are you sure? Of course, she said enthusiastically. Normally there's a registration fee, but since you helped us so much, you can participate for free. Naoki hesitated. He wasn't particularly interested in bug-type Pokémon, preferring the softer, furrier Pokémon instead. But the idea of experiencing a contest like this intrigued him. After a moment's thought, he nodded. All right, I'll give it a try. Great, the girl said happily. You don't need to prepare anything. We'll provide snacks to attract bug-type Pokémon for all the trainers. Is there anything else I should know? Naoki asked. Oh yes. The girl added, during the contest, you can't use your own Pokémon to battle the wild bug types. You'll need to rely on the snacks we provide, and your charm as a trainer. Naoki chuckled. So it's all about snacks and charisma, huh? Got it. The girl nodded. Exactly. The contest starts tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in the nature park south of town. We'll spend today preparing all the snacks with the berries you brought. Sounds good. I'll see you tomorrow, Naoki said, bidding farewell. He called his Pokémon back into the truck and started the drive back to the ranch. That afternoon, Naoki began working on plans to expand the area on the other side of the river. He hopped onto Dragonite's back and soared into the sky, sketching a topographic map of the land below. Using his pen, he drew out several straight roads branching from the stone bridge, dividing the area into distinct sections. Naoki examined the largest piece of land in the upper left corner of his map and thought, this grassland will be perfect for raising wooloo. The flat terrain, coupled with gentle slopes and unobstructed sunlight, would ensure lush grass growth, making it ideal for grazing. As for why wooloo was chosen over Mareep, it was simple. Mareep's wool disappears once it evolves into Ampharos. This plot here could be used to raise some other productive Pokémon, he mused, imagining a few specific Pokémon. Tropius, which could produce bananas, and Sawsbuck and Deerling, known for their seasonal specialties like tea leaves, came to mind. Naoki had wanted to raise a Tropius since he started the ranch, but he had never come across one. They were absent even from the Pokémon shop in Kosaji Town, likely because their profits were considered too modest compared to other productive Pokémon. Picturing the possibilities, Naoki wrote down Tropius and Sawsbuck in two other sections of his plan. The tea leaves from Sawsbuck's antlers brewed into black tea were not only delicious but a favorite among him and the Pokémon on the ranch. Plus, the brewed tea could be shared with Sinistea and Polteageist, enhancing their happiness, an all-around benefit. Naoki decided to leave the remaining plots open for now, to see if other Pokémon or ideas came to mind. If none did,
he would turn the space into a playground for Pokémon, complete with slides, sandpits, and seesaws. On the other side of the road, he planned to dedicate land to agriculture, such as growing bright red apples. Once he finalized the layout, Naoki patted Dragonite on the back and said, "Alright, let's head down."
Awoo.
Dragonite responded, descending to the ground. Naoki then called over Dugtrio, pointing toward the land across the river, "I'm leaving this area to you." Dig dig dig. Dugtrio chirped in agreement, quickly inspecting the land before getting to work. With its evolved efficiency and long-term experience in cultivation, Dugtrio swiftly plowed the field with precision. In no time, the land was neatly prepared.
Great job,
Naoki said, patting Dugtrio on its head. "I'll make some new poke blocks for you later." Dig dig dig. Dugtrio's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly anticipating its reward. Returning to the ranch's living room, Naoki opened his savings box. After accounting for his recent purchase of the pickup truck, he realized he still had enough funds to buy some apple saplings. As for finding Pokémon like Tropius and Sawsbuck, he planned to explore nearby locations like Glacido Mountain or Casaroya Lake, hoping to encounter some in the wild and bring them back to the ranch, just like the Skiddo.
I'm heading into town.
I'll be back in half an hour. Naoki called out to the Pokémon before hopping into his truck. When he reached Kosagi town, he parked and stepped into Hugh's seed shop. Upon hearing Naoki's request, Hugh chuckled and guided him to the backyard. "You're in luck. We just received a new batch of apple saplings. Take a look, how many do you want?" Naoki scanned the backyard and saw around 100 saplings neatly arranged. Naoki roughly estimated the size of the field that Dugtrio had prepared and said, 30 trees should do.
"Alright," Hugh replied.
"Do you want me to deliver them later?" Naoki shook his head with a smile. "No need to trouble you this time. I can handle it myself." Hugh looked surprised but quickly understood when he spotted the pickup truck parked by the road.
"You bought a truck?
When did that happen?" Hugh asked, clearly intrigued.
"Just a few days ago," Naoki replied.
"With the ranch expanding, having a truck is a lot more convenient. We can't keep relying on Koraidon and the others to haul everything."
Hugh chuckled. "That makes sense. It's a great idea."
"Alright, let me load the saplings for you right away." Naoki drove the truck back to the ranch with the saplings loaded in the bed. Together with Koraidon and Cyclizer, he spent the entire afternoon planting the apple saplings in the field. By the time the sun began to set, they had completed the creation of a brand new apple orchard. Naoki washed his hands in the river, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked over the orchard with satisfaction.
"All done.
Now we just need to let these apple trees grow. By next year, we'll have a beautiful orchard full of bright red apples." As the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly remembered a potential problem. Pokémon like Applin, which burrow into apples and hide there, might find the orchard irresistible. While they were fascinating Pokémon, their habits could spell trouble for the apples. "Well, we'll deal with that when it happens," Naoki muttered. He decided to view the potential influx of such Pokémon as an opportunity to enrich the ranch's ecosystem. Noticing how dirty Koraidon and Cyclizer had gotten during the day's work, Naoki waved to them.
"Alright, let's head back.
Time for a bath." Naoki asked Sister Indy to handle dinner preparations while he took Koraidon and Cyclizer to the bathroom. He started the bath, and the two Pokémon obediently stood under the shower as Naoki rinsed the mud from their bodies. He applied a fragrant Pokémon-safe shampoo and worked it into a foamy lather using a bath sponge. Cyclizer, being playful, managed to get some foam up its nose, causing it to sneeze repeatedly. Koraidon, watching from the side, gave Cyclizer a look of disapproval.
"Rayo."
Koraidon grumbled in a low voice, clearly annoyed. But karma came quickly. As Koraidon breathed in through its nostrils, it accidentally sucked in a mouthful of foam and began sneezing just as Cyclizer had moments before.
"Pfft. Ha ha ha."
Naoki couldn't help but burst out laughing as he turned the shower head toward Koraidon to rinse off the foam. "Still want to look down on Cyclizer now."
"Koraidon."
Cyclizer, meanwhile, grinned innocently.
"Rayo."
Annoyed but trying to maintain its pride, Koraidon flicked its tail, turned away, and refused to look at Cyclizer. Naoki didn't bother coaxing it right away. Instead, he finished rinsing Cyclizer, dried it with a soft towel, and gave it a sniff before nodding approvingly. "You smell great. Alright, head to the living room and wait for dinner." Cyclizer happily sped out of the bathroom, leaving Koraidon to glance over its shoulder. Naoki waved it over.
"Alright, your turn.
Let's get the rest of the soap off." Reluctantly, Koraidon shuffled back toward him. As Naoki worked to rinse the foam, he chuckled and said, "Why do you dislike Cyclizer so much? It's not even 2 years old yet, it's still a baby in human terms."
Rayo.
Koraidon grumbled, unable to argue. "Everyone starts somewhere, you know," Naoki said, his tone gentle but firm. "Cyclizer is still young. Give it time, and it'll grow smarter and stronger. I have a feeling it'll become an incredible Pokémon someday." After all, the effects of the birthday cake take time to fully manifest. However, upon hearing Naoki's words, Koraidon felt even more conflicted. Did Naoki truly hold it in such high regard and trust it so deeply? Reflecting on its journey, Koraidon realized it had indeed lived up to Naoki's faith. It had become a strong Pokémon, one capable of protecting Naoki and its younger self from harm. Memories of the past flooded Koraidon's mind as it let Naoki dry its body with a mix of reluctance and gratitude. "Alright, go downstairs and wait for dinner," Naoki said with a smile, gently patting Koraidon's head. Koraidon responded with a quiet nod, its mind preoccupied. It descended the stairs and glanced at Cyclizer, who was joyfully lounging near the dining area. Inside, Koraidon was torn. Naoki could now understand its thoughts, which meant it could tell Naoki about the future, everything it knew. But doing so might lead to dire consequences. Fragments of past conversations resurfaced in Koraidon's mind, particularly discussions between Naoki, Professor Sada, and Professor Turo about the perils of time travel. Koraidon vividly remembered Professor Sada's words: if someone from the future were to alter events in the past, like preventing their grandparents from meeting, that person's existence would be erased, along with everything connected to it. At that time, Koraidon had been a Cyclizer, and such complex ideas had left it bewildered. Naoki had patiently explained these concepts, emphasizing the dangers of tampering with time. If you play with time, time will play with you. Now, Koraidon found itself grappling with the very scenario it once struggled to understand. If it revealed the future to Naoki, everything that followed would change. Naoki would undoubtedly take steps to prevent the tragedies ahead. Yet, if events were altered, Cyclizer would never fall into the time machine, and without that event, Koraidon would never be born. In that case, Koraidon would vanish, ceasing to exist along with the timeline it sought to protect. Koraidon shuddered at the thought. It didn't want to disappear. It wanted to stay by Naoki's side, to continue sharing moments with him. But as it looked at its younger self, innocent, eager and oblivious, a wave of pity washed over Koraidon. If it said nothing, then its past self would endure the same pain, the same hardships, and the same terrible experiences that had shaped its present. Koraidon's golden eyes reflected a mixture of sorrow and confusion as it gazed silently at its younger counterpart. At least, let it stay with Naoki, Koraidon thought sadly. The next morning, Naoki rode on Cyclizer, dressed in a straw hat and short-sleeved shirt, adopting the casual style of a bug catcher. He made his way to Artisan Town to participate in the bug catching contest. By the time he arrived at the nature park south of Artisan Town, a large group of trainers had already gathered. Among them were young boys and girls dressed just like him. Blending in effortlessly, Naoki joined the crowd at the park's entrance, where a sign provided details about the contest and the park itself. The nature park was a haven for bug and grass-type Pokémon, sprawling over a vast area and hosting countless wild Pokémon. It resembled the nature reserves found in other regions but had stricter regulations. Typically, the park was closed to the public, and trainers were prohibited from capturing Pokémon to preserve its unique ecosystem. However, to control the growing bug Pokémon population, Artisan Town organized 2 bug catching contests annually, allowing trainers to capture select Pokémon during the events. Naoki glanced at the sign's list of Pokémon inhabiting the park. It included familiar species such as Caterpie, Scatterbug, Spinarak, Ariados, Joltik, Cutiefly, Dewpider, Kricketot, and Grubbin. It also mentioned rarer species like Larvesta, Heracross, Scyther, Sizer, and Vespiquen. What a shame there's no Pokémon like Appleton here, Naoki thought regretfully. Otherwise, he could have caught a few to help produce juice back at the ranch. Appleton, the apple Pokémon, was known for fermenting berries into sweet and sticky juice. Unfortunately, Naoki recalled that Appleton wasn't native to Paldea. Around him, trainers buzzed with excitement. Young bug catchers with nets were brimming with determination, and some were even making friendly bets on who would catch the rarest Pokémon. Others, less considerate, used their bug-type Pokémon to scare their companions, causing startled shrieks from the girls. Naoki watched this scene with a sigh of resignation. Kids these days. A voice crackled over the park's announcement system, "Attention trainers. The bug catching contest is about to begin. Please gather at the entrance of the nature park. The gates will open shortly."
The announcement continued, make sure to prepare your supplies before entering, including plenty of poke snacks and netballs to attract and capture Pokémon. As the gates opened, the crowd surged forward with enthusiastic bug catchers scattering in all directions, eagerly searching for rare Pokémon. Naoki, however, remained calm. He approached the counter near the entrance, intending to purchase a few packs of poke snacks. The staff at the counter turned out to be the same girl who had visited his ranch the day before to order berries. She recognized him immediately and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you're here." Naoki gave her a friendly smile and nodded. Glancing at the nearly empty counter, he asked, "Do you still have any snacks and netballs left?" "We do. Just give me a moment," she replied cheerfully before disappearing into the tent behind the counter. While waiting, Naoki absent-mindedly reached out to pat Cyclizer, who stood by his side. Koraidon hadn't come along this time. Naoki wasn't sure what was wrong. Since the previous night, Koraidon had been acting withdrawn, refusing to answer any of his questions about what was bothering it. That morning, Naoki had wanted to bring Koraidon along to the bug-catching contest for some fun, but it had unexpectedly declined. Naoki wondered if it had something to do with the comments he'd made about Cyclizer during their bath the previous day. But no, Koraidon wasn't the type to get upset over trivial things. It didn't seem angry, it seemed conflicted. Troubled. Naoki had never seen Koraidon act like this before, and its mood weighed heavily on his own. Even now, he couldn't muster much excitement for the event. Thinking back to how Koraidon had occasionally stared at Cyclizer the previous night, Naoki felt utterly baffled. What could it possibly be struggling with? Suddenly, a startled cry echoed from the nearby tent. "Ah!" Cyclizer immediately perked up, its alert cry breaking Naoki's train of thought. "Rayo!" Naoki snapped to attention, assuming something had gone wrong, and quickly rushed into the tent. Inside, a massive Snorlax lay sprawled across the floor, snoring loudly. Its enormous belly rose and fell contentedly, and its paws gently rubbed its overstuffed stomach as it slept. Surrounding the Snorlax were several destroyed crates, their contents clearly devoured. Naoki blinked in surprise. "What?" The girl from the snack stand stomped her foot in frustration. "It's Snorlax. The same one that ate all our berries 2 days ago. Arg, what a glutton. And now it's eaten all the Pokémon snacks we prepared for today's contest." Snorlax snored peacefully, zzz. Fuming, the girl marched up and slapped Snorlax's impossibly elastic belly. Snorlax didn't stir, zzz. Naoki's sweat dropped. This Pokémon was something else. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Naoki," the girl apologized, exhaling deeply to calm herself. "Thanks to Snorlax, we've completely run out of snacks for the competition." Naoki, not particularly invested in catching bug-type Pokémon, shrugged it off. Instead, his attention remained on the Snorlax. "Does this Snorlax belong to a trainer?" Naoki asked curiously. The girl hesitated, then shook her head. "No, it doesn't have a trainer. It's lived in this town for a while now." The next morning, Naoki rode on Cyclizer, dressed in a straw hat and short-sleeved shirt, adopting the casual style of a bug catcher. He made his way to Artisan Town to participate in the bug-catching contest. By the time he arrived at the nature park south of Artisan Town, a large group of trainers had already gathered. Among them were young boys and girls dressed just like him. Blending in effortlessly, Naoki joined the crowd at the park's entrance, where a sign provided details about the contest and the park itself. The nature park was a haven for bug and grass-type Pokémon, sprawling over a vast area and hosting countless wild Pokémon. It resembled the nature reserves found in other regions but had stricter regulations. Typically, the park was closed to the public, and trainers were prohibited from capturing Pokémon to preserve its unique ecosystem. However, to control the growing bug Pokémon population, Artisan Town organized 2 bug-catching contests annually, allowing trainers to capture select Pokémon during the events. Naoki glanced at the sign's list of Pokémon inhabiting the park. It included familiar species such as Caterpie, Scatterbug, Spinarak, Ariados, Joltik, Cutiefly, Dewpider, Kricketot, and Grubbin. It also mentioned rarer species like Larvesta, Heracross, Scyther, Sizer, and Vespiquen. What a shame there's no Pokémon like Appleton here, Naoki thought regretfully. Otherwise, he could have caught a few to help produce juice back at the ranch. Appleton, the apple Pokémon, was known for fermenting berries into sweet and sticky juice. Unfortunately, Naoki recalled that Appleton wasn't native to Paldea. Around him, trainers buzzed with excitement. Young bug catchers with nets were brimming with determination, and some were even making friendly bets on who would catch the rarest Pokémon. Others, less considerate, used their bug-type Pokémon to scare their companions, causing startled shrieks from the girls. Naoki watched this scene with a sigh of resignation. Kids these days. A voice crackled over the park's announcement system, "Attention trainers. The bug-catching contest is about to begin. Please gather at the entrance of the nature park. The gates will open shortly." The announcement continued, "Make sure to prepare your supplies before entering, including plenty of poke snacks and net balls to attract and capture Pokémon." As the gates opened, the crowd surged forward with enthusiastic bug catchers scattering in all directions, eagerly searching for rare Pokémon. Naoki, however, remained calm. He approached the counter near the entrance, intending to purchase a few packs of poke snacks. The staff at the counter turned out to be the same girl who had visited his ranch the day before to order berries. She recognized him immediately and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you're here." Naoki gave her a friendly smile and nodded. Glancing at the nearly empty counter, he asked, "Do you still have any snacks and net balls left?" "We do. Just give me a moment," she replied cheerfully before disappearing into the tent behind the counter. While waiting, Naoki absent-mindedly reached out to pat Cyclizer, who stood by his side. Koraidon hadn't come along this time. Naoki wasn't sure what was wrong. Since the previous night, Koraidon had been acting withdrawn, refusing to answer any of his questions about what was bothering it. That morning, Naoki had wanted to bring Koraidon along to the bug-catching contest for some fun, but it had unexpectedly declined. Naoki wondered if it had something to do with the comments he'd made about Cyclizer during their bath the previous day. But no, Koraidon wasn't the type to get upset over trivial things. It didn't seem angry, it seemed conflicted. Troubled. Naoki had never seen Koraidon act like this before, and its mood weighed heavily on his own. Even now, he couldn't muster much excitement for the event. Thinking back to how Koraidon had occasionally stared at Cyclizer the previous night, Naoki felt utterly baffled. What could it possibly be struggling with? Suddenly, a startled cry echoed from the nearby tent. "Ah!" Cyclizer immediately perked up, its alert cry breaking Naoki's train of thought. "Rayo!" Naoki snapped to attention, assuming something had gone wrong, and quickly rushed into the tent. Inside, a massive Snorlax lay sprawled across the floor, snoring loudly. Its enormous belly rose and fell contentedly, and its paws gently rubbed its overstuffed stomach as it slept. Surrounding the Snorlax were several destroyed crates, their contents clearly devoured. Naoki blinked in surprise. "What?" The girl from the snack stand stomped her foot in frustration. "It's Snorlax. The same one that ate all our berries 2 days ago. Arg, what a glutton. And now it's eaten all the Pokémon snacks we prepared for today's contest." Snorlax snored peacefully, zzz. Fuming, the girl marched up and slapped Snorlax's impossibly elastic belly. Snorlax didn't stir, zzz. Naoki's sweat dropped. This Pokémon was something else. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Naoki," the girl apologized, exhaling deeply to calm herself. "Thanks to Snorlax, we've completely run out of snacks for the competition." Naoki, not particularly invested in catching bug-type Pokémon, shrugged it off. Instead, his attention remained on the Snorlax. "Does this Snorlax belong to a trainer?" Naoki asked curiously. The girl hesitated, then shook her head. "No, it doesn't have a trainer. It's lived in this town for a while now." She sighed, recalling its history. It showed up about 3 months ago. The weather was freezing then, and Snorlax wandered into town starving. Feeling sorry for it, the townsfolk gave it plenty of food. Ever since then, it stayed here and become part of our community, though not without causing plenty of trouble. Naoki raised an eyebrow. "Trouble?" "Oh, definitely," the girl said, crossing her arms. "Because of its insatiable appetite, it's a menace. We've tried asking trainers to capture it, but things never work out." She continued, "Some trainers can't even wake it up, let alone battle it. Even if they manage to catch it, they often return it because they can't afford to feed it. And even when trainers can afford to feed it, Snorlax sleeps almost 23 hours a day and refuses to battle. They eventually give up and bring it back." Naoki finished the thought for her in his mind. Even with all that, it ends up back here every time. His gaze lingered on the slumbering Pokémon, and an idea sparked in his mind. This Snorlax seemed like a perfect fit for his ranch. While learning about poke blocks recently, Naoki came across a recipe that Marina had shared with him. These specialized treats were perfect for Pokémon with large appetites. Just one was enough to fill a Snorlax's belly. If he could stockpile enough of these, he could easily feed this Snorlax without breaking the bank. After all, Naoki wasn't a professional trainer. He didn't need his Pokémon to battle for him, he only wanted them to live peacefully on the ranch. And Snorlax had another incredible trait that made it invaluable: its digestive abilities. As one of the most famous Pokémon for its enormous appetite, Snorlax could eat almost anything. What's even more remarkable is that Snorlax can eat just about anything. Its stomach is so resilient that even the poison from a Salandit would taste like seasoning to its palate. It just so happened that the ranch was short on a Pokémon capable of testing different foods. With that in mind, an idea popped into Naoki's head. "Are you still looking for someone to take this Snorlax?" he asked. The girl nodded but quickly realized what Naoki was implying. "Wait, are you planning to take Snorlax?" Naoki hummed in affirmation. "I'm thinking of bringing it back to my ranch."
Of course.
"Please take it with you." The girl's enthusiasm was almost comical. She seemed eager to get rid of Snorlax as quickly as possible. Naoki sighed internally. This reaction wasn't surprising. Historically, Pokémon like Snorlax were often seen as walking disasters. In ancient times, when food production was limited, a Snorlax could wander into a village and devour the entire granary in a single sitting. Back then, Snorlax was a creature to be feared. But with modern advancements in agriculture and better understanding between humans and Pokémon, society no longer viewed Snorlax as a menace. Instead, it had become a curious and somewhat lovable part of their world. "But, how are you planning to tame it?" the girl asked hesitantly. She knew firsthand how difficult dealing with a Snorlax could be. Naoki paused to think before asking, "Have the trainers who tried before battled it?"
The girl nodded.
"Snorlax's skin is so tough, most attacks barely tickle it. Most trainers used food to try to lure it into a Pokeball." "I see," Naoki said thoughtfully. If food was the key, he might as well try that approach. Looking around the tent, Naoki spotted a fruit mixer. Remembering the recipe for primary glutton Pokeblock he had recently perfected, he asked, "Do you have any berries left?" "I need 2 Pecha berries, 1 Oranberry, 1 Bluckberry, 2 Nana berries, and 1 Figgy berry." "Let me check." The girl quickly rummaged through the remaining supplies and soon handed Naoki a small selection of berries. "These are the leftovers from when we made snacks." Naoki thanked her and got to work. He carefully measured the ingredients, blended them, and began cooking. About half an hour later, a batch of steaming golden brown Pokeblocks emerged from the machine. Glutton Pokeblock, C+. Effect: a specially crafted Pokeblock designed to satiate Pokémon with massive appetites. 1 Pokeblock is enough to fill a Snorlax's stomach. With the Pokeblocks ready, Naoki turned to the girl and held up the batch. But before he could say a word, a massive shadow fell over him. Startled, Naoki turned around to see Snorlax standing over him, its half-lidded eyes fixated on the Pokeblocks in his hand. "You want one?" Naoki asked, picking up a Pokeblock and holding it out. Snorlax leaned down, its large paw delicately taking the Pokeblock before popping it into its mouth. Crunch. Chew. Gulp. The Pokeblock disappeared quickly, and Snorlax's eyes lit up as the compressed energy filled its stomach. For the first time in days, Snorlax felt completely satisfied. Its gaze shifted back to the remaining Pokeblocks in Naoki's hand, clearly eager for more. Naoki hesitated for a moment. He extended his hand toward Snorlax to see if it would allow him to touch it. Despite its lazy and gluttonous demeanor, Snorlax wasn't naive. Instead of simply allowing Naoki to pet it, Snorlax wrapped its massive arm around him, lifting him off the ground with surprising care. It cradled Naoki in one arm like a prized possession, letting him sit comfortably. Whoa! Naoki exclaimed, caught off guard. Naoki soon realized Snorlax had no ill intentions. The girl standing nearby smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, this Snorlax is incredibly docile. It doesn't even get angry when the kids in town use its belly as a playground." Naoki decided to test Snorlax's willingness. He held up a Pokeblock and said, "Open wide, like this." Ah! Snorlax opened its massive mouth. Naoki tossed the Pokeblock in, and Snorlax began chewing with visible contentment. After consuming a few more Pokeblocks, Snorlax started to feel full. It let out a long lazy yawn, rubbed its eyes, and then reclined onto the ground. Snorlax's enormous body flattened out as it lay on its back, pulling Naoki along and placing him on its soft belly. Moments later, it began snoring again, completely unfazed. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Taking advantage of Snorlax's docility, he knelt on its belly and said, "Hey Snorlax, how about coming with me? If you stay at my ranch, I'll make you food like this every day." Snorlax, zzz. Naoki leaned forward, trying to gauge its response. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Is that okay? Snorlax, zzz. The girl, watching from the side, laughed. It looks like it really likes you. Snorlax has never acted this way with any of the trainers who tried to capture it before. Naoki glanced at the sleeping Pokémon, feeling a mixture of amusement and determination. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out an empty Pokeball. Carefully aiming at Snorlax's forehead, he tapped the Pokeball against it. In an instant, Snorlax's massive body was enveloped in a red light and pulled into the ball. The Pokeball wobbled once, twice, and then clicked still. It was a successful capture. Naoki stared at the Pokeball in his hand, momentarily taken aback by how smoothly everything had gone. Shaking off his disbelief, he stood up and held the Pokeball in his hand, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Well, either way, it worked. The girl's expression, however, turned slightly hesitant. Is something wrong? Naoki asked, noticing her change in demeanor. The girl hesitated before speaking. Mr. Naoki. This Snorlax has a huge appetite. It might surprise you how much it eats. If you ever feel like you can't handle it, please don't release it into the wild. Bring it back to us instead. Naoki raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her concern. She continued earnestly, even though Snorlax can be a handful, it eats everything in sight and causes chaos wherever it goes. The people in town care about it. It's been part of our lives for a while now, and nobody here would ever want it to get hurt. Hearing her words, Naoki's expression softened. He nodded and smiled warmly. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Snorlax. I promise. The girl's relief was evident as she smiled back. After collecting Snorlax's Pokeball, Naoki remembered the purpose of his trip to Artisan Town. The girl glanced apologetically at the empty snack boxes that Snorlax had devoured. I'm so sorry, but all the snacks for the bug catching contest have been eaten by Snorlax. If I use the remaining berries to make them again, it'll take about an hour. By now, the first group of bug catching trainers who entered the nature park had likely already returned with the bug-type Pokémon they caught. Naoki saw the situation for what it was. He had only come to enjoy the atmosphere of the competition and wasn't particularly invested in catching bug types. In that case, don't worry about it, Naoki said with a reassuring smile. The girl still looked apologetic. She had been the one to invite others to the bug catching contest, and now their preparations had fallen short. To make up for it, she said, I'm truly sorry. We host 2 bug catching contests a year, one now and another in the fall. I'll write to your ranch and invite you to participate next time. Naoki smiled and nodded. All right, I'll come by then. He glanced at the now empty entrance to the nature park and said to Cyclizer beside him, let's head back. Rayo, Cyclizer responded, carrying Naoki out of Artisan Town and back to the ranch. The ranch was as lively as ever. Upon returning, Naoki dismounted Cyclizer and noticed Koraidon lying on the grass, basking in the sunlight. Walking over, he gently called out, Koraidon. Hearing Naoki's voice, Koraidon immediately lifted its head and turned to look at him. Are you feeling better? Naoki asked softly, sitting down beside it. Koraidon blinked, startled that Naoki had picked up on its mood. Its expression turned downcast as it murmured, Rayo. Naoki thoughtfully munched on a piece of seeds before stroking Koraidon's head. If something's bothering you, you can tell me. Are you upset because I seemed to favor Cyclizer yesterday? Koraidon's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily caught off guard. It shook its head quickly. Rayo. Rayo. No, not at all. Then what is it? Naoki coaxed gently. Did I do something wrong? Koraidon hesitated before lowering its head onto its paws, a melancholy look spreading across its face. How could it explain something like this? After a long pause, Koraidon quietly murmured, Rayo. I want to stay with Naoki forever. Memories of the past flashed through Koraidon's mind. The younger Cyclizer had always admired it from afar, staring at it with wide, curious eyes. Even though Cyclizer had once been timid around it, it had made efforts to get closer and become friends. Cyclizer had shared gifts with it that Naoki brought back, even offering to share its mother's love when it learned Koraidon had none. Koraidon didn't want its younger self to endure the same hardships it had. It wanted to protect its past self from the dangers of the machine and the perilous world beyond. Yet, Koraidon also longed to remain with Naoki a little longer. It wasn't ready to disappear, not yet. Naoki, unaware of these heavy thoughts, speculated aloud, Did you see the news on TV about people dying and leaving Pokémon behind to live alone in the world? Is that why you're upset? Koraidon glanced at Naoki, startled. Then, after a moment's hesitation, it nodded, choosing to let him believe the simpler explanation. Rayo. Yes. You silly thing, Naoki said with a soft laugh, patting Koraidon's head affectionately. But you're not like ordinary Pokémon. He looked thoughtful for a moment before explaining, when people die, they don't just vanish. Their souls leave their bodies and linger in the places they loved most. They remain until the gatekeeper of the spirit world, Dusknoir, comes to guide them into the spirit world for reincarnation. Naoki smiled reassuringly. If Dusknoir ever comes for me, I'll count on you to protect me. Then I can stick around as a soul and stay with you forever. Koraidon listened intently, its gaze unwavering. Naoki had indeed never shared these things with Koraidon before. But as Koraidon absorbed what Naoki said, it was struck by a sobering realization: it wouldn't be able to stay with Naoki forever. When the time came, and it had to leave, who would be there to protect Naoki? Rayo. The thought caused Koraidon to suddenly stand up, its golden eyes widening in alarm. It began pacing, its movements frantic. This won't do. But what should it do? An idea flashed through Koraidon's mind. Got it. It should teach its younger self some skills so that its past version could protect Naoki in its place. Seeing Koraidon's sudden burst of activity, Naoki could only sigh in exasperation. Calm down, he said gently, we don't need to think about things like that right now. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. I've got plenty of life left in me. It felt a little unlucky to talk about death so casually, and Naoki quickly waved his hands to end the topic. All right. Let's stop talking about that. Hearing Naoki's words, Koraidon paused, visibly relaxing. Naoki exhaled, relieved. See? There's no need to worry about that kind of thing. Koraidon nodded. Rayo. Got it. Seeing its mood improve, Naoki couldn't help but smile. He reached out playfully, pinching Koraidon's nostrils. All right then, I'll sleep on the floor with you tonight. It was a small gesture, but Naoki knew it would help reassure Koraidon. As Alder had once said, no one could predict the future. What mattered most was cherishing the present and enjoying every moment with one's Pokémon. Hearing Naoki's words, Koraidon's eyes sparkled with joy. Without warning, it tackled Naoki to the ground, pinning him with its massive claws before licking his face with its big tongue. Naoki, now covered in sticky Pokémon slobber, groaned silently. Never mind. As long as Koraidon was happy. Once it had finished its affectionate assault, Naoki stood up, wiping his face. Alright, go play with everyone. I brought back a new Pokémon today, and now I need to help it settle in. Koraidon nodded energetically before bounding off to join the others. Naoki watched it for a moment before heading off to find the perfect spot for Snorlax on the ranch. Meanwhile, Koraidon approached Cyclizer, its gaze serious as it stared into its younger self's eyes. Finding a suitable spot for Snorlax on the ranch wasn't as complicated as it seemed. Snorlax was a remarkably easygoing Pokémon. It didn't care much about its surroundings, whether it had a roof over its head or not. As long as the environment wasn't too extreme, like a frozen tundra or an active volcano, it could happily sleep anywhere. After a quick survey of the ranch, Naoki's eyes landed on the open space across the river. The area was spacious and peaceful, making it a perfect spot for Snorlax. He also considered the Pokémon's unique traits. Slides, seesaws, sandpits, tree swings, and maybe even a trampoline using Snorlax's soft belly. The ideas made Naoki chuckle, and he immediately crossed the stone bridge to the other side of the river. Standing in the open clearing, he pulled Snorlax's Pokeball from his pocket. Alright, let's try this out, he said, tossing the ball. In a flash of white light, Snorlax materialized on the grass, already lying on its back and snoring loudly. Naoki chuckled softly. So gentle, and its belly really could work as a trampoline. With a playful grin, Naoki carefully climbed onto Snorlax's massive belly, grabbing handfuls of its plush fur for balance. Soon, Naoki was sprawled out across Snorlax's enormous belly, which was delightfully bouncy and as soft as a waterbed. Snorlax, zzz. You're still sleeping soundly, huh? Naoki muttered, bouncing twice to test its resilience. Snorlax didn't budge an inch, seemingly unbothered. Above, the sky stretched in a vibrant blue, adorned with fluffy white clouds. A gentle breeze swept across the vast, open fields that extended as far as the eye could see. Naoki lay back against Snorlax's belly, his expression curious and amused, treating it like an open-air bed. Two words came to mind: pure bliss. It wasn't just children, adults would also love Snorlax's unique charm. After lounging for a while, Naoki reluctantly stood up,
brushing fur from his clothes. He glanced at the surrounding greenery, his mind already buzzing with ideas for the area. First, we'll plant a big tree next to Snorlax, he mused aloud. I'll hang a wooden swing from its branches so my Pokémon and I can enjoy the breeze while swinging. He paused, envisioning the scene. Next, we'll dig out a large sandpit right here. Fill it with golden sand for building sandcastles and basking in the sun. Finally, Naoki decided, we'll set up a slide and a seesaw over on that side. In his mind, the perfect relaxation park was already taking shape, with Snorlax at its heart. Sandpits and swings were easy to arrange, all it required was a trip to town for supplies. As for the big tree, he planned to enlist the help of the Calyrex to speed up its growth. True to his word, Naoki got started that very afternoon. He drove into town to place an order for lumber and purchased a sapling guaranteed to grow tall and sturdy from Hugh's seed shop. He then visited the department store to buy a brightly colored slide and seesaw. To complete his preparations, Naoki made a detour to the beach, where he loaded the truck with fine golden sand before returning to the ranch. With everything gathered, Naoki rallied his Pokémon to help bring his vision to life. Using a hammer and screws, they worked together to install the slide and seesaw on the grassy field. They dug a large pit with shovels, carefully spreading the truckload of sand inside. Next, Naoki planted the sapling at the center of the park and called on Calyrex to lend its power. In a flash of green energy, the tiny sapling transformed into a majestic tree nearly 8 meters tall, its thick branches swaying gently in the breeze. The final touch was assembling the swing and securing it firmly to the sturdy tree. By the time evening arrived, the sky was painted with hues of orange and pink. Naoki stood at the edge of the newly completed park, beaming as he addressed the gathered Pokémon. Alright everyone. From now on, this is your new play area. Have fun. He hadn't even finished speaking before an excited group of Pokémon charged toward the park. Ogerpon eagerly explored the swing, quickly figuring out how to sit and sway back and forth with ease. Its delighted giggles filled the air. Dragonairs took an immediate liking to the slide, flying up to the top before gliding down with excited hums. Meanwhile, Glacian and Alchemy tentatively approached Snorlax. After some cautious poking and a reassuring nod from Naoki, they began hopping onto Snorlax's belly, treating it like a trampoline. Their laughter echoed across the ranch as they bounced and played. Watching his Pokémon enjoy themselves in the park he had created filled Naoki with pure joy. Determined to strengthen the bond between Snorlax and the other Pokémon, Naoki headed back to the house. He rummaged through his berry stash and prepared 2 large batches of glutton Pokeblocks, crafting them with care. Once the Pokeblocks were ready, he returned to the park and handed the treats to the eager Pokémon. As a thank you for letting you all play on its belly, give this gift to Snorlax. Naoki said with a smile. And don't forget to say thank you to it. Pawmot. Pawmot nodded eagerly, took the 2 boxes of Pokeblocks Naoki handed over, and dashed back to Snorlax with them. Snorlax, still half asleep, sniffed the air as the enticing aroma of the Pokeblocks reached its nose. Slowly, it opened its drowsy eyes. In front of it stood a group of tiny, cheerful Pokémon. They were smiling up at Snorlax, expressing their gratitude and offering the delicious treats. For a moment, Snorlax stared in mild confusion, clearly taken aback by this unexpected gesture. But soon it recovered, took the 2 boxes of Pokeblocks, and swallowed them in a single gulp. Feeling full and content, Snorlax let out a deep, satisfied sigh, stretched its limbs, and reclined back onto the grass. Its enormous belly lay exposed, inviting the small Pokémon to continue using it as a trampoline. Naoki stood at a short distance, watching the heartwarming scene unfold. A smile spread across his face. Perfect, he murmured. The amusement park is a success. Next on his list was creating a Wooloo ranch to raise the fluffy sheep Pokémon. But before diving into his next project, Naoki decided he deserved a good night's rest. After a long and productive day, he returned home, eager to enjoy the delicious dinner that Sister Indy had prepared for him. Meanwhile, in the Johto region, in a coastal city called Altto, the expedition team had finally arrived after a long sea journey. Altto was a stunning city of waterways, with intricate canals winding through its streets. As the morning sun cast its gentle light, the entire city seemed to glow with a tranquil radiance. Residents navigated the canals in flat-bottomed boats, their Pokémon accompanying them as they began their daily routines. The harmonious sounds of market vendors, flowing water, and the chimes of the Grand Cathedral's bells intertwined, creating a lively yet serene atmosphere. At the very top of the cathedral, unnoticed by the bustling crowd below, stood a Zapdos. Its sharp, piercing eyes scanned the city while a small satchel rested across its side. Beside it were 2 smaller Pokémon,
a Teddy Ursa and a Mew. Teddy Ursa stood at the edge of the cathedral roof, gazing over the vibrant city with awe. Its round eyes reflected the beauty of the canals, markets, and the colorful hustle and bustle below.
Ursa! How beautiful!
Mew's bright, azure eyes sparkled with excitement as it observed the humans and Pokémon scurrying through the streets and the tempting aroma wafting from food stalls.
Mew! It chirped, turning to Teddy Ursa.
Let's go get some snacks. Teddy Ursa nodded eagerly in agreement.
The two Pokémon turned toward Zapdos.
Zapdos, towering and majestic, glanced at them with mild amusement before letting out a resigned sigh.
Zap! Go ahead.
I'll stay here and wait. Its imposing size made it difficult to move unnoticed in a crowded city, so it opted to remain on the rooftop.
Mew! Ursa's!
Mew and Teddy Ursa happily grabbed a few wild berries from Zapdos' satchel before leaping gracefully off the cathedral roof. Before landing, Mew silently transformed its appearance, shapeshifting into a small Totodile. Disguised as the playful water-type Pokémon, it joined Teddy Ursa in blending into the crowd. The pair scampered down the cobblestone streets until they reached a cozy food stall brimming with delicious treats. Their eyes lit up as they spotted the candied berries on display. The shopkeeper, a kind, elderly woman with white hair, noticed the two Pokémon and broke into a warm smile.
"Well, aren't you two adorable?" she said. "Are you hungry?
Would you like some candied berries?
Here, have a taste."
She handed them 2 skewers of candied berries. Teddy Ursa and Mew accepted the treats gratefully, placing several wild berries and small pearls on the counter in exchange. Naoki had taught them an important lesson: if you want something in a human town, never steal it. Always offer something in exchange. The old woman blinked in surprise, touched by their thoughtfulness. Her smile grew even warmer. "Oh my, you're paying for the berries? What polite little darlings you."
"Ah.
Here, have 2 more skewers. These are on the house." With their purchases secured, Mew and Teddy Ursa waved goodbye and darted back into the alleyways, their bellies full and their hearts light. But just as they were about to return to Zapdos, Teddy Ursa froze mid-step. Its ears twitched, and it turned abruptly, staring down the alley.
Mew!
Mew, now back in its original form, tilted its head in confusion before following Teddy Ursa's gaze. Standing at the end of the alley was a young girl in a short skirt. Her wide, curious eyes were fixed on Mew. Before either Pokémon could react, the girl darted forward, leaning in close to inspect Mew's shimmering body.
"Mew! Ursa!"
Teddy Ursa murmured uneasily. Suddenly, the girl's expression softened, and she broke into a radiant smile.
Then, her form began to shift.
The girl's body transformed, her silhouette becoming sleeker and more streamlined. Her lower half turned a vivid red, shaped like jet wings. Her feet resembled fins, and a blue triangle emblem appeared on her chest. Her upper body remained white, with red markings around her face and triangular ears. A white pentagonal pattern adorned her forehead. It was none other than Latia's. The legendary Pokémon blinked with an innocent, playful glint in her eyes and smiled warmly at the stunned pair. For a moment, Mew and Teddy Ursa stood frozen, their astonishment mirrored in their wide eyes. Mew and Teddy Ursa rode atop Zapdos, following the Pokémon that could transform into human form through a hidden passage. They arrived at a serene, secluded garden nestled deep within the city. The gentle gurgling of fountains filled the air, and sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of trees, bathing the area in a dreamy, ethereal glow. The tranquil beauty of the scene left the 3 Pokémon from the Hero Expedition team awestruck. Latias, flying gracefully ahead of them, turned back with a wide, joyful smile and let out a melodic cry.
"Woo, isn't it beautiful?
This is my brother's and my secret base."
"Ursa!"
Teddy Ursa nodded enthusiastically, expressing its admiration for the stunning place. Suddenly, another mysterious Pokémon emerged from the depths of the garden. Mew, Teddy Ursa, and Zapdos turned their attention toward the new arrival. When they saw it clearly, they froze. The new Pokémon looked almost identical to Latias. Latios, the Pokémon that had appeared, had sensed an unfamiliar presence in their secret garden. Initially alert, its guarded demeanor softened upon seeing the Pokémon following its sister. Latias quickly introduced the newcomers.
"Woo!
Brother, this is the Hero Expedition team." Mew nodded excitedly.
"Mew! That's right.
We're the Hero Expedition team. We travel across the world, helping Pokémon in need." Teddy Ursa added enthusiastically, "Ursa Ursa."
"Exactly."
Zapdos, towering behind them, lifted its head with pride.
"Chiu!"
After the introductions, Latias turned back to Mew and the others.
Woo! Hero Expedition Team, this is my brother Latios. Latios regarded the three unusual Pokémon with curiosity. As the guardian of Altto Mare, it was unaccustomed to seeing such Pokémon in its territory. Pokémon interactions were straightforward and sincere. After exchanging introductions, Latias eagerly asked about the Hero Expedition Team. So, on that sunny morning, Mew and Teddy Ursa sat on the soft grass and shared tales of the adventures and good deeds they had accomplished with Latias and Latios. They spoke of how they helped a giant Dragonite find a partner, how they fulfilled a Ninetales' long-held wish, how they encountered the enigmatic and conflicted Mutwo, and how they reunited Poliwag with its mother. Latias listened with wide-eyed wonder, her gaze sparkling with curiosity and admiration. Even Latios, who was typically more reserved, seemed intrigued, his expression reflecting both surprise and respect. After hearing their stories, Latios tilted his head and asked thoughtfully, "Woo! The Hero Expedition Team? Can such things truly be accomplished by Pokémon alone?" Mew blinked, offering a knowing smile but saying nothing. Teddy Ursa, however, met Latios's question with unwavering determination. Ursa. The power of one Pokémon may be small, but when we unite, we can overcome any challenge. Mew nodded in agreement. Mew. Exactly. Its sparkling blue eyes reflected Latias and Latios as it continued. Mew. And it's not just us. Naoki has been supporting us all along. Hearing the name, both Latias and Latios looked curious. Woo. Naoki. Teddy Ursa eagerly chimed in. Ursa. Naoki is the best person in the world. He even planted a world tree where Pokémon from all over can live. Latias tilted her head in curiosity. Woo! World tree? What's that? Teddy Ursa spread its arms wide to emphasize the grandeur of its words. Ursa. It's a giant tree, big enough to house all the Pokémon friends we've met on our journey. Teddy Ursa continued excitedly, Ursa. Naoki said if we meet friends we don't want to part with, we can invite them to live at the world tree. That way, we can always see each other. Latias's eyes lit up with excitement. Woo! That's amazing. We're friends, right? Can my brother and I visit the world tree too? Mew chimed in cheerfully, Mew, of course. But we still have a long journey ahead, and the world tree hasn't fully grown yet. No one lives there yet. Latias turned toward her brother, practically glowing with enthusiasm. Woo! Brother, when the world tree is ready, let's visit Mew and the others. Latios, however, remained composed and spoke earnestly. Woo! We can't leave Altto Mare so easily. As guardians of the city, their duty was to protect it and its people. Hearing this, Latias's excitement dimmed, and disappointment clouded her face. After a moment's pause, Latios softened his stance. Woo! But when the time comes, you can visit Mew and the others. Latias brightened instantly but quickly asked, Woo! What about you, brother? Latios replied firmly, Woo! I'll stay behind to guard the Soul Dew and ensure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Latias understood her brother's intentions and immediately cheered, affectionately nuzzling him in gratitude. You're the best, brother. Latios responded with a gentle lick to his sister's forehead, a sign of their close bond. Then, Latias's form shimmered, transforming back into the appearance of a short-haired girl. She turned to Mew and Baby Bear, her eyes bright with excitement, and said, Is this your first time in Altto Mare? Let's go out and explore. I'll show you all the beautiful sights of the town. Mew and Baby Bear shared her enthusiasm, eager to see more of the enchanting water city. Zapdos, however, remained indifferent to the prospect of sightseeing. Its immense size and striking appearance would undoubtedly draw too much attention from humans, which it found exhausting. Without waiting for the others to ask, Zapdos made its decision clear. It would stay behind in the garden and wait for their return. Mew and Baby Bear were already accustomed to Zapdos's reclusive nature. They nodded in understanding and promised to bring it back something delicious from town. Latias led the way, guiding the two Pokémon through the hidden tunnel that connected the secret garden to the outside world. To blend in with the humans, Mew transformed into a small Piku and perched on Latias's shoulder, while Baby Bear snuggled comfortably in Latias's arms. In this manner, the three Pokémon joyfully wandered through Altto Mare's cobblestone streets and winding alleys, marveling at the lively atmosphere. The annual Pokémon water race was underway, drawing crowds from all over the region. Trainers and athletes raced atop their water-type Pokémon, cutting through the canals in an exhilarating chase. Spectators cheered from the bridges and riverbanks,
creating an electric atmosphere. Latias brought Mew and Baby Bear into the heart of the crowd, where they watched the event unfold with awe. Unbeknownst to them, a hovering surveillance drone tracked Latias's movements from above, its camera focused intently on her human form.
"Target located," said a voice.
The scene shifted to a sleek control room aboard a speedboat. A female thief, dressed in sharp black attire, smirked as she studied the monitor displaying Latia's image. The legendary Pokémon, Latias. "This is going to be our big break." Her accomplice, another thief with short auburn hair, practically buzzed with excitement.
"We were right.
When Latias transforms into a human, her body temperature is much lower than a normal human's. We're going to hit the jackpot this time." The first thief, Lion, leaned back with a self-assured grin. "Humph. A legendary Pokémon like her is still just another." He turned toward Calyrex, who looked slightly drained after expending so much energy, and asked, "By the way, I remember you once mentioned that in the future you saw, the world tree left the ground, floated into the sky, and remained suspended there. Is that correct?" Calyrex nodded solemnly. "Yes, that is the vision I observed." Naoki frowned, rubbing his temples.
That's a tricky problem.
Could his future self have invented some form of advanced technology to make the world tree float?
No way.
"I'm not that brilliant," Naoki muttered, shaking his head at the implausibility. Then he considered another possibility. Could it have been the work of Dr. Sada or Dr. Turo, the inventors of the time machine? That idea also seemed unlikely, as their research focused on terrestrial energy rather than anti-gravity systems. That left only one plausible explanation: Pokémon power. When thinking of Pokémon capable of such a feat, one name immediately came to mind: Giratina. 3 minutes later, Naoki found himself in the reverse world, standing in a tranquil field of flowers. Giratina lay nearby, basking in the sunlight and nibbling lazily on berries. It looked up at Naoki's sudden arrival with a puzzled expression. "Why are you here today?" Giratina's voice carried a relaxed tone, a result of its long period of self-imposed exile. Naoki stared at Giratina's massive serpentine form, inspecting its head and wings.
Giratina narrowed its crimson eyes.
"What are you looking at?" it growled irritably. Naoki ignored the tone, leaning closer. "You're just as intimidating as I remember."
"Get to the point."
Giratina snarled, clearly losing patience. Naoki chuckled awkwardly, then asked, "Can you make objects float? Say, using your powers to make something from the real world defy gravity and rise into the sky."
"That's all."
Giratina replied, smirking disdainfully. "You came all this way to ask that?" Naoki blinked, momentarily at a loss. Giratina's confidence suggested it could, in fact, achieve such a feat. But then it added with a sigh of regret, "Unfortunately, I can't help you with this." Naoki tilted his head in confusion.
"Why not?"
"Because I'm forbidden from interfering with the real world," Giratina explained, its voice low with a mix of anger and resentment. "It was a decree from Arceus when it banished me here."
Naoki's expression hardened.
Of course, it always came back to Arceus. After a moment of thought, Naoki probed further. "Then how did you manage to join forces with Volo centuries ago? You caused quite the disturbance back then." A sly grin crept across Giratina's face. "I didn't interfere directly. All I did was use my power to provoke Dialga and Palkia into losing control." Naoki's eyes widened as understanding dawned. Giratina's actions had been a calculated act of vengeance, not just against Arceus but against the entire real world. By secretly destabilizing Dialga and Palkia, Giratina had sown chaos on a massive scale. The result was a catastrophic temporal and spatial rift that wreaked havoc on the Hisui region. Naoki's ability to detach himself from events and view them objectively gave him an interesting perspective on the situation. Arceus had banished Giratina to the reverse world, and Giratina, fueled by anger, had schemed tirelessly to create chaos. This included using its powers of distortion to subtly influence Dialga and Palkia, the gods of time and space, pushing them into frenzies that rippled through the real world.
But what had Arceus done in response?
Instead of confronting Giratina directly, Arceus interacted with Ash and his companions to resolve disruptions caused by the actions of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. This led Naoki to ponder: surely Arceus must have been aware of Giratina's involvement in these disasters. Why, then, had Arceus never approached Giratina directly? While Naoki wrestled with this mystery, Giratina interrupted his thoughts. "Have you thought it through?" Giratina asked, its tone sharp. "If you want my help, it means joining forces with me. If that one, He discovers our actions, you'll have to face him with me. To you humans, that being is what you call God, the creator of the world, right? Do you have the courage to confront God face to face? Do you have the courage to stand against God himself?
Naoki blinked, startled.
Wait. I'm not planning to join you in destroying the world or anything. Why would Arceus even care if I'm just trying to make a floating tree? But Giratina seemed unimpressed. If I help you, it growled, what will you offer me in return? Naoki hesitated, recalling the time Giratina had taken a few fish from him during a previous visit. I can catch you more tuna.
No.
Giratina roared, its crimson eyes blazing with intensity. I want you to join me in taking revenge against him. Naoki froze, unsure how to respond. His first instinct was to bid Giratina a hasty farewell.
But then, a thought struck him.
In a few years, Arceus, weakened by humanity's greed, would awaken from its slumber and seek retribution. That was the storyline of the movie Arceus and the Jewel of Life. During that event, Dialga, Palkia, and even Giratina would unite to protect the world from Arceus' wrath. If Naoki played his cards right, he could stage a mock battle alongside Giratina, pretending to attack Arceus to satisfy Giratina's thirst for revenge. It wouldn't need to be a real confrontation, just an elaborate act to appease Giratina. Naoki began strategizing. During the battle, Arceus' elemental plates, water, grass, electric and ground, would be missing. Without those, Arceus would be vulnerable to moves of those types. He already had Pokémon specializing in those attributes, Calyrex and Go-Goats for grass, Dragonite and Pawmot for electric, and his Ogerpon equipped with water and ground moves. With Giratina's support, alongside Dialga and Palkia, and restorative items like Moo milk and other beneficial dishes, they might just pull off the illusion of a grand alliance. Finally, he spoke. So, how exactly do you plan to take revenge on Arceus? Giratina seemed momentarily at a loss for specifics. Naoki seized the opportunity to steer the narrative. I have a feeling your chance will come soon. Maybe in 2 years. Until then, why not focus on training and becoming even stronger? Giratina grinned, its serpentine tail flicking in anticipation.
Fine.
2 years is nothing to me. It yawned, settling back into the flowers. For a being that had existed for eons, 2 years was just a short nap. Naoki, now thoroughly exhausted by the conversation, turned to leave the reverse world. Back in his living room, Calyrex greeted him. Did you find a solution?
Maybe.
Naoki also had a headache. He told Calyrex in detail about what had just happened. At the end he asked, am I too naive? Calyrex had never encountered Arceus nor heard of him directly, but he was undeterred. With determination in his voice, he replied, the god who created the world? I wonder how he would compare to the darkest days Eternatus from Galar. Naoki shook his head, replying thoughtfully, Eternatus wouldn't stand a chance. Arceus wields the plates of creation. As long as he carries them, no type of attack in this world can harm him. Calyrex fell silent for a moment, his mind seemingly deep in thought. At last he spoke, if that's the case, we must prepare properly. Naoki blinked, caught off guard by the comment.
Prepare? For what?
Calyrex's gaze turned outward toward the ranch as he explained, now is the time. My strength has fully returned to its peak, and I can bestow the power of the king upon Pawmot. Naoki's eyes widened in surprise.
A coronation?
Like what you did for Zacian and Zamazenta at the Crown Shrine. Calyrex nodded serenely.
Precisely.
When I blessed the sword and shield, only those 2 valiant warriors, who had fought tirelessly with their respective weapons, could transform into the Sword King and Shield King. Hearing this, Naoki was even more baffled. Wait. You're going to enchant Pawmot's hammer. Sensing Naoki's bewilderment, Calyrex elaborated, that young one has a brave and pure heart. With the power of the king, Pawmot will become a true hero. But before bestowing this power, I must test its worthiness. Only by passing the test will it prove itself qualified to bear the mantle of the king.
A test?
Naoki asked, still processing what he was hearing.
Calyrex nodded.
Leave this matter to me. You need not worry. Naoki took a calming breath. All right, but how exactly are you going to test it? Calyrex's voice was calm as he replied, I will use my psychic abilities to create an illusion, one that will reveal Pawmot's true courage. Naoki nodded in understanding.
All right.
I'll trust you to handle it. Calyrex's expression softened with a warm smile. He rose gracefully from the sofa, floating out of the living room and toward the ranch. Naoki followed him and called out to Palmot, who was playing nearby with Glacian and the others. Upon hearing Naoki's voice, Palmot dashed over enthusiastically.
Palmot.
Naoki knelt to meet its gaze, his expression serious yet encouraging. Palmot, do you want to become a real superhero? Without hesitation, Palmot stood tall and gave an emphatic nod.
Palmot.
Naoki smiled. Then show your courage and your heart to Calyrex. Calyrex regarded Palmot with kind eyes, speaking directly to its mind through telepathy.
Do not be afraid.
I will now test your bravery. If you succeed, I shall bestow upon you the power of the king, a gift worthy of your valor. Palmot tilted its head curiously, as though trying to understand, before looking to Naoki for reassurance. Naoki gave it a confident nod. You've got this. Bolstered by Naoki's encouragement, Palmot's eyes filled with determination. Palmot, it declared as soon as Calyrex finished speaking, a surge of psychic energy, radiant and palpable, enveloped Palmot standing on the grass. In an instant, a faint blue aura surrounded Palmot. Its eyes gently closed as its body began to float upward, appearing serene, as though lost in a deep sleep. Watching this unfold, Naoki knew that Calyrex's illusion test had officially begun. I wonder what kind of trial Palmot is facing, Naoki thought to himself. But this was Palmot's test alone. Naoki could neither see nor participate, leaving him to wait silently outside. Naoki didn't fully grasp the nature of the power of the king. However, he did know that this sacred power had transformed Zacian and Zamazenta, brave warriors who had fought countless battles, into the sword and shield kings. Their legendary forms had their base stats increased from 670 to an impressive 720. For reference, even Arceus' total base stat was 720. Clearly, this blessing represented an immense boon for any Pokémon. Combining the effects of Lightning Bun with Calyrex's power of the king, how far could Palmot ascend? Naoki pondered excitedly. Would it reach the level of a pseudo-legendary?
A mythical Pokémon?
Or even stand among legendary Pokémon? Naoki's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He and Calyrex were, in essence, creating a god. The forest was alive with vibrancy. Towering trees stretched skyward, their leafy canopies filtering sunlight into soft beams that danced on the forest floor. Moss blanketed the tree trunks, and the fertile earth sprouted lush grasses and ferns. The air carried the rich scent of soil and flora. A lone Palmot lay atop a sun-warmed stone, stirring as the sunlight caressed its fur. Slowly, it opened its eyes, blinking as it took in its surroundings. Paymo, it murmured, its voice tinged with confusion. Is this where I used to live? It thought. Wait, why did I think that? Used to live. A peculiar sense of disconnection clouded Palmot's mind. It gazed up at the sky, its thoughts muddled. Something about this place seemed familiar, yet distant, as though it had woken from a long, strange dream. In that dream, Palmot remembered being carried far away by a large bird Pokémon with an oversized beak. It had been dropped off at a human's ranch, where it was taken in and cared for. The human had trained it, teaching it how to harness its electricity and even crafting it a tiny hammer. Determined to test this memory, Palmot rubbed the electric sacs on its cheeks with its paws, hoping to unleash a powerful current like in the dream. Paymo. A weak spark crackled from its claws. So feeble. Was it all just a dream? A pang of disappointment filled Palmot's chest. Paymo. Paymo. The calls came from the distance, pulling Palmot from its thoughts. Turning toward the sound, it saw two familiar figures emerge from the tall grass, its parents, looking at it with relieved expressions. Paymo. Paymo. There you are. You scared us. It's time to come back and eat. Palmot froze for a moment before emotion overwhelmed it. Tears welled in its eyes as it called back, Paymo. Mom. Dad. Its mother nuzzled Palmot affectionately, her voice soft. Paymo, we're here, little one. Let's go home together. Sniffling, Palmot nodded. It hopped off the stone and followed its parents back to their den beneath an ancient, gnarled tree. The hollowed-out trunk led to a cozy underground burrow. Inside, two chambers branched off, a food storage area stocked with fruits and grains to last the winter and a spacious bedroom where the family snuggled together each night. That evening, Palmot nestled in its parents' warm embrace, drifting into a peaceful sleep. He opened his eyes to silence. The room was still, eerily so. An antique clock hung on the wall, its pendulum swinging lazily, yet no ticking echoed through the space. Naoki jolted upright, gasping for breath like a drowning man breaking the surface. Black truffle.
Perhaps due to his financial struggles, Naoki's first thought upon seeing it was, this thing must be worth a lot, right? But then, he noticed the buff effect. Although it doesn't have any beneficial effects, it can significantly enhance the effect of cooking.
What was this?
Some kind of advanced ingredient? Naoki could vaguely understand its value based on his experience with similar ingredients in games from his previous life. In those games, adding such ingredients to dishes not only increased the level of effects from LV1 to LV3 but also had the potential to turn temporary buffs into permanent ones. This made black truffles incredibly valuable.
This was a good find.
Naoki carefully unearthed the entire black truffle. Seeing his actions, the cyclizer laid down beside him, holding its breath. Only after the palm-sized truffle was safely tucked into Naoki's backpack did it look up and ask curiously, "Grew. This is great stuff that can improve our quality of life." Naoki explained to the cyclizer with a smile. He weighed it in his hand and estimated the black truffle to be about 1 kilogram. As a layman, he didn't know the exact price of black truffles, but judging by its size and quality, he could tell it wouldn't be cheap. Glancing at the sky, Naoki saw that it was getting late, so he hopped onto the cyclizer and let it carry him back to the ranch. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Naoki had just returned to the ranch and was about to pour himself a glass of water when he heard a whistle from outside. Ding ding ding. He walked out the door and saw a van with a Wave logo pulling up. The driver, a burly man with muscular arms and a buzz cut, leaned out the window and said enthusiastically, "You must be Naoki, the new owner of this ranch? Mayor Clavel told me about you. I'm Jack from Mesoa Market, and I'm responsible for purchasing goods from nearby ranches. Pleased to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Jack," Naoki greeted politely. Jack turned off the engine and jumped out of the van. He looked around and noticed the freshly tilled farmland. Grinning, he said, "Looks like you've got the hang of ranch life. Got anything to sell?" Jack was just making casual conversation. He knew a novice rancher wouldn't have mature crops, wool, or milk to sell yet. After all, developing a ranch took time. But the next second, he saw the new ranch owner pull out a large black object. Jack, with his extensive knowledge, instantly recognized it. His eyes widened in surprise.
A black truffle?
Wow! This size is incredibly rare. Where did you find it? The back mountains, Naoki replied.
Can I sell it?
Jack nodded eagerly.
Of course.
This thing fetches a high price. Normal quality black truffles go for about 5,000 Poké per kilogram. The quality and size of the one you have are top-notch. This kind of black truffle is hard to come by in the market, and the price is around 15,000 Poké per kilogram. Its unique taste was sought after by many, especially the upper class among the wealthy and aristocratic families. They weren't short on money. 15,000 Poké per kilogram? Naoki did the math. In other words, the black truffle in his hand was worth a total of 30,000 Poké. Naoki was tempted by the price.
Should he sell it?
This level of rare ingredient could greatly enhance the effects of Pokémon food when cooked.
Could he?
If he sold it, he would have enough money to buy seeds, repair the ranch, and stock up on food.
For a moment, Naoki hesitated.
But then, he made a decision. He had to think long-term. Even though the black truffle could improve his cooking, exchanging it for cash would accelerate the ranch's development and ultimately generate more income. Once the ranch was thriving, he could use the money to buy other high-quality ingredients with similar effects. With that in mind, Naoki no longer hesitated and decided to sell it. Jack retrieved a scale from his van, weighed the truffle, and pointed to the reading. 1 kilogram and 100 grams. He pulled out a calculator and a small notebook, did some quick calculations, and then announced, "The total comes to 33,000 Poké."
Okay, Naoki nodded.
"Then I'll take this black truffle off your hands," Jack said as he pulled out a stack of bills from his wallet and handed it over. Naoki took the money, counted it carefully, and let out a sigh of relief. The first money he had earned as a rancher was now in his hands. He could finally stop eating bland instant ramen. Jack still had to visit other ranches to collect goods. Before leaving, he looked around the ranch and suggested, aside from growing crops and raising Pokémon, there are many other ways to make money. Haven't you been to Cascarafa yet? If you go there, remember to buy a fishing rod from the general store. While your crops are growing, you can earn some money by fishing.
But don't worry too much.
It's tough at the beginning, but it gets much easier in the summer. Then, besides growing regular crops, you can also cultivate lepa berries to make juice. Berry juice with that farm-fresh flavor is very popular in big cities.
Lepa berries?
Naoki raised an eyebrow at the familiar name. However, he wasn't thinking about brewing juice. Instead, he wondered if the berry juice he made might have some strange effects, like his cooking. Naoki nodded, keeping his thoughts to himself, and said to Jack, "I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much." Jack smiled cheerfully. "Good luck." After seeing Jack off, Naoki returned to the cabin and eyed the small piece of black truffle left on the table, a fragment that had Brock. He scanned The following morning, after bidding its parents farewell, Palmot ventured into the forest to explore. The forest was home to a magnificent tree, one so tall that its crown seemed to scrape the clouds. The elder Pokémon often spoke of its ancient origins, claiming it had stood there for centuries. Palmot loved this tree. Scaling its trunk and perching at its top gave it a sense of freedom as it gazed at the endless blue sky, the drifting white clouds, and the vast world beyond the forest. Today, Palmot found itself once again at the edge of the towering tree, gazing out at the world beyond the forest. The vast unknown filled it with both wonder and curiosity. What could it be like out there? Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the stillness of the forest. The sound jolted Palmot from its thoughts. Looking down from its perch, it spotted the source of the commotion. A small rufflet was sprinting frantically through the dense undergrowth. Right behind it, a menacing Pokémon pursued with relentless speed, a Mandibuzz, its piercing eyes locked on the panicked rufflet.
Palmot froze.
It recognized Mandibuzz immediately. Its parents had warned it countless times about this predator. Every day, it circled the skies above the forest, scanning the ground for vulnerable prey. When it found a target, it would swoop down, capture its victim with razor-sharp talons, and carry it back to its eerie bone-laden nest. Mandibuzz was notorious, not just for its predatory instincts but also for its grim habit of adorning its body and nest with the remains of its victims. To the Pokémon of the forest, it was a living nightmare. Palmot's tiny heart raced as it watched the terrifying predator close in on Rufflet. Fear gripped it, paralyzing its small frame. What should I do? Palmot thought desperately. Should I try to help? But what could it possibly do? Its electricity was weak, a mere spark compared to what it had once dreamed of wielding. And if Mandibuzz noticed it, Palmot knew it would share the same fate as Rufflet, snatched up and devoured, leaving behind nothing but bones. The very thought made Palmot shudder. Its paws trembled, and its breathing quickened as fear took hold. It stood frozen, unable to move, while its mind spiraled in terror. Meanwhile, Mandibuzz finally caught up to Rufflet. With a cruel screech, it slammed the smaller Pokémon to the ground, pinning it with its powerful claws. Rufflet cried out in pain as Mandibuzz began pecking at it with its sharp beak. The pitiful cries broke through Palmot's haze of fear. It snapped back to reality, its eyes wide with alarm. I can't just stand here and do nothing,
Palmot thought.
It took a deep breath, mustering all the courage it could find, and grabbed a small stone from beside its perch. With all its might, it hurled the stone at Mandibuzz.
Paymo.
Hey, over here. The stone struck Mandibuzz on the wing. Though it didn't hurt the predator, it was enough to get its attention. Mandibuzz turned its sharp gaze toward Palmot, its dark pupils narrowing in anger. Letting out an enraged screech, Mandibuzz released Rufflet and took to the air, its powerful wings flapping as it charged straight at Palmot's position. Palmot's heart pounded as it realized what it had just done. Without thinking, it turned and bolted, leaping from branch to branch as it raced through the forest canopy. Behind it, Mandibuzz gave chase, closing the distance with frightening speed. Palmot ran for what felt like an eternity, its tiny limbs aching and its breath ragged. But no matter how fast it ran, Mandibuzz remained on its tail, relentless in its pursuit. Finally, Palmot skidded to a halt. A cliff loomed ahead, its edge dropping into a dizzying void. There was nowhere left to run. Desperate, Palmot turned to face Mandibuzz, which hovered in the air, its cruel eyes gleaming with triumph. The predator let out a mocking screech as if to taunt its tiny prey. Palmot trembled but planted its paws firmly on the ground. It began rubbing its electric sacs vigorously, trying to summon any spark of power to defend itself. But its electricity was too weak. Mandibuzz swooped down in a blur ramming into Palmot with its full weight. The force sent Palmot hurtling backward, over the edge of the cliff. As it plummeted, Palmot let out a terrified scream.
Paymo.
Pain racked its tiny body as it tumbled through the air. The world around it seemed to fade away, replaced by an endless void of darkness. Time and space felt frozen, and for a moment, Palmot thought it had died. But then, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the shadows. Are you afraid? The voice was calm yet commanding, filling the air with an almost divine presence. Palmot's eyes darted around in confusion,
but all it could see was darkness. Its tiny voice quavered as it shouted back, trying to muster courage, "Paymo."
Of course I'm afraid.
The voice spoke again, this time with a curious tone. "If you are so afraid, why did you provoke the predator?" Pawmot hesitated, its small body trembling.
Paymo, Paymo, Paymo.
The rufflet would have been eaten. I couldn't just stand by and let that happen. The voice seemed to ponder this. Even if it meant sacrificing yourself? Pawmot blinked, unsure how to respond. It looked down at its paws, noticing how small and frail they seemed. For the first time, it realized it hadn't thought about its own safety at all. Something was missing from its pink, tender pads. Something it hadn't noticed until now. In a daze, fragments of memory began to resurface in Pawmot's mind. It felt like someone had once handed it a hammer and said, "From now on, you are a righteous superhero. Go, use this hammer to protect the weak Pokémon." Recalling those words, a surge of courage welled up in Pawmot's heart. It clenched its tiny fists and declared with determination, "Paymo. I am a righteous superhero." The mysterious voice was silent for a moment, then spoke again, its tone laced with curiosity. "But you must understand that Mandibuzz isn't chasing you or Rufflet for sport. She hunts to provide for her children. To her, what you did is far from justice." Pawmot froze, its resolve shaken.
Paymo. What? It stumbled over its thoughts.
Could it be true? Was this bad Pokémon really hunting just to feed her young? If Pawmot stopped her from hunting, wouldn't her children starve, waiting for their mother to bring food? Pawmot stood still, uncertain of what to do. The voice pressed on, patient yet probing. "What will you do now?" Pawmot's heart felt heavy, and it lowered its head in deep thought. It thought of its own life, how much it cherished the warmth and care of its parents. How its parents searched tirelessly through the forest to ensure it always had food. The idea of taking that away from someone else's children was heartbreaking. But at the same time, it thought of Rufflet, terrified and helpless, about to be taken as prey. The voice remained silent, waiting for Pawmot to find its answer. After what felt like an eternity, Pawmot finally looked up. Its face was filled with a newfound clarity and determination.
Paymo.
I'll share my food with her. I'll give her fruits to feed her children so they won't starve. The voice paused, seemingly surprised. Is that your final answer? Pawmot nodded firmly, its small body brimming with resolve.
Paymo.
That's right. The voice, now tinged with approval, replied, Then show me how you would do it. With those words, everything around Pawmot blurred and shifted. When it opened its eyes again, it was back in the forest, watching the same scene play out, Mandibuzz chasing Rufflet through the dense underbrush. But this time, Pawmot wasn't confused or afraid. It had found its answer and knew what it needed to do. A powerful surge of energy erupted from within its tiny body, crackling like thunder. For a moment, Pawmot was stunned by the sensation, but then it embraced the newfound strength. Leaping down from the tree, it landed firmly between Rufflet and Mandibuzz, spreading its arms wide to shield the smaller Pokémon.
Paymo. Don't hurt her.
Mandibuzz flapped her enormous wings, glaring at the small Pokémon that dared to block her path. She let out a piercing cry, her sharp eyes filled with anger and disdain. But Pawmot stood its ground, unwavering. Mandibuzz, infuriated by the challenge, spread her wings and launched a brave bird attack. Pawmot clenched its fists, ready to defend Rufflet with all its might. Lightning surged around its small frame, forming an intense, crackling aura. As Mandibuzz dove down with incredible speed, Pawmot charged forward, meeting her head-on. The forest lit up with a brilliant flash of light as the two Pokémon collided in midair. The impact was deafening. Mandibuzz was flung backward, tumbling to the ground in defeat. The predator struggled to her feet, her dark eyes now filled with fear as she stared at the tiny Pawmot. Just as Mandibuzz braced herself, thinking the Pokémon might strike her down, she saw the tiny Pawmot reach into its pouch and pull out a handful of berries. Carefully, Pawmot piled the berries in front of her.
Paymo.
Take these back and feed them to your children. Mandibuzz froze, staring in disbelief at the little Pokémon. For a moment, her fierce, predatory gaze softened as she hesitated. After a brief silence, Mandibuzz let out a quiet cry, picked up the berries with her talons, and flew off toward her nest, leaving the frightened Rufflet unharmed. As Mandibuzz's silhouette disappeared into the sky, Pawmot let out a deep sigh of relief. Is this the power of the king? Naoki stared in awe at the transformation of Pawmot. Like Zacian's crown sword form and Zamazenta's crown shield form, Pawmot, now blessed with the power of the king, donned a resplendent metal crown-like helmet, exuding an aura of unparalleled authority. Fully armored, it radiated the majestic presence of a true hero. Naoki suddenly thought of something intriguing. When Zacian and Zamazenta transform into their crowned forms, their type change, Zacian from fairy to fairy/steel and Zamazenta from fighting to fighting/steel. So, has Pawmot's type changed now? Naoki mused. Has it become electric/steel or fighting/steel? But that wasn't his only question. What about Pawmot's abilities? Zacian gains the intrepid sword ability in its crowned form, boosting its attack. Zamazenta gains the dauntless shield ability, raising its defense. Would Pawmot's Hammer King form introduce a brand new ability unique to it? 4 words immediately popped into Naoki's mind: Hammer of Valor. But Naoki couldn't confirm these speculations. Reality wasn't a game. He couldn't just pull up a Pokémon stat panel to check. He looked at Pawmot with curiosity.
"How do you feel?" he asked.
Unexpectedly, the newly empowered Pawmot didn't display its usual enthusiasm. Instead, it exuded a calm and mature demeanor, its posture and gaze reflecting newfound wisdom. Pawmot's determined eyes met Naoki's as it answered confidently, "Pawmot." Beside them, Calyrex smiled knowingly. "It seems you've grown quite a bit through that illusion." Naoki's curiosity deepened. "What exactly happened during the trial?" he asked. Sitting down, Naoki cracked open some seeds and gestured for Pawmot to explain. Pawmot described the illusion, returning to its childhood home, seeing its parents, encountering the fierce Mandibas, and protecting a helpless Rufflet. By the end of the story, Pawmot's serious expression gave way to emotion.
"Pawmot.
Thankfully, this isn't a dream." Naoki chuckled, his expression softening.
"Are you happy now?" he asked.
Pawmot nodded with a bright smile.
Pawmot.
"Very happy." But moments later, its smile faltered.
"Pawmot.
"I wonder how my parents are doing now." The illusion had felt so real that Pawmot couldn't shake the longing it stirred. Noticing its downcast mood, Naoki placed a comforting hand on its head.
"Don't worry.
I've already asked visitors at the tavern to help look for them.
Who knows?
We might get news soon." Naoki smiled warmly. "And when we do, I'll go back to the forest with you and bring your parents here. How about they live with us on the ranch?" Pawmot's eyes glistened with gratitude as it leapt into Naoki's arms.
"Pawmot.
All right, Naoki said, chuckling. He hugged the small Pokémon tightly. On the ranch, no matter how powerful Pawmot became, it would always be his beloved partner, the little manager of the chicken coop. "Now, can you show me the power you've gained?" Naoki asked eagerly.
Pawmot's eyes sparkled. "Pawmot."
They headed to an open area of the ranch. Pawmot floated into the air, gripping its hammer tightly. It called out to Naoki and the other Pokémon to step back. Naoki raised an eyebrow in surprise. "This must be a powerful move," he murmured, retreating with the other Pokémon. When the area was clear, Pawmot steadied itself. Its grip on the golden hammer tightened, and its eyes burned with determination. Then, something incredible happened. The small, intricately crafted golden hammer suddenly expanded, growing to a massive size. With both hands, Pawmot lifted the colossal hammer high above its head.
"Pawmot."
With a mighty cry, it brought the hammer crashing down.
Boom.
The impact was deafening. The ground trembled violently, sending shockwaves rippling through the area. Glacian and Alchemy stared in awe, even other Pokémon were visibly stunned. Naoki's eyes gleamed with excitement.
"Incredible.
It's the same level of power as Zacian and Zamazenta. This is undoubtedly the power of the king." The third move in the Behemoth series. After Behemoth Blade and Behemoth Bash, Naoki pondered over the perfect name for this move.
Behemoth Hammer.
Yes, that fits perfectly. Naoki felt the name was a perfect match for Pawmot's newly showcased power. When the demonstration was over, Pawmot flew back, its expression showing both embarrassment and pride as it noticed the admiration and astonishment on everyone's faces. The next moment, a light enveloped its body, and Pawmot reverted from its Hammer King form to its normal form. "Can you control this power and shift between forms at will?" Naoki asked, his voice filled with curiosity.
Pawmot nodded confidently. "Pawmot.
That's right. That's incredible." Naoki exclaimed with excitement. He chuckled and added playfully, "Very well, when your seniors, Zacian and Zamazenta, take on Eternatus again, we'll be sure to send you in as backup." He could already imagine the shock on Zacian and Zamazenta's faces. Meanwhile, in the Johto region, Altto Mare. In the beautiful water city of Altto Mare, Lorenzo, the guardian of the secret garden, was handing over two notorious thieves, Sana and Liane, to Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny, I'll leave these two criminals in your capable hands, Lorenzo said firmly. The two thieves had attempted to steal the Soul Dew and capture Latias and Latios the previous night. Thanks to the intervention of Latia's new friends, Mew and Teddy Ursa, their sinister plan was thwarted.
Officer Jenny nodded.
Don't worry, I'll make sure they face justice for their crimes. With that, she escorted the battered thieves into the police car. As the police car disappeared into the distance, Lorenzo exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Latias, who was in her human form, accompanied by her new friends. Thank you so much for your help. Teddy Ursa and... He paused, looking at Mew. Oh, I didn't catch your name yet. Mew covered her mouth with a giggle and replied, Mew. Lorenzo smiled warmly.
Mew, huh? What a fitting name.
As a token of my gratitude, why don't you join me in the secret garden for a celebratory lunch? Teddy Ursa and Mew lit up with excitement, jumping with joy.
Mew. Teddy.
In a nearby alley, Team Rocket was lurking, observing everything that had unfolded. Jessie whispered, her voice tinged with disbelief, Did you see that? Those Pokémon managed to capture Xana and Lion, the top thieves in the world. That's unreal.
James nudged Meowth.
What were those Pokémon saying earlier?
Translate for us.
Meowth muttered, scratching his head. They said they're part of some great hero expedition team. Jessie and James exchanged puzzled glances. What kind of team was this? Lorenzo led Latias, Mew, and Teddy Ursa through the hidden tunnel, returning to the secret garden where Latios and Zapdos were waiting. As soon as they arrived, Mew and Teddy Ursa darted forward, their faces lighting up with happiness as they high-fived Zapdos. Once again, the Great Hero Expedition team had successfully helped Pokémon in need. Zapdos looked pleased. Before it realized, it had fully embraced the traveling lifestyle. It was far more exciting than its previous life at the power plant.
Ursa.
At that moment, Baby Bear remembered something important.
Latias.
Latias floated closer curiously. Baby Bear climbed onto Zapdos' back and rummaged through the bag it carried. A moment later, it triumphantly pulled out a camera with its tiny paws. It was time for a photo. Lorenzo was taken aback as he watched the Pokémon produce a camera. These Pokémon are so well prepared. Could there be a human behind all this, equipping them for their travels? The thought intrigued Lorenzo. If there was a human, they had to be the trainer of these Pokémon. Yet he found it strange. What kind of trainer would allow their Pokémon to journey alone? But since the Pokémon couldn't explain themselves in words he could understand, Lorenzo set the thought aside and focused on their current request. Taking the camera from Baby Bear, he lined up the shot. Latias and Latios curiously posed alongside Baby Bear, Zapdos and Mew. Click. The photo was taken, capturing the moment perfectly. Baby Bear inspected the photo with satisfaction. Then, with Mew and Zapdos, it pressed its paw print into the mud and stamped it on the back of the picture.
Ursa.
The next step is sending this photo to Naoki. Latias tilted its head in confusion.
Lati.
Watching the scene with growing fascination, Latias decided to add its own mark. It pressed its handprint onto the photo alongside the others. Zapdos nodded approvingly and said, Zap. In that case, you all stay here. I'll fly back to the ranch, deliver this photo to Naoki, and return shortly.
Mew chirped happily.
Latias observed this exchange with great interest. Its curiosity about Naoki, the human mentioned, had only grown.
Lati. Naoki?
Is he your trainer? Mew and Baby Bear exchanged uncertain glances. Naoki wasn't like most trainers. To be fair, he didn't really seem like a trainer at all. After some thought, Baby Bear offered its answer.
Ursa.
Naoki is a member of the Hero Expedition team. He's the only human. Latias became even more intrigued. It asked more questions. What kind of person Naoki was, how they had met, whether the delicious poffins had been made by him, and if it could meet such an amazing human. Baby Bear and Mew answered as best as they could, sharing the stories they knew. However, there were some questions they couldn't fully answer. Seeing Latia's growing excitement, Baby Bear suddenly had a brilliant idea.
Ursa.
If you want to meet Naoki, why not take this chance to go with Zapdos? You can meet him and then come back together. Latia's eyes sparkled at the suggestion.
Latias. What a fantastic idea.
Turning excitedly, Latias floated to Latios for permission. Latios observed his younger sibling, a resigned expression crossing his face.
Latios. Go ahead.
We will wait here. Overjoyed, Latias rubbed affectionately against Latios' neck.
Latias.
Thank you, big brother. After enjoying a delightful feast prepared by Lorenzo, Zapdos and Latias set off toward the Paldea region. The next afternoon, Naoki was carefully pouring black tea into Sinistea and Polteageist when his phone suddenly rang. Sinistea and Polteageist, clearly enjoying the soothing tea infusion, glanced up curiously as Naoki set down the teapot to check his phone. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. Naoki frowned slightly. Who could this be? He wondered as he pressed the answer button. To his surprise, Nemon's cheerful face popped up on the screen. Hey, Mr. Naoki. Do you remember me? It's Nemona, she exclaimed with a bright grin. Naoki chuckled. Of course, I remember Nemona. How could I forget? Before Nemona could continue, her father, Nicker, appeared behind her, looking exasperated. Nemona, stop hogging the screen. Let me talk to Naoki. Fine, Nemona said playfully, stepping aside. But not before adding, Mr. Naoki, you'd better be ready. I'm coming to your ranch soon to challenge you, so prepare yourself. With that, she darted out of view, her voice still audible in the background. Nicker took her place on the screen, sighing. I swear, she's as lively as a primeape. The moment she heard I was calling you, she ran over like that. Naoki laughed, imagining Nemona's boundless energy. From somewhere off-screen, Nemona's voice rang out, Dad, I can hear you. Clearing his throat, Nicker quickly changed the subject. Anyway, Naoki, I wanted to discuss the Rotom phone project with you. Naoki's interest was piqued. Oh? Is your team making progress?
Nicker shook his head. Not quite yet. We're still.
Naoki gazed in amazement at Latias, who was following Zapdos.
What's going on?
Is this Latias a new friend brought back by the Hero Expedition team? As we know, legendary Pokémon like Latias and Latios often exist in small groups. They aren't the only ones of their kind. Some are known to reside in the Johto region, while others are native to Hoenn. But this Latias, where exactly is it from? While Naoki observed Latias with curiosity, Latias was also studying Naoki. Could this be the human Mew and baby bear mentioned, the one called Naoki? At that moment, Zapdos landed in the pasture. Carefully, it removed a photo from its bag with its beak and handed it to Naoki. Naoki accepted the photo, glanced down, and instantly realized where this Latias was from. It's the Latias from the movie Pokémon Heroes, Latios and Latias. Are Baby Bear and Mew still traveling through the Johto region? Naoki wondered aloud. After all, the events of that movie take place in a water city called Altto Mare, located in the Johto region. Naoki vividly recalled the plot of that story. Two female thieves had captured Latios in their attempt to steal the treasure, a treasure that safeguarded the city. Their actions corrupted the pure energy of the treasure with their selfish intentions, nearly causing a flood that would have submerged the entire town. At the critical moment, Latios, Latia's elder brother, sacrificed himself to save the city, merging with the treasure to purify its energy and restore balance. Naoki studied the photo in his hand. The background was a lush secret garden filled with vibrant trees, soft grass, and a sparkling fountain. In the photo's center stood Mew and Baby Bear, with Zapdos towering protectively behind them. Latias and Latios poked their heads out playfully from either side of the group. It seemed the Hero Expedition team had taken part in that story, but what role did they play? Could they have altered the outcome, preventing the tragic sacrifice of Latios? Curiosity filled Naoki as he invited Zapdos and Latias inside. He offered them juice and snacks, ensuring they felt at home while he munched on a piece of seed crisp. As Latias curiously inspected Naoki, he asked, How is your brother, Latios? Is he doing well? Latias blinked, startled by the question. A look of surprise spread across its face.
Latia.
How do you know about my brother? Naoki smiled knowingly. Not only do I know about him, but I also know that you and Latios are the guardians of Altto Mare. You've been protecting the soul dew in your secret garden. Latias couldn't hide its astonishment.
Latia.
That's incredible. It was true, Naoki seemed to know an extraordinary amount. Latias started to see why Mew and Baby Bear spoke so highly of him. Is Latios okay? Naoki asked again, his voice warm. Latias tilted its head in confusion, unsure of what he meant, but eventually answered, Latia?
Latia.
Of course, my brother is fine.
He's probably resting on the big tree in the secret garden right now. Naoki felt a wave of relief. He wanted to confirm whether the story had unfolded as he remembered. And the bad guys?
Were they caught?
Latias immediately thought of the two thieves who had tried to steal the soul dew. It nodded enthusiastically.
Latias. We caught them.
Lorenzo handed them over to Officer Jenny. But, how do you know this, Naoki? That's my secret, Naoki replied with a mysterious smile. Latia's admiration for Naoki grew. This human was truly remarkable. Looking back at the photo, Naoki realized the hero expedition team must have altered the course of the story. Latios, who was supposed to have sacrificed himself, was still alive and well. You really are heroes, Naoki thought with pride. He turned to Latias, who was now watching him with curiosity. Latias, mistaking Naoki's concern for admiration, said happily, Latias. My brother is protecting the city. He can't leave right now. If you want to see him, Naoki, you should come to Altto Mare. Naoki shook his head, smiling.
No need.
Knowing he's safe is enough for me. You and your brother are truly worthy guardians. Latias blinked in confusion but felt touched by his words. After placing the photo in a frame, Naoki turned to Zapdos. The world tree has grown a lot. Do you want to check it out?
Zapdos nodded.
Zap. I already saw it from the sky. Do you want to stay there now?
Naoki asked.
Zapdos shook its head.
Zap. Not yet.
I want to keep traveling with Baby Bear and Mew.
Fair enough.
Naoki respected its decision. Latias, however, seemed intrigued by the mention of the world tree. Naoki noticed its interest and decided to show it the magnificent tree. This is the world tree, he explained, gesturing proudly at the towering giant. Just a few months ago, it was a small sapling. Thanks to Calyrex and the Go-Goats, it has grown to this size. Latias stared in awe. It had heard about the world tree from Mew and Baby Bear but hadn't expected it to be this magnificent. Someday, the hero expedition team's secret base would flourish here, welcoming all the friends they'd made on their journey. We all live in the tree, so we don't have to worry about being separated forever after parting ways. Latias recalled Teddy Ursa's words, her heart racing with wonder.
Latias.
Latias asked eagerly. Can my brother and I come to play at the world tree too? Naoki paused briefly, then smiled warmly.
Of course.
He remembered Latias and Latios as two incredibly fast Pokémon, capable of reaching Mach 4 speeds, faster than a jet. It would be easy for them to travel back and forth between Altto Mare and the World Tree. However, as guardians of the Water City, he doubted they would move their home to the World Tree like Zapdos had. Hearing Naoki's approval, Latias cheered happily, eager to share the news with her brother as soon as possible. Zapdos, whose energy had recovered, was also ed like a field trip, ready to rejoin Baby Bear and Mew on their journey. Naoki, understanding their intentions, didn't hold them back. After replenishing their supplies, he bid the pair farewell. Travel safely, and take care of each other.
Zap.
Zapdos nodded firmly.
Latias.
Latias responded cheerfully. Naoki, we'll meet again. I'm looking forward to it, Naoki replied with a smile, watching as the two Pokémon disappeared into the horizon. As he returned to the ranch, Naoki reflected on the interconnected events that had unfolded. From Baby Bear meeting Mew and forming the hero expedition team to their influence spreading as far as altering the fate of Latios, Naoki was in awe of how far their journey had reached. Who would have thought that the little Pokémon who once scavenged for food would become part of something so significant? Naoki's thoughts turned to Pawmot, whose transformation had been just as remarkable. After receiving the king's power, Pawmot had grown mature and responsible, taking on the role of managing the ranch's Pokémon. Bring them to play together, and reconcile the relationship between Psyduck and the conflict over tree fruits with the same calm authority as Ash's Bulbasaur had done in the past. Koraidon wouldn't take on these responsibilities, nor would the Cyclizer. Dragonite and the others spent their days in a cycle of eating, working, and sleeping. Responsibilities like managing the ranch's harmony and organizing others were far from their interests. Even though Ogerpon was incredibly strong, its personality wasn't much different from that of the Alchemy. It spent its time playing and frolicking around the ranch, enjoying its days like a carefree child. Naoki smiled fondly, realizing how much the Pokémon around him had grown. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a visitor arrived. Zack had come to pick up his goods, but his attention was immediately drawn to the towering tree dominating the ranch's skyline. When did that appear? Zack asked in shock,
staring at the enormous tree. It wasn't here yesterday. Naoki scratched his head sheepishly.
It's a long story.
Let's just say it's thanks to Pokémon power. Zack, knowing Naoki had befriended Calyrex, immediately caught on. Wait, is this the work of Calyrex?
Naoki nodded.
Exactly. I wanted to create a giant treehouse for Pokémon to live and play in, so I asked Calyrex to help nurture this tree. Zack whistled in amazement.
I see. But it's huge.
Won't it outgrow the ranch? You might run out of space for planting. Well, this is certainly a problem, Naoki murmured as he thought of the agreement he had with Giratina. But I'll figure out a way to relocate it when the time comes. However, the question of where to move it remained. And what about the Gagote and Arboliva that spent their days under the shade of the tree? Would they adjust to a new environment? For a fleeting moment, Naoki wished he could borrow Doraemon's shrinking lamp, shrink the world tree for safe transport and then restore it to its full size once it reached its new location. All right, Zack said, still looking a bit bewildered. He muttered about the tree being too massive, while loading Moo Moo milk into his truck. But it wasn't just Zack who was captivated by the colossal tree. Trainers passing by were drawn to it, their curiosity pulling them to the ranch like a magnet. Naoki had just managed to send off a group of trainers when, to his dismay, he saw a busload of students from Naranha Academy arriving for what seemed. He massaged his temples, envisioning an endless stream of visitors turning his peaceful ranch into a bustling tourist attraction. The world tree at the center of it all, like a natural theme park wonder. No. This couldn't continue. That afternoon, Naoki approached Giratina with an idea, relocating the world tree to the reverse world temporarily. Giratina blinked, perplexed. The world tree. It had no idea what Naoki was referring to. So, Naoki led the massive Pokémon to the ranch and pointed at the towering tree.
See that?
That's the world tree. The moment Giratina laid eyes on it, it froze. From the tree emanated an overwhelming natural energy, a vibrant, life-giving force as boundless as the ocean. The sheer magnitude of its presence made Giratina pause. What is that? Giratina's deep, resonating voice carried an edge of disbelief. The world tree, Naoki replied straightforwardly. I wanted to ask if you could help me get it into the sky. Giratina said nothing, its gaze fixed on the tree. It could almost envision the profound impact this tree would have on the balance of the world once fully grown.
No, not just this world.
Giratina could feel that even its own reverse world would undergo a beneficial transformation if the tree reached its prime. For a rare moment, Giratina fell into silence, the imposing stillness adding to its already intimidating presence. Naoki tilted his head.
Are you okay?
After what felt like an eternity, Giratina finally spoke. I don't know where this tree originated, but I can tell you this, it will change the rules of this world. And when that happens, he will take notice. Naoki furrowed his brow.
He? Who's he?
He was just growing a tree. Who could possibly take issue with that?
Then it dawned on him. Of course.
The he Giratina was referring to could only be Arceus, the god of creation. Giratina confirmed it with a low growl. This world, and even us, all of it was created by him. Though its tone carried a hint of reluctance, the truth was undeniable. Time, space, emotion, wisdom, willpower, and the antimatter that supports the real world. All of it originates from that one existence. Naoki stood there stunned. It was almost too much to believe. Arceus wouldn't punish me just for planting a tree, right? The thought of such a grand entity being petty made Naoki mutter under his breath, that god of creation must be stingy. But from what Giratina had said, the growth of the world tree wouldn't just be an ordinary event. It had the potential to reshape the entire planet. The creation of new natural resources, the emergence of more Pokémon species. This tree could bring extraordinary changes to the world. Giratina, however, had no way of predicting how Arceus might react. It did know one thing: causing a little trouble for Arceus would bring it immense satisfaction. With that mischievous thought in mind, Giratina transformed into a dark shadow, flowing across the ground toward the world tree. As Naoki and his Pokémon watched, an awe-inspiring scene began to unfold. The shadow expanded, shimmering like a dark lake, and the massive world tree started sinking into it, disappearing inch by inch. The Gagote, who had been tending to the tree, were alarmed. They stamped their hooves nervously and bleated in protest, preparing to intervene. Naoki quickly stepped in, gently pulling the Pokémon back.
Calm down.
Don't worry, the world tree hasn't disappeared, it's just being moved to a safer place. Hearing his reassurance, the Gagote hesitated,
then finally settled down, though their wary eyes remained fixed on the scene. It wasn't long before the tree was completely engulfed by the shadow. Where the massive tree had once stood, there was now nothing but an empty expanse of grassland. Naoki blinked, marveling at the sight. "Giratina's power is incredible," he murmured. Turning to the Gagote, he said, "Come on, let's go see where the tree has gone." Naoki led his Gagote into the reverse world. As soon as they arrived, Naoki's eyes widened. There, in the distance, stood the world tree, more majestic than ever. Its roots dug firmly into the ground of a massive floating island, while an ethereal waterfall flowed upward, defying gravity, and providing a steady stream of water to nourish the tree. The Gogoats rushed ahead, circling the tree excitedly. They pressed their heads against the trunk, channeling grass-type energy to nurture the tree as they always did. Naoki observed the scene closely, his heart settling with relief when he saw that the world tree remained vibrant and free from any signs of withering or decay. After some thought, he realized this made perfect sense. Given the immense size of the world tree, if it relied solely on soil nutrients for its growth, the entire ranch might not be sufficient to sustain it. The combination of the Gagote's grass-type energy and the power of Calyrex seemed to provide the perfect balance to meet the tree's extraordinary needs. Still, one concern lingered in Naoki's mind. Could the reverse world's reversal energy, which defied the natural laws of life, alter the world tree and turn it into a destructive force? As though sensing his unease, Giratina, who had been silently observing from a distance, finally spoke. "The life force of this tree is beyond anything I've encountered. Even with all my power, I couldn't alter its essence." Hearing this, Naoki relaxed. With a calm smile, he turned to Giratina and said, "In that case, I'll leave the world tree here under your care for up to 2 years. Please keep the portal between the worlds open so the Gagote and Calyrex can regularly visit to help nurture it." In the reverse world, the basics for the world tree's survival, soil and water, were already present. Additionally, a special sunflower provided sunlight. This mutated species produced warm, radiant light on a regular schedule, perfectly suited for the tree's needs. Giratina's crimson eyes glimmered with a mix of curiosity and reluctance. Despite its temperamental nature, it was bound by its word and nodded in agreement. Naoki, however, remained cautious. Back on the ranch, he gathered the Dug trio, tasking them with improving the arable land on the floating island where the world tree had taken root. This would ensure the tree's growth remained steady. He also transported over a dozen sunflowers to the floating island and fed the Gagote a lucky pudding, a special dish designed to boost their luck. Naoki clapped his hands and declared, "All right, now use your grass energy to cultivate these sunflowers. Let's see if we can turn them all into the special sunflowers." The Gagote, fully understanding the importance of their task, braced themselves with determination. "Mea!" they cried energetically. Releasing their signature grassy terrain, a dazzling emerald glow spread across the island, enveloping both the world tree and the surrounding sunflowers. Under this radiant light, something extraordinary happened. One sunflower began to transform, its petals gleaming with a warm golden hue as it emitted a soft, comforting glow. Naoki's face lit up with satisfaction as he examined the transformed plant. Sunflower bloom. A special crop that originated as an ordinary sunflower. After being nurtured by Gagote, it underwent a miraculous evolution. The sunflower bloom emits regular sunlight, illuminating its surroundings and providing warmth. When its fruits are used in cooking, they imbue dishes with the effects of a sunstone. The issue with the world tree had finally been resolved, and Naoki let out a relieved sigh. Now, all that remained was to let the world tree grow gradually within the reverse world. As for Giratina's warning about altering the world's rules and attracting Arceus's attention, Naoki wasn't overly concerned. Surely, the god of creation wouldn't take issue with planting a tree, would he? Besides, the world tree only benefited the world, fostering growth and harmony. Naoki dismissed the thought and moved on. With the tree gone, fewer trainers visited the ranch, allowing Naoki's life to return to its peaceful rhythm. The ranch's development continued steadily. One morning, after completing his daily chores, Naoki decided to visit the store in town to purchase a batch of wooloo for production purposes. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find Rachel running the store alone. "Where's your grandfather?" Naoki asked casually. Rachel smiled and replied, "Grandpa went to the Kalos region to attend a funeral. One of his old friends passed away a few days ago, so I'm managing the store for now." "I see." Naoki nodded, choosing not to press further. Rachel then asked, "So, Mr. Naoki, are you here to adopt any Pokémon for your ranch? I can help you with that. Do you have any wooloo available?" Naoki inquired. "Of course.
Rachel's face lit up. She opened the store's back door and gestured for Naoki to follow. Behind the shop lay a sprawling ranch filled with various Pokémon. Naoki had been here a few times before, so the layout felt familiar. There were Noibat roosting in the trees, Miltank grazing on the open grass, Knackley gathering in the caves, and even some Flababy fluttering around the flowers. As they walked, Naoki noticed several Pokémon that didn't seem suited for production, including Machop, Sudowoodo, and Bellossom. Curious, he asked, what's the story with these Pokémon? Rachel glanced over at them before replying softly, oh, those are Pokémon Grandpa rescued from the wild. Do you remember the wildfire that broke out on the mountain last year? Naoki nodded in understanding. Rachel continued, many people from the town helped with the rescue efforts, and we managed to save a lot of Pokémon. Grandpa initially planned to release them back into the wild after their injuries healed, but most of them seemed fascinated by the human world and didn't want to leave. Instead, Grandpa decided to keep them here, hoping to find trainers to adopt them or send them to farms where they could help with daily tasks. I see, Naoki said thoughtfully. He knew this ranch store wasn't like those run by unscrupulous Pokémon hunters. The Pokémon here were offered for adoption with only a small fee required to cover basic care expenses. Rachel smiled and asked, would you like to take a look at these Pokémon, Mr. Naoki? Naoki hesitated briefly before nodding. With Rachel's signal, the Pokémon in the grassy area quickly gathered around them. There was Machop, Sudowoodo, Bellossom, Oddish, Poliwag, and even an EV. Naoki's eyes lingered on the fluffy EV, which seemed outgoing and cheerful. Unlike his Glacian back at the ranch, this EV radiated an entirely different energy. The EV looked up and greeted Naoki with a bright "Booey." Quite an extroverted EV, Naoki mused. Rachel began introducing the Pokémon one by one. This is Machop, she said, gesturing toward the muscular Pokémon. It's incredibly strong and can easily help with heavy lifting. Machop flexed its arms, proudly showing off its muscles. Moving to the next Pokémon, Rachel smiled and said, this is Sudowoodo. While it can't help with physical labor like Machop, it makes for an excellent decorative addition to any ranch. Just be careful, it's afraid of water and will freeze in place if it gets wet. To demonstrate, Sudowoodo immediately stiffened, blending seamlessly into the surrounding trees, almost indistinguishable from a real one. Naoki was momentarily speechless, recalling that some people were utterly fascinated by Sudowoodo. There were even magazines dedicated to these tree Pokémon enthusiasts, whose fans obsessed over the length and angle of Sudowoodo's branch-like arms. It was said that the greener the Pokémon appeared, the more popular it became among such fans. Rachel noticed Naoki's expression and chuckled. Sudowoodo is just one of many options. Now this little one here, she said, gently patting the head of a Floette, might be small, but it's fantastic at tending flowers. When Naoki glanced at the Floette, his thoughts immediately jumped to AZ's Eternal Floette, a mythical, unique version of Flababy with extraordinary power and an unforgettable story in Pokémon lore. It wasn't something anyone could obtain, even in the games. This next one is Oddish, Rachel continued. It may look simple, but when it evolves into Bellossom, its flowers are absolutely stunning. Naoki hesitated. Oddish's evolution path offered two choices, the noxious Vileplume or the elegant Bellossom. However, when he thought about Vileplume's pungent secretions, so potent they could incapacitate people within 2 kilometers, he decided against it. This is Poliwag. Rachel gestured to the little water-type Pokémon. It's great with its water gun and can help with irrigating farmland. But unfortunately, it's already reserved by a local farmer. Naoki smiled and shook his head. That's fine, I already have a Pokémon at my ranch for watering. Duties. He was referring to his Dragonite, who had mastered moves like Rain Dance and Water Pulse. Rachel grinned and moved on. Now, this little one is the last Pokémon here today, she said, crouching to gently pet the EV. This cheerful and lively EV also came from the back mountain. It's very friendly and easy to get along with. I've already noticed, Naoki said as he squatted down to take a closer look at the EV. The appearance of an EV was undeniably charming. Its resemblance to a fox was evident, with its brown fur accented by a fluffy cream-colored ruff around its neck and a similarly cream-tipped tail. Its petite frame rested on 4 furry legs, each adorned with soft pink paw pads. Its long ears twitched attentively, and its lively brown eyes sparkled with curiosity above its tiny button-like black nose. EV. At that moment, the EV sat serenely on the grass, gently swishing its big bushy tail while tilting its head. Its wide, innocent eyes radiated pure charm. Boom! Naoki felt like his heart had just been struck by arrows. His pulse raced. He had to have this EV. Rachel noticed his expression and stifled a giggle. Looks like you're an EV fan, Mr. Naoki. Naoki smiled and leaned closer to the EV. Hello, EV. My name's Naoki. It's so nice to meet you. EV. The Pokémon replied, its high-pitched cry brimming with excitement. Rachel knelt down and asked softly, EV, Mr. Naoki is a very kind person. Would you like to live with him on his ranch? The EV didn't hesitate, nodding enthusiastically. EV. It seems that EV likes you too. Rachel said with a warm smile. Then, Mr. Naoki, I'll leave this EV in your care from now on. Absolutely. Naoki replied with enthusiasm, nodding firmly. He crouched down, patted his shoulder, and said to EV, Come on, hop up. The little EV eyed the spot for a moment, then joyfully leapt onto Naoki's shoulder, mimicking the iconic partnership of Ash and Pikachu. Good girl, Naoki said, gently rubbing his cheek against EV's soft fur. I've got some errands to run, but once we're done, I'll take you back to the ranch. EV, utterly content, stood quietly on Naoki's shoulder, her fluffy tail swaying slightly as they walked together toward the pen of Wooloo. In the grassland enclosed by wooden fences, a large flock of Wooloo was lounging under the sun, their wool glistening like fluffy white clouds. Wooloo's faces and legs stood out against their woolly white bodies, giving them a charming, round appearance. They resembled walking, oversized cotton balls. How many Wooloo are you planning to buy, Mr. Naoki? Rachel asked. Naoki pondered for a moment before answering, 8 should do. He figured that any more would make the ranch feel cramped and difficult to manage. Got it. Rachel nodded and walked over to open the gate to the enclosure, inviting Naoki to step inside to make his selection. These Wooloo, bred domestically, were calm and well-adjusted to humans. They grazed and rested undisturbed, showing no signs of panic at Naoki's approach. As Naoki scanned the pen, he realized the Wooloo looked almost identical, as though they had been perfectly copy-pasted. Deciding to keep things simple, he gestured toward the 8 Wooloo closest to the gate. Let's go with these 8. He reasoned that with proper care at the ranch, all of them would grow into healthy, robust Wooloo. Their current condition didn't concern him much. Rachel smiled, acknowledging his choice. She called over the selected Wooloo, and they obediently followed her. Would you like me to help transport them to your ranch? Naoki shook his head with a grin. No need, I drove here. I'll take care of it. Understood, Rachel replied. She led the 8 Wooloo outside to Naoki's pickup truck, setting up a wooden ramp to connect the ground to the vehicle's bed. One by one, the Wooloo trotted up the ramp and settled into the truck, filling its cabin snugly with their fluffy forms. After securing the Wooloo and completing the payment, Rachel glanced at Naoki again and asked, By the way, Mr. Naoki, do you know how to care for Wooloo properly? Naoki chuckled. Feed them fresh grass and berries, let them roam and bask in the sun as much as possible, and shear their wool regularly when it grows too thick, right? Rachel nodded. That's right. The wool on Wooloo grows continuously throughout its life. Even if you shear it completely, it only takes 3 months for it to grow back to its original fluffy state. But you need to be careful. If their wool grows too long, they won't be able to move properly. So, Mr. Naoki, keep an eye on how fast it grows and make sure to shear it when it's ready. Naoki was already familiar with this, so he nodded and said, I'll keep that in mind. Wooloo wool was a prized material. Zack often collected it, and it was highly valued for making durable clothing and carpets, which were popular everywhere. After bidding farewell to Rachel, Naoki started his journey back to the ranch, his cart loaded with 8 Wooloo. This time, neither Koraidon nor Cyclizer accompanied him. The reason? Koraidon was busy teaching Cyclizer how to master a few moves. When Naoki first witnessed this unusual sight, he was taken aback. But soon, he couldn't help but feel delighted about the growing camaraderie between the two Pokémon. Koraidon must have been impressed by Cyclizer's determination and persistence, deciding to take it under its wing. If that's the case, Naoki thought, then he couldn't fall behind either. As he drove, his gaze shifted to the little EV sitting in the passenger seat, safely buckled into its harness. He began pondering an important question: what should this EV evolve into in the future? He already had a Glacian back at the ranch, so another Glacian was unnecessary. That left him with other options: Flareon, Vaporeon, Jolteon, or Leafeon. Luckily, he had the necessary evolution stones, the Firestone, Waterstone, Thunderstone and Leafstone, that the adventurous Pawmot had collected before. Beyond those 4, there were still Espeon, Umbreon, and Sylveon to consider. With so many potential evolutions, Naoki found himself unable to decide for the moment. He glanced at the EV again, noting the heart-shaped pattern on its tail. This little detail confirmed that the EV was female, as male EV tails had a jagged saw-toothed pattern. It's a shame it's not male, Naoki mused with a tinge of regret. If it were male, maybe it could pair with Glacian back home and give me a bunch of EV eggs, he thought whimsically, much like his hard-working Dragonite. EV were notoriously rare in the wild due to their genetic instability and complex breeding patterns, making them a precious addition to any trainer's team. Naoki even harbored a dream of creating an EV army, with EV representing every evolution type. 2 EV alone wouldn't suffice for that vision. Well, he concluded, I'll live with this EV for a while and see what it wants to evolve into. Ultimately, Naoki decided to respect EV's feelings and let it choose its own evolutionary path. The pickup truck rolled into the ranch, with Naoki giving 2 quick honks of the horn to alert the Pokémon on the path to step aside. Once the way was clear, he drove straight to the area across the river where the new part of the ranch was located. Naoki had already prepared the enclosure in advance, building a sturdy fence that surrounded a small hillside. Now, all that remained was to release the Wooloo into their new home. The reason for the fence was simple. Pokémon like Wooloo are known to roll into objects with considerable force, and it wouldn't be good if they managed to escape. Naoki chuckled as he recalled the start of the Sword and Shield adventure, where Hop's Wooloo crashed into the Weald Forest's barrier. Diagonally opposite the Wooloo pen was an apple orchard. The trees there were still young and hadn't borne fruit yet, but Naoki wasn't in a rush. He decided against asking Calyrex to fast-forward their growth. For Naoki, the joy of planting fruit trees with his Pokémon lay in the process, not the results. Besides, the ranch's finances were currently stable, so there was no urgent need to maximize production. After safely settling the Wooloo, Naoki headed back across the river with EV perched happily on his shoulder. He sought out Alchemy and Glacian, then gathered the rest of the Pokémon to make introductions. Naoki smiled warmly and gestured to EV. Everyone, this is EV. Starting today, EV will be living here on the ranch with us. The group welcomed EV enthusiastically. Alchemy, Pawmot, and Arbaliva surrounded the newcomer, expressing their delight with joyful cries. EV, with its cheerful and lively personality, beamed at the warm welcome. It wasn't long before the little Pokémon began playing with Alchemy and Pawmot, both equally energetic and playful. Watching this heartwarming interaction, Naoki couldn't help but smile. You all take good care of each other now, he encouraged. Meanwhile, from a short distance away, Glacian watched the scene quietly. It observed the new EV fitting in so effortlessly, playing exuberantly and, most notably, demanding cuddles from Naoki. Glacian's tail twitched, and an unfamiliar feeling bubbled up inside. It had never asked Naoki to hold it or sought attention in that way before. What if Naoki liked this new EV more? A troubling thought lingered in Glacian's mind. Not far away, Koraidon lay sprawled on the grass, soaking in the sun. It watched the drama unfold with a knowing sigh.
Rayo. Ah, I see.
Finally, someone understands my plight. Glacian, still fixated on the new EV, had only one word flashing through its mind: Vixen. In the first half of May, under the clear skies of the 199th year of the Alliance calendar, the weather was sunny and vibrant. A warm breeze swept across Naoki's ranch, carrying the fragrant scents of ripened fruits and freshly cut grass. Summer had fully arrived, and it was harvest season on the ranch. Naoki, donning a straw hat and holding an electric clipper, prepared to tackle the wool trimming of his Wooloo. Nearly 2 weeks had passed since they had arrived, and their wool had grown thick and dense, leaving the Wooloo feeling sluggish and overheated under the summer sun. Naoki opened the gate to the Wooloo pen and got to work, carefully shearing the sheep one by one. At first, his shearing technique had been clumsy. He'd even visited a neighboring rancher who specialized in raising Wooloo to learn the proper method of wool clipping. After dedicated practice, Naoki finally mastered the art. The process required careful attention. First, he prepared a special electric clipper. He would then position the Wooloo and begin trimming, starting from the heel of a front leg, moving up along the thigh to the belly, and then working down to the hind legs. From there, he continued trimming across the back, carefully working from the lower spine to the neck. This method ensured that the wool could be removed in one complete piece, making it far more valuable. Naoki vividly remembered the rancher's advice: the more intact the wool is, the higher its value. If it's cut unevenly, it won't sell for much. Despite the process seeming straightforward, it was labor-intensive and required a steady hand. After shearing all 8 Wooloo, Naoki stretched his back, feeling the strain of bending over for nearly 2 hours. Looking at the freshly groomed Wooloo, Naoki felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Freed from their dense coats, the Wooloo appeared much livelier, their energy restored.
Alright, all done. Go ahead and play,
Naoki said, smiling at them. The 8 Wooloo trotted out in an orderly line, their movements synchronized like a regiment of soldiers. This behavior was characteristic of Wooloo, known for their instinct to move as a group and mimic the actions of their leader. The sight of the green fields dotted with flowers, butterflies fluttering in the air, and Wooloo grazing contentedly filled Naoki with pride.
What a picturesque scene, he murmured.
Carrying the collected wool, Naoki headed back to the storage shed. Wool from Pokémon like Wooloo was a sought-after material in the Paldea region. Although handmade items like wool carpets or scarves fetched higher prices in the market, Naoki wasn't skilled in crafting. For now, selling the raw wool provided a steady income for the ranch. After securing the wool in the warehouse, Naoki returned to the house for a well-deserved break. He grabbed a bottle of chilled soda from the refrigerator and took a refreshing sip, enjoying the coolness as he relaxed on the sofa. Almost immediately, Eevee jumped onto his shoulder, purring affectionately. Naoki laughed and lifted Eevee by its front paws, playfully holding it aloft. The little Pokémon wagged its fluffy tail happily. Unbeknownst to Naoki, Glacian stood behind the wall, peeking around the corner with a conflicted expression. Seeing Naoki dote on the new Eevee stirred a strange feeling within Glacian. It had never sought attention in such a way before. After all, it prided itself on being composed and mature. But now, it found itself yearning for the same affection. However, Glacian couldn't bring itself to act. It wasn't a young Eevee anymore. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to behave like one? With a quiet sigh, Glacian retreated further into the shadows. Meanwhile, Naoki was oblivious to the internal struggle of his Glacian. Pokémon often scattered across the ranch to play in hidden spots, so he was accustomed to their temporary absences unless they skipped mealtime. Naoki picked up a book titled The Eevee Guide from his bookshelf. It was written by an Eevee enthusiast who went by the pseudonym Eevee Lover, and detailed everything about Eevee and its evolutions. Sitting down with Eevee nestled in his lap, Naoki opened the book and pointed to the various evolutions illustrated within.
Take a look.
Which one would you like to evolve into someday? He asked. Eevee tilted its head curiously, its large brown eyes blinking in confusion.
Bye. Evolve.
Naoki thought for a moment and explained, it's like deciding how you want to grow up. After you choose, I'll help guide you toward that goal. Or if you prefer, you can stay just as you are now and not evolve. Hearing this, Eevee immediately shook its head.
Eevee.
It definitely wanted to evolve into a stronger form. Naoki chuckled, amused by Eevee's enthusiasm. Alright then, let's take a look at your options. So far, you have 8 possible evolution paths. Eevee lowered its head curiously, glancing at the book. Naoki began pointing at the images of the 8 evolutions and introducing each one in turn. This is Flareon, a fire-type Pokémon. It can breathe scorching flames from its mouth to take down opponents.
Boo-ee-ee.
Eevee tilted its head, clearly intrigued by Flareon. Naoki smiled and continued. Next is Vaporeon, a water-type Pokémon that can blend seamlessly into water, making itself almost invisible. However, once it evolves, its fur disappears entirely, and its body becomes sleek and smooth like a fish. Eevee visibly shivered, the idea of losing its fluffy fur clearly unappealing. It immediately shook its head in rejection.
Alright, moving on.
This is Jolteon, an electric-type Pokémon. It can unleash powerful electric currents to attack its enemies. But, Naoki added with a small laugh, because of the electric charge running through its body, Jolteon can become a bit moody and erratic. Eevee looked uncertain and didn't seem particularly interested in Jolteon either. Then there's Leafeon, a grass-type Pokémon. After evolving, it can photosynthesize to replenish its energy, which means it wouldn't need to look for food anymore. Eevee's eyes lit up momentarily, intrigued by the idea. But then it seemed to remember all the delicious food it loved, and shook its head again. Naoki couldn't help but laugh at Eevee's reactions.
Fair enough. Next, we have Glacian, an ice-type Pokémon.
Its body is as cold as ice, and it can freeze enemies with ease. Actually, he added thoughtfully, there's already a Glacian here at the ranch. You've seen it, right? Eevee perked up, recalling the aloof Glacian it had encountered.
Boo-ee.
Its voice carried a mix of curiosity and hesitation. Naoki nodded knowingly. It's a bit reserved but has a very kind heart. It lives in that little igloo near the back of the ranch. At that moment, Naoki suddenly glanced upward and caught sight of Glacian peeking around the corner. Their eyes met, and Glacian froze before quickly ducking out of sight. But Naoki wasn't going to let it hide. Standing up,
He walked over and scooped up Glacian, carrying it back to the sofa. He placed the Ice-type Pokémon next to Eevee. The two Pokémon stared at each other. The little Eevee blinked innocently and chirped, "Eevee," in a cheerful greeting. Glacian, maintaining its usual cold demeanor, looked away and refused to respond. "Boo-ee." The little Eevee's ears drooped in disappointment. Hearing the sad cry, Glacian hesitated. Deep down, it wondered if it had been too harsh. The young Eevee looked so small and hopeful. Wasn't it cruel to be so cold to it? After a brief moment of internal conflict, Glacian turned back and softly responded, "Boo-ee." Eevee's eyes sparkled with joy, and it immediately bounded forward to nuzzle against Glacian's fur. The unexpected warmth of the gesture left Glacian momentarily stunned. This Eevee's enthusiasm reminded Glacian of Alchemy's cheerful antics. From this perspective, perhaps this little Eevee wasn't so bad. Seeing the interaction between the two, Naoki smiled and gently stroked both Pokémon's heads. "Did you know," he began, addressing Glacian, "this Eevee survived a forest fire last year. It lost its home and ended up living in town before coming here." Glacian's expression softened as it recalled the devastation of the fire it had once witnessed. It had seen the charred remains of forests and the loss of many Pokémon. Thinking of how much this Eevee had endured, Glacian felt a surge of sympathy. Oblivious to Glacian's thoughts, the little Eevee tilted its head and barked happily, as if sensing that Glacian was warming up to it. "Boo-ee." Naoki smiled at the heartwarming scene. "All right," he said, patting both Pokémon gently, "let's continue exploring the book." Naoki smiled and pointed to the next evolution in the book. "Now, let me introduce you to Espeon. Unlike the ones we've covered so far, Espeon uses psychic powers to battle. The red gem on its forehead absorbs sunlight, converting it into psychic energy. However, Espeon isn't as effective in battles at night." Eevee and Glacian both leaned closer, their eyes fixed on the book. They'd never heard of Espeon before, and their curiosity was evident. "The one below Espeon is the opposite in many ways," Naoki continued. "This is Umbreon, a dark-type Eevee that evolves at night. It draws strength from the moonlight." "Boo-ee," Eevee murmured, tilting its head. It didn't seem to care much for Umbreon's sleek fur and decided it wasn't the look it wanted. Glacian, already having evolved, showed no particular reaction to the description. Suddenly, Eevee's attention was drawn to an image further down the page. Its paw pads tapped at the picture excitedly. "Boo-ee, boo-ee." Naoki followed its gaze and grinned. "Ah, that's Sylveon, the fairy-type evolution. Isn't it adorable? You know, there's even a fairy tale based on Sylveon that's quite popular." Hearing this, both Eevee and Glacian perked up. Their interest was piqued, and they chirped in unison, "Boo-ee." "You two want to hear the story?" Naoki asked, raising an eyebrow. "Bye." They both nodded eagerly. Naoki cleared his throat, settling comfortably on the sofa. "All right, then let me tell you a story I heard from the Galar region." He began. "A long time ago, in a peaceful little village called Appleton, the townsfolk lived happily, surrounded by lush apple orchards. But one day, a fearsome dragon Pokémon appeared. It destroyed the orchards and took the mayor's daughter, leaving the town in terror." Naoki paused for dramatic effect, glancing at the captivated Pokémon before continuing. Just when the villagers thought all hope was lost, a kind and courageous Sylveon arrived in the town. Hearing of their plight, Sylveon decided to face the dragon. After a series of brave efforts, it not only rescued the mayor's daughter but also drove the dragon away, restoring peace to the village. From that day on, Sylveon became a beloved protector, living happily with the townsfolk. Eevee and Glacian both looked dreamy-eyed, clearly enchanted by the tale. "Boo-ee." Eevee chirped excitedly, its admiration for Sylveon evident. However, the story hadn't gone unnoticed by the ranch's dragon-type Pokémon. Dragonite, lounging nearby, rose with an indignant cry, "Awoo." It seemed to object to the portrayal of dragons as villains. Cyclizer nodded hesitantly, agreeing with Dragonite, while Koraidon let out a resonant growl in protest. The three dragon types formed a united front, demanding an explanation. Naoki chuckled awkwardly. "It's just a story, you three. If you want, I can tell you a tale about brave dragon types saving the world tonight." "Rayo!" Koraidon replied eagerly, immediately agreeing. Dragonite and Cyclizer nodded as well, seemingly appeased. All right, Naoki said with a laugh. "I'll tell you a story tonight, I promise." Turning his attention back to Eevee, he asked, "So, have you made up your mind? What kind of Eevee do you want to evolve into?"
Without hesitation, Eevee tapped the image of Sylveon with its paw. Pads. Bui! It declared enthusiastically. Naoki sighed, a wry smile spreading across his face. Well, it seems like this little Eevee has a heart set on becoming a dragon slayer. Are you sure? He asked one last time. Eevee nodded vigorously. Bye. Alright then, Naoki said. From now on, we'll work toward evolving you into Sylveon. He began recalling how Sylveon evolved in the games. If I remember correctly, he mused aloud, you'll need to form a strong bond with your trainer and learn a fairy-type move to evolve. Looks like we've got some work ahead of us. Naoki didn't mind though. Time wasn't an issue. As the day wore on, Naoki let Eevee and Glacian play together while he headed out to the orchard with Koraidon and Cyclizer. A fresh batch of berries had ripened on the trees, their vibrant colors gleaming in the sunlight. Seeing the bountiful harvest, Naoki made up his mind. These berries will make perfect poffins. The orchard was brimming with fruit, but thanks to the diligent help of the Pokémon, the picking process went smoothly. The harvested fruit was collected into baskets, and by the end of the day, they had filled 6 large ones. What caught Naoki's attention, though, were 2 distinctly shimmering fruits mixed in with the harvest. Dyed fruit, special ingredient. When eaten, this fruit changes the Pokémon's color. It can be consumed directly or used in cooking. The memory of Pawmot eating one of these fruits and becoming a shiny Pawmot immediately resurfaced in Naoki's mind. Now, there was an opportunity for 2 more Pokémon to become shiny on the ranch. The question was, who should get them? Naoki's first thought was Koraidon. Its sleek black shiny form was undeniably cool and intimidating. But then his gaze shifted to Eevee. If Eevee ate the dyed fruit, its evolution into Sylveon would turn it into a shiny Sylveon, transforming its color palette from pink to a charming blue. That image tugged at Naoki's heart. It's decided, he thought with a grin. One of these will go to Eevee. But that still left one more fruit. As Naoki considered his options, his eyes fell on the playful Dragonair nearby. Among them was one distinctive pink Dragonair. Everyone knows that a shiny Dragonair retains its unique coloration through evolution, until it becomes a Dragonite. Shiny Dragonite's green hue, while rare, was divisive to say the least. After mulling it over for a moment, Naoki made his decision. He waved at the pink Dragonair, who flew over, curious. Woo! Dragonair tilted its head inquisitively. Naoki crouched down and held out the dyed fruit. If you eat this, your color will change to match your companions. Do you want that? Dragonair blinked at the fruit, hesitated for just a moment, then opened its mouth and devoured it in one bite. Immediately, a radiant light engulfed its body. In the glow, Dragonair's pink scales gradually shifted to a uniform tone, identical to the others in the group. The nearby Dragonair gathered around, their cries of amazement filling the air. They circled their newly transformed companion, who was now indistinguishable from the rest. Dragonair looked at its reflection in the nearby water, seemingly startled. But its expression soon changed to one of excitement. It clearly wasn't sad about losing its distinctive pink color. In fact, it seemed overjoyed to finally match its friends. Naoki smiled warmly. Just as I thought, he said softly. He reached out, patting Dragonair gently on the head. Alright, you all go back to playing. I still have work to do. The Dragonairs huddled together, murmuring among themselves, before collectively deciding to follow Naoki. Their intentions were clear. They wanted to help. Naoki glanced at the 6 baskets of fruit. While he appreciated their enthusiasm, he couldn't ignore the obvious. Dragonair didn't have hands. You could pick them up with your mouths, he thought, but that seems inconvenient. Before he could figure out a solution, Koraidon and Cyclizer had already stepped in. They effortlessly moved the last basket into place, completing the task. Seeing this, Naoki turned to the eager Dragonair and said with a chuckle, I appreciate your kindness, but you're still a bit too small for this kind of work. Let's wait until you evolve into big, strong dragons, then you can help out, alright? Woo! The Dragonair drooped their heads, visibly disappointed. The Dragonairs perked up quickly, their spirits reignited with determination. Woo! Becoming a big dragon. They thought collectively. Does that mean evolving into Dragonite? Yes. When they evolved into Dragonites, they could finally assist Naoki, just like those Dragonites they admired so much. Their hearts filled with resolve, the Dragonair made a silent pact to train harder and grow stronger for Naoki's sake. Naoki, oblivious to the aspirations brewing in the Dragonair's minds, simply smiled at their cheerful demeanor. Alright, you guys keep playing. I need to take these berries back to the house. With that,
Naoki hopped into the driver's seat of his pickup truck, Koraidon and Cyclizer following closely behind. They drove the berry-laden truck to the front of the house, where he and the two Pokémon began unloading the fruits into the kitchen. Naoki carefully separated the berries into two groups. One portion was set aside for making puffins and berry juice, while the rest was reserved for a new experiment, developing Pokeblocks. Pokeblock creation was no simple task. While there were pre-established recipes for various Pokeblocks, the rare and specialized formulas were often kept secret, leaving Naoki to figure things out on his own. At present, he only had a handful of recipes: a Pokeblock for attracting Poipole, one for feeding Snorlax, and a few others. However, those weren't enough to meet his growing needs on the ranch.
His first project?
Improving the Pokeblocks meant for Snorlax. Since evolving into Snorlax, its appetite had grown significantly, and the original Pokeblock was no longer sufficient to satisfy its colossal hunger. Naoki set to work, mentally adjusting the recipe as he gathered ingredients.
Let's see, he muttered.
Snorlax needs more energy and calories now. I'll swap out the Egant berry for Gripa berry, it's much higher in energy content. That should help. He sifted through the berries. As for flavor, Pecha berry is sweet, which is fine for most Pokémon, but not Snorlax. It prefers something richer. Exotic fruit would work better here. Naoki carefully noted the adjustments. We'll also need to increase the quantity to match its appetite. With the plan set, Naoki began making the Pokeblocks by hand. Manually crafting Pokeblocks wasn't as convenient as using an automated berry mixer, but it gave Naoki more control over the process. Step by step, he peeled, blended, heated, and stirred the berries. The scent of the rich fruit mixture filled the kitchen. Finally, the first batch of Pokeblocks was ready. Naoki pulled them out of the oven and examined their appearance. They were dark, almost black. His optimism faded as he inspected them closer. The Pokeblocks were duds, no energy-boosting effects at all.
Failed, huh?
Naoki muttered, setting the batch aside.
He wasn't surprised.
Trial and error were part of the process. He leaned against the counter, reflecting on the possible mistake. Maybe the ratio of berry to exotic fruit was off. Or I overcooked it during the heating stage. Undeterred, Naoki gathered more berries and began his second attempt. This time, he adjusted the fruit proportions slightly and paid closer attention to the heating process. The second batch? Another failure. Still no good, he sighed, but instead of frustration, his determination grew. By the time the third and fourth attempts failed, Naoki was deep in thought, tweaking the recipe with each attempt. On his fifth attempt, Naoki noticed a promising change. The Pokeblock no longer turned black but instead shimmered with a peculiar indigo-purple hue. Realizing the potential significance of this result, Naoki eagerly inspected the block's details. Snorlax food, special Pokeblock for Snorlax. Made using advanced fruit compression technology, it condenses dozens of high-energy berries into a single cube. One cube is enough to fully satisfy a Snorlax's hunger. Note: not suitable for consumption by ordinary Pokémon.
Success!
Naoki exclaimed, holding the cube triumphantly. His persistence had paid off, and the challenge of feeding Snorlax was now much simpler. Excited, Naoki washed his hands and jotted down the recipe for the Pokeblock in his notebook. Naoki had two important notebooks he used to keep track of his discoveries. The cooking encyclopedia. This contained detailed recipes and preparation methods for special Pokémon dishes, along with their effects. The complete book of Pokeblocks. This book recorded all his Pokeblock formulas and their effects. With the addition of the new Snorlax food recipe, Naoki felt a surge of accomplishment. Still brimming with enthusiasm, Naoki decided to experiment further. This time, he didn't have a specific goal in mind. Instead, he mixed and matched random berries to create new Pokeblocks, observing how different combinations influenced their effects. Hours passed as Naoki worked diligently, and before he knew it, the sun had dipped below the horizon. Though he wasn't a professional breeder, Naoki managed to discover some useful formulas by the end of the day. Grass Pokeblock attracts grass-type Pokémon. Placing it in the wild guarantees the appearance of grass types.
Bug Snack attracts bug-type Pokémon.
Its taste is highly appealing to them and works like a charm in the wild. While the results weren't groundbreaking, Naoki was satisfied with the progress. It's a start, he muttered, examining the small collection of blocks he'd produced. To test their appeal, Naoki shared the cubes with Butterfree, Gagote, Arboliva, and all Pokémon with grass or bug attributes. The response was overwhelmingly positive. Seeing their enthusiasm, Naoki grinned. Even if he hadn't created anything extraordinary, the Pokémon were happy,
and that made the effort worthwhile. After dinner, Naoki had planned for an early bedtime. However, his plans were thwarted when the ranch's dragon-type Pokémon, Dragonite, Cyclizer, and Koraidon, gathered around him expectantly. Naoki sighed, smiling despite himself. He'd promised them a bedtime story about heroic dragon Pokémon, and they weren't going to let him forget. He led the eager Pokémon outside to the riverbank, where fireflies danced in the soft glow of moonlight. The serene setting made for the perfect storytelling atmosphere. While sitting under the starry sky, Naoki mulled over his options. Although he knew fairy tales like the one about Sylveon defeating dragons were popular in the Galar region, he wanted something that would uplift his dragon Pokémon instead of casting them as villains. Then it hit him, the legendary tale of Rayquaza, the majestic dragon Pokémon who brought peace to a warring world. With the dragons gathered around, Naoki began his tale. Once upon a time. A long time ago, Naoki began, there were two legendary Pokémon known as Groudon and Kyogre. One represented the land, and the other the sea. They were locked in an endless battle, each trying to expand their dominion. Groudon's power caused the earth to scorch and the volcanoes to erupt, while Kyogre's influence brought torrential rains and massive floods. Their clash was so intense that the entire world was plunged into chaos. Heavy rains and dense dark clouds blanketed the skies, making it seem like the world was nearing its end. The people, desperate and terrified, began to pray for salvation. They turned their hopes to the heavens, pleading for someone to intervene and save them. Naoki's voice grew softer, more dramatic. And then, as if in response to their prayers, the dark clouds parted, and a beam of radiant light pierced through the sky. A majestic and heroic dragon-type Pokémon descended from the heavens. It was Rayquaza, the protector of the skies. Rayquaza's power was unparalleled. It confronted Groudon and Kyogre and engaged them in a fierce battle. The dragon Pokémon's strength and will prove superior, and after punishing them severely, it forced Groudon to retreat deep into the volcanoes and Kyogre to slumber in an underwater cave. The world was saved. To honor Rayquaza's heroism, the people built the Sky Pillar, a towering monument that reaches the heavens. Inside, murals were painted to immortalize the tale of Rayquaza's bravery and its act of saving the world. As Naoki finished, he looked at the three dragon-type Pokémon before him. They gazed at him with wide-eyed admiration, fully enraptured by the story. Cyclizer was the first to react. "Jow! That's amazing!" Dragonite was so immersed in the tale that it puffed out its chest as though imagining itself as the hero of the story. Koraidon's face twitched with emotion, its usually calm demeanor showing a flicker of awe. Naoki chuckled. "Dragonite, you know, you've actually seen Rayquaza and Kyogre before," he said, recalling an old story. Dragonite tilted its head, confused. "Awoo. Really? Remember last year, when you told me about encountering a mysterious shiny dragon in the eye of a typhoon at sea?" Naoki prompted. Dragonite froze, its eyes widening as a shiny serpentine figure flashed in its memory. "Awoo. That was Rayquaza." Naoki nodded with a grin. "And the enormous blue Pokémon you battled at sea, the one that bested you, was none other than Kyogre, the Lord of the Oceans." Dragonite seemed a bit taken aback. Back then, the Pokémon hadn't introduced itself, so it had always assumed it was just a particularly strong, big fish-like Pokémon. "You're incredibly lucky," Naoki said. Dragonite's chest swelled with pride, while Cyclizer looked at it with newfound admiration. "All right, the story's over. Time for bed," Naoki said, rising to his feet. But Dragonite was too excited to sleep. Once Naoki left, it turned to Koraidon and Cyclizer, its eyes gleaming with determination. "Awoo. Let's go find Rayquaza." Koraidon sighed, its expression unreadable. "Aga. Sounds pointless." It turned and flopped onto the grass, uninterested. Dragonite then turned to Cyclizer. "Awoo. What about you?" Cyclizer hesitated. "Gow. I'd love to, but I don't have wings to fly." Dragonite frowned thoughtfully but soon brightened with an idea. It proposed putting Cyclizer into its Pokeball and carrying it in a backpack while flying. Cyclizer's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Jow. That's brilliant." But the plan wasn't foolproof. Naoki wouldn't approve of them leaving the ranch unsupervised. Dragonite, however, puffed out its chest confidently. "Awoo awoo. Don't worry. I'll fly so fast we'll be back by sunrise, before Naoki even notices." Cyclizer, swept up in Dragonite's enthusiasm, agreed. The two began planning their secret nighttime adventure. Cyclizer scurried back into the living room, where Calyrex was still watching TV.
The king caught a glimpse of the Cyclizer's sneaky movements and, while a bit surprised, didn't say anything. Cyclizer quickly found its pokeball from the rack and darted out the door. Cyclizer felt a mix of nerves and excitement coursing through it. Outside, some of the Pokémon in the ranch were still awake. Ogerpon was sitting on the grass, chatting with Butterfree. When Ogerpon spotted Cyclizer and Dragonite moving with a sense of urgency, it called out curiously, "Pawn, where are you off to?" Cyclizer and Dragonite turned around, and Cyclizer enthusiastically shared Dragonite's idea with Ogerpon and Butterfree. When the pair revealed their plan to search for the legendary hero Rayquaza, Ogerpon's adventurous spirit flared up immediately. "Pawn, I want to come too." Ogerpon's starry eyes sparkled with excitement. Butterfree, who had spent most of its life on the ranch, buzzed with anticipation at the thought of such an adventure. Dragonite, exuding an air of authority, puffed out its chest and declared, "Awoo awoo. Alright, but you both have to follow my lead." Ogerpon and Butterfree nodded eagerly. Without delay, the two Pokémon snuck into the living room, retrieved their Pokeballs from the rack, and hopped into them for easier travel. Dragonite slung its trusty delivery bag over its shoulder, placed the 3 Pokeballs inside, and waved a wing at Koraidon, bidding farewell before setting off. Their silhouettes disappeared into the night sky as they embarked on their journey to find the legendary Rayquaza. Watching them vanish into the stars, Koraidon let out a soft sigh. Row. The journey, however, wasn't smooth. Dragonite's first destination was the open sea where it had first glimpsed Rayquaza. The night sky was dotted with clouds, the full moon hung high above, and the ocean stretched out, calm and serene. Occasionally, ripples disturbed the water's surface, but peace quickly returned. There was no typhoon here. No sign of Rayquaza, either. Dragonite squinted, recalling the breathtaking image of Rayquaza soaring through the skies. Determined, it flapped its wings harder and climbed higher. The dragon ascended past the clouds, reaching the vast and quiet dome of the atmosphere. Flying swiftly, Dragonite scoured the skies, hoping to catch even a hint of Rayquaza's presence. But after what felt like circling half the planet, there was still no sign of the legendary Pokémon. Frustration began to seep in. Awoo. Where could Rayquaza-senpai be? Just as Dragonite was ready to abandon the search and return to the ranch, a sudden gust of wind sparked an idea. Storm buns. After eating it, Dragonite had learned to sense the world through the flow of air currents. Could that technique help locate Rayquaza? Eagerly, Dragonite closed its eyes and focused, letting the breeze guide its senses. Minutes passed. Then hours. The night began to wane. Suddenly, Dragonite's eyes shot open. The wind carried a distinct and powerful aura from the northeast, familiar and unmistakable. Dragonite's heart raced as it set its course, wings beating with renewed determination. As dawn approached, the sky began to blush with hues of red while the other half remained cloaked in darkness. Flying through thick clouds, Dragonite emerged under the vast blue dome of the upper sky. The silence was almost deafening. Ahead, an expanse of white clouds stretched endlessly. And on one of those clouds, curled up and motionless, was a sleek pitch-shiny dragon-like figure with eyes shut tight. It was Rayquaza, the legendary savior of the world. Dragonite's eyes sparkled with awe and excitement. It hurried forward, eager to greet the hero. Sensing an intruder, Rayquaza stirred. Its golden eyes opened, locking onto Dragonite with a piercing gaze. A surge of energy radiated from Rayquaza, and its overwhelming presence filled the air like a thunderstorm. The pressure was immense, as if the skies themselves bowed to Rayquaza's might. Dragonite hesitated, trembling under the weight of the aura, but it gathered its courage and spoke in a shaky but respectful tone. Awoo. Rayquaza-senpai? Don't you recognize me? Rayquaza was now fully awake. It gazed at the Pokémon before it, tilting its head in mild confusion at Dragonite's words. Dragonite stepped forward eagerly and began to explain, "Awoo awoo. I'm Dragonite. We met last year during the typhoon. Remember me?" Rayquaza paused, its golden eyes narrowing slightly as it sifted through its memories. After a moment, an image emerged, a determined Dragonite battling fiercely against the eye of a raging typhoon, its body battered and bruised by the violent winds, yet refusing to give up. At the time, Rayquaza had been impressed by the Dragonite's perseverance, enough to linger and observe it for a while. After recalling the moment, Rayquaza nodded and asked, "Rayik, why have you come to see me?" When Dragonite realized it had been recognized, its excitement bubbled over. It quickly landed on the mystical swirling cloud below Rayquaza and began explaining its purpose. Awoo awoo.
Naoki told us the story of how you, Rayquaza Senpai, defeated Groudon and Kyogre and saved the world. So we came here to meet you. Dragonite's voice was filled with reverence and admiration.
Awoo.
Rayquaza Senpai is the hero who saved the world. Rayquaza blinked, momentarily stunned. It hadn't expected this. Still, it could sense that the Pokémon before it had no malicious intent. Their presence wasn't an invasion but rather an innocent desire to meet it. Before Rayquaza could respond, Dragonite rummaged in its delivery bag and pulled out 3 Pokeballs. With a series of flashes, 3 more Pokémon appeared above the clouds: Ogerpon, Butterfree, and Cyclizer. The group collectively turned their gaze toward Rayquaza, standing tall and majestic against the backdrop of endless sky. Thoughts of the great hero from Naoki's tale filled their minds, and their expressions overflowed with awe.
Oge.
This is Rayquaza, the dragon who saved the world?
Incredible.
Ogerpon's eyes sparkled as it added, Pawn. You're so amazing. Cyclizer raised its head, staring intently at Rayquaza. Its voice was filled with quiet admiration. Gayo. So powerful. Butterfree, overwhelmed by Rayquaza's commanding presence, could only hover silently, its wings quivering. Dragonite joined in enthusiastically, awoo. Yes, it's really incredible. The flurry of admiration and the wide-eyed stares made Rayquaza pause. For the first time, it felt a warmth it had never experienced, pure, unfiltered adoration. These Pokémon genuinely thought it was amazing. Rayquaza's stern demeanor softened, and it let out a contented growl. Its grumpiness dissipated as it happily said, Rake. That was a long time ago. I merely answered the humans' prayers and stepped in to stop Groudon and Kyogre.
Wow.
The group gasped in unison, their admiration reaching new heights. Encouraged by their response, Rayquaza let out a hearty laugh. Once the barrier of formality broke, it began recounting its past in vivid detail, much to the delight of its audience. Dragonite and Cyclizer listened with rapt attention, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Dragonite's thoughts raced. Rayquaza Senpai is incredible. Even Groudon and Kyogre together couldn't match its power. One day, I'll become a dragon just like Rayquaza Senpai. Cyclizer, who usually stayed composed, couldn't hide its amazement. Rayquaza is so incredible, truly unmatched. Butterfree, the most timid of the group, stood at the back, unable to speak. It listened silently, entranced by every word of the legendary Pokémon's tale. Ogerpon, bolder and more outgoing, occasionally interrupted with curious questions.
Pawn.
What move did you use to defeat Groudon and Kyogre? Rayquaza patiently answered each question the Pokémon asked, explaining its techniques with pride. For example, its most powerful move was called the Dragon Ascent. When I unleash this move, Rayquaza explained, my body becomes a blazing green streak that pierces the heavens. Not content with just describing it, Rayquaza decided to demonstrate for its audience. It shot through the sky with astonishing speed, leaving a radiant trail that split the morning clouds. The Pokémon watching below were awestruck, their faces reflecting pure admiration. As the sky began to brighten, the Pokémon became so engrossed in Rayquaza's stories and demonstrations that they completely forgot about returning to the ranch before dawn. Paldea Region, Kosaji Town, Naoki Ranch. With the first rays of sunlight spilling over he opened his eyes to silence. The room was still, eerily so. An antique clock hung on the wall, its pendulum swinging lazily, yet no ticking echoed through the space. Naoki jolted upright, gasping for breath like a drowning man breaking the surface. Where am I? He whispered, voice hoarse and unsteady. He scanned the room, disoriented. The setting was rustic, unfamiliar. A single bed creaked beneath him as he shifted. The mattress was thin, the blankets coarse. Across from him stood a simple wooden desk with a worn backpack slung carelessly on top. The room bore the marks of age, faded wallpaper, a yellowed calendar, and a chipped wooden cupboard in the corner. Near it sat a coal stove, surrounded by mismatched cookware and a cast iron skillet perched atop a precarious stack of plates. None of this made sense. Wasn't I just working overtime? He raked a hand through his hair, trying to grasp the chaos swirling in his mind. Flashes of fluorescent office lights, coffee-stained spreadsheets, and a collapsing body at a desk blurred together like a bad dream.
His head throbbed.
A deluge of fragmented memories rushed in.
Dizziness. Darkness. Then this.
Had he transmigrated? As the shock began to ebb, the pieces slowly fit into place. He had died, collapsing after 5 relentless days of overtime. Now, somehow, he had awakened in a different world. A world that wasn't Earth. It was a world teeming with fantastic creatures, majestic, powerful, whimsical.
Pokémon. Naoki's breath caught.
The Pokémon world? He had played the games, watched the anime, even daydreamed about escaping the drudgery of his corporate life for the vibrant adventures of a trainer. Battling gym leaders, exploring forests, bonding with his own team of Pokémon, it had always felt like a fantasy out of reach. And now, it was real. A wave of excitement surged through him, freedom, discovery, wonder. But it was tempered quickly by something heavier. Reality crept in like a shadow. This body, this identity, Naoki, wasn't entirely new. He was now the Naoki of this world, born in the Paldea region. After losing his parents to illness, he'd moved to Hoenn, only to return to his grandfather's ranch years later.
Isolated. Aimless. Broken.
The original Naoki had never caught a single Pokémon. He had spent his days drifting, detached from the world and all its wonder. Now, at 20, he had returned to this rundown ranch in Paldea to waste away in silence. Naoki felt a hollow ache in his chest, a deep sorrow for the life he'd inherited. A life defined not by adventure, but by loss.
He glanced at the clock. 2 a.m.
His stomach growled. With a quiet sigh, he rose from the bed, joints stiff from disuse, and dug through the backpack. Inside, he found a single pack of instant ramen. He knelt beside the coal stove, coaxing dying embers back to life with a few logs of firewood. As the stove crackled, he searched the cupboards, basic seasonings, some expired spices, and not much else. The ranch was in disrepair. The fields outside were overrun with weeds, and the orchard had become a tangle of wild branches and fallen, rotting fruit. But he could picture it, how it might have looked in its prime. Rows of crops waving in the breeze, fruit trees heavy with bounty, miltanks grazing in the pasture, wooloos roaming the fields, and a buzzing apiary dripping with golden honey.
The water began to boil.
As he tore open the ramen packet, a strange shimmer pulsed in his mind. Instant ramen, a low-quality food with minimal nutritional value. Popular among travelers for its convenience.
Effects, unknown.
Naoki froze, blinking. What the hell was that? The words had appeared in his mind, glowing faintly before fading away. He stared at the bubbling water, stunned. As he added the seasoning, the scent of artificial spices filled the room. The aroma was nostalgic, cheap, salty, familiar. He stirred the noodles absently, still processing the surreal experience.
Then it happened again.
Oversalted instant ramen, D.
A low-tier meal.
Oversalted, reducing any minor benefits.
May cause thirst.
Pokémon that enjoy salty flavors might tolerate it. Evaluation, it's bad. But not so bad it'll make a Pokémon faint. Naoki's eyes widened. He recognized that interface, Culinary Master, a cooking mobile game his old company had developed. A pay-to-win mess dressed as a food simulator. In the game, dishes were ranked from F to SSS, each granting different effects to characters.
D was edible. F was cursed.
Is this my cheat ability? He murmured, heart racing. Hope flickered in his chest. If this was his unique power, if he could use it to evaluate and influence food like in the game, could he rise from nothing? Could this be his second chance? He poured the ramen into a chipped bowl and took a cautious bite. The flavor hit him like a punch, an overwhelming wave of salt, masking anything remotely savory.
He grimaced. Yep. Too much salt.
Still, it was the only food he had. As he forced down the ramen, he kept thinking about the glowing messages, the game-like system now embedded in his mind. If this truly was his cheat. If he could cook, evaluate, and improve. Then maybe, just maybe, this was the beginning of something far greater than an escape from overtime. It was the start of his new life. Although Naoki had a rough idea of how his cheat ability worked, he had no way to test it yet. For one thing, he didn't even have a Pokémon. For another, he was broke. At 3 a.m, after barely managing to fill his stomach, Naoki found himself wide awake, staring at the flickering shadows cast by the coal stove. Traveling to the Pokémon world was thrilling, sure, but survival came first, no matter the world. After washing the dishes, he sat at the rickety desk and began rummaging through the backpack that once belonged to the original Naoki. As expected, it held little of value, a few worn-out clothes, 3 more packs of instant ramen, and some loose change. 2,300 poke dollars in total. Not even enough to get through the month, he muttered, sighing as he tried to mentally convert it to yen, or dollars. Either way, it wasn't much. Still, the thought of exploring a world filled with Pokémon lifted his spirits. He clenched his fists with renewed determination. One step at a time. Maybe it was the exhaustion from his previous life catching up to him,
Or perhaps this new body was simply drained, but once he had a full stomach, sleepiness hit him like a brick wall. For the first time in years, he felt no guilt about resting.
No alarms. No deadlines. No meetings.
Tomorrow would be a new day. He turned off the lights and collapsed onto the stiff mattress. Within moments, he was fast asleep. The knock came just after sunrise. Naoki's eyes snapped open, heart thumping. It took him a moment to remember where he was, until the rustic ceiling and faint scent of coal brought everything back.
Right. Another world.
The knocking persisted. Still groggy, he ran a hand through his messy hair and opened the door. Standing there was an elderly man in a brown vest and black fedora, his weathered face lit by a kind smile. Beside him stood a green lizard-like creature on 2 legs, its scales catching the morning light. A tire-like ring circled its neck, and a thick, muscular tail swayed behind it. Naoki's eyes widened. A cyclizer. The old man nodded warmly. I heard you came back yesterday to take care of the ranch. Figured you might need a hand. Thought I'd bring this little guy to help. Naoki blinked, and then a memory surfaced, one from the original Naoki.
The mayor.
When the original Naoki returned to the ranch, he had bumped into this very man, who welcomed him with open arms. The mayor had explained that this land was the legacy of Naoki's grandfather, left to him with the hope he would one day return. The house had been kept barely functional thanks to the mayor's occasional visits, but beyond that, it had been untouched for years. So that's why he thinks I'm staying to run the ranch. The memory clicked into place just as the mayor glanced at him with soft, saddened eyes. What a poor child, the mayor thought. Alone in this world, with no family left. Moved by the boy's solitude, he had returned this morning, bringing along his loyal cyclizer, not just for labor but companionship. He cleared his throat gently. Would you be willing to take care of him? Naoki hesitated only for a moment, then looked into the cyclizer's curious gaze. A part of him had been waiting for this. He wasn't going to get a professor handing him a pokeball and setting him on a grand adventure. This was real life, and this was his start. I'd be honored, Naoki said, bowing slightly.
Thank you.
I'll take good care of him.
The mayor beamed. Then he's all yours.
And since this is your first day back, I imagine you're not familiar with how the ranch operates, right? Naoki chuckled awkwardly. Not really.
Come, I'll show you around.
As they walked, Cyclizer trailed faithfully behind, observing Naoki with quiet interest. The ranch was in rough shape, overgrown weeds, collapsed fences, and the faint remains of what once must have been a thriving farm. This land here, the mayor said, gesturing to the field ahead, used to be full of crops. In the fall, it overflowed with fruit. He pointed out the ranch house, the shipping box beside it, and the valley to the east, where gentle wild Pokémon once roamed. You can gather berries and herbs from the valley and drop what you don't need into that shipping container. Someone from town comes every evening at 5 to collect it. You'll be paid for anything usable. Naoki's mind whirred. This feels like a Pokémon version of Harvest Moon. He'd played enough farming sims to know the rhythm. He spotted a crumbling structure partially hidden by trees. What's that building? The mayor's expression clouded. That was the Pokémon shed. Your grandfather once raised over a dozen Miltank there, brought them in from Johto. After he passed, your parents sold them, and the shed fell into ruin. He paused, then smiled again. But don't worry. Once you're settled, you can go to the carpentry shop and have them help you expand and repair things. He pointed toward a storage room behind the house. You'll find tools inside: axe, hoe, hammer, watering can, even crop seeds. They're all yours. The land, the house, the future, it's all in your hands now. Naoki felt the weight of those words. This place, once forgotten, was now his to restore.
I'll do my best, he promised.
Satisfied, the mayor turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and one more thing. Keep the wood and stones you gather. When you've saved enough money, take them to the carpenters. Saves you a fortune in materials. Naoki nodded, mentally filing the tip away. If you ever need help, I live in Kosaji. Cyclizer knows the way, just hop on and ride. He'll take you there.
Understood. Thank you again.
The mayor waved and disappeared down the path, his steps slow but steady. Naoki stood in the morning chill, the wind carrying the scent of damp soil and fresh opportunity. He turned to the Pokémon at his side. Cyclizer.
Grew. The Pokémon perked up. Can you understand me?
If so, nod your head. Cyclizer nodded, cheerful. Naoki grinned, wonder blooming in his chest. So it was true, just like in the anime, Pokémon could understand humans. He reached out to touch its side. The skin felt like durable leather, almost like a motorbike seat. Cyclizer leaned into his touch, content. Naoki took a breath and said with a smile, "Cyclizer, please take care of me from now on." Grew. His stomach rumbled again. Cyclizer tilted its head, clearly amused. "Have you eaten?" Naoki asked. "I'm making food. Want to join me?" Though Cyclizer had eaten earlier, it chirped happily and followed him back into the cabin. Naoki looked around at the humble space and smiled faintly. This was home now. Not a mansion. Not a dream. But his own place, his own start. He lit the stove, filled a pot with water, and tore open a pack of ramen. This time, there was excitement bubbling under the surface, not just for food, but for the test. He looked at Cyclizer. "All right then. Let's see what this cheat can really do." Horizon, Naoki stirred awake, ready to tackle another day of work. However, as he stepped outside, he was greeted by an alarming sight. Several Pokémon were missing. Panicked, Naoki quickly scanned the ranch and began counting. His heart sank as he confirmed the missing Pokémon: Dragonite, Cyclizer, Butterfree, and Ogerpon. "Oh no!" Naoki exclaimed, his mind racing with possibilities. Could some terrifying Pokémon have snuck into the ranch last night and stolen them? Standing nearby, Koraidon let out a quiet sigh, clearly unimpressed. "Rayo, you're overthinking it." Naoki caught Koraidon's expression and immediately suspected it knew something. Grabbing a handful of translation seeds, he munched on them and turned to Koraidon. "All right, spill it. What happened?" Koraidon rolled its eyes but finally relented. "Rayo. Rayo. They went to find Rayquaza." Naoki froze, staring at Koraidon in disbelief. "They went to find Rayquaza?" Koraidon nodded reluctantly. Naoki's mind immediately flashed to the story he had shared about Rayquaza the previous night. "Those Pokémon." He groaned, pressing a hand to his forehead. "They actually believed it and ran off to find it." He paused and asked, "Who started this? Who convinced even Cyclizer to go along with such a wild idea?" Koraidon hesitated, clearly torn between loyalty and honesty. Naoki squinted suspiciously. "It was Dragonite, wasn't it?" Based on the personalities of the Pokémon involved, Naoki deduced the truth. Cyclizer, ever loyal, would never have left on its own. Butterfree wasn't brave enough to lead such an escapade. Koraidon was still here. That left only one culprit. With a resigned sigh, Naoki turned and inspected the Pokeball rack inside the house. Sure enough, 3 Pokeballs were missing. "Smart little troublemaker," he muttered. "Used Pokeballs to carry the ones who can't fly." Above the clouds. As the sun climbed higher into the sky, Cyclizer finally snapped out of its excited daze. The realization hit it all at once, and it blurted out, "Gayo. Shouldn't we be heading back by now?" Its words brought the others back to reality. They glanced at the bright sun and exchanged worried looks. Dragonite, visibly reluctant, stood up and sighed. "Awoo. We should go back. Naoki must be worried." Rayquaza, who had been quietly observing, tilted its head. "Ray. Naoki." Dragonite nodded enthusiastically. "Awoo awoo. That's right. Naoki is our trainer. He told us all about you last night." Rayquaza's eyes softened at the mention of Naoki. It hadn't realized the story of its heroic deeds had made such an impression. The thought that a human saw it as a hero warmed its heart. As the Pokémon prepared to leave, Rayquaza hesitated. It gazed at the group, then reached into its body with its massive claws, pulling out an object. It was a jet-black dragon scale, shimmering with a mystical luster. Rayquaza held the scale out to Dragonite, who took it carefully. The scale felt both warm and powerful in Dragonite's grasp. Dragonite tilted its head in confusion. "Awoo. What is this?" Rayquaza rumbled, "Roar. This is one of my shed scales. If you need me, you can use it to call, and I will come." As a simple staple, clear noodle soup was a breeze to make. Bring water to a boil, add the instant ramen noodles, and let them simmer. If ingredients are allowed, Naoki would normally add chopped scallions and a dollop of lard, allowing the noodles to soak up the broth before serving them in a bowl. The green onions would float on top, adding a splash of color to the dish and making it more appetizing. Finally, a drizzle of sesame oil and a soft-boiled egg would complete the meal. Just the thought of it made Naoki's mouth water. However, back in reality, all he had were basic seasonings. With a silent sigh, Naoki learned from yesterday's experience and added an appropriate amount of salt and chicken bouillon to the pot. Soon, a simple noodle soup was ready. As he filled 2 bowls, a prompt appeared in his mind with information about the dish. Instant ramen, a low-level dish. Its taste is somewhat lacking due to the absence of key ingredients, but it's a good choice to warm the body and soul on a cold day. Cooking effect, cold resistance level 1, provides resistance to cold temperatures. After consumption, the body will feel warm for 30 minutes. Comment, despite the low quality of the ingredients, skillful cooking techniques have enhanced the flavor. When the player becomes wealthy and can cook master-level dishes, they may look back on this with nostalgia. Naoki was speechless. Meanwhile, the cyclizer beside him sniffed the air. Grew. Naoki looked at it, then placed the 2 bowls of noodles on the table and beckoned to the cyclizer. Want to try some? Grew. The cyclizer frowned hesitantly. To be honest, it didn't really like the taste of ramen. Moreover, the bowl contained nothing but plain noodles. Judging by its appearance, it didn't seem very appetizing. Naoki understood immediately. He sighed inwardly, not wanting to force the cyclizer, and said, "It's okay, you don't have to eat it if you don't want to." Then, excitement bubbling up, he added, "When I earn enough money to buy other ingredients, I'll make you something you'll love." Naoki was full of anticipation for his new life on the ranch. Hearing this, the cyclizer felt a pang of guilt. This was food specially prepared by its new owner. Would it be rude not to try it? With that thought, the cyclizer looked down at the steaming bowl of noodles and hesitantly chirped, "Grew." It would give this bowl of noodles a try. The cyclizer reached out with its 2 little paws, picked up the bowl, and slurped down the noodles in one gulp. The anticipated unpleasantness didn't come. Despite the simple flavor, after finishing the noodles, Cyclizer suddenly felt a warmth spreading through its body, as if it was nestled in its mother's embrace. Grew. Witnessing the Cyclizer's reaction, Naoki was surprised at first, but then he quickly understood. He looked at the Cyclizer, thinking about the effect of the hot noodle soup, and asked with a smile, "How does it feel?" The Cyclizer snapped out of its reverie and looked down at itself, confused. Grew. Why had it suddenly become warm without anyone riding on its back? Seeing its reaction, an idea sparked in Naoki's mind. It seems that food really can benefit Pokémon, he thought, then asked, "Do you feel warmer, not as cold as before?" Even though it was spring, the temperature hadn't fully risen yet, and it was still quite chilly, especially in the mornings. The Cyclizer looked up in surprise, as if asking, "How did you know?" Grew. Naoki smiled. "It's the power of food." Grew. The Cyclizer looked puzzled. This concept was a bit too advanced for it. After all, it was just a Cyclizer. Naoki didn't try to explain further. The Cyclizer would understand eventually as they lived together. Having confirmed the effect of his cooking on Pokémon, Naoki was in a good mood. He quickly finished his breakfast, washed the dishes, and stepped outside. The neglected ranch was covered in lush vegetation, with bird Pokémon occasionally flying overhead in search of food. Breathing in the fresh air, Naoki took a deep breath and decided to explore the area. He wanted to familiarize himself with the place. As he walked through the ranch with the Cyclizer by his side, Naoki realized it was larger than he had initially thought. A wooden fence surrounded the ranch, and the area within was quite spacious. To the east was a vibrant valley, the calls of wild Pokémon echoing from within. The farmland took up a third of the ranch. There was a lake in the southwest corner and a river flowing around it. A wooden bridge spanned the river, connecting the ranch to the other side. Naoki stood on the bridge, looking at the rotting and broken wooden fence along the riverbank, realizing that he had a lot of work ahead of him. Clearing weeds, removing rocks, chopping down unwanted trees, and tilling the fields in preparation for planting, these were the tasks that lay ahead. As for the Pokémon shed where the Miltank used to be kept, Naoki wasn't planning on fixing it up just yet. There wasn't enough wood, and he was short on funds. After all, rebuilding the shed and purchasing Pokémon like Miltank would require a substantial investment. Standing in front of the lake at the edge of the farmland, Naoki squatted down and assessed its size and depth. Raising fish here would be a great idea, he thought. According to the original owner's memories, in addition to Pokémon, there were also ordinary animals in this world. However, Naoki preferred to raise water-type Pokémon instead of regular fish. Pokémon like Magikarp, Goldeen, Finneon, and Palpitoad. Or, to be a bit more daring, Gyarados, Milotic, Vaporeon, and Ludicolo. Although these fish weren't edible, as a collector at heart, Naoki would be satisfied just keeping them here and watching them thrive. Naoki mentally ticked off all the tasks he needed to accomplish,
realizing that it would be a long journey ahead. The ranch management games he had played before flashed through his mind, and Naoki couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He had just escaped the 996 grind, and now he might be facing 007, working from midnight to midnight, 7 days a week.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.